Chapter 31 Shinto Shursan. Mugue looked through the list of all the superpowers in the base again, and finally turned to Yin Mingsu. Staff Officer Yin. Can I ask you for another favor? Yin Mingsu said, tell me what you can do. I will try my best to help you. Mugue smiled and said, please send another notice to summon all superpowers above VG level to gather in one place. Yin Mingsu thought for a moment and said, except for two people. One is Lieutenant Colonel Yang, and the other needs to build a high wall. Everyone else should be able to be called here. Most of your team members are here. Oh, and the pregnant lady can't come. Mugue had a basic idea, except for these three people. I know their locations. As for the others, gather them here. There shouldn't be many of them. Yin Mingsu asked, what do you want to do? Mugue, please come with me again. I need to find someone. Yin Mingsu immediately realized, are you saying that there are still VG level psychics in this base, who have not come to be identified? Mugue smiled, yes. Yin Mingsu thought, it is indeed possible that some people know that they have superpowers, but choose to conceal them. Especially if the superpowers they possess are extremely dangerous. Yin Mingsu frowned and said, is this what you predicted? Is he a dangerous person if I go with you? Mugue held his chin and thought for a while. It's hard to say. Yin Mingsu looked at him in confusion. Mugue smiled, after all. You can't convict someone who hasn't committed a crime? Yin Mingsu, you mean he's going to do something dangerous, but hasn't done it yet? Mugue, almost. We have to stop him. But the danger is real. We'll know when we go and see. Yin Mingsu, do you want to bring someone? Mugue, the two of us should be enough. Yin Mingsu, call the VG level and above psychics, and place them in the room to wait. Mugue and Yin Mingsu set off quietly. With their psychics working together, they quickly scanned the base in a car, and finally found the target, in a community near the wall on the west side. Red. Over there. After Yin Mingsu found the person, he immediately marked the direction on the map. When the two of them went there, it was the time when the relief food was distributed at the designated points. Each household took the food with the food voucher. Yin Mingsu activated her ability again. She saw a thin figure in the queue, and on the hunched body, there was a bright red flame smoke. Yin Mingsu wanted to go over and pull the man out directly, but when she saw his true face, she was stunned. He was a thin boy who was only 1.7 meters tall, with sunken cheeks and a thin body. The overalls and thin underwear could even outline the ribs. The exposed arms and ankles were as slender as bamboo poles. The black hair was naturally curly and explosive, and it was messy with a lot of dirty things. There was a black shadow under his eyes, like a black cat that often wandered in the garbage alley. He held a plastic bag he had picked up and stood in line. Even if someone cut in line, he didn't say anything. He just glared at the other person's back and then lowered his head silently. Mugue put his hands in his pockets and looked at the man leisurely. Why don't you follow and see first? Yin Mingsu looked at the poor boy who looked like a beggar, and couldn't understand how such a person could be a dangerous person in the future. Soon it was time for the boy to receive food. The former government staff, who distributed the food, looked at him so pitiful and asked, where are your family members? The boy made a hoarse voice. They are all dead. The staff quickly packed the food and put it in his plastic bag. For some reason, facing the boy's eyes made him feel inexplicably scared. They were all far away, but they still slowly followed the boy's footsteps. Yin Mingsu asked, do you know what the child's name is? Mugue said lightly, Shinto Shursan. Yin Mingsu couldn't help but observe his face, and couldn't see any emotion. Mugue was not born with a strong memory. If it was not an important person, he probably would not remember the name. But he was very sure when he said this name, and there was no hesitation. Yin Mingsu asked him, in your prediction, what did Shinto Shursan do? Since when? She had already tacitly accepted that his prediction was true. Mugue smiled when she heard this. He hasn't done those things yet. Let's talk about it later. Yin Mingsu saw that he stopped talking halfway. What do you mean? Nothing. Mugue put away his mysterious smile and quickened his pace. Shinto Shursan looked like an ordinary person in a mess, and was unaware of being followed. He was followed not only by Mugue and Yin Mingsu, but also by a group of young people who were not much older than him. One could tell at a glance that they had many years of experience as street stalkers. 7 or 8 people, holding steel pipes and kitchen knives, aimed at Shinto Shursan, who was bending over like a wild cat crossing the street. Yin Mingsu frowned at this scene, because public resources were concentrated where they were needed. These people were unscrupulously touching the bottom line of the law in places that could not be seen. She has memorized these people's faces. Maintaining the order of the base is still the most basic thing they have to do. She said to Mugue, I will go back and call someone over. You just stay here and watch for a while. Don't act rashly. Mugue raised his eyebrows. Okay. Over there. The group of street thugs has surrounded Shintushir-san in the ruins of a construction site. Hey! Stop! I'm talking to you. The hunchback loser in front. One of the street thugs holding a baseball bat knocked on the ground and shouted. Shintushir-san turned around holding the food bag and scanned all of them. What are you looking at? Be careful or I'll poke your eyes out. The young man holding a piece of steel bar grinned. Mugue stood by the outer wall and saw the scene through the window, and couldn't help but laugh silently. Shintushir-san's eyes were not looking at the faces of these people or the scary weapons in their hands, but at the bags of relief food hanging on their wrists. You shouldn't be a fool. Right? Looking at this situation. If you hand over your food wisely, we will allow you to join our team. How about it? Then you can follow the big brothers to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Someone also coaxed. You can be full every day after being hungry for one day. It's a good deal. Right? Shintushir-san raised his sinister eyes under his dark bangs. He didn't hesitate much. Stretched out his arms. And threw the bag to the ground. Not bad. Not bad. You have awareness. But your attitude is a little bad. When a street urchin came forward and bent down to pick up something, he was kicked away by someone. Who? The boss of the street slickers raised the kitchen knife immediately when facing the newcomer. Then the hand holding the kitchen knife snapped and the knife in his hand turned back to his face, with the tip of the knife against his nose. Ah! Mugue snatched the knife from the screaming man and swung it to the other side. The blade barely grazed a man's shoulder, made 3 or 4 circles, and cut into the remaining concrete wall. The man didn't even turn his head, but his legs softened and he knelt on the ground. Bang! Bang! Sticks, steel bars, water pipes and other weapons fell to the ground with a loud noise. Those arrogant street thugs were still well aware of the principle of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. And they all stood still. Mugue looked around and said with a smile, Don't think about running away. There will be soldiers coming to catch you. And their attitude is better than mine. Mugue, with pink hair and 3 golden earrings on her ears, stroked her neck and stood out from the crowd. She looked more like a social person than these street thugs. Mugue looked at Shintushir-san. He was holding a triangular piece of broken glass with sharp edges in his hand. Because he used too much force, his palm had been cut by the broken glass, and blood was dripping from the transparent glass. His face and facial features were extremely distorted, but the corners of his mouth were smiling, and the arc of the smile was exaggerated to a weird degree. Those street urchins were shocked. Mugue turned his hand and pointed at him and said, And you have to thank me for saving your lives. Mugue walked slowly towards Shintushir-san with a calm step. Shintushir-san moved his feet, threw the glass fragments at Mugue, and actually ran away by lowering his body to the side. Perhaps he realized that he couldn't beat him, so he ran away. Mugue murmured, It feels like a beast. Mugue stretched out his hand, and he was tall and long-legged, so he took 2 big steps and grabbed the back of his neck. Shintushir-san pulled out a fruit knife from his trouser pocket and stabbed him in the waist. Mugue's left hand hit him directly on the wrist with the knife, and the fruit knife fell to the ground. He lifted him up, threw him over his shoulder, and threw him heavily to the ground. Shintushir-san seemed to have been used to such blows. He gritted his teeth and tried to jump up, but was stepped on by Mugue on the shoulder. Ah! Mugue squatted down, grabbed his hair, and smashed his head to the ground 3 times. Shintushir-san was stunned and his eyes went black. The group of street urchins next to him were scared. Mugue leaned close to his ear and said, You won't die anyway. Right? He pulled a fruit knife that fell next to him and stabbed it into the concrete ground next to his neck. Shintushir-san's eyes were still unable to focus, and his head was buzzing. At this time, Mugue heard the sound of orderly footsteps not far away. Mugue quickly lifted Shintushir-san up and said calmly, You all come here too. When Yenmingsu and his men arrived, they saw that the group of people who were so arrogant just now were kneeling on the ground with their hands on their heads, and their weapons were placed 1 meter in front of them. Mugue pressed Shintushir-san's thin shoulders, stood there and smiled at her. They seemed to have sincerely repented, and they want to bear the consequences of their evil deeds and start a new life. right? The street urchins who were kneeling on the ground all lowered their heads, so no one could see their fearful eyes. They trembled and said in unison, "Yes." Yin Mengsu looked at this scene and couldn't help but wonder, "You didn't do anything, did you?" Mugui smiled and asked the street urchins who were kneeling on the ground, "Did I do anything just now?" The street urchins shook their heads wildly. "Definitely did something." Yin Mengsu looked at them speechlessly. But the results were not bad. Seeing these street urchins crying and confessing their sins, she still felt a little magical. She asked them to arrest them and put them in solitary confinement as soon as possible. Finally, she looked at Shintushir-san. There was some fresh blood on the child's hair. "Did you hurt him?" Mugui pulled her hair to show her Shintushir-san's scalp. "There is no wound." "You can't say anything." Shintushir-san grinned with gritted teeth. His eyes were extremely terrifying. Yin Mengsu couldn't help feeling uncomfortable looking at his expression. She asked, "What are you going to do?" Mugui held Shintushir-san's wrists behind his back with one hand, and pulled his neck with the other hand and smiled. "Talk to this child. Please help us prepare a quiet room. And by the way, help me retrieve the child's identity information." Yin Mengsu raised his hands. "Yes. But I have to accompany you." Mugui, "No problem." They found an empty room, closed the doors and windows, and drew the curtains. Shintushir-san was tied to a chair. Without much struggle, just staring at the two people in front of him quietly, Yin Mengsu handed the information to Mugui, and still felt that it was inappropriate to look at Shintushir-san's appearance. He has not committed a crime, and personal restraint is not in accordance with regulations. Mugui tapped the paper information. "It doesn't matter. Mentally ill patients can be restrained when they are under stress. I just saw that he wanted to hurt others, so it is okay." Although Yin Mengsu had typed out the information, she had not read it carefully. She was a little surprised to hear him say that, so she started to look at her own information. Mugui had also seen this information in her previous life, so she was very familiar with it. However, this identity information only had the original identity background of Shintushir-san, unlike the one he had seen in his previous life, which had more than 10 pages of crimes. Yin Mengsu was more and more shocked as he read the information. Shintushir-san's mother died very early, and there were only a few records about her. His father had a record of dishonesty and debt, no stable job, and moved around because he owed usury. Shintushir-san's record was more interesting. Although his family was like that, he still went to school. Because of compulsory education, he received a lot of school subsidies, but they were all given to his guardian. His father, Shintushir-san, was discovered when he was trying to commit suicide at school. Because he had tried to commit suicide too many times, the school could no longer conceal it. He had no ID card, no household registration, and many signs of domestic violence on his body. There were also collective bullying incidents at school. Once this incident was revealed, it set off a huge wave of public opinion. Shintushir-san's mental state was extremely bad at the time. After many failed suicide attempts, he was sent to a public children's mental and physical health care hospital, which is actually equivalent to a children's mental hospital. His father had been killed by a debt collector at the time, and it became a gang-related case. Shintushir-san still tried to commit suicide many times in the hospital, but unfortunately, he was protected very well, because a director with social attention wanted to make a documentary about him at the time. So he couldn't die so easily, but needed to receive better treatment. People hoped to see him climb out of his miserable situation. From a poor child who wants to commit suicide to a healthy normal person who yearns for a better life. How can a child be so miserable? Yin Mengsu looked at the information, raised his head and re-examined the boy with a crazy expression, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Mugui didn't know the feelings of the people around him, but he knew more. For example, Shintushir-san's ability. No matter how crazy he was, he had never hurt others before, so everyone thought of him as a poor child at most. Mugui put the information on his knees and said to Shintushir-san, "On the day of your last suicide, you gain the ability to be immortal." The smile on Shintushir-san's face disappeared. His expression was like a strange rough-line picture, shrouded in a shocking black shadow. A person who wanted to commit suicide gained the ability he least wanted, the ability he least deserved. So he went crazy. He didn't hurt others before just because he was busy committing suicide. Being able to leave this world was more important to him than anything else. When he found that he couldn't die no matter how hard he tried, he crashed like a computer infected with a virus. What happened next was what Mugui had witnessed before. After gaining this ability, he used the pain and blood of others as food. He was in hell, so he planned to drag everyone to hell with him. Shinto Shursan is in this state now. However, he was not able to actually commit the crime, and was stopped by Mugue in time. Of course, Mugue didn't know whether he had killed those who bullied him some time ago. Mugue had to come and stop him, because if he was allowed to continue like this, he would break a hole in the city wall on the most critical day, and then millions of people would be buried here in vain. This guy's ability is indeed troublesome, but he himself currently has no military power, so as long as he is caught, he will not be afraid, and Mugue intends to use all the resources that can be used. It would be a waste to just arrest Shinto Shursan and lock him up. Yen Mingsu watched quietly from the side. She wanted to know what Mugue was going to do. Shinto Shursan did not speak. Mugue crossed his long legs, held his chin with his hand. It was a very comfortable position, sitting in front of Shinto Shursan. The two were only a few steps apart. This was the first time they met, and the eyes that saw through him inside and out made Shinto Shursan feel disgusted instinctively. Even such a mentality was seen by Mugue. He couldn't help but let out a faint smile. Mugue had seen many kinds of lunatics in his previous life. Although he hated these guys who were committed to destruction equally, there were also different levels among them. For example, Shinto Shursan, who put all his thoughts on his face, was the most comfortable for him to deal with, and he didn't have to have any conscience to use him. He spoke as if he was asking himself, a person who is not afraid of death probably has nothing to fear. Right? This is the thinking of a normal person. Shinto Shursan's gloomy eyes were wide open without blinking, and there were red bloodshot in the whites of his eyes. Mugue chuckled, no. A person who is not afraid of death can also be afraid of pain. If he is not afraid of pain, he can also be afraid of not dying. His smile was like naked mockery in Shinto Shursan's eyes. Every normal person is born with the right to die. He was deprived of this right. Suicide is also not allowed. Every minute and every second of living in this world makes him feel extremely disgusted. He hates this world, but he cannot separate from this world. So, destroying this world has become his only way. If he couldn't destroy the world, he could kill those who could be killed first. He didn't want to die so easily, and it would be best if he could live like him and live a life worse than death. At this time, Mugue continued, I know that living in this boring and dirty world is what you can't stand the most. Living a life worse than death is not just an idiom. In most cases, living is more difficult than dying. But compared to those who have to endure the pain of living, compared to those who have endured these pains and still desperately want to live, there is another kind of people in this world who really hate this world and hate the fact of living itself. Such as you. Shinto Shursan laughed angrily, and opened his mouth again, blood dripping from between his teeth. Mugue was still carelessly adding fuel to the fire. When I first learned about this ability, I thought about how to use it. Do you know what popped into my mind first? Shinto Shursan. Mugue, it seems you know. The answer is torture. Shinto Shursan. Mugue, I know you are not afraid of pain. Sometimes you even enjoy pain. And you also want to enjoy causing pain to others. You thought the situation would not get worse than it is now, and that you would be able to be resurrected intact no matter how others treated you. You were wrong. Shinto Shursan's smile disappeared again. He didn't know why every word the man in front of him said hit the mark in his heart. He only knew that he hated this feeling. No one could ever say what he thought or wanted. The masked teachers and classmates. The stupid doctors in the hospital. The noisy reporters. Why could he? Mugue frowned. I have a way to make you live a life worse than death, and a way to make you die. It depends on which one you choose. Shinto Shursan, who had not spoken for a long time, finally opened his mouth. So many people want me to die, and so many people want to cut me into pieces. I am very curious about your so-called method. The voice was like tearing frosted paper. Mugue thought for a while. Although your life is boring now, and there are occasional battles, it is not accompanied by pain all the time. If you can't die, and you are suffering every minute and every second, and you can't faint, for example, drowning in the ocean, well, the feeling of not being able to faint and not dying, being on the verge of death every moment, but being resurrected in the next second, and the feeling of endless rebirth. Do you think you can bear it? When he said the second half, the smile on Mugue's face disappeared. This was the most disgusting punishment he knew, and it would remind him of a memory he didn't want to remember. Yen Mingsu opened his mouth slightly, speechless. Shintushir-sen was silent for a while, and suddenly burst into a creepy laugh. Ha ha ha. What you said? I like it. I like it so much. Ha ha ha. Mugue said lightly. Really? Shintushir-sen's smile suddenly stopped, and he asked abruptly, can you really make me die completely? Even a man like him has only one hope. Mugue gave him a positive answer. Yes. Shintushir-sen said, I will go with you. Mugue raised his lips. When I need you to die, I will tell you when you can die. Before that, you have to be at my service. Shintushir-sen said expressionlessly, what if you don't fulfill your promise? Mugue said calmly, I said, if you don't do what I say, I have plenty of ways to make you live a life worse than death. And you can't hurt others. I will make you live worse than now, so that you can't do anything you want, and you can never die. You have fallen into my hands. You have no choice but to obey me. Shintushir-sen bared his teeth. Madman. He thought that his mind had collapsed. But the man in front of him looked even crazier than him. Definitely an antisocial bastard. But for some reason, his instinctive disgust for him disappeared without a trace. He now truly felt that this man could bring him what he really wanted. Chapter 32. I will do it. Hey. Do you know that you were threatening me just now? After coming out, Yenmingsu said to Mugue suddenly. Mugue smiled. If you can be convicted by saying a few harsh words, then the prison will be full. Yenmingsu, I'm not kidding you. Do you want me to recite the criminal law for you? Mugue waved her hand, although I made an agreement with him. What if the time I want him to die is the time he dies of old age? I am trying to save a misguided young man. You know, he has suffered great physical and mental trauma. If I don't use some extraordinary means to make him restrain himself, he is likely to hurt others. In fact, he almost did such a thing before. Yenmingsu thought for a moment and asked, is this what you learned from the prophecy? Mugue smiled and said, he will commit a series of brutal murders and take the opportunity to open the wall when the disaster occurs, directly causing the deaths of millions of people. Do you want me to continue? Yenmingsu's eyes became more and more complicated. If what Mugue said was true, then Shintushir-san should be imprisoned immediately. But none of the things he said happened, and they had no right to do so. Shintushir-san is currently just a 17-year-old boy who is not yet an adult. But if this is true, it will be too late to do anything after the incident. Mugue continued lightly. Perhaps you can check whether some people related to him have been killed by him. I don't know about this. Yenmingsu was shocked. Mugue, of course. It's best if these things don't happen. Otherwise what I said would be in vain. In addition, his mental state is not very stable yet. It's best not to let him out yet. Give him enough food to survive, and let him stay in a room honestly. At least until that day. If he conflicts with others, it is easy to cause bloodshed. This is a guy who will not die. Yenmingsu, I have to ask the lieutenant colonel about this matter. Before parting ways with Mugue, Yenmingsu said a few more words to him. Don't get involved in violent conflicts anymore. Remember, you don't have the power to enforce the law. You should be glad that there is no surveillance in that room. Mugue smiled and agreed. A few days ago, after the conversation in Lieutenant Colonel Yang's office, Mugue, Qing Jian, Yan Siji, Jin Mo, Gu Shu, Song Jiansheng, Wang Dongqing and others were assigned to residences closer to the temporary military camp. Ingjiu was taken to the maternity preparation area of a nearby public hospital. Ai Boiji was taken to the plant cultivation park. And Feng Boming was taken to his own home. After joint discussions between the military and the government, the Jincheng base implemented the following strategy. Those who own houses in the urban area of Jincheng and have not been seriously damaged can still live in their own houses. Those who come from other places to visit relatives can live in their relatives' houses. Students from other places can live in student dormitories. And students whose homes are within the base can live back home. Migrant workers from other places can live in employee dormitories. All vacant houses and unused public buildings will be confiscated. And the rest of the people who have nowhere to go, including refugees and tourists, will be directly allocated housing by drawing lots. Water, electricity, and food are all distributed. On this basis, everyone has to do what they can to help build the base. The work is basically distributed, and skills are assigned to positions, according to the importance of the work and the working hours. They can receive a share of resources in addition to the basic relief materials. Paper currency disappeared decades ago, and the currency stored in electronic accounts is now equivalent to useless. Compared with those meaningless numbers, People now value a portion of food in their hands more. Feng Boming's home is in the urban area of Jincheng. His parents are both university teachers. Their home is not an apartment building, but a very old 4-story house. It was passed down from his grandfather's grandfather's generation. After several generations of renovation, it is still habitable. Originally, Feng Boming had calmed down a little on the way, but when he saw the house where he grew up, he couldn't help but tear up again. Then you rest here for a while, and remember to report to the camp tomorrow. Feng Boming nodded to the civilian staff member, who took him home and was about to open the door to go in when a series of cautious voices came from behind him. Boming? Feng Boming froze his hands and turned his head. The faces of his parents whom he had not seen for a long time. The vision seemed to be shrouded in mist. Feng Boming stretched out his hand to wipe his eyes, ran over and hugged them. Dad. Mom. Feng Xiaofeng and Su Jinyu also hugged him tightly. They were not young anymore, but they still couldn't stand crying and looked embarrassed. Su Jinyu gently hit his shoulder. You kid. If you don't come back, we'll all go out to look for you. Feng Xiaofeng patted his shoulder heavily. I said you would come back. You've been so capable since you were a child. I thought you would definitely find your way home. Your mother and I couldn't contact you at all during this period of time. Do you know how anxious we are? Feng Boing took the tissue handed over by his mother and wiped his face. I'm as anxious as you are. Feng Xiaofeng noticed the civilian staff next to him and said, Thank you so much, sir, for sending our son back. Come in and have a meal. The other party declined bluntly. You guys have a good reunion. He will go to the military camp for training tomorrow. That's it. I'm leaving first. Su Jinyu worriedly asked. What training? Have you joined the army? Feng Boming put his arm around their shoulders. Let's go in first. I'll tell you slowly. The two of them didn't eat much. They used some of the food stored at home, the daily relief food, and the food they earned from work to make a good meal for Feng Boming. Feng Boming sat at the dining table and talked to them about what happened since school. He told them almost everything except the part that involved other people's privacy. He didn't encounter any major dangers along the way, so he talked about some happy experiences on the journey. Of course, he selectively skipped some cruel scenes. Feng Xiaofeng smiled and said, It was all thanks to that classmate named Mu Gui that you were able to come to Jincheng safely. Su Jinyu said, Then bring him home next time, and we will thank him and the friends who traveled with you. Feng Boming nodded. If he hadn't brought me with him at the beginning, I probably wouldn't have been able to get here smoothly, and, from the beginning, Mu Gui told him with certainty that his parents would be fine, and emphasized this to him many times along the way. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed by many emotions. The world suddenly became like this, and he was not without fear. Every day was filled with a sense of unreality. It was Mu Gui who walked in front of them, telling them a clear direction to move forward and what they needed to do, so that they didn't have to worry about anything. Having someone you can rely on and trust will make people feel relaxed and no longer anxious. Feng Xiaofeng saw that he was hesitant to speak, and asked with concern, What's wrong? Feng Boing smiled, Nothing. I just think it's not good to always rely on others, and I also want to help them. Su Jinyu then asked, The training you just mentioned, is it because you have strong superpowers, so you have to go for training? Feng Boing nodded, Yes. My superpowers are indeed more advanced. Just like you have your own work to do, and I also have my own things to do. Feng Xiaofeng, that's true. But, oh, which parent would want their child to face danger? According to what you said, are you going to fight those mutant creatures directly? Feng Boming smiled and comforted them. I have come this way all the way. It's okay. As long as you are strong enough, there won't be too much danger. He also had no idea about the huge disaster that Mu Gui said this base would face. At least, he couldn't let his parents worry in advance. Ah. Feng Boming suddenly spoke. What's wrong? The parents asked hurriedly. Feng Boming waved his hand and couldn't help laughing. He realized that Mu Gui had the same idea, because it is useless to worry about something that has not happened yet. Mu Gui only told them what they need to do to prepare for the disaster, but did not tell them the details, just to make them worry-free. Because whether they worry or not, things will always happen. He considered this for them in advance, and Mu Gui had already told Lieutenant Colonel Yang and the other two, and it is estimated that they have already started preparing for the defense plan. It was so reassuring and thoughtful from beginning to end. Along the way, it seemed that they were fighting for the team, but in fact, Mu Gui had been leading them in front and planning everything for them. Just as he was thinking this, the doorbell rang. Who is it at this time? Feng Xiaofeng stood up and prepared to open the door. Feng Boming had already had some premonitions, so he ran downstairs first. Mugui raised his hand. Hi. I came to play after get off work. He and Yan Mingsu had just finished a day's search. Feng Boming smiled brightly. Come in. My parents and I were just talking about you. Feng Xiaofeng and Su Jinyu knew he was the person Feng Boming was talking about when they saw him, and welcomed him warmly. Come on. We haven't finished eating yet, so it's a good opportunity for us to eat together. Mugui sat down without hesitation. Uncle and aunt, I will cook for you some other day. My cooking skills are not bad, and Boming knows it. Su Jinyu, he just talked to us about his journey, and half of the time, he was talking about how delicious your food is. Feng Boming scratched his head in embarrassment. Mugui smiled. In order to let them eat good food along the way, I have to spend more time and effort. And slowly I became proficient. He has been trying to contact you all the way, but he always failed to contact you. Now he can finally rest assured. Feng Xiaofeng, this is all thanks to you. Our family really doesn't know how to thank you. Mugui shrugged. He is more modest. But it's the opposite. He is so capable. He has been protecting us all the way, so we can get here unscathed. Feng Boming, if you hadn't taught me, I wouldn't have been able to use my abilities so quickly and skillfully. Su Jinyu, besides, we are also very grateful that you didn't go anywhere else but came here first. Mugui, that's because I came here for another purpose. And this place is a must. He didn't elaborate on this. He looked at this family with a secret nostalgia, but he tried his best not to let his attitude be noticed. In his previous life, when his abilities were not detected, it was Feng Boming and his parents who took him in, let him live in their home, and took care of him like their own son. He still remembered this kindness. Mugui continued, Bo Ming will go to training next, and I will be the instructor again. I came here to tell you about this. Su Jinyu said anxiously. Bo Ming just told us that he will have to fight against powerful mutant creatures later. Will he be in danger all the time? Can I refuse this job? Mugui, I asked Lieutenant Colonel Yang for the right to choose. He looked at Feng Boming. Feng Boming continued, I chose to fight myself. Feng Xiaofeng clenched his fists. You obviously don't have to go. You can ask for a safer job. Feng Boming said slowly, my home is here. My family and friends are all in this base. Now that I have such ability, I can't help but go to fight. Su Jinyu listened and couldn't help crying again. Feng Xiaofeng's eyes were red again. As parents, they were proud and sad to hear such words. No parent would send their son to the front line without hesitation. The world is changing too fast. They were just an ordinary family in peacetime. They just wanted their children to live a safe and healthy life and do what they like. Feng Boying held their hands. Don't worry about me too much. I'm not a child anymore. I will take good care of myself and try not to get hurt. Feng Xiaofeng sighed. You have to think about it. Once you do it, it will be hard not to continue. Maybe your efforts and rewards will not be equal at all. And it will even be hard to have a day off. This is a glorious road, but also a bumpy road full of bloody thorns. Feng Boming said, I know all this. He glanced at Mugui and smiled. I am not such a righteous person, and I don't want to sacrifice myself. I will try my best to make myself comfortable and rest well when necessary, so as to fight better. Mugui smiled. There are definitely dangers in actual combat, but as long as I am still in this base, I will ensure that he will not be injured. Feng Boming was stunned, remembering that Mugui would leave eventually, and he was going to the capital. After things here were settled, he would leave. He seemed very busy these days. Feng Boming blurted out, Do you want to stay at my house today? Mugui looked at him, and after a while said, Sure. Mugui guessed that he had something to say to him. Feng Boming knew it by looking into his eyes. He really had a strange feeling most of the time. They had not known each other for that long, but Mugui could see through all his thoughts. Is this also the reason why he knows another future self? What about Mugui himself? What exactly does he want to do? There was no time to ask clearly along the way. Feng Xiaofeng and Su Jinyu did not say more about Feng Boming. They could not accept this matter so frankly, but still said, You have made a decision. No matter what we say, you will not change it. But if you don't want to do it anymore, just come back. Even if others blame you, your family will always protect you. Don't let the sense of responsibility overwhelm you. Although they all knew that they didn't have the final say in this world, they still made such a decision. Family always comes first for them. Feng Boming, I know everything. Don't worry. Feng Xiaofeng and Su Jinyu also welcomed Mugui to stay overnight and prepared a room for him. Feng Boming and Mugui stood on the balcony and looked outside. The prosperous city, that was once brightly lit like a white night, was almost completely turned off, which was also the result of power control. Feng Boming suddenly said, "Thanks to you for all this journey. Mugui, I don't know how many thanks I've heard. We help each other. Or I'll say a lot of thanks to you. See if you'll get annoyed." Feng Boming, haha. I know. Not only in terms of material life. You also take care of our emotions. I look like this, but in fact, my emotions are still quite fragile. If it weren't for you, I might have collapsed halfway through the journey. Mugui. He said the same thing. Not every word was the same, and the situation was different. But he thanked him, too. He was the one protecting him at that time. Mugui. Don't say that. I should thank you. If it weren't for you, how could I have made it home? You see, I always smile. But if it weren't for you, I would have collapsed long ago. You were by my side, so I could hold on. There were so many dangers on the road, but you remained calm. I couldn't have made it home alone. How do you know I wasn't scared, silly? How could that be? You are braver and more reliable than anyone I have ever met, whether in the past or now. Mugui said, "You are exaggerating. He is not as good as he said. Bringing them with him is more of a use. If he didn't have a powerful person by his side, he would definitely not be able to survive alone. In addition, he made them strong in order to make them fight to create a good environment for him. It was like this in the past, and it is still like this now. He would say nice things to achieve his ultimate goal. In the end, people still live for themselves." Mugui sighed. "Feng Boming, this is what I want to do. You and my parents are thinking about me. What about you? What do you want to do? You have been doing things for others along the way." Mugui had already made clear his goal, and said it very smoothly. "Me? I want to be in a very safe base. Have my own house. Receive a generous pension. Enjoy a peaceful life. No need to work. No need to fight. Just lie in bed and sleep. Wake up. Play games. Eat whatever I want. And go out to buy whatever I don't want to do. And occasionally go to the park to spend time." Feng Boming smiled and said, "What do you mean by retired old man? You are only 20 years old. Don't you have anything you want to do? The body is 20 years old, but the inside is not. Mugui, it is best to retire before 30. The earlier the better. I don't have anything I want to do. It is best not to do anything. It is too troublesome to raise things, and I am too lazy to learn new things. Isn't it for such a life that people work hard? Do you know how difficult it is to live such a life?" Feng Boming thought about it. It seemed so. But he suddenly noticed that in such a disaster situation, where is the truly safe base? But, didn't you say? 20 years later. Feng Boming felt that Mugui would not give a clear answer, but he still asked. Mugui chuckled, "Yes. The world will be completely ruined in 20 years. Mugui patted his shoulder. "So, after this time, it's not the end. I may still need your help. World peace depends on you people. Although Feng Boming may stay here, but when he needs him at a critical moment, he will ask him for help without hesitation. His retirement life is the same." Feng Boming smiled bitterly. "Is it that easy?" Mugui, "It's not easy. But you have to do it. If you can do it, the world will not end. If you can't do it, the world will end. It's that simple." Feng Boming looked into his eyes. He spoke of something extremely heavy, but his tone was completely relaxed and his eyes were deep. There was a clear path in his eyes. Not only to Jincheng. The path that Mugui envisioned was paved to the distant future. Feng Boming didn't know why he had such a feeling. What he said, "I have to do it," was not just a joke, but it was full of real weight. "Feng Boming, I will help. No matter what you want to do or where you want to go. Just say a word and I will rush over." Mugui laughed. "You are so easy to fool. By the way, do you really believe that the world will be destroyed in 20 years? Feng Boming, are you lying to us?" Mugui was silent for a moment. "No." Feng Boming stared back with pure and innocent eyes. "Most of the predictions you have made so far are correct. I have no reason not to believe you." He believed him from the beginning, and he will never regret his trust in him until now. Mugui stared at Feng Boming for a long time. Although he didn't smoke, he didn't know why he had the urge to light a cigarette to numb the pain of his conscience. Feng Boming, don't think about doing everything yourself. Mugui, I won't. I will ask many people to do it. Why should I make myself so tired? You know I am very lazy. I will never do anything if I can avoid it. Feng Boming, what if you have to do it? Mugui, I will do my best to create a situation where that situation will not happen. What terrible thing are you talking about? It's okay for him to deal with some minions and do some light auxiliary work. But he doesn't want to repeat the hellish life of his last life. Feng Boming, haha. Are you confident or arrogant? Mugui, my arrogance comes from my trust in you. So I will start training from tomorrow. I believe in you. Except for the days when it rained heavily. They were on the road all the time and didn't have much time to train. Now there is still a month left. So they will work hard after a little encouragement. Feng Boming smiled. Didn't you say not to work too hard? Mugui, combining work and rest is the best way to maximize efficiency. Feng Boming asked again, did the me you once knew see my parents properly? Did you protect them well? Mugui smiled. Yes. The former is yes. The latter is no. Feng Boming's expression sank behind Mugui. And he clenched his fists at his side. Mugui would lie to him. This is a lie. Feng Boming saw it now. But he didn't expose it. He gently relaxed his eyebrows. Really? Then I will do it this time too. Chapter 33 Goodbye Gray. After finishing the ability assessment of all the survivors, Mugui wandered around with his group. Sometimes to Feng Boming. Sometimes to Jin Mo. Sometimes to visit Ingjiu. And also visited Song Jiansheng and his lively family. Gushu also bothered them. Everyone was visited. Many people were training. But he was very leisurely. Eating and drinking normally. And wandering around the base. Some people in the base are familiar with Mugui. After all, his decoration and hair color are still eye-catching. But except for some insiders who know the inside story, no one knows much about his identity. Since the ability level and detailed information were identified, Lieutenant Colonel Yang summoned all the ability users above G level to the temporary camp for training, with clear combat and auxiliary functions. After watching Mugui training his partners, Lieutenant Colonel Yang also wanted him to become the instructor of these ability users, but was rejected by Mugui. Each of these people's abilities has its own appropriate use. For now, every superpower is needed, but I am not familiar with their abilities. It will take a long time to get familiar with them. We should not waste time now. Let them study their abilities first. The Lieutenant Colonel should be able to use them in the future. Lieutenant Colonel Yang felt a little sorry, but he did not force it. However, there are 3 people who can be used first. Lieutenant Colonel Yang asked, oh? Who are they? Fan Fangyan, Gao Yuan, Ping Xiaoshi, Fan Fangyan. She just built the wall these days. Her ability is indeed precious. But her work should stop here. Fan Fangyan is the one who can create metal, and is also one of the few VG level users in this base. Her ability is far more than that. It's a pity to let her only devote herself to construction. Mugui said this while looking at her information. Because she was busy building the wall before. Qing Jian went to identify her ability directly, and found that she can control metal and create metal. The cost of creating metal is very energy consuming. Like the shield user she met before, she needed to eat a lot to maintain her ability. She used to be a plump woman, but now she has become very thin. Because of this ability, her body's metabolic system has become abnormal. The speed of digestion and absorption is many times that of ordinary people. And of course the excretion is also. So she suffered for many days. It costs her to create metal. But it does not cost to control metal. This is the true value of her ability. Mugui said. Lieutenant Colonel Yang thought for a while after hearing what she said. And then said, then I will call her to train tomorrow. The more people with special abilities who can directly engage in combat, the better. Mugui smiled and said, let her rest for a while. Then tell her the skills. And let her try to use her abilities on her own. If you push her too hard, she will not be able to bear it. Lieutenant Colonel Yang asked again, what about the remaining 2 people? I think their abilities are only F and G. Mugui, Staff Officer Yan's ability is only F level. And it is still very useful. Lieutenant Colonel Yang laughed, yes. You are right. We cannot only look at the ability level when hiring people. He found that before he knew the level, he could still assign positions according to the function of each ability. After knowing the level, He could not help but use the level to judge the value of people's ability. Mu Gui continued, Ping Xiaoshi's ability is spiritual, which will be very useful at critical moments. But she is too young and needs to prepare herself mentally in advance. And Gao Yuan's ability can be used to detect the movement outside at any time. Relying entirely on drone detection may have omissions. He can be sent directly to the wall now. Just in case. Lieutenant Colonel Yang looked at the data and agreed with his idea. He took a quick look at the ability files stored in the database from his watch. He secretly wondered how Mugui selected these abilities from these files. 2,000 was not a small number. It would take him several days to look through them carefully. However, this was not the purpose of Mugui's visit today. Mugui was about to say something, but Yan Xinqiu behind him said, Mugui, you can't wait for your teacher to come. Mugui immediately closed his mouth and narrowed his eyes. He had a hunch that this guy's opening his mouth would definitely mean something bad. Another ghost floating behind him, who almost never spoke, also spoke. I was thinking about it before. The master you are talking about. Could it be me? But I only have 2 disciples. Feng Boming, you are the only master of that guy and me. Who else could it be? Yin, I think his physical skills are taught by you. But we don't remember him. Mugui immediately felt overwhelmed. And he held his forehead with his hand. Lieutenant Colonel Yang asked, What's wrong with you? He seemed to see Mugui hesitated to speak. Mugui pursed his lips as if he wanted to speak again, but was interrupted by Yan Xinqiu. Yan Xinqiu, you better go pick him up. Otherwise he might die. And he will be killed as soon as he lands. Mugui's eyes condensed. Yan Xinqiu smiled. I mean, it's possible. If he doesn't die. Don't blame me for lying. The person who was cursed by him. No. The ghost said with a smile, You mean I will be killed? You also have the ability to predict? Feng Boming sneered. We can't use our abilities in this state. And he can't use them either. The same. Yin frowned. The tone of your voice is so fucking disgusting. Yan Xinqiu was not angry at all. And still smiled. I'm just kindly reminding you. Mugui really couldn't stand the 4 ghosts behind him singing the same drama. But he couldn't ignore what Yan Xinqiu said. Yan Xinqiu probably knew this too. Whether he was lying or not. Mugui had to go and confirm it in person. Lieutenant Colonel Yang waved his hand in front of him. Xiao Mu? What are you thinking about? In his eyes, Mugui showed a rare solemn expression, and seemed to be distracted during their conversation. Mugui stood up and said quickly, Lieutenant Colonel Yang, remember I told you when I first came that someone from Beijing would be sent to contact us in the near future. If the time had not been shifted due to my interference, it should be today. I went to the airport to pick them up in advance. After saying that, he went out directly. When he opened the door, Yan Mengsu was outside. He nodded to her and left in a hurry. Lieutenant Colonel Yang also stood up with him. Wait? How do you know? Yan Mengsu looked at him. With a look of surprise in his eyes, Lieutenant Colonel Yang, the central government of Beijing has sent people. After they entered the contact range, they received a message saying that the helicopter will land at the first airport in about half an hour. Lieutenant Colonel Yang could only keep silent. So far, it has been thoroughly verified that all the predictions said by Mugui are true. The 2 of them followed closely behind, dressed up and set off for the first airport. In the end, Mugui took the same bus with him, which was the fastest. Lieutenant Colonel Yang asked, You are so anxious all of a sudden. Is something going to happen? Mugui frowned. I don't know yet. He looked up and saw Yan Xinqiu's smiling face. And his heart was furious. He hated it most when someone threatened him with the safety of the people he cared about. No matter whether what he said was true or false. He had to go. Which was exactly what he thought. But after being annoyed, he had to wonder why he said such words. Whether it was to remind him or to let him go. He couldn't think of a reason. Yan Xinqiu guessed what he was thinking again. He said slowly in a gentle tone, Mugui, I don't have any other reasons. I just don't want you to be sad. The victim laughed and said, Hey, I may not die at this time. But he turned to Mugui again. Will you be sad because of my death? You care about me so much? What is our relationship? It seems that none of us have any memory of you. Mugui turned her head away and didn't want to respond to them. It was like a small thorn stuck in the blood vessels of the heart, blocking it uncomfortably, but not easily pulled out. We're here. A voice came from the front. And they got off the car one after another. The original nameplate of the place that was originally a large international airport was removed. And the names and numbers were unified. This was also a change made to adapt to the base. The first airport is the largest and most important airport among them. It is usually empty, just waiting for help from other places. When Mugue and his companions got off the car, a helicopter was just overhead, preparing to land. Mugue and Lieutenant Colonel Yang walked over quickly. Mugue looked up at the dark green helicopter slowly descending, which directly strengthened his perception in all aspects. The roar of the rotating propeller was infinitely amplified in his ears. Mugue could only concentrate. Soon, such a fixed frequency sound was classified as white noise by him. All the movements within a radius of 100 miles were recorded in his ears and eyes. He could hear the footsteps of a non-mutated ant clearly. There was an open space all around. The helicopter landed. Mugue quickly scanned the area and found no suspicious people. So is it inside? He was thinking this, staring at the open door. Yin Xinqiu suddenly spoke again. It seems that the man is not here this time. He is safe. This sentence was incoherent, but it made Mugue relax his mind for a moment. But he immediately became alert. Who is that man? Not here this time? Although he didn't want to admit it, Yin Xinqiu's words did affect him after all. He could not feel at ease until he had received the person properly. A group of fully armed people jumped out of the hatch one after another, quickly and neatly forming a team. A few more people came out from the back. They were wearing their own casual clothes. The first person caught everyone's attention. With a tall figure like a model, he had to bend his body in half to get out of the narrow hatch. His ordinary sportswear was worn with a high-end texture. He had short silver hair, a mixed-race face, a high nose bridge, deep eye sockets, and a pair of snow-blue eyes as clear as an ice lake. His skin had an unhealthy sense of transparency, and he looked like an ice sculpture that would break at the touch. Delicate and fragile. Yin Mingsu murmured, Ross half-blood? Mugue opened his mouth, and a name flowed out of his mouth, Gray. The voice was very light, almost scattered with the wind in the wide place. But the man who looked like a Ross half-blood, about 26 years old, still caught the voice instantly, and he smiled. How do you know my name? Unlike his aura, I thought he was a cold person, but that smile was like spring water melting ice, which brought them closer. Gray floated out from behind Mugue, as expected. The man and the ghost said almost at the same time, but I have a Chinese name. I prefer to be called Yihui. Yihui walked forward and extended his hand to Mugue. Mugue stared at Yihui for a moment, then extended his hand and shook it. Smiling back, Feng Boming and Yen Suji were both stunned. They looked at each other and saw the understanding in each other's eyes. They finally knew where the familiarity of Mugue's smile came from. Yihui and Mugue now. Their smiles are so similar. Over there. The leader of the fully armed team saluted Lieutenant Colonel Yang. Mugue glanced and took his hand back. Yihui took his hand back and put it in his pocket, smiling and asking him, have we met somewhere before? Mugue smiled, if you have met before, you should not forgive me with your memory. Right? Yihui nodded, and his eyes stayed on Mugue with interest. There is training, but not at a professional level. The earrings are from a famous brand, and they have been worn for a long time. She is from a wealthy family. Judging from her skin condition, she is not someone who lives in the north all year round. The calluses on her hands are not caused by practicing shooting, playing musical instruments or practicing calligraphy, but by being an art student. She is used to observing and has a global vision. She is in a state of high alert. Her body is a little tense, and there is a thin layer of sweat on her temples. She is in a hurry, but she disguises these well. The object of alert is not herself, but things in certain environments. She knows herself. No, she can even say she is familiar with herself. That look was the look of someone who was familiar with him. Although it was logically contradictory to say that a person he didn't know at all was familiar with him. Yihui still made such a judgment. He firmly believed in his judgment. The tone of his voice was also familiar, and he did not hide it, judging from the fact that he could call out his name directly. Although he didn't know this person, he must know him. Knowing that he had a good memory. Knowing should not only be about knowing his public identity. A young man in his early 20s stood with the highest-ranking officer in the base, and was the first to know the news of the arrival. So he came to greet them. Yihui said directly, indeed. Such a handsome guy. It should be hard to forget him after seeing him once. How do you recognize me? Do you know my name? Mugue, you are at a school in the north, and I am in the south. We are not related at all. Before this, I have never seen you. But I know you. He didn't say that he was a student. Right? And he knew his school was in the north. Hui, you are the same as me? His words implied that he had hidden his true identity. Mugui said lightly, same. You are also a superpower. And I also know what superpowers you have. The answer was irrelevant. And Hui's eyes became more interested. Oh? He thought this dispatch was just a boring activity. But he didn't expect to be sent to an interesting person as soon as he got off the plane. It seems that this journey will not be boring. Yin Mingsu saw the red color on Hui's body. Lieutenant Colonel Yang also saw this outstanding man and asked, Captain Chen, who is this? Chen Yuan said, he is a reliable person who came with us to support us. He is a top student and master's degree graduate from H University. His Chinese name is Hui, and his English name is Gray. Hui turned to them and shook hands with him. Lieutenant Colonel, please take care of me. Lieutenant Colonel Yang just thought that he was a civilian helper like Mugui and his companions. This also verified what Mugui said in front of him a few days ago. Prophecy. He couldn't help but change his mind about Mugui. Hui seemed to see their eyes and smiled calmly. I am not mixed blood. My parents are both Russians. But I majored in Chinese language and lived here for a few years. So my spoken English is not bad. Half true and half false. It is true that he is not mixed blood. His parents are both Russians. Born and raised in China. And of course he is also. Because he is a Russian. He studied at H University as an international student. So he was in contact with foreign students. Chinese is not only good. It is his mother tongue. But he can switch between 7 or 8 different languages seamlessly. He even speaks authentic northeastern accent. But because it is easy to expose his identity, I have never heard him speak it. Mugui thought that even with Hui's extraordinary observation ability, he should be confused by now. Especially about his identity. First get his attention. Then gain his trust. After sensing the surrounding environment again, Mugui's guard was quietly lowered. Now it seems that it was a false alarm. But even if someone wants to kill Hui, his ability is not for show. How can he be killed so easily? But what is Yan Xinxiu's intention in scaring him? Anyway, he will come to pick him up sooner or later. And it doesn't make much difference if he comes earlier or later. What's the benefit for Yan Xinxiu? Mugui looked in the direction of Yan Xinxiu. And he happened to look over with a smile. It can be seen that he is waiting for him to ask. Mugui really wants to know his purpose. But he also knows that once he opens his mouth, he may fall into a trap step by step. Unless it is absolutely necessary. He must suppress his curiosity. If you talk to him, you will make mistakes if you talk too much. They exchanged pleasantries, got to know each other, and were about to go back after greeting each other. Hui walked to Mugui in small steps. He wanted to ask what he was guarding against, and why he seemed to have let down his guard. But everyone around him was still there. So he couldn't say it directly. So he quietly sent a silent text message to Captain Chen with his watch. Captain Chen, please send someone to investigate whether there are signs of someone lurking near the airport. A team member quickly and quietly withdrew from the back of the queue. When Mugui noticed this, he couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Hui looked at him and silently added another thing in his heart. Extremely sharp perception. Hui remembered at this time and asked, I just said my name. But I don't know your name yet. Mugui. Mu of shepherding. Wang Gui Gui. Chapter 34 Thunder in the Clear Sky. Mugui asked one of the ghosts behind him, Lei Chen. I remember you said you have arrived in Jiangling City now. What is the exact time? Lei Chen spoke for the first time. Why did you ask me to come? He probably had seen some of the situation. And did not ask why he knew him. Mugui said lightly, help you solve your ability problem in advance. Lei Chen reacted immediately after hearing this. And immediately said, I arrived 4 days ago. He told him the specific address. On the way to Jinqing, they passed by Jiangling City. But at that time Mugui Lycan was far away. And they did not have convenient means of transportation. So he could not go around to pick him up. And could only wait until now. Mugui then went into the office and said to Lieutenant Colonel Yang, please lend me a helicopter and a pilot. I will go to Jiangling City to pick up a superpower. Then he pointed at Hui and said to Captain Chen Yuan, please lend me this person as well. Lieutenant Colonel Yang asked, is it related to what will happen next? Mugui nodded. It can play a big role. Captain Chen Yuan asked, why Hui? Because he is the strongest. Mugui said, as a matter of course. Hui touched his chin. I am embarrassed to be praised so much. His expression did not show any sense of being overwhelmed. This Baizé Special Forces unit stationed in the north only took Yihui, a superpower, to investigate the situation at various bases. The journey was difficult and full of dangers. Only he was needed alone, which showed that his strength was recognized. Captain Chen Yiwen has also been paying attention to Mugue since he got off the plane, especially seeing Yihui showing great interest in him. Yihui is used to building good relationships with everyone, and they all know this. But his closeness is not close to his heart, but just a necessary means to obtain information and intelligence. It is comfortable to get along with Yihui, but he always keeps a proper distance from everyone, and will not show excessive concern unless necessary, which is a signal of his friendliness. If he showed great interest in someone, then this person must have the information he wanted to know. And an ordinary person has actually gained the trust of the Lieutenant Colonel. Chen Yuan turned to Lieutenant Colonel Yang and said, "Lieutenant Colonel, don't you know who this person is?" Lieutenant Colonel Yang looked at Mugue, who nodded. He said to Captain Chen, "He is a prophet." Chen Yuan's eyes changed. Yihui raised his eyebrows. He was allowed to hear such a secret? For the time being, his current identity is considered a civilian assistant. Mugue was too lazy to explain again. He said directly, "Then please ask Lieutenant Colonel Yang and Captain Chen to explain. I hope to go with him to pick up people now." Yihui smiled and pointed at himself. "What do you think?" Mugue glanced at him. "You are not going. Then you stay. Lieutenant Colonel Yang will accompany me. Anyway, this base must have someone to control it." Yihui, Yang Xuanxu. I really don't know whether to say he is decisive or casual. Yang Xuanxu held his forehead and shook his head. "I can't." Yihui, I didn't say I won't go. But you have to tell me where to pick up who, and why to pick him up. Mugue said it very straightforwardly this time. Jiangling City. Lei Chen. A supernatural person who controls lightning. He is a reliable fighting force. Yihui found that he had more doubts. And to solve these questions, he had to follow Mugue and slowly understand them. Lieutenant Colonel Yang gave them permission and assigned them a valuable helicopter and pilot. They had a simple lunch and prepared to set off. Are 3 people really enough? It's very dangerous along the way. Lieutenant Colonel Yang looked at the 3 people and said with some concern, "Too many people will hinder him. The fewer people, the easier it is to protect him." Mugue said, "Yihui, you really understand. In short, you must come back safely." The ability of the confirmed prophecy alone is enough to list Mugue as a key protected person. After hearing the details, Baizé's captain will probably decide to take Mugue to Beijing directly. Before getting on the helicopter, Yihui asked, "Don't you need to bring anything?" Mugue, "Just have this mouth. Bring the people back. No need to waste time." Yihui smiled. "Your temperament is really to my liking." Mugue said lightly, "Every type of temperament is to your liking." Yihui couldn't help laughing. Ha ha. To be honest, he hasn't been so happy for a long time. The pilot who took Yihui and Baizé's team thought that it was the first time he saw Yihui being speechless. It took only more than an hour to fly to Jingzhou in a highly maneuverable helicopter. On the way, they also encountered mutated aerial raptors in Beijing, which showed extraordinary interest in their aircraft. They opened the doors on both sides in advance. Mugue and Yihui both sat firmly in their seats, with their seat belts fastened. Most of the flying beasts could not get within a dozen meters of the helicopter, and they broke into several pieces and fell down. Yihui just looked outside to enjoy the scenery throughout the whole process, and his posture did not change much. Mugue didn't take these things to heart and pointed out the landing point for the pilot. "Start landing." The pilot notified, and the helicopter slowed down and lowered its altitude, and finally landed on a wide and straight road. However, when they just got off the plane and their feet just landed on the ground, their whole body suddenly shook. Yihui subconsciously supported Mugue. Mugue waved his hand and raised his head. At that moment, they saw a thunderbolt falling from the sky not far away. Thunder in the daytime. The dazzling flash first caught the eye, followed by a deafening sound. Everything on the ground was briefly shaken up. The brief weightlessness and rapid fall to the ground made people's hearts hang in the air. Yihui asked, "Is that the person we are looking for?" Mugue nodded. "Let's go." "Oh, you are worthy of being Lei Chen. Such a big guy. You solved it with one move." The uncle patted his shoulder and rushed forward with the people around him, tied up the huge goose with a rope, and worked together to drag it to the truck. Lei Chen retracted his right fist, turned it over, and there were two parallel lines of numbers and letters engraved on the back of his hand like a tattoo. 199W9610. 09Y08M. He frowned. He had a vague idea of what this meant. These two lines of numbers appeared when he first discovered his awakening ability. At first, he thought that some numbers were printed on his hand, but he couldn't wipe them off. And then the lightning ability appeared. At the beginning, it was not these numbers engraved on it, but 200W, 10Y. As time passed, the numbers above and below changed. After more than 3 months, he finally realized that the numbers above, plus the number of mutants he killed during this period, were exactly 2 million. That is, the more he killed, the smaller the number. The numbers and letters below are probably the year and month. Today is August 2nd. Starting from April 1st, when the disaster occurred, 4 months have passed. It starts to decrease from 10 years, and the number of 9 years and 8 months is correct. Just watching the numbers decrease, his ominous premonition in his heart became stronger. The color of this tattoo is bright red. It seems to be warning him of something. He checks the back of his hand several times a day, especially every time he hunts mutant animals. Every time he hunted, the number would get smaller. His ability was too strong, and he didn't believe that such a good thing could fall into his mouth. This kind of thing would never happen to him. Strong ability also represents an equal price. This has been proven to others. He couldn't think of anything just by thinking like this. He had to give up every time, which aggravated his anxiety and irritability. But he couldn't stop the passage of time, and he couldn't help killing mutants. So many people were waiting for food. He clicked his tongue slightly and put on his gloves again. Just as Lei Chen was about to leave, a slight electric current ran through his spine. This was something like a danger alarm. It would only appear when encountering particularly dangerous or numerous mutant creatures, or particularly powerful psychics. Lei Chen turned around suddenly and took a fighting stance. Lei Chen, let's go! What are you still doing there? Lei Chen shouted. Everyone gather here. This situation had happened several times before. They were startled and quickly abandoned their prey and gathered behind Lei Chen, holding their various weapons. After a while, Lei Chen saw two people walking out from behind the abandoned vehicle in front of the road. One with silver hair and one with pink hair. The hair color was very interesting. Both were tall men, and their looks were hard to ignore. However, the most dangerous aura also emanated from those two people. Lei Chen stood in front of the crowd, and his scalp was a little numb now. The throat beat rolled gently. If the two people did not intend to attack immediately, he planned to negotiate. See if the other party is a friend or foe. Mugui pulled something out from behind her, raised her hand, and shook it vigorously. Lei Chen looked over carefully and was stunned. Then, in an instant, the tension in his body disappeared and he blinked. The silver-haired man couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Ha ha. You? The pink-haired man shook the small flag tied with chopsticks and torn white curtain cloth expressionlessly. A group of people are waiting for us over there. Are they going to fight? It's scary. The silver-haired man smiled and waved at them. We have no ill intentions. Don't be afraid. The pink-haired man walked straight up to him and said, Lei Chen, we are here to find you. The uncle asked, Lei Chen, do you know them? Your classmates? Lei Chen shook his head. He didn't know these two people at all. I don't know you. Mugui smiled. It's enough that I know you. Lei Chen's eyes became alert again. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Mugui pointed at his hand. 2 million. 10 years. I know something related to your ability. Lei Chen's pupils trembled. What? Mugui pointed at the group of people behind him. Let them go back and rest first. We will have a good chat. Lei Chen hesitated for a while, turned around and talked to his companions behind him, and they took the prey back to the base first. Although they were also worried about Lei Chen's safety, they trusted his strength more. Without them, he would be more advantageous in fighting or escaping. Lei Chen took off his gloves and said coldly, How do you know about my ability? Yi Hui also showed a curious look beside him. Mugui smiled. There are people who can identify superpowers in the base of Jincheng. Lei Chen gritted his teeth. What I'm asking is how you know now. Mugui changed her habit of keeping things a secret and said directly, You have to kill 2 million mutant creatures within 10 years. Otherwise you will die. Lei Chen's eyes widened. What? Yi Hui, wow. Mugui, I didn't lie to you. If you can't do it, you will die. And die ugly. This is the price of using your ability. The more you kill, the stronger your ability will be. If you can't meet this condition, sooner or later you will be buried with him. Lei Chen froze in place. Then his teeth began to chatter. Why should I believe you? So ridiculous. He knew in his heart that this was the most likely and reasonable explanation. And this man, who he didn't know at all, easily told the details of his ability. But this was too shocking. Mugui smiled easily. It's okay if you don't believe me. Anyway, there are still 10 years. If you have other ways to solve this problem yourself, that's great. It's okay if you don't want to solve it. Just wait to die. Everyone will die anyway. It doesn't matter if you die early or late. One word from you, and I'll leave. It's no loss to me. Lei Chen floating behind him seemed to burst out with countless black hands of resentment. Mugui smiled and ignored him. Yihui watched him tease people and felt it was very interesting. Lei Chen was silent for a long time. Mugui and Yihui were very patient, with their hands in their pockets, waiting for him. Finally, Lei Chen gave in, and he gritted his teeth and said, Do you know how to help me solve this problem? Mugui, if everything goes well, it can be completely solved within a month, provided that you work harder and follow me to Jinqing. Lei Chen. But, if what you said is not true. Mugui turned decisively. Okay. Let's go. 1, 2. Before he took 3 steps, Lei Chen grabbed his shoulders and said in a miserable tone of signing a contract, I'll go with you. Mugui turned around and held his hand. Smiling, thank you for your cooperation. Say goodbye to your partner briefly. Take your luggage. We will leave soon, and it will be completed within 2 hours. We will wait for you at the helicopter in front. On the helicopter, Yihui sat next to Lei Chen and talked to him. Are they really letting you go so easily? Lei Chen's face darkened. Of course they don't want to let me go. But I said, I have a terminal illness and will die soon. If I don't go with you for treatment, I won't live for more than 2 months. Mugui, this is what I taught him. Yihui, it's a good idea. Mugui, their base is well built. And Lei Chen is not the only powerful ability user. Although he is very strong, it won't stop running without him. We still need him more. And he must go this time. Otherwise, if he misses this opportunity, I don't know if he can meet the next one. Yihui, what chance are you talking about? Mugui raised her hand, extended her index and middle fingers, and made a 2. Lei Chen hugged his head and muttered, So why is it that there is no buff reward for achieving this kill condition, but a death penalty? Why am I always so unlucky? I thought I was lucky once, but it turned out to be the same. Mugui said calmly, Why be so pessimistic? Isn't it easy to achieve the conditions? After completing it, your ability will not be damaged, and it can even be strengthened. Lei Chen, then I owe you a huge favor. Favors are harder to repay than money. Right? Mugui showed a fox-like smile. If you think so, it's the best. It is a good character to repay a favor. This guy looks as cold as an iceberg, but he is actually a straightforward person who will repay a favor and a debt. Lei Chen always feels that he is stepping into the pit dug by others step by step, and his mood is even more depressed. He just paid off the debt owed by his family and thought he could live a new life. But the disaster came, and he was burdened with such a huge debt of life. Now it's going to be a more difficult debt to repay. The creditor is still such a person. Mugui, by the way, this guy is afraid of heights. It just so happens that we should do a desensitization therapy and throw him down. Anyway, your line can also hang him up. Right? Yihui, I used to be told that I have a bad personality. I think you are even worse than me. Lei Chen. He rolled his eyes and fainted, leaning on Yihui's shoulder. Yihui, he fainted because of you. Mugui, how can anyone be so frightened? Yihui, well, he's just pretending. Why don't we just throw him down? Lei Chen sat up straight immediately, but soon bit his body again and buried his head in his knees. Mugui said, How can you fight standing on the high wall like this? Find a way to overcome your fear of heights. Lei Chen. Then don't let me go to high places. Mugui, that may not work. You must go to high places. It will be more comfortable for you to overcome your fear. Lei Chen, hey, bastard. If I hit you, would you mind? Mugui, what a pity. You can't beat me. Lei Chen. If he doesn't use his abilities, he really doesn't have much fighting power. Yihui got interested. Why don't you be my apprentice? You? Do you want to be my apprentice? The words in my memory are still clear. Gray is still the same Gray. He has never changed. That's what Mugui thinks. Mugui paused and looked at his former future master. Okay. Let's fight. If you win, I will be your apprentice. Ihui smiled and said, Have you practiced? Mugui thought. I learned from you. Yeah. Ihui, then if I lose, I will be your apprentice. Mugui, I will decide if I lose. Ihui, that's fine. Lei Chen, aren't you afraid that he will make some random demands? Ihui, will you? Mugui, no. Ihui, then it's done. Lei Chen. He felt desperate about his displaced future. Chapter 35 Under the Deep Sea. August 28, 2060. This is the third truck. Are those kitchen wastes? And the leftover food wastes. I remember that the staff had guided every household to sort the wastes. Have they all been packed up? Will they be taken out and thrown away today? Some people saw trucks of garbage being transported outside the wall and were very puzzled. They chatted with their companions. It's just garbage. It has to be disposed of from time to time. Compared with this, I am more interested in the things installed on the wall. Do you know what they are? Wait. Let me check. What is this? I checked it too. Electromagnetic gun. Rail gun? But are these things on here much smaller than those in this picture? At this time, they saw the look in the soldier's eyes and were startled, and hurriedly walked away. But they couldn't help whispering. Don't you think there are more and more armed soldiers near the wall recently? Look, they all have guns in their hands. Although they usually carry guns, the level of armed alert seems to have been upgraded in the past few days. And even ordinary people like them can see it. Another person pointed upwards. Not only that, the walls, the top, all have machine guns and rocket launchers set up. My friend told me that several railroad tracks have been restricted. They are used to transport tanks. They should be set outside the wall soon. Wow! The man was about to say something. Ding ding ding. The two people's watches made sounds at the same time. They opened them and took a look. Important information will be released today. Please keep your communication equipment open and keep in close contact with people around you. Please do not fall asleep for the time being. Please inform those who do not have a usable communication device if you have the conditions. This is an advance notice. The specific situation will be announced through the base broadcast. Repeat it again. Oh! Again? What the hell is going on? They have received this kind of advance notice 3 times today, which is a bit annoying. They shook the collar of their sweatshirts and just glanced at the notice casually. Although they didn't take it seriously, they still tightened their breathing unconsciously. This summer is obviously hotter than usual. The sun was scorching recently, but there was more work to do. The construction of the base seemed to have been accelerated, which tortured people. Today, the sky was gloomy, and the dark clouds were heavy like lead. Because of the high walls, it was more like being trapped in a cage, and there was a smell of storm in the sky. Originally, they thought they should be happy that it was finally going to rain. But the base wall had been built and tightly sealed, so they couldn't help but worry about drainage. The last heavy rainstorm was just a month ago, and most people were still scared. Even they had a little intuition that something big was going to happen. They sat in a pavilion to rest, and more people joined the conversation. Could what was said in the group be true? Some of it might be true. All the people with superpowers were called away for training. I know a few of them. They said that many of the original staff of the chemical plant, as well as some university teachers, graduate students, and doctoral students, were also called away. I don't know what they are doing. Around mid-July, there were a lot of new survivors in the base. It seems that the army sent people to search the surrounding area and brought all the survivors to the base. Over the past month, the pace of work has obviously accelerated. It's really tiring to keep pushing us. There's only so much time, and we can't finish it even if we push us. But we've received more food, and there are obviously more vegetables and fruits. I heard that a plant-based superpower has come to the seedling experiment base. I wonder if it's true. That's good news. At this time, a team of military green trucks drove over. People were silent for a while, but all their eyes were on that side. It was Lieutenant Colonel Yang who got off the car. He was wearing a training uniform, like other soldiers. They lined up neatly, and he led them to the elevator on the inside of the wall. That was the express passage for the military. Wait a minute. Isn't that an elevator that only soldiers can use? Yes, What's wrong? I seemed to see a young man with pink hair going up this morning. But there were also a group of soldiers around him. Who? I don't know. When Yang Xuanqiu climbed to the top of the wall, he saw Mugui wearing a black jacket and pants, standing in the wind with his hands in his pockets. He walked to his side. Mugui looked into the distance, and there was no excitement, fear, worry, or other emotions in his eyes and face. Just very faint. Yang Xuanqiu asked, "Are you worried?" This question was also asked to himself. Yang Xuanqiu asked himself. In the past few months, he dared not to work hard. His resume was very luxurious. In this journey of life, he could be said to be a model of an excellent student. But before the disaster came, he never thought that he would face such a thing. He was just a person who grew up in peacetime and had not personally experienced even a real battle. He managed to come through and overcame all kinds of difficulties as much as possible, stepping into the battlefield without hesitation, fighting to protect the people, and fulfilling his responsibilities. Then he realized the weight of human life. The number of lives on his shoulders is increasing, from tens of thousands at the beginning to millions now. This is not a cold number, but so many fresh lives. The responsibilities of the newly formed base government are different from theirs. The operation of the base depends on their work, but they need to rely on the military's force. He was appointed in a critical moment, and because there was no one above him, he could only become the temporary supreme commander of this base. As a lieutenant colonel, he had a heavy responsibility, and no one could share it with him. It was not easier to maintain order in the base or fight against the mutated monsters. But he had to do both well. Otherwise there would be huge casualties. Human life was so fragile. In the world that had been turned upside down, humans were no longer hunters, but fleeing prey, and the food in the mouths of monsters. He had to protect people in such an environment. After he verified Mugui's prediction, he couldn't help but have nightmares at night. He was also afraid. He was afraid that he couldn't protect so many people, even at the cost of his own life. However, these days, he watched Mugui arrange everything in an orderly manner and put forward various feasible suggestions. He felt that the burden on his shoulders seemed to be lighter, and he didn't know why. Mugui would explain the reasons for everything he did in detail. He never emphasized and made them believe him, but kept taking practical actions. After working for so many days, people felt that he was really working hard to save the base. He always looked calm and unhurried. But Yang Xuanqiu always thought in his heart, he should be worried too. Otherwise, why would he make so many preparations? Mugui turned around and smiled faintly at him. I just like to watch the excitement. This is the best viewing platform. Yang Xuanqiu. It is possible that he was wrong. Lieutenant Colonel Yang sighed. Didn't you say you didn't want to go to the front line? This will become the most dangerous frontline battlefield at that time. You should go back and rest early. Your work ends here. Mugui smiled and didn't reply. He naturally didn't want to participate in the battle directly, if possible. Jean Mo was originally sleeping on the camp bed. Hearing what they said, he slowly sat up and rubbed his eyes. Uncle, when did you come? Mugui asked. How did you sleep? Jean Mo yawned. I slept until I woke up naturally. He looked at the watch. Slept for 8 hours. Mugui, yeah. Almost. Jean Mo got up, folded the bed and the makeshift tent, and looked outside the wall. What are those cars? He saw a string of cars drove to the bomb area and stopped. Lieutenant Colonel Yang, food waste. Mugui, bait. Jean Mo, Isn't it good to recycle waste? Mugui said. They want food. Give them food. Jean Mo looked at Mugui. Although he still did not reveal the truth about the disaster that destroyed the entire base. But he could at least guess something by looking at these. What is coming? If he asked like this, Mugui would definitely not tell him. You will know when it comes. It feels like she would say such words. So Jean Mo asked, I have been waiting for a day. What if it doesn't come? After asking, he felt that this question was familiar. Mugui shrugged and said, That's the best. No need to fight. Everyone go home and sleep. Jean Mo. Lieutenant Colonel Yang, I hope so too. Mugui smiled and said, If you really didn't come, please be lenient with me. Lieutenant Colonel Yang. Lieutenant Colonel Yang, all this is for the future defense of the base. There is nothing to punish. Mugui smiled gently. Then I feel relieved. Lieutenant Colonel Yang, who said he would take responsibility, was also much more lenient with him. Moreover, During this period, under the arrangement and instructions of Lieutenant Colonel Yang, the preparations for war can be steadily advanced. Mugui himself absolutely does not have the right to coordinate and arrange personnel. Lieutenant Colonel Yang. Several superpowers have been sent over. Yan Mingsu also walked to Yang Xuanxiu and said to him. The elevator stopped at the edge of the wall. Feng Boming, who was holding the golden hair. Yan Yan, who folded his hands. Qing Jian, who was full of worry. Song Jianxing, who was silent. Gu Shu, who was somewhat excited. Lei Chen, who was as cold as ice. And Yi Hui, who was smiling. A group of VG-level psychics gathered. Yang Xuanxiu's eyes narrowed slightly. He once again realized a fact he had overlooked. Most of these VG-level psychics, who played a significant role, were brought by Mugui. In addition to Yi Hui, who came from the capital. They were followed by Fan Fangyan, who kept wiping her sweat. Yang Xuanxiu thought about it. Although there were many powerful psychics in their base, and there were also several VG-level ones. After judgment, those with offensive ability were suitable for one-on-one combat, not suitable for multiple combat, and were not the people needed for large-scale offensive and defensive battles. Is it because of the prophecy that he can gather so many capable people? If he only knew the prophecy, he would not be able to get so many people with different personalities to follow him. The more Yang Xuanxiu thought about it, the more he felt that Mugui's real ability might not lie in prophecy. Is he collecting so many people with special abilities just to help this base fight against disasters? Although his existence is very reliable, Yang Xuanxiu also gradually began to trust him involuntarily and listen to his reasonable opinions. But his vigilance did not disappear completely. Mugui did not look like such a righteous person. On the contrary, his attitude was very casual. Although he talked to him sincerely at the beginning and said that he wanted to save so many people in this base. That smile hid a smooth calculation and an irresistible conspiracy. The look in Mugui's eyes when he looked outside the base just now. There was no worry before the war. It seemed that in Mugui's eyes, it didn't matter whether this base existed or not. This was the remaining doubt in his heart. However, Yang Xuanxiu did not lean towards this idea. He judged based on the known facts and interests. So far, Mugui is a friendly army. Nothing more. He would rather choose to trust him. So Yang Xuanxiu patted Mugui on the shoulder and said, "You have worked hard these days. Thanks to your help, we are well prepared. Even if it is really as you predicted, we have nothing to fear." Mugui looked over his shoulder and quietly looked at the superpowers coming. He said, "Lieutenant Colonel Yang, do you like overwhelming victory? Crush. One-sided. Unilateral massacre. You can say anything." Lieutenant Colonel Yang. He didn't know how to respond to his words for a moment. Mugui's expression suddenly became expressionless. And she said without emotion, "I prefer easy battles. So I found so many powerful psychics. It would be best if we could drive away the enemies and kill all the monsters without any effort." Jin Mo felt embarrassed when he heard it. "Uncle, are you starting again?" Mugui, but the truth is not always what I imagined. Jin Mo was stunned. He found that during the long time they had been together, he rarely saw Mugui without a smile. Even if he doesn't speak much, he always has a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his face. Like a beautiful mask that is always glued to his face. Mugui doesn't know what he thinks. He is only immersed in his own thoughts. The enemy is always far beyond his imagination. He survived for a long time. And he was one of the people who survived until the end of the world. But he always failed. He is very weak. He always relies on the sacrifice of others to barely survive. He was forced to stand on the front line. He had experienced countless battles. The battles were always difficult. The result was always failure. After the battles that were worse than death, behind the piles of corpses, there was always only a tragic defeat. He had never succeeded. Not once. So, Mugui laughed again. And his smile had a kind of beauty of breaking a jar. He had no way out every time. He had experienced the most tragic failures. So he no longer knew how to write the word fear. He just wanted to win. Win once. Countless failures. Just need that one success. No. One time is not enough. From now on, he will not allow any kind of failure to happen again in his life. Otherwise, why would he live again this time? To live well. Not miserably. Mugui spoke. 0. Mugui's eyes quietly burned with cold flames, as if to burn away the ruins under the sea. Lieutenant Colonel Yang looked at those thrilling eyes and blurted out, "What?" I want the death toll in this battle to be 0. Chapter 36 Bloody Sunset. Jincheng Base Command Center. Wang Dongqing was debugging the drone control screen in the room assigned to him, although the surveillance screen was also on the big screen outside. He made a backup for himself. Switching to drone number 07, the camera was aimed at where Mugue and the others were. I want the death toll in this battle to be 0. Mugue's words were definitely not loud, but the sound was recorded very clearly. Wang Dongqing gently dragged the camera interface and lay back on the chair. He entered the company as a temporary non-staff member. At this critical moment, he didn't take any entrance tests and was only responsible for emergency support. Although he was not given any important tasks, he remembered what Mugue had said to him before. Had the monitoring of this room been processed? Yes. I have adjusted the monitoring screens. They can only see and hear what I want them to hear. Well, then, I want to give you a task. It's not a disadvantageous thing. When Mugue put his arm around his shoulders and said this to him, Wang Dongqing could only nod his head repeatedly. In such a world, if people want to live here peacefully, this base needs a hero. So let's create a hero. Wang Dongqing, how to do it? Mugue, you have checked the drones. And you also have the right to debug and view the monitoring. Make a source and control it yourself. I am not very clear about this. Can you do it? Wang Dongqing wiped his cheek. I can. But this, if it is discovered. Mugue, I'm not using these to do anything bad. I want you to record the battle scenes, especially the scenes of Lieutenant Colonel Yang's battle. Wang Dongqing, if it's just something like this, the staff outside have been doing it all the time. You can ask them. Mugue said, they need to focus on the battle command and transmission. And you just need to focus on tracking the hero of this base. After the battle is over, edit the battle scenes related to him, and send them to the contact group or forum of the base people. Wang Dongqing's sweat dropped. This is not allowed? Mugue persuaded, after the matter is done. I will ask for the opinion of Lieutenant Colonel Yang. It's not a bad thing. Moreover, if the battle starts, the residents near the wall can also observe the battle on the wall with their own eyes. It is not considered a leak. Lieutenant Colonel Yang is not such a rigid and inflexible person. Wang Dongqing. This should be called a done deal or acting first and reporting later. Right? Wang Dongqing. Is it true that I will not be punished? Mugue smiled and said, I will take full responsibility for anything that happens. I forced you to do it. You are not responsible at all. Wang Dongqing. What can he do? He can only do it. Now. Wang Dongqing patted Ruby's head. Ruby. Retrieve all the high-altitude surveillance footage. Ruby blinked, and her eyes emitted a bright blue light, and dozens of small screens surrounded him. Wang Dongqing turned around in his chair, stretched his hands and waist. Next. We need to focus. In fact, the highly intelligent AI Ruby had already completed most of the operations for him. He just confirmed it once, and took a look at the pictures of each camera to get a general idea. He called up the program interface that had been checked by Ruby, scanned it quickly with his naked eyes, and gently pulled back and forth between two completely different command conditions with his fingers. After a while, he hummed a song easily, and went out of the room to pour tea. Ruby raised her head, and moved to the camera screen staring at the command center hall. Then moved to another screen. Her ruby-like eyes flashed for a while, and soon she put her head back on her two crossed front paws, swung her furry tail behind her twice, and closed her eyes, as if she was dozing off. On the other side, the delivery area of the second public hospital. Ingjio was lying on the surgical trolley. The doctor said to her, Don't be too nervous. The technology of in vitro fertilization is relatively mature. Even if the baby is premature, the chance of survival is very high. The medical equipment here is complete. And there is also the help of the fruit produced by the supernatural power. The probability of failure of the operation is extremely small. Ingjio smiled and said, Doctor, do you think I look nervous? The doctor said, I don't look nervous about giving birth. Is it for something else? You can take out the fetus earlier or later. Why did you suddenly say you want to take out the fetus by cesarean section a few days ago? Ingjio said, I hesitated for a while before finally making up my mind. You are right. I should have done it earlier. There is no time to rest and prepare now. Isn't it that those sisters always fooled me that natural childbirth is less harmful to the body? The doctor smiled and said, It depends on the individual's physical condition. It is not certain. But it is certain that no matter which one is harmful to the body, in vitro gestation is the least harmful to the body. Angio, if it weren't for the accident and force majeure, this child would not have been born into this world. The doctor sighed. I don't know whether it is lucky or unfortunate. Angio, originally. No one has the right to decide whether to be born or not. Born in such an era. She can only bear it. Doctor, do you think it would be better for her not to be born? That's not necessarily the case. Angio smiled and said, no matter what, she will come to this world. Please, doctor. Of course. Aiboji was counting seeds at the table. The seeds here were more diverse and numerous than those he had harvested from the farmer's market. But as he was counting, tears began to fall. His sister saw him and came to comfort him. What's wrong? Baiji? Why are you crying like this suddenly? Is it because you can't find your parents and brother? Other people who came to Jinqing Base successfully met their relatives. But his parents and brothers were missing. He didn't cry when he heard the news. Maybe he was hiding it in his heart. Of course there was this reason. But he was not sad at the moment. It was good news for him that his parents and brothers had no news. He would keep looking until he found them. He would not give up. He just suddenly thought of something else. Aiboji wiped his tears while crying. In fact, he often laughed here. This was the first time they saw him cry like this. Aiboji sobbed and wanted to stop crying, but it became even more violent. He remembered what Mugue said to him. You stay here for a few days, and don't go out. Okay? He didn't need to say it specifically. He rarely went out of the nursery base. Aiboji asked blankly, Brother Mu, what are you going to do? Mugue smiled at him. Go to deal with something. Is it troublesome? Mugue, a little. But I will solve it soon and come to pick you up. Wait here for me to come back. Okay? It was an inquiring tone. Every time my parents went out, they would also say something. But his opinion was irrelevant. All they wanted was a sentence. Okay. I will be good and wait for you to come back. So Aiboji didn't think that if he said, no, I want to go with you, would he take her with him? Aiboji didn't understand why he had to emphasize these days. He had always done this. So Aiboji replied, okay. I know. Just like he answered his parents and brother at that time. However, he couldn't help crying today. Just after he finished talking yesterday. He didn't know why he was crying. Because he was panicked and scared? It didn't seem so. His brother was so strong and reliable. He shouldn't worry about him. Is it because there was something a little troublesome to deal with? But he couldn't take him with him. He was still a child. His ability was not that strong. Mugue did this to protect his safety. He knew all this. However, no matter how many reasonable reasons there were, he couldn't convince his heart. Why? He would take others but not him. Because he couldn't help him in this matter. Although Mugue always told him that he had helped a lot and his ability was crucial. But at this time, he had to stay behind honestly. He would not let him know what the trouble was. He knew that Mugue had been preparing something. And his ability was one of them. He was very happy to be able to help, and was happy to do it. But Mugue would not tell him. To protect him. He knew he should not feel wrong because it was the truth. Aiboji was just upset that he was always so weak, and could not contribute more. Aiboji felt guilty for his stubborn and weak mind. But he could not control himself, and could only vent his inexplicable emotions by crying. He hoped that when Mugue came back, he could tell him these words. Feng's house. Feng Xiaofeng and Su Jinyu got up early. They sent Feng Boming off. When they got home, they sat opposite each other, opened the contact group, and looked at the messy messages. Feeling upset. They had been taking students to participate in the development of bombs during this period. And they also knew that Feng Boming had been training hard. So they knew that the base was preparing to deal with something. And today was the day to reveal the answer. They personally sent their son, who had returned home, to the front line again. Su Jinyu wiped the tears from her face, and quietly held her husband's hand. The two held hands tightly together, without saying a word. They never believed in gods and Buddhas. Now, there is no other way. They can only pray in their hearts. I hope he returns safely. After Mugue said that, she returned to her usual smile. Lieutenant Colonel Yang heard it and said, well, of course it would be best. It would be best if there were 0 casualties. For more than a month, they did their best to prepare everything. They were confident in their own strength. And now they were not afraid. Mugue said, Lieutenant Colonel Yang, it's all up to you. I'm waiting to see the scene of the great victory. He wanted to witness this victory with his own eyes. So he came to the best viewing platform. Qing Jian came over and said, "It's none of your business. Mu Gui, I'm here to encourage you. Don't be scared to the point of being unable to move before the battle." "Jin Mo, how can you be so timid?" Lei Chen seemed very tired. He said to Mu Gui with a sluggish face, "If you lie to me, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Lei Chen, who became a ghost. Yi Hui came close to him and said, "Mu Gui, I really want to know. Can you tell me secretly and only me? Please?" Mu Gui smiled, "Master, don't you think that the longer you wait, the more surprised you will be when you know the answer?" Yi Hui closed his mouth. Usually, Mu Gui likes to call him Gray. And when he is being mean, he will specifically call him Master. Lei Chen looked at Yi Hui. "When did you fight? You won?" Yi Hui raised his eyebrows, but didn't answer. Yin Yin came over and looked him up and down. Then tooted. Mu Gui asked, "Siji? What's wrong?" At this time, the question was switched to Yen Siji. Yen Siji smiled gently. He was too shy to say it. "So let me ask. Mu Gui, have you slept well and rested well these days? Didn't force yourself?" Mu Gui, "Of course." Yen Siji, "That's good. Mu Gui, what about you? Is it okay?" Yen Siji said softly, "I'm not afraid of this. Compared to facing monsters, he hated facing certain people more. His smile was always weak and without confidence, and just leave everything to Yin. I'll just watch most of the time." Mu Gui smiled and didn't continue his words. Feng Boming came over at this time, with a distressed look on his face. Jin Mo magically said, "Did you dye your hair again? And wear colored contact lenses?" At this time, Feng Boming's hair and eyes were platinum, and he was actually glowing all over. Feng Boing grabbed his hair and said, "How can there be such time?" Mu Gui said, "This is caused by the ability. You can try to control it yourself. Imagine collecting the light from your body, putting it in your palm, and then taking it back." But he was also surprised. His ability affected his physical appearance earlier than before. Before, it was the body that glowed. But this time it was the eyes and hair that were affected. As always, the description was very detailed. Feng Boing tried it as he was told. The bright light from his eyes and hair gathered in his palm, and he looked much more comfortable. Feng Boming, it wasn't like this before. It just suddenly became like this. Mu Gui, it's a good thing. It means your ability is getting stronger. Feng Boming, does it become like this every time I use my ability? Mu Gui smiled but said nothing. Feng Boming wanted to cry, but had no tears. Jin Mo touched his face and hair. "Will I change too?" Mu Gui, your hair and eyes turned black. You just didn't notice it. Jin Mo patted his chest. "It's okay. It's okay. Black is good. Black eyes and black hair. It's all normal. As long as it's not red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple or something else." Lei Chen also touched his straight hair. His face was turning green. They chatted here and there. Lieutenant Colonel Yang didn't have much time to chat with them. He took out his special communication device and asked, "Has the garbage truck returned? Please reply." Behind him, in the air, a communication drone was hovering. After being modified by technicians, they have played the role of small communication satellites. The wall is high, and these drones play a good role in relaying signals, which can ensure smooth communication. The drones are also equipped with cameras, which can observe the movements at all times and adjust the positions. There are nearly 100 such drones parked along half of the wall. Received. The transport vehicle has completed the operation and has returned smoothly. It is waiting for entry at the gate of the base. Yang Shuangxiu, received. He clicked on his watch, and some real-time images of drones sent out to monitor the ground situation appeared. Everything was normal. Mu Gui turned around and took a look. There were a lot of people in the base because the living space was compressed. The situation in the city was no different from before, and it even felt lively occasionally. Outside, the land on the west side of Jinqing was flatter than the east side. It was high above and had a panoramic view. The tall weeds and trees covered the city streets, which was just a thriving ruin. The land without people was desolate and lonely. It was so empty that it made people panic. Occasionally, some fierce mutant animals jumped out from invisible places. Mu Gui put her hands in her pockets and stood facing the wall in a very relaxed manner. At some point, the various voices on the wall gradually disappeared. They quietly watched a slanting sun in the distance of the dark sky slowly sink into the horizon. The dark clouds were thick, but no rain had fallen. The halo of the setting sun dyed the dark clouds, and the sky showed a gorgeous red and purple color. The sunset is blood red. Red is a festive color, but blood is an ominous sign. It all depends on how people interpret it. They have actually been waiting for a long time. They have been stationed on the high wall since early morning. From early morning to dusk. Lieutenant Colonel Yang can see the slight hesitation in the eyes of Yan Mingsu, who has been his assistant for a long time, and the doubts of his subordinates, who are standing by seriously, but are completely confused and don't know why they are standing here. What are we doing here? It was as if they could see these words in their eyes. Even the people brought by Mu Gui. Some of them also had different degrees of uneasiness. But because the degree was unknown, there were some, but not so many. Ji Nemo looked down at the time. It was 19:15. He couldn't help but speak, "Uncle." Beep beep beep. A sharp chirp interrupted his words. Lieutenant Colonel Yang immediately picked up the communicator. "This is Gao Yuan. Unusual movement was found in the southwest direction. Waiting for instructions." Lieutenant Colonel Yang replied, "Received." He immediately switched to another channel. The last trace of blood still remained on the ground, and the dark sky was already covered by a dark color. Ji Nemo couldn't help but look up. The sky was covered by thunderclouds, and the background color was only blood red. It was dark. Almost everyone on the wall breathed heavier at the same time, because that scene was exactly the same as the imagined end of the world. It only took a moment for the world to suddenly change. They witnessed the whole process of this scene with their own eyes. A white streak suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone raised their heads. Instantly, the dark sky was illuminated as bright as day. It was lightning. Boom! Followed by heavy thunder. The sound of a heavy hammer hitting the ground was like hitting people's hearts. It made people tremble all over. There was a constant buzzing in the ears. Before Yang Shuangxiu could speak, he heard a hoarse voice from the communicator. "Report. Abnormal images are coming from the southwest number 17 drone." That is. Yang Shuangxiu immediately retrieved the corresponding footage. The drone descended quickly, and the camera was aimed at an old alley engraved with mottled traces of time. Rusty gates. Houses full of age. Hit by high-rise buildings above. Collapsed houses piled up together, covering a large courtyard. And a brown-red thing gushed out of one of the gaps like a tide. The camera quickly zoomed in. People finally saw the true face of the thing. Chapter 37, Overt Conspiracy. That day, Mu Gui came to Lieutenant Colonel Yang's office. Mu Gui first found Lieutenant Colonel Yang because he knew this premise. Although Yang Shuangxiu, a young lieutenant colonel, was both virtuous and talented, he was not qualified to be the highest commander in a war zone. A few hours before the disaster, when the seed was observed to appear outside the Earth's atmosphere, the highest military commanders of each war zone were summoned to the capital for an emergency secret meeting. He guessed this news only when the disaster occurred. Even internally, this matter was top secret. Most officers only knew that the leader was on a business trip, and they didn't know where he went. But after the disaster, the entire military base underwent earth-shaking changes. Originally, there were several officers with higher ranks than him stationed in the base. As a result, when the disaster occurred, they all died. Some of them could not withstand the radiation and exploded, and some were hit by seeds. After contacting various departments and bases nearby, there were no officers with higher ranks than him. At present, he is the only highest-ranking officer left in this huge survivor base, and he has no choice but to take on this important responsibility. Mu Gui said sincerely, "It is really admirable that such a base that can accommodate so many survivors was built in less than 3 months." Lieutenant Colonel Yang showed no expression. "There is a post on the internet. I don't know if you have seen it. Half of it comes from that." Mu Gui smiled. "Many people have seen that post. I hope they can also build such a complete base." Moreover, the part about building the base in the original paragraph came from Lieutenant Colonel Yang and his think tanks. It was a successful experience he copied. Lieutenant Colonel Yang was unaware of it, but Mu Gui knew in his heart that he was the truly remarkable person. Yang Shuangxiu said, "It can't be done without the support of the team." "No. Let's not talk about this for now. Tell me in detail about what you just said." Mu Gui pointed to the map on the whiteboard. "We also saw it when we were outside. This wall is not completed yet." "Right." Yang Shuangxiu nodded. "There is a mountain on the east side. We built a wall around the traffic route around the city. On the right is a small mountain range, which is also a famous mountain forest scenic area. The altitude is not high, but there are many peaks and the roads are intricate and tortuous, blocking the entire east side of Jincheng. Mugue said, then we must speed up and fence the east side as well. The original plan was to complete it later. Why do you say that? Yang Xuanqi frowned and asked. The lush forests also mean ecological diversity. Thinking of the people who are afraid of mutant creatures, he decided to fence the wall later, but put the east side last. Mugue, the wall must not have any cracks. Otherwise, they will come in. He paused. Will come in? What? Yang Xuanqi couldn't help asking. The corner of Mugue's mouth curled up. Bugs and mice. Yang Xuanqi, Yin Mingsu. They haven't experienced this feeling of something stuck in their throats for a long time. And they all had the same idea at the same time. Just now they thought that what this person said was a little true. And they must have had a brain cramp. Yin Mingsu shook his head slightly and looked at Yang Xuanqi. Yang Xuanqi looked at Mugue with dissatisfaction on his face. Mr. Mu, if you joke again? Mugue gently interrupted him. I didn't say it was an ordinary bug. A mutated bug? Of course. Is harmless. With a little effort. Ordinary people can kill it. Larger mice are also people's favorite luncheon meat. What if there are hundreds of millions, trillions of insects and mice that can reproduce infinitely? Yang Xuanqi and Yin Mingsu's faces suddenly changed. Mugue's smile had been removed without knowing when, and his expressionless face was cold and stern. He didn't have the time to joke with them. Yang Xuanqi's hands, which were supporting the table, clasped unconsciously. He said after a while, Is this also what you saw in the prophecy? Mugue closed his eyes slightly and said in a steady voice, I want to stop all this. So I came here and found you. I said that the prophecy I saw can be changed. And I have done some of it. As for whether this huge disaster can be changed, the key lies in whether you can completely trust me and take action for it. However, I can conclude that if nothing is done, the 9 million people in this base, including the countless surrounding towns and the new base, will be completely wiped out. Without a doubt. Yang Xuanqi thought. His heart was beating so fast. Or when the disaster happened 3 months ago. No. Even then, he remained calm. Because there were too many things to do. He had no time to panic. And he had to act immediately. But now, when he heard a stranger make a sensational prediction, he wavered. The shaking hands were the best proof. Yin Mingsu couldn't help but speak. How is this possible? Mugue asked calmly. Why is it impossible? Yin Mingsu took a breath. Because she knew. She knew clearly. If the mutated monsters reached such a magnitude, no creature could survive under their trampling. And even the most powerful superpowers could not stop them. They had seen spiders with legs as long as 3 stories high walking through the streets. And every step could pierce a house, or the body of an unlucky human. They had also seen lovely national treasures that grew to the size of a huge conference hall, but just rolled over and crushed a community. They had also surrounded and suppressed a swarm of wasps that almost made a nest on the hillside. Fortunately, they wiped it out before the queen bee gave birth to more mutant wasps. In this world, nothing is impossible. Mugue looked at them and thought. Just like that. We must first realize the seriousness of this matter before we can continue. Yang Xuanqi is a reasonable person, so he dared to come directly. Mugue continued, Insects and mice are creatures with extremely strong reproductive ability. Now it is July. This is a basin. The terrain has not changed. And you should have noticed that the temperature is rising more rapidly than in previous years. The rainstorm has just passed. And the plants are bigger and more. It is humid and heated. Most places are in a mess. There are no robots cleaning like before. It is a perfect breeding ground for them. It is not a small probability event that there are mutants with reproductive tendency ability and cluster mutation here. Yin Mingsu asked, What is cluster mutation? Mugue briefly explained, and finally said, You can understand it literally. He added, Compared to this, I think there is another possibility. That is, ability inheritance. Yang Xuanqi heard this for the first time, and his pupils contracted. Superpowers can be inherited. Mugue said, according to later research data, superpowers are inherited with a low probability, and the possibility of completely inheriting superpowers is only about 0.0011 per thousand. But it must exist. This is the result of many experiments. At this point, given the two people's level of knowledge, he didn't need to explain it clearly. Their faces gradually turned pale. From this point, it can be inferred that a mutant mother insect with strong breeding ability was born in the insect. Among the insect swarms that reproduced wildly, even if the probability is very low, when it reaches the order of 100 million, there will definitely be mother insects with the same ability as it. Then, this number will not only increase exponentially. Yang Shuangshu. Then, if these rat insects want to reproduce in such a large number, there should be a limit. Mugui, of course. They need a lot of food. Yang Shuangshu and Yan Mengsu fell silent. Mugui raised the corner of his mouth sarcastically. You must know that invasive species, as long as there are no natural enemies and the environment is suitable, they will reproduce recklessly in other lands and destroy the ecological balance of this area. That's why there are customs inspections. In order to control the damage caused by invasive species, a lot of energy and money have been wasted, whether it is humans or other creatures. If they can't beat this number, they will be eaten. They will only keep reproducing and eat everything before they enter the process of community self-destruction. There are psychics in the capital who can directly destroy the insects and rats, but they need to guard the capital and cannot move easily. Yang Shuangshu, that's why you said to build the wall as soon as possible. Mugui, this is only the first step. Yang Shuangshu asked directly, do you know where the insects and rats came from? You know the exact time of the outbreak. So can't we destroy them in advance? Mugui smiled and said, that's fine. All the survivors left in Jincheng Plain are brought into the base. And then all the places outside the wall are flattened. And probably they won't be born. Yang Shuangshu was speechless. How is this possible? Mugui restrained her nature of mockery and returned to calmness. I only know that they came from outside the base. But I don't know which house or ditch the bugs and rats came from. Even if we searched every inch, it would be impossible to eliminate all the bugs and rats. Right? It was impossible before the mutation, let alone after the mutation. And not all bugs and rats have mutated or grown bigger. There are many ordinary ones. Mugui continued, but the things to be done are similar. Mugui first asked them for a glass of water to quench his thirst. He gently pinched the plastic cup and slowly said, Lieutenant Colonel Yang, you have seen the information of my friends who are traveling with me. Before talking about the details, some things must be confirmed first. Lieutenant Colonel Yang nodded, but did not ask anything and waited for Mugui to speak. Mugui said, I will assist you during this period, and we will overcome this difficulty together. Lieutenant Colonel Yang smiled. Thank you very much for your help. Mugui, but I have my own conditions. Yan Mengsu frowned. In extraordinary times, the country has the right to force conscription. All citizens are in the reserve. Protecting the country and the people should be the obligation of all citizens. This person is making conditions? Mugui smiled and said, don't look at me like that. There should be a system of distributing materials according to work in the base. If I work hard, I should be paid accordingly. Right? Lieutenant Colonel Yang's expression was quite slow. I don't think you are someone who lacks materials. Tell me. I can't think of anything we can satisfy you. Mugui, I'm not a greedy person. Just agree to a few of my requests. What? First, I won't go to the front unless I want to. Lieutenant Colonel Yang was puzzled. Your ability is not the type that can be used for direct combat. Even if you want, I won't put you on the front line. Mugui nodded in agreement. Yes, this is the thinking logic of a normal person. Qing Jian, who had put him on the front line for more than 10 years, was remembered in his heart again. Lieutenant Colonel Yang, then this request does not count. Mugui, you are really generous and flexible. Lieutenant Colonel Yang, we are not used to flattery. Mr. Mu, just say what you have to say. Mugui raised his hand. Second, my friends, give them the right to choose, no matter what abilities they have. If they do not do it of their own will, do not force them to fight on the front line. At least do not ask them to sacrifice to protect the masses. Third, if we want to leave this base, we can leave at any time. And this must also comply with everyone's wishes. Lieutenant Colonel Yang was silent for a moment. This is not something I can decide. You know that in this extraordinary situation, every superpower is precious. Especially the powerful superpowers. If they don't stand on the front line to protect the masses, who can protect them? You should be clear about this. Mugui's eyes are extremely serious and determined. They are also ordinary people. They can protect others, and also need to be protected. Their lives are also precious. I know they will stand up. But I don't want this righteousness to become a reasonable contract to exploit their labor and spirit. So I think at least they should have the right to choose. He had not changed his idea of letting these powerful superpowers fight and work willingly. But the strong should also have the right to choose. They must be willing, not forced. This was his bottom line. Yin Mingsu and Yang Xuanqiu saw deep and incomprehensible emotions in Mugui's unshakable eyes. Yang Xuanqiu shuddered, and suddenly realized that since when did he stop treating the person in front of him as an ordinary college student? Obviously, he was a boy with fancy makeup and a young and handsome face. The inexplicable aura he exuded after the negotiation made him unconsciously call the other party Mr. How to describe this aura? This atmosphere? Experienced in hundreds of battles? Thinking of this, he was shocked and quickly shook off the outrageous thoughts in his head. How could a child who grew up in peacetime be possible? Even the commander can't be described with this word. Born and raised in peacetime. They are all the same in this respect. Mugui naturally didn't know the twists and turns in his mind, and added, other bases may not have the authority. But at least in this base, and they will not be included in the military establishment. We are just ordinary people, helping as much as possible, and choosing to retreat when we can't do anything. We should have such rights. And they are not old, have children, and are minors. Lieutenant Colonel Yang thought for a while and said, okay. Although every superpower person is precious, he doesn't think this large base lacks such talents. Even if they can't become combat forces, it's no big deal. What's more, some of them are mainly auxiliary, and don't need to go to the front line. So he agreed more easily. Mugui smiled gently. I believe in your promise. Next, I will tell you everything, and do my best to help this base overcome the difficulties. He knew what Lieutenant Colonel Yang was thinking. So he put forward this request in advance, and put the most critical part at the end. Otherwise Lieutenant Colonel Yang would not agree no matter how easy he was to talk to. Yin Mingsu's expression seemed to ease a little. Yin Mingsu, do you know what kind of insects you are talking about? Mugui smiled. Our tenacious friends who hunt us every day. Cockroaches. Appeared on the earth hundreds of millions of years ago. Yang Xuanqiu and Yin Mingsu had goosebumps all over their bodies. Yang Xuanqiu smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Mu, this is such an unpleasant joke. Unexpected but reasonable. Cockroaches are so tenacious, so widely distributed, and so highly reproductive that there are probably not many insects that can compare with them. But in the past, although people hated cockroaches, they were not afraid of them. They always thought about how to kill them, but never thought that one day they would become a meal for cockroaches. Cockroaches and mice are both omnivores. Mugui then told them the detailed characteristics of the upcoming cockroach and mouse groups. The species is a common cockroach, and there are also hybrids with other species. The mutant individuals are about the height of an adult, with a hard shell, winged insects, and can fly. Their flying ability is not weak, but they don't like to fly all the time. So they will only open their wings when they encounter high obstacles that they can't cross, because they appeared from two directions almost at the same time. It is speculated that they are some old towns in the west and south. The number of rats is less than that of cockroaches, but they are larger in size, more powerful in attack, and have a reproductive ability that is not weaker than cockroaches. Their number will skyrocket in seconds at a certain moment. Yang Xuanqiu asked Yin Mingsu to write down all of this in shorthand. The more he listened, the more frightened he became. He really had to believe that the pink-haired young man in front of him could really foresee the future. Mugui, I thought about it for a long time on the way here. In fact, he reviewed this disaster in his previous life and came to the conclusion at that time. Lieutenant Colonel Yang was a military academy graduate after all. He had some ideas about how to deal with the situation after listening to him just now. But he planned to listen to Mugui first. He looked at him seriously. First, we need to build a tall wall to protect people's lives. They are already doing this, with only one side left. In their previous life, they had completed the construction of the wall by the end of August. So Mugui was not worried about this. Facing the tide of insects and rats, blocking the wall is the first step. The wall must be high and must be tightly closed. Cockroaches can get in even with a tiny gap. Second, start a search to bring all the scattered survivors outside the city into the base. Lieutenant Colonel Yang nodded. This coincided with his idea. If they could not eliminate the source of the disaster in advance, they would have to fight it when it broke out. With such a large number of insects and rats, the scope of the impact would be unimaginable. If there were any survivors outside, There would be no one left. My exploration ability can not only explore people with special abilities, but also ordinary people. You should know this. I will try my best to find everyone and bring them back to the base, Yen Mingsu assured. Mugue said, your exploration range is only about 20 meters. The efficiency is too low. Yen Mingsu was speechless. She couldn't refute. She was also unbelievable. This person even knew such detailed information. Mugue, but don't worry. I can help. Yen Mingsu blurted out. How to do it? Mugue smiled and said, this is the key point I will talk about next. To defeat the disaster-level mutant biological tide, ordinary people and modern military weapons are not enough. We need to rely on superpowers. In specific circumstances, we need a large range of offensive superpowers. But not limited to this. Any superpower can be of some use. So we have to conduct a screening to filter out all the superpower information of everyone. Lieutenant Colonel Yang glanced at the people around him. We are already doing this. Mugue, her ability can only tell that the other person has abilities, but not what kind of abilities the other person has. What if someone is lying? What if someone doesn't even know what specific abilities they have, and what they can do? Lieutenant Colonel Yang suddenly had an idea and looked down at the table in his hand. You mean this identification? Can he identify specific abilities? Because the ability column only had the word identification. He thought it was the ability to identify flaws in antiques and other items. Mugue, yes. Very specific. Including the level of ability, conditions of use, restrictions, everything. The two people's eyes burst into surprise. Mugue, I see that your equipment is damaged. Is there no one to repair it? Wang Dongqing. You can ask him to try. He is quite good at this. As for data analysis, after entering the watch, the function is sufficient to do analysis. The amount of data is not very large. Lieutenant Colonel Yang, yes. We hope to use all talents. But he added, we also have people who can repair machinery. But the electricity supply is tight. Although we have guarded several large hydropower stations, we can only supply electricity to the most urgently needed equipment. Without electricity, we realize that electricity is needed everywhere in social production and life. Mugue smiled meaningfully again when he heard this. Don't worry about this. I know where to get electricity. He kept it a secret and continued. The key to this disaster is how to eliminate all the insects and rats in a short time. Not only must we eliminate the mother body, the source of high fertility, but we must also eliminate all the offspring that are born. As long as a little bit is left, they will be reborn in the spring breeze. The mutant individuals are much larger than ordinary people. Even the egg cases are not small, and they are easier to search than ordinary ones. Lieutenant Colonel Yang frowned and said, this is too difficult. We can't control them to go to one place. The area outside is so large. If they run to other places, we can't find them at all. Mugue nodded. Of course some will escape. But what do the mutated creatures crave first? Lieutenant Colonel Yang clenched his fists. Food. Mugue, where is the most food around here? Yen Mingsu, the base. In order to build the base and feed the people in the base, they will collect all the available materials in the surrounding area and concentrate them in the base. Even if there are animal carcasses, garbage debris and the like outside, there should not be much. Cockroaches and mice are omnivores. They prefer the cities they are familiar with to the forests with many beasts and lush vegetation. So most of them naturally gather here. Mugue said slowly. High reproductive capacity also means terrible energy consumption. And the source of its outbreak must be in the direction of food. To catch mice and kill cockroaches, you must first lay bait. Make some food they like to attract them, so that they will not come. Lieutenant Colonel Yang was startled. This was equivalent to using the entire base as bait. Mugue, if you are still worried about more escapees, then build a larger wire fence in a larger area and connect high-voltage electricity. It should be easier to lay the power grid than to build this wall. He still knew the slightly vague scope of the outbreak. Anyway, it didn't break out in the mountains. It must be in a town. Lieutenant Colonel Yang said, although we have to kill them all. The ones that need the most attention are those with high reproductive capacity. After hearing what he just said, he was sure that there was definitely more than one. Mugue, Qing Jian can identify it. Let him do it. Qing Jian was sold without knowing it. Lieutenant Colonel Yang supported his chin with his clenched fist. He pondered for a long time. He closed his eyes, but found that he could not imagine the scene of eliminating the insects and rats in a short time, even if they used all the weapons they could use. He opened his eyes and saw Mugue was still smiling. A smile of ease. You are giving me a suggestion. Do you have a solution? Mugue said, don't underestimate their abilities. He said, besides, there is still a month left. So many people with abilities are waiting for us to discover. There are still many things we can do. And there is plenty of time. Lieutenant Colonel Yang exhaled. Yes. You are right. We must avoid the worst situation. Mugue, it's okay. Anyway, there is a final emergency plan for the worst-case scenario. Evacuate the people. And let the missiles bombard these things. Lieutenant Colonel Yang broke out in a cold sweat. This is what he called the worst-case scenario. Of course, Mugue was talking about conventional weapons, not nuclear bombs. In the previous life, because of the emergency, the masses were unable to evacuate in time. So naturally such strategic weapons could not be used. Later, only tens of thousands of people were left. And they fled frantically. And they were finally able to use weapons to destroy those things. Mugue stared at Lieutenant Colonel Yang and said lightly, but with such a large population, evacuation takes time. And where to evacuate also needs to be considered. Is the size of the killing range appropriate? If it is too small, it will not kill everyone. If it is too large, can the wall withstand it? Well, that's not what I need to consider. Lieutenant Colonel Yang, you'd better make a decision as soon as possible. There's not much time to hesitate. You are the highest decision maker here. Lieutenant Colonel Yang looked serious and sweaty. However, he quickly calmed down. The above is based on the fact that Mugue said it was true. If Mugue said it was all lies and the disaster would not happen, then evacuation would be very unreasonable. Even if he enforced it, the people would not agree. It would be even more outrageous to use missiles before the disaster happened. Even if it happened, he had no authority to do so at any time. Besides, they would not have the opportunity to do so when it happened. Then there was only one countermeasure left: to fight back with everything they could use. Lieutenant Colonel Yang re-examined the person in front of him. This person had already calculated it. Whether he believed his words or not, he could only do as he was told and make preparations, because he could not afford the risk at all. This is an obvious conspiracy. However, he doesn't hate his approach from the bottom of his heart, because he can see that their purpose is the same, in order to let more people live. However, the premise is that this person's real purpose is completely consistent with what he said. From now on, Lieutenant Colonel Yang will definitely have people closely monitor him. Mugue smiled slightly. Having guessed this a long time ago, he doesn't care. Caution is the way for this base to survive for a long time. Ah! Finally, please give me the permission to view some information, since I want to participate in this matter. It involves some privacy and information of the masses. If I have to apply for permission every time, it will be too troublesome. I can't do anything at all. And time is so tight. Okay. Give me a permission letter. The kind with a stamp on it. You understand the procedure. Everything must leave traces. In order to avoid defaulting, the confidentiality obligation must also be observed. And a letter of commitment must be signed. Of course. Chapter 38 Go All Out. To be honest, until this moment came, even if he believed in him, he still had some doubts. The facts shattered his doubts. Shattered everyone's hesitation. Mugue was right. The prophecy was true. Report. In the northwest direction, a large number of giant rats came out of the underground warehouse. After the cockroaches emerged like a tide, another report came immediately. Lieutenant Colonel Yang closed his eyes. What did they prepare for? Number 29. Number 18. Number 54. Go to the rat swarm. Drop grenades and simple explosives at fixed points. And start strafing. Number 65. Number 14. Number 23. Go to the insect swarm. Drop grenades and simple explosives at fixed points. And start strafing. The command center will report the abnormal situation in other areas at any time, and count the magnitude of the insect and rat disaster. Notify the broadcast to start the transmission, and inform the entire base. At 18:15 p.m. on August 28, 2060. Standard Time. We will enter the super large level I biological disaster response state. Lieutenant Colonel Yang spoke quickly and clearly, and took a deep breath. He was much calmer than expected. He was calm. And so were the people around him. He couldn't think about anything extra now. Distractions would become a fatal stumbling block. It had to be this way. In the central broadcasting room of the base, Ping Xiaosher, a 12-year-old girl with short hair, held the manuscript and took a deep breath. The staff around him nodded to her. Now, we can start. They couldn't receive the real-time live images in the broadcasting room, and only receive one instruction: announce the prepared content. They are so familiar with the content that they can recite it. I believe everyone has received the advance notice today. A steady and elegant voice that does not match her age. G-level psychic ability. Clear voice. This is her ability. She is responsible for the broadcasting work of the radio station in the school. At 18:15 p.m. Standard Time on August 28, 2060. From now on, this base will enter the Special Level I Biological Disaster Response state. The elementary school's radio station is a very small room. It cannot be compared with the radio center of the entire base. But the things to be done are similar. A large-scale insect and rat tide has appeared outside the base. Please do not panic. Cooperate to maintain normal order. Keep in touch. And pay attention to notifications. Her spiritual influence is not strong. The reason why she stands here is that her ability can be widely spread through indirect media. Clear the mind and calm the panic of the masses. So it is G-level. This is also written in the Capability Assessment Report. Important notice. Repeat twice more. Please remind residents who have heard the broadcast to remind residents who have not heard the broadcast. The notice will be sent to all personal smart portable terminals in the base in a circular manner within 10 minutes. Please check it in time. If the situation changes, it will also be notified through broadcast and SMS. Please keep communicating information. After saying it twice, her expression did not change much. Her heart was beating wildly, and the words she spoke were very steady. She had a wonderful feeling. The blood seemed to be boiling, but the mind was unusually calm. Is this also the power at work? Finally, she spoke. Lieutenant Colonel Yang Shuangshu will lead the troops to protect this base. Please believe them, and wish them victory over the enemy and a triumphant return. Jean Mo was originally thinking, that's it? Cockroaches and rats. 2 of the 4 pests that you step on as soon as you see them. My uncle and Lieutenant Colonel Yang are exaggerating. But the report from the bombing that followed shattered his naive ideas. Report: 3 equally huge cockroach swarms were found in the west. Report: communications rang one after another. Reports of cockroach swarms and rat swarms erupting in dozens of places at the same time. Lieutenant Colonel Yang just responded that he had received them and issued the same instructions as before. But unfortunately, there were limited helicopters. He saw that after several rounds of intensive bombing, many insects and rats still fled from the first reported place, and the number was increasing at a terrifying rate. Only 1 minute later, the insect swarm had covered an entire street nearby, like a dark carpet, covering it, making people's scalps numb. At this time, most people realized, this is really a disaster. If there is no prophecy, they will face this sudden disaster without any preparation, and then fail miserably. Qin Jian's face turned pale. How can it be so fast? Lieutenant Colonel Yang remembered what Mugui said when he discussed the details with him later. Even if it breaks out from one place at the beginning, as long as we are prepared and quickly go to eliminate the insects and rats, it will not spread. At that time, his thoughts were similar to those of everyone present just now. Mugui said, if that were the case, there wouldn't be an outbreak of insects and rats. Why? Odd case. The eggs of cockroaches are hidden in egg cases. The mutated cockroaches have several characteristics in reproduction. After the mutation, their general size is more than 1,000 times larger than before. But the size of the mutated egg case does not change much. From the size of a red bean to about half a fist. After the eggs hatch, the larvae will grow rapidly as they eat. The egg cases are not hidden in one place. It is almost impossible to find such a small thing in such a large area. What's more, cockroaches only lay their eggs in hidden places. That's why Mugui proposed to smooth the outside of the wall. Whether smoothing can completely eliminate it is still a question. After all, it is a living fossil that has survived from ancient times to the present. What about the giant rat? This is a bigger problem. Mugui continued, rats are originally viviparous animals. After this mutation, it has become oviparous. What? Hydrophilic. White eggs. Bred in the body. Only laid in places with sufficient water and food. And underground. The claws and teeth of the mutated giant rat have evolved and can dig the ground. The search became more difficult. They had previously explored and looked for egg sheaths and mouse eggs according to his instructions, but basically found few. A mutant mother can lay a lot of eggs at a time. I don't know the exact number, but I can only say that there are a lot of eggs. When the time comes, they will all explode at the same time. It is impossible to eliminate the source at once at the beginning. Memories flashed quickly in his mind, and Lieutenant Colonel Young had no time to explain these. He raised the communication device, debugged the railgun for the last time, checked the guns, and be ready to shoot at any time. He changed the channel. Tanks, prepare, move forward 100 meters, and fire immediately after entering the range. Although strategic weapons and fighters cannot be used, the miniaturized and improved rail guns can still be used. Thanks to Fan Fanyan's ability to manufacture metals, some scarce metal parts can be quickly obtained. Technical personnel worked overtime day and night. They successfully produced a series of small electromagnetic rail guns within this month and installed them on the wall. In addition, Lei Chen's ability not only provides sufficient power for the entire base, but also provides sufficient energy for these electromagnetic weapons. All super batteries are now full. Lei Chen said, Mugui, this is the solution you mentioned. Mugui, Lei Chen, you haven't used your full strength yet, right? Lei Chen's originally stern face became even harder. He opened his hands and took off his gloves. Mugui, look up. In the surging dark clouds, lightning flashed from time to time and thunder roared. It faintly resonated with his ability. A slight electric current ran up his spine. Lei Chen knew what he was going to say. Despite his fear of heights, he still took that step. Really? I don't know whether I owe you or you owe me. Mugui smiled but said nothing. Lei Chen knew it in his heart. He was indeed fighting for the base. And it was Mugui himself who told him the news, brought him, and gave him this opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, he might not know when he would have the next one. It was a danger and an opportunity. While they were talking, all the one-time ammunition stored on the helicopters was used up, and they flew back one after another. The tide of insects and rats had already submerged several blocks. Wherever they passed, there was no grass left, except for metal sand and gravel. All traces of life disappeared. Even the mutated tall trees fell down in rows and were eaten by the tide. Standing on the high city wall, a black line can be seen on the horizon. The last ray of twilight was swallowed by the night. With a calm tone as if talking about what to eat today, Mugui said, Lei Chen, clear them. Chi 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 chi. The raised hand was wrapped with bright electric current. Any ray was enough to turn a normal person into charred ash in an instant. Lei Chen, everyone, get back. He raised his palm, which was claw-shaped, and a huge ball of electric light condensed in the palm. All the people around him retreated a few steps. Gu Shu stared at his movements without blinking. Chi 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 chi. The sound of electric sparks burning the air was roaring in his ears. Lei Chen gathered his strength to condense the electric ball, paused for a while, turned his claws into a standing palm, and pushed it out fiercely. Whoosh! The wind swirled around the channel of electric light and rushed into the sky. Lieutenant Colonel Yang had already ordered the helicopter to withdraw, but the momentum still rolled up the surrounding wind pressure vortex. The helicopter bumped a few times in the air and could only move away again and quickly fly back to the wall. The electric beam sank into the clouds. Suddenly, the white light spread. As far as the eye could see, the sky turned from black to white. Boom! After a few breaths, deafening thunder resounded for 100 miles. It gave people the illusion that the sky was cracked. Lei Chen looked down and saw the black and white waves coming, and exhaled. Mugui said, not yet. Lei Chen watched the waves surge. They were still some distance away from the city wall, but there was no hurry. Lieutenant Colonel Yang had enlarged the drone surveillance footage at some point, and the holographic screen was projected in front of them. The lens was enlarged, but the drone itself was moving away rapidly. Not even close. Mugui whispered. Lei Chen watched the waves surge to the explosive area and submerge the bomb area. He felt that he had never had such patience in his life. He raised his hand, spread out his 5 fingers, and pressed down slowly. The torrent of snow-white lightning, like 5 pillars supporting the sky, roared to the ground. Boom! 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 This was the only sound left between heaven and earth. Everyone held their breath for a moment. Who could not be taken away by this terrifying scene? Destructive, yet incomparably beautiful. Bang 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 bang. The lightning not only covered the tide of insects and rats, but also the explosives buried in that large area. It triggered a series of explosions. The explosion fire cloud was as gorgeous as a flower, blooming one after another. Wherever it passed, it was reduced to ashes. Lei Chen saw the red numbers on the back of his hand changing wildly, and could only see a blurry and shaking afterimage. He grinned. He pulled out a heartfelt smile for the first time in a long time. As Mugue said, he had never used his full strength since he used his ability, because the power was too strong. Every time he fought, his teammates followed him. He couldn't do this because he was afraid that he would hurt people if he couldn't control it well. This was the first time he went all out. To be honest, it was fucking cool. Chapter 39 Two-Way Confluence. After dusk, the surroundings were bright. The thunderclouds no longer had occasional flashes of lightning or thunder, but thunderbolts in clusters, with lightning and thunder every minute and every second. And only a white glow could be seen in the clouds. 5 huge lightning pillars quickly connected and became a white wall, which was the embodiment of the thunderbolt. Such lightning strikes lasted for a full minute. Because of the long distance, Lei Chen could not maintain it for too long. The light disappeared, and the world fell into darkness again. The exploration drone zoomed in again. Everyone stared at the screen. Mugue said to Feng Bo Ming, "You rest first." Feng Bo Ming, "Huh? How can I sleep in this situation?" Mugue handed him a few pills. "Take it with water, and you will fall asleep in a while. And no matter how loud the noise is, you won't wake up." Feng Bo Ming was silent for a while. He could guess that Mugue wanted him to fight in a sunny environment. That's why Mugue let Jin Imo sleep enough during the day and let him come here to rest now. This way, the two of them can fight in shifts. But this means that this battle cannot be resolved in one night. Feng Bo Ming, will it last for a long time? Mugue, I don't know. The environment here is not good. But you can only sleep here. If the situation worsens, I will wake you up at any time. And, although the thunder annihilated most of the insects and rats, it was inevitable that some were missed and escaped. Some new insect tides continued to burst out from closer places. Some giant rats escaped by digging into the ground or hiding in shelters when the thunder landed. After waiting for a while, they emerged from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain. Insects and rats are the most sensitive to danger. They are good at escaping and hiding. All abilities that are conducive to survival are engraved in their genes. Reports from the command center kept coming in. It was completely impossible to see that most of the insect and rat tide had been killed. In a few minutes, it returned to its original size and turned into a black and white wave that swept towards the base. The wall of the base is circular, with the west side facing the tide of insects and rats. The tide of insects and rats was attracted by the food residue, and most of them did not deviate from the direction. But a small part of them inevitably split to both sides during the march. In order to prevent these scattered insects and rats from slipping out, both ends have opened fire, watching the tide of insects getting closer and closer. At this time, Lieutenant Colonel Yang said, "Turn on the warehouse switch now." The people in the command center received the order and quickly conveyed it. The person who controlled the switch pressed a button command. A huge temporary container cluster somewhere in the west began to make noises. These containers are different from ordinary containers. They are as tall as a hotel with more than 10 floors. And there are more than 100 of them. The iron sheet of the container is very thin, but very strong. The swarm of insects just pass by and bypass them without impacting these warehouses. When the button is pressed, the iron sheet of the container falls apart directly. Because it is designed like this, it has good sealing, but can be controlled remotely by intelligence. And the disintegration procedure is designed. Clang, 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 clang. As the iron sheet fell apart, many spherical objects rolled out of the container. Jin Imo looked at the projected holographic screen and opened his mouth. Potatoes? Lieutenant Colonel Yang couldn't help but smile at his surprised voice. He recalled Mugui's words. Cockroaches and rats will generally come from 2 directions. Are you saying that we should use different methods to deal with these 2 groups? No. Mugui shook his head. You can borrow a knife. He suddenly realized, cockroaches don't eat rats. But rats eat cockroaches. For mice, cockroaches are not very tasty. If there are other foods, mice will not actively prey on cockroaches. But they are also prey. If the 2 merge and collide, they can kill each other. Not to mention the mutated cockroaches and mice. Their aggressiveness and feeding ability are greatly enhanced. In order to survive, They will do anything abnormal. And the bait to make them merge is potatoes. After research, they finally chose potatoes. Rats like foods high in oil and starch. Meat is too difficult to prepare. And other vegetables and fruits are difficult to store and transport. In summary, potatoes are the most suitable. This potato is not an ordinary potato, but a mutated potato. The people at the nursery base collected the enlarged potato tubers, which were originally studied and prepared for cultivation at the base. After Ibushi came, he directly included them in the plant atlas. So there are hundreds of containers of mutated potatoes. They put them into the container one day in advance and sealed them well, so that the smell would not leak out in advance. The location of the concentration box is in the center of the insect and rat tides, and there is no deviation in the approximate location. After the insect and rat tide broke through the first attack array, it was used as bait to lure the two tides to merge, and try to concentrate the insect and rat tides in one place for easy cleaning. Walalalalalalo. Rats and cockroaches are quiet creatures. They do not make extra noises, but just move in unison, because of their large numbers. White noise like rushing water came from afar. Soon, as they expected, the two waves of insects and rats changed direction, and were attracted by the sudden appearance of a large amount of food. The giant rats were one step faster, hugging the potatoes and eating them frantically. The insect tide paused for a moment in front of the giant rats, but soon spread over. From a high place, the movement trajectory was particularly obvious. Lieutenant Colonel Yang just turned to Hui and others, and was about to speak. At this time, Gushu stood up. Mugue didn't expect him to stand up now, and said flatly, "No." Gushu ignored him and took a step forward. "Yes. The clouds in the sky are still there." Gushu held the collection book in his left hand, and raised his right hand high. He did the same thing as Leichen. The arm, that was not particularly strong, was wrapped in electric currents. The thunder went straight into the clouds. Gushu looked at Leichen. Leichen understood, and raised his hand again. The thunder column that cracked the sky, and the earth fell to the ground again. This time it was twice as strong as before. In the first few days of the group's training, Mugue came to Gushu. He was fighting with Song Jiansheng. Mugue watched for a while, and called Gushu over. Song Jiansheng threw a towel to Gushu, who took it, wiped his sweat, and came to Mugue. He saw Qin Jian also following Mugue. He had just finished the ability assessment of more than 2,000 people, and his face was not very good. "Gushu, what's the matter?" Mugue smiled and said, "I want to ask you for a favor." Gushu looked at his expression and turned back to Song Jiansheng and said, "You practice first. I have something to do." Mugue took him to the soundproof room. She had confirmed that this room had no surveillance cameras or listening devices. Mugue got straight to the point and said, "I want you to record some people's abilities." Gushu's ability, the Book of Collection, can also collect other people's abilities. Gushu pondered for a moment. "So you have to let him take a lie detector test to confirm whether I am a trustworthy person. After collecting, you can use other people's abilities at any time, and not just once, which is the power of this ability." Mugue smiled. "We have come all this way, so of course we can trust them. Just confirm whether the ability information will change. You have never collected other people's abilities, right?" Gushu nodded. After all, no one wants to give their abilities to others. "Mugue, then let me confirm one last time. If you have collected other people's abilities, how will you use them?" Gushu said without hesitation, "As a knight, you must always use your force to protect others. I will use my abilities to protect my family, friends and kind people." Mugue's smile rose. True. Looking at the words in front of him, Qing Jian thought, "How come it's the same as the oath? And the lines are so childish." He glanced at Mugue. Mugue obviously had no doubts about what he said, and she didn't even ask him to confirm the authenticity before she reached out her hand. "Then first, try to record my ability." The reason why Mugue was so unscrupulous was because of the confirmed part of Gushu's ability information. Recording an ability does not make the original owner of the ability lose the ability. It is more like copying an ability. When Gushu uses the recorded ability, he does not need to bear the cost of this ability, but only needs to bear the cost of using his original ability. And the number of pages in the collection book itself is unlimited, depending on the personality and ambition of the ability user. The upper limit of this ability is very high. But Gushu himself is not a person who likes to do that. If he wants to include other people's abilities, he will definitely ask for their consent. since Mugui has agreed. Gu Shu didn't hesitate and held his hand. After a while, Gu Shu took back his hand and tilted his head, failed. Opening the collection book. There was nothing extra on it. Mugui smiled. It's okay. That's probably because my ability level is higher than yours. Gu Shu, I don't have the ability to strengthen either. Mugui put her hand on his shoulder and activated her ability. What now? Gu Shu felt the blood flow in his body speed up. And a warm flowing breath emerged from his body. The collection book opened. And one page showed the word strengthen and some information about the ability. Got it. Mugui took her hand and asked, what's written? Only Gu Shu could understand the text above. Write your name. Ability name, strengthen. Ability explanation, can strengthen anything including supernatural powers. That's all. Qing Jian thought. There is no price for using this ability. Mugui, not bad. Do you want to try it? Gu Shu looked at him and nodded seriously. Well, since you have to use it sooner or later, you might as well get familiar with it in advance. The two of them retracted their abilities almost at the same time. The brilliant lightning disappeared. The dark clouds above his head suddenly dissipated under the two electric field riots. The clouds were emptied. The water vapor evaporated. And the dark sky returned to a clear state. Mugui's brows were still locked. And he held Gu Shu's left wrist. Gu Shu smiled and said, I know. It's only for a short period of time. As soon as the collection book disappeared, his body froze. Song Jiansheng was beside him, and immediately reached out to support him and asked, what is it? Gu Shu blinked. His pupils dilated. Mugui said, it's the eyes. Gu Shu himself was very calm, closed his eyes and sat down. He said, well, wait a minute. Use the abilities of others collected in the collection book. The cost is that after the ability is used, the function of a certain organ in the body will be blocked. The duration of the cost is the time of using the ability of others. Depending on the number, level, and strength of the abilities used, the number of blocked organs will increase. And the blocked organs are random each time. After their simple experiments and guesses, he cannot use two abilities at the same time, but he can use different abilities continuously, as long as they are not interrupted. This is a very dangerous price. Qing Jian had evaluated his abilities once before during their previous journey, and there was no change this time. But his explanation of his abilities was very detailed. One thing was confirmed. Shielding organs will never lead to death. If the heart, brain, lungs and other key organs are shielded, the body will lose consciousness and enter a state of suspended animation, but will not die. Of course, if this happens, he will be defenseless during the duration of the cost. According to Mugui's guess, the cost is still very limited, and it is impossible to use other people's abilities for a long time. For example, the liver, stomach and other internal organs. A long-term strike will cause major effects on the body, which is more serious than pretending to be dead. However, it is estimated that pretending to be dead for too long will not work. I don't know what the impact will be, and this is still unclear. As for the cost of Lei Chen's ability, Gu Shu does not have to bear it. Numbers will not appear on his hand. Generally speaking, as long as it is used with caution, this ability has more advantages than disadvantages. Mugui originally wanted to use his ability later. Judging from the current situation, Gu Shu's judgment is correct. After the two of them withdrew their abilities, the number of visible insects and rats was reduced by more than half. When the two of them used their abilities, they deliberately avoided the food area in the middle. So after this wave passed, the rest continued to gather. The number is still rising. The situation is still serious. Lieutenant Colonel Yang said, please, first protect yourself and do your best to complete the mission. Yi Hui, Yan Siji, Song Jiansheng, and Qing Jian have already stood at the edge. A helicopter is approaching the wall. Yi Hui still has a smile on his face. He turns his eyes from staring at Mugui to the outside of the wall and jumps on the helicopter. Yan Yan looks indifferent. Before leaving, he looks at Mugui and says, come back soon. You just stay here and don't have to do anything. Mugui waved her hand. You don't need to say anything. Originally, he had just stood here and watched from the beginning until now. Song Jiansheng seemed to be a little worried about Gu Shu. But when Gu Shu quickly opened his eyes and waved to him, he felt relieved and dragged Qing Jian, who looked dead, onto the helicopter. The food dragged the insects and rats to gather in the center of the front. When the giant rats fought for food, they tore apart many annoying cockroaches with their claws. Bang! 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 The electromagnetic rail guns and tanks started the rhythm of bombardment in an orderly manner. Some cockroaches spread their wings and took off in the afterglow of lightning and explosions, and were immediately shot down by machine guns. They were on the front line, and no one dared to relax. Lieutenant Colonel Yang watched the helicopter carrying the 4-member team fly out, and issued an order on the communication machine to temporarily stop the bombardment on the designated side. The 4 of them aimed directly at the source of the tide of insects and rats. The mother with high reproductive capacity. Chapter 40. Each one takes advantage of his own strengths. Yi Hui was in charge of the killing. Yin Yin was the deputy. Qing Jian was in charge of identification. And Song Jianxing followed to provide rescue in case of emergency. The pilot was chosen to be the one with the best skills. The one from Beijing. The doors on both sides of the helicopter were wide open. The wind from all directions blew on his body. Qing Jian held the lever tightly while feeling his stomach churning. Fortunately, he followed Mugui's advice and did not eat a lot of food to increase the burden on his stomach. He only ate some easily digestible food to replenish energy, so he had nothing to vomit. As soon as he opened his eyes, there were dense cockroaches below him. Fear overwhelmed his nausea. He trembled all over. Although he had come up with gritted teeth, he was still scared to death when he really faced the scene. In the past few months of travel, he had never participated in the battle in person. It was Jin Mo and Feng Boming who went forward to fight. This was his first time to participate in the battle in person, and he didn't expect that the first battle would be hellish difficulty. Yi Hui smiled and stroked his back twice. How is it? Can you see it? Qing Jian felt that his tone was really similar to Mugui's. He shook his head. No. Wang Luan. Lower the altitude a little more, Yi Hui said to the pilot in front. Okay. The altitude was reduced from dozens of meters to nearly 10 meters above the ground, and it was able to hover steadily at this altitude, and it was manually controlled throughout the process. This technology is really high. Looking at the cockroaches getting closer and closer, the details of various organs and parts appeared more and more clearly in his eyes that were no longer nearsighted. Qing Jian's intensive phobia attacked, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. Yin Yin, how can you see if you close your eyes? Hurry up. Don't waste time. Not far away. Lightning pillars were still falling. A huge black figure began to rise. They were still trying to reduce the number of insects and rats. Qing Jian had to take a deep breath, suddenly opened his eyes, and scanned. Puff. Swish. A few cockroaches suddenly spread their wings and pounced on the helicopter. However, they didn't get close to the helicopter at all. In midair, they were split into several pieces and fell into the insect swarm again and disappeared. The shape seemed to be cut by some silk thread or sharp blade. Others may not see it. Qing Jian saw it. Countless spider-like thin silk threads were retracted from Yi Hui's fingertips. That was his ability. Puppetry. This is the name of his ability. Qing Jian glanced at Yi Hui's information and then focused his attention to skin the bottom. No. There is nothing here. Their voices were also transmitted to Lieutenant Colonel Yang through the communication machine. Mugui looked at the surveillance screen and said, "This won't work. The speed is too slow." Mugui said to Lieutenant Colonel Yang, "Do you have a helicopter location map?" Lieutenant Colonel Yang did not ask how to use it, but directly retrieved it from his watch and threw it in front of Mugui. It was a map covering most of the area ahead, with the green light B031 marked, which was the code name of the helicopter that the 4-member team was riding. Their light spots were moving slowly forward. "Let's try to see if I can help," Mugui said, turned to Yin Mingsu and extended his hand. Yin Mingsu understood and directly extended his hand to shake his. Through strengthening, the exploration range directly radiates and covers all areas where the insect and rat swarms are located. Can you see it? Yin Mingsu had tried to use the exploration ability on mutant creatures before, but could only see whether there was smoke and fire from the ability. Yin Mingsu marked nearly 100 red points on the map, and the number is still growing. She then sensed for a while, and said sternly, "Some are gathered together, some are moving at high speed, and some are hidden underground or under the ruins. It may take some effort. I can only roughly point out the current location to them." She knew that Mugui's enhancement could not last too long, and it was impossible to provide real-time directions. Lieutenant Colonel Yang, enough. I will pass this to them right now. It will be faster this way. Over there. Yi Hui's terminal had received the message. He smiled. Whatever you need. It will come. Can he read minds from such a distance? Or did he guess it long ago? He quickly transferred the marked map to the helicopter locator. Pilot Wang Luan immediately flew towards the nearest point without any instructions. Qing Jian simply lay down, his eyes scanning the ground frantically. After a while, he pointed in a direction. There is one over there. Yi Hui looked, depression angle 15 degrees, 200 meters at 11 o'clock. Qing Jian continued, underground. Moving forward. Yi Hui, underground? He was shocked. TSK. Trouble. He asked, can you detect? No. Identify which layer it is on? Qing Jian focused his attention. His vision gradually turned into a three-dimensional layer model, with cockroaches covering the top, and the ruins of houses and garbage piles below, and then the concrete floor, and then the underground pipes. In the underground pipe. It's only 1 meter underground. Yi Hui smiled at Yin Yan. Get ready. We're going down. Yin Yan murmured, in this case, we need to change the sword. Yi Hui, Siji. We need your sword here. He closed his eyes once, then opened them again, and his expression changed. Yi Hui, who has been observing the details of people's behavior, movements and expressions for many years, can see it. This person, the aggressive and domineering temperament that just lingered around him, disappeared. The sword in Yan Cizi's hand disappeared for a while, and soon reappeared. The shape of the sword remained unchanged, but the sword changed from red to pure black. Yi Hui could see that his hand holding the sword was trembling slightly, but it soon calmed down. His other hand gently stroked the cold blade. Yan Ciji opened his mouth and exhaled gently. He did not suppress the melancholy in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows, but his eyes were much firmer, as if a stone sank into the dark deep sea. Yi Hui's mouth curled up into a smile. It is a multiple personality. Yan Ciji said to Yi Hui, let's go. Wang Luan lowered his altitude again, and was only a few feet away from the dense swarm of insects. Seeing that he was about to come face to face with the insect's tentacles, Qing Jian widened his eyes. Oh my god! He quickly stood up, and held on to the life-saving railing. But he was still reporting the location of the mother body. Yi Hui acted as his translator. When they were closest, Qing Jian shouted, stop! Here! Yi Hui hung on the rope ladder, and stretched out his hand. A thin transparent shadow passed through the air. Below, a large group of cockroaches turned into powder in an instant. A piece of open space was briefly cleared. In the temporary gap he created, Yan Ciji jumped down from the ladder. The black sword pierced the ground. The solid ground was like soft tofu under the sword and was easily pierced. In an instant, vivid black thorns and rose patterns spread from the black sword, covering the surrounding cement road full of garbage and debris. The places covered by thorns and roses were all shattered, like burnt coal. It all turned into black dust and scattered. The area where it disappeared was very smooth, as if it had cut off a circle of more than 10 meters, with the place where the sword was inserted as the center. Yi Hui exclaimed, wow! What a convenient ability. Of course. At the same time, Yan Cizi's foothold was gone. Be careful. Qing Jian's voice just came out. He saw that there were more than a dozen imperceptible filaments behind Yan Ciji, which easily lifted him up and sent him back to the cabin. Yi Hui took his hand back and smiled at them. Just like that, the situation in the sewer pipe was exposed in front of him. Qing Jian, quick! It's trying to escape! As soon as he finished speaking, the huge female cockroach that was laying eggs below was chopped into hundreds of pieces. It couldn't even move its legs. Yi Hui looked carefully for a while and said calmly, go to the next place. Qing Jian's jaw almost dropped. This man, he's too strong. He turned to Yan Ciji, who had just come up and was half kneeling in the cabin. The black sword in his hand had not disappeared, but the name of the ability changed from Blood Sword to Black Sword. Qing Jian was shocked. But before he could think about it carefully, the helicopter increased its altitude, and they rushed to the next place in an instant. However, when Yi Hui entered the cabin, dozens of fist-sized things were entangled with silk threads and flew to Qing Jian's feet. Qing Jian, what is this? Yi Hui, the egg sheets around that thing probably lay eggs when they arrive at a suitable place. So these things keep coming out like this? Qing Jian gasped. He saw several transparent little things sticking out from the cracks in the reddish-brown egg sheath, and he almost lost his soul. Yan Ciji raised the black sword and slashed it a few times. These egg sheaths, along with the things inside, turned into dust and scattered with the wind. Qing Jian quickly held his breath. Now not only did he feel like he was riding a pirate ship physically, But he was also riding a roller coaster midly. We could still laugh at this time. She is so fertile. And she is giving birth so quickly. However, they had no other choice but to eradicate the things that produced the insects and rats as soon as possible to end this disaster faster. They flew at full speed to the next mother body. Although they prepared hundreds of containers of potatoes, they were eaten up by the insects and rats in an instant. They could not last more than a few minutes. After eating, the insects and rats fought blindly for a short time, changed direction again, found the target together, and headed towards the base that exuded a charming aroma. The front part of the cockroaches has reached the foot of the city wall, next to the tank group, and these tanks are all remotely controlled. There is no one inside, so there is no need to worry about casualties. The row of snipers on the wall are not vegetarians, aiming at the swarm and starting to shoot. Lieutenant Colonel Yang saw that the cockroach group was close enough, so he ordered fire. At the other end of the west wall, the person who received the order replied with a received. He squatted down, stretched out his hand and aimed at the groove, and a snow-white flame appeared in his palm. The flames poured straight into the trench. The trench was behind the tanks and in front of the city wall. It was a complete earthen ditch that connected and paralleled the western city wall. It was dug by workers driving machines day after day. The deep trench was filled with oil. While it lay low along the groove, flames rose up one after another, forming a continuous wall of fire. All the cockroaches that were touched by the white flames were stuck to the white flames, and the flames that could not be extinguished no matter how they swung and rolled were entangled with them, like maggots attached to their bones. The whole body burned until it turned into ashes. It was like a nightmare, like a ghost fire. The man wiped his sweat and reached out to help clean up the bugs that had escaped. Lieutenant Colonel Yang was relieved to see that it was successful. According to the information of this man, he was a G-level ability user in the base. Although the flame was not powerful, it had the effect of sticking to living things and burning them. As long as there was enough combustible material, the power could be amplified and it would continue to burn. The giant cockroaches had no fear and kept rushing up. They were burned one after another, and the giant rats stopped looking at the flames. They slipped to the right and were stopped by the high-voltage power grid that had been set up in advance. Some of them were killed, and they turned back one after another. They raised their bodies and waited for the flames to burn out. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The sky was full of gunfire and bullets were flying. The flames finally fell. There was not so much oil in the trench. Besides, the trench was too long, and they did not have so much reserve. There was no flame. Some cockroaches and giant rats crossed the trench and touched the wall. However, the feet or claws that helped them walk anywhere as if it were flat ground were ineffective when climbing. The 3 pairs of legs of the cockroach and the 4 limbs of the giant rat slid wildly on the outer wall of the wall. No matter how hard they tried, they could not climb up. Mugue's lips drew a very beautiful smile. This was also within his expectations. That was the ability of a P-level ability user. The lowest level ability. The slippery mucus had no offensiveness. It would become ineffective in the next 3 days. It only had the characteristic of slipperiness. Any strong climber could not hold on to this mucus normally. Friction was completely ineffective on this mucus. It took this person with special abilities more than 10 days to cover the entire wall with slime. Now it really came in handy. Lieutenant Colonel Yang glanced at Mugue. Although Mugue only glanced at the information of the special abilities in front of him at that time, he picked out several special abilities that could play a key role. He himself could not have thought of these uses. Mugue was able to think of them and use them flexibly. Select these people from these 2,000 people. He believed that he could never do it. And if it weren't for Mugue and the people he brought, I'm afraid that in a quarter of an hour, let alone half an hour, the wall will be breached by the tide of insects and rats. Imagining the tragic reality that may come true, Lieutenant Colonel Yang couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. Even now, their response is definitely not easy. But at least they see hope and a chance of victory. Lieutenant Colonel Yang. Look, Yan Mingsu reminded. Lieutenant Colonel Yang shifted his gaze to one of the monitoring screens. Just because one insect and rat can't climb up doesn't mean that a group of insects and rats can't. It's been less than half an hour. The tide of insects and rats had buried all the unmanned tanks, making it impossible to fire normally. The insects and rats gathered in the corners, although they were still slippery. But they didn't care. The number of them piled up, one on top of another, overlapping. They will be able to come up sooner or later. Mugue measured it with his naked eyes for a while, calculated the time in his mind, and said, "It doesn't matter. It's enough for them to climb for a while. They can't come up for the time being. The slippery mucus still has a significant effect in delaying time." Lieutenant Colonel Yang quickly asked people to prepare grenades and explosives on the wall to bomb the piled-up insects and rats. The machine guns fired like crazy, and the rocket launchers were also deployed. Fan Fengyan, who could manipulate metal, manipulated some scattered metal on the ground and tried her best to kill the enemy. But she didn't do much. Just lifted up metal like cars and smashed them down. The training time was too short, and she soon became sweaty without combat experience. Mugue walked over and said something to her. She looked up in surprise and did as he said. The metal below flew up and instantly turned into smaller pieces. Then it twisted into strange sharp shapes and pierced into the giant rats. The killing efficiency increased instantly. She looked at this scene in surprise, turned her head, and Mugue had already walked back quickly. Mugue raised her head. The dark clouds had almost dissipated. The night sky was clearer than ever before, but it was dark and starless. The stars were hidden and disappeared, and the full moon was particularly dim and dim. In the darkness, on the wall, the helicopter was lighting up. After just a moment, the last bit of daylight was gone. Beside Mugue, someone stretched. Jinimo stood up, squatted down, and lightly jumped twice to stretch his body. His eyes stopped at Mugue's face as she looked over. "My turn?" Chapter 41. The night is long. Some time ago, Jinimo was worried in his own training ground. When it was late, Mugue came over. "Jinimo." Mugue raised his hand to greet him. "Uncle, you came just in time." Jinimo trotted over. Mugue asked, "How is the training going?" Jinimo pondered for a while and said, "I seem to be able to do whatever I want. There is nothing to train." Mugue couldn't help laughing. "You really don't know how to be modest." "Jinimo, I'm telling the truth. People who are involved are confused. Please help me think about it." The reason why he asked for help was that Mugue had been assigning him assignments all the way to Jinqing, and he could always think of directions that he couldn't think of. Mugue thought for a while and asked, "Your little blacks have been following you all the time, right? You didn't let them go back, did you?" Jinimo raised his left hand and showed a string of black beads attached to his left wrist. There were 2 white eyes the size of rice grains on each bead. "It's always following me." Mugue, "Oh, good." The second task is also completed. When they came out of the dilapidated Taoist temple, Mugue asked Jinimo to try 2 tasks. "Jinimo, every time you summon Xiaohei, you summon it from a black object or a black shadow, right?" "Yes." "And you always let Xiaohei go back, right?" "Yes." "Then try to prevent Xiaohei from going back. Let them always follow you. Let more black be absorbed. And then keep accumulating. Let it completely become a part of your ability. According to my observation, even when you are sleeping, as long as you don't give your order, your Xiaohei will not disappear." Jinimo, "Hey, it feels very strenuous. I'll give it a try." Mugue smiled and said, "So you have to exercise your physical strength, so that the strenuous feeling will gradually disappear. This can also be continued when you are on the road, which is also quite convenient." Although his mouth was puffed, Jinimo said that he would try it. He is not a person who is afraid of difficulties and hardships. What is the other topic? Transformation. Oh! Jinimo almost understood it at once. Mugue, your ability has infinite possibilities, and variety is your advantage. You can try to make your little blacks into various shapes and try their different applications, such as weapons, animals, various tools, and human forms. If it is a weapon, try the practicality of the weapon, hardness, strength and durability, and whether it can change shape in the middle. If it is a person, try each person's autonomy and whether it is as flexible as a real person. After listening to his words, Jinimo was dumbfounded and enlightened. Okay, I'll try everything. Also, you can try to make your Xiaohei smaller, because it's not convenient to carry him around all the time, and it's easy to be exposed to others. Enlargement and reduction are also part of transformation. See how small the smallest can be, and how big the largest can be. Indeed. I'll start now. So he kept trying to transform even when he was on the road. Chains that can tie up animals. Swords that can split bones and flesh. Saws that can cut down trees. etc. He tried all the weapons and tools that could be considered. Mugue likes to use his little black knife to cut vegetables. Your knife is much better than manual knives. Uncle, be careful to chop your hands off. He also tried animals several times. And all the little blacks could change into the shape of the animals he wanted at will. But depending on the size. Some huge animals require several little blacks to merge to form. It didn't take long for his little blacks to shrink from human figures of similar size to the size of dolls in his arms. Now each one can be shrunk into a small bead necklace worn on the hand. And each black pearl is a little black. As Jean Imo said, he can do anything he wants. And until he arrived in Jinqing, he had perfectly digested and exceeded all the subjects. As if he already knew these, and just refamiliarized himself. Back to the training ground at that time. Jean Imo gently moved the beads with his right hand, and said, "My ability will be greatly enhanced in the dark night. But I can't absorb and take away the blackness of the night. I can only borrow it temporarily. As for the shadow, I absorbed a part of it, and the original part will be replenished after a while. But the blackness on the object will not be restored." This is the law he discovered in his attempts. Mugue, yes. Slowly exploring will help you understand your abilities better. He paused. You once said that you can feel Xiaohei's emotions. Jean Imo, yes. Each of them has his own personality, which is quite interesting. Moreover, they feed on black. And their consumption of me is gradually not so great. Usually, if I put them in the shadow or dark place, they will feel very comfortable. They like to be in my shadow the most. His mental power is very strong. Mugue thought so while looking at Jean Imo. It takes mental power to control the ability split with independent consciousness, let alone multiple ones. How strong is it? He was a little curious. Mugue raised a playful smile. Jean Imo, Uncle, you have come up with some torture ideas again. Right? Mugue, what do you mean by torture? It's a good training for you. What is that? Mugue, I counted the beads in your hand, and there are 10 of them. Yeah. That's a lot. I made them so small that I can string them into one. Well, make a few more. You should be familiar with the process now. You don't have to rush now. Make a few more. I knew it. You put it simply. You should know your own limits, and not be satisfied with the status quo. You have been very relaxed so far. Right? Since the cost is so small, it would be a pity not to develop it well. You are still practicing swordsmanship and physical skills. And let your little black train with you, so that they can grow with you. You said they can even make sounds. In this case, you should teach them to speak. Jean Imo, you threw a lot of stuff at me at once. Are you sure I can finish it within this month? Mugue raised the corner of his mouth. Just do as much as you can. The development of ability is a lifelong subject. Besides, aren't you very confident? Can't do it? Jean Mo smiled dumbly. Provocation doesn't work on me. Uncle. He paused and said, but I should be able to do it. He was not proud and complacent. He was just stating the objective facts. Jean Imo looked at Feng Boming, who was sleeping in the simple tent beside him, patted his legs, stretched, and stood up again. My turn? Mugue nodded. Jean Imo finally. He was getting impatient waiting. I slept well during the day, and I didn't feel sleepy at night. I was full of energy. I ate comfortably, and didn't feel full. The digested food was converted into energy for the body. The brighter the wall lights were, the darker the surroundings became. The clouds that floated back blocked the dim moonlight. Perfect environment. Jean Imo didn't make any extra movements. He just raised his hand, and several black beads flew out of his hand. A quick glance showed that there were about 30 of them. Lieutenant Colonel Yang was originally watching the movements everywhere, and he couldn't help but look over when he heard Mugue and Jean Mo's voices. He also followed Jean Mo's line of sight to the sky. Soon, a thick black color seeped down from the sky, like new ink that had melted. A color deeper than the night, hanging down from the sky in pieces. Everyone saw this scene when their eyes moved downwards. These things appeared not only in the sky, but also by the wall and in the darkness. Black moving thing. Lieutenant Colonel Yang turned to Jean Mo. Is this his ability? Although he had seen Jean Mo's ability information, he had no time to watch him train, so he didn't know what his ability would look like in actual application. This was the first time. It was not what he expected. This movement was very loud. Then, he immediately realized that it was dark now. So it was the type that could be temporarily strengthened due to special circumstances? So, Mugui knew this and asked him to take action now. In addition, the light of thunder and lightning is contrary to his ability. So Jinmo can only exert his strongest power when Leichin takes a short rest. Everything is linked together. The flying beats quickly enlarged outside the wall, and some of them turned into several huge things. Not only Lieutenant Colonel Yang, but many people also made such a sound. Mugui smiled slightly. Not bad. Turning his head. It was a black cat. Or rather a giant black cat with the outline of a black cat. It was huge, but very agile. After turning into a cat, it immediately stretched out its claws to slap the rats. The giant rats began to scream and fled everywhere, surrounded by several giant cats. Because of its huge size, it could crush a large number of insects while moving, and its tail could also sweep a large number of insects and rats. Its sharp claws were accurate in every slap. It opened its mouth and took a group of giant rats into its mouth. Its teeth tore open their throats and crushed their heads without hesitation. Not for fun, but for killing. Others transformed into puppet giants that were half the height of the wall. About a dozen of them, holding huge hammers in their hands. They had small eyes, thick and round bodies, and were fat, looking a little cute. But their strength was not to be underestimated. They raised their hammers and hammered on the ground. Every time they hammered, a group of insects were smashed, and the ground was also smashed. When they moved, there was also a mess under their soles. When more than a dozen giants moved at the same time, the ground nearby shook, and its power was comparable to a magnitude 3 or 4 earthquake. Lieutenant Colonel Yang opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he couldn't squeeze out a word. The snipers and the communications and logistics personnel on the stage looked out, and their eyes were all wide open. In ordinary daily life, or in conventional modern wars, how could you see such a magical scene? It makes people doubt. Isn't this in a full-dive virtual game? Jinmo pointed to the wall. The swarm of insects and rats that had been stacked up to form a semi-conical shape. Following the direction of his finger, a large piece of black shadow was like soft cloth, or like soft and sticky jelly skin, gently and completely wrapped around them. This huge dumpling squirmed for a while, and soon, some insects and mouse limbs and debris fell to the ground, and were swept to other places by another giant's big hand. Jinmo just stood on the wall, like a conductor who was in control, carefully directing the operation of each ability clone. Only then did Lieutenant Colonel Yang's impression of him completely change. A child who looked like he was just in the first year of high school. It turned out that what Mugui said about them being very strong was not a bit of water. He was just about to praise. Mugui said, "Too slow?" Jinmo, okay. Then the black giants and black cats started to speed up, as if they were running at double speed. The cats were fine. They were agile and light. The hammers were different. Boom, boom, boom. Lieutenant Colonel Yang on the high wall felt the 5th or 6th magnitude shock, and his whole body was numb. Mugui, well, it's better to go slower. I'm afraid you can't bear it. And if the ground cracks? It will be troublesome. Jinmo, TSK. That's a lot of requirements. Mugui pondered. Is there no other good way? More efficient. Jinmo, humans have been fighting wits and courage with cockroaches for so many years, and still haven't found a particularly good way to eliminate them. How can I think of it all at once? It's good enough to buy some time. Mugui, some may not be able to be killed. Cockroaches are very resistant to pressure. Is it true that fire-based abilities are more useful? Mugui turned to Colonel Yang and asked, I remember there was an ability user who created high-temperature lava. Lieutenant Colonel Yang said, he started to get sick a few days ago, and he probably hasn't recovered yet. So he can't come. Mugui, well, he needs to rest well. The voices of Yihui and Qing Jian came from the communicator. Yihui, we have killed some of them. But in this process, high reproductive source mothers are constantly being generated. Qing Jian, some eggs, cockroach egg sheaths or mouse eggs, can also be identified as having high reproductive capacity. Lieutenant Colonel Yang, received. Please continue to speed up the removal, and we will buy you time. The ability to identify the organisms in the eggs that have not yet hatched is good news. At least it will not be ignored. At this time, Mugui reminded, let's stop the guns for a while. There is Jinmo's ability below to deal with it for a while. Keep some ammunition. Lieutenant Colonel Yang nodded and ordered the artillery to stop. Leichin recovered for a while and charged the battery again. Lieutenant Colonel Yang looked at the endless waves of insects and rats that were constantly being eliminated and reborn in the darkness, and held the communicator tightly. The number is truly terrifying. He witnessed this with his own eyes. And now, they can fight it with all their strength because they have made all these preparations. He is now truly grateful for believing Mugui's words and taking action. He said to Mugui, "I'm sorry." He wants to apologize for the distrust in his heart. Everything Mugui did was really just to save this base that was about to be destroyed. Mugui said lightly, "Lieutenant Colonel Yang, if you have anything to say, wait until the insect and rat tide is wiped out and everyone survives before you say it." Lieutenant Colonel Yang nodded solemnly. The night is still long. They have a protracted war to fight. At this moment, everyone's attention is focused on the battlefield ahead, aiming at the fierce eyes of insects and rats that shine in the dark with the light source. This lasted for a while. The situation seemed to be slowly getting better. A devilish whisper sounded in Mugui's ears. "Mugui, you have to be careful." Yin Xinqiu floated over silently and put his hands on his shoulders in a vain manner. Although he was not a physical body and could not touch him, Mugui's back still climbed up with a biting chill. Although Shintusher-sen has been controlled by you, he is not the only one. Mugui, there is an enemy you don't know about who is stalking you in the dark. The city wall will be destroyed. You have to stop him. Mugui frowned. He walked a few steps away along the city wall, as if observing the battle situation on the side, not as close to Lieutenant Colonel Yang. Mugui finally spoke. This was the first time he responded directly to Yin Xinqiu's words. "Why should I believe you?" Obviously, he said that someone would assassinate Yi Hui that time, but it was proven to be wrong. Why should he believe him? He was asking him to give a reason. Yin Xinqiu smiled gently. "You already have the answer, don't you?" He continued, "It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. You must go, even if it's a lie." Mugui hated this the most. Yin Xinqiu always said what he was thinking. However, even this point was seen through by him. Yin Xinqiu relied on his own words, and he could only listen and continued, "You changed your body. He did this just to lure you out. I guess he won't do it to you so early this time. He needs time. If I told you not to go, you probably wouldn't listen. I know you have this kind of personality. Mugui, I know you don't want to pay attention to me. You hate me. But, Mugui, don't lose your rational judgment because of your prejudice against me. Whether you believe it or not, I still have to say that I am not trying to excuse myself or let you relax your vigilance against me. You have to know that feelings such as dislike and hatred can also be exploited by others, even if you think the object of your hatred is justified." Mugui's tone was very harsh. "You are really good at talking." However, he remembered everything Yin Xinqiu said. There were many difficult to understand points in his words. Yin Xinqiu said nonchalantly, "If you have any questions, you can ask me directly, and I will tell you anything you want to know without reservation. If I say it myself, you still won't believe it. So I will wait until you ask me." Mugui calmed down the irritability in his chest. He had to admit that some of Yin Xinqiu's words were objectively correct. If you think calmly, you will know. The initiative to use the ability is in your own hands. Ghosts without entities cannot control him. Ghosts cannot use their abilities either, since I will never let him out because of his words. Why worry? But he still wants to make trouble after becoming a ghost. Can I only say that he is worthy of it? Mugui smiled again. However, this smile did not last long. Because of the next sentence, his face froze. Yin Xinqiu stared at him quietly. "Mugui, you seem to have some misunderstandings. You have always thought that I have the ability to brainwash. But it is not true. There are other people who have the ability to brainwash." Before he could figure out what this sentence meant, another voice came into his ears. "Lieutenant Colonel Yang, I just heard some conversations." It was Gao Yuan, a man in his 30s, who was an ordinary company employee, running over breathlessly. His hearing and vision enhanced by his special ability were only F level, but the range of hearing was very wide. "Just say it," Lieutenant Colonel Yang said. There were two strangers' voices, which should have come from the wall. "Break the wall." "Yes." They only said these two sentences. Lieutenant Colonel Yang asked, "Where is that person?" Gao Yuan was still running. "I just came from there. He should still be in front." "I'm watching." He squatted on the track platform on the wall and moved quickly. While scanning the bottom of the city wall, his hearing could not accurately locate a certain place. He could only roughly judge the direction and distance. Even so, He could extract a strange sound from the mess of sounds, which was already very remarkable. Mu Gui hurriedly followed. He had a strong ominous premonition. Chapter 42 Daylight comes early. Lieutenant Colonel Yang also hurriedly followed Gao Yuan. Suddenly, he received a message on his watch. He opened it and saw a monitoring screen. A person appeared on the screen. At the same time, the voice of the command center came from the communicator. Report. There is someone outside the wall. The camera zoomed in, and Lieutenant Colonel Yang saw the man's face clearly. Fang Qirong? As a VG level ability user, he has also been participating in training, so he recognized him. Mu Gui, is it the lava ability user who was absent due to illness? Gao Yuan, I saw it. Over there. The three of them quickened their pace, ran onto the track platform, and quickly moved to the corresponding position. As soon as they finished speaking, boom! A golden red light flashed. The high wall, which was more than 10 meters thick, was directly penetrated underground, burning a large hole. The space in the large hole was enough for several people to pass through. Lieutenant Colonel Yang's face changed, and he changed the channel. Fan Fangyan, come here. Come to the west. Fan Fangyan, got it. The insects and rats that were originally concentrated in the middle and the east seemed to have smelled the passage and changed direction. They were only 100 meters away from the cave entrance. The three finally arrived at the end of the wall where Fang Qirong was standing. Lieutenant Colonel Yang couldn't help but curse. What's going on? Didn't anyone notice that there was someone down there? It seemed that the people on duty above and the people firing guns and guarding the cannons only noticed this when the wall was broken. Lieutenant Colonel Yang. That person appeared suddenly. 10 minutes ago. The observation was not. A sniper had already adjusted the position of his rifle. Lieutenant Colonel Yang. Should we shoot? Lieutenant Colonel Yang was about to give the order. Mu Gui stopped him sternly. No. Yin Xinxiu just whispered in his ear. That man is brainwashed. Lieutenant Colonel Yang. Why? Mu Gui. He is brainwashed. He looked around. Is there any way to get down directly from here? Lieutenant Colonel Yang turned his head and saw that Fan Fangyan had not come yet. So he walked over and put Mu Gui's hand on his shoulder, dragged him, and jumped off the wall. Before landing, a huge whirlwind appeared under their bodies, lifting them up. They both jumped down from a few meters above the ground. Fang Qirong looked a little strange over there. His cheeks flushed, and he raised his hand while coughing, blasting the hole even bigger. The molten liquid metal spread to his feet. Lieutenant Colonel Yang, my ability may hurt him. Mu Gui frowned and raised her hand. Fang Qirong suddenly knelt on the ground, and soon he lay on the ground, with veins on his cheeks and arms bulging. But he couldn't get up, as if he couldn't bear the burden. The land beside his body also collapsed little by little. Lieutenant Colonel Yang was shocked. It was gravity. Mu Gui strengthened the gravity around the body of the lava ability user. Mu Gui's eyebrows were still locked, and he said, Lieutenant Colonel Yang, reduce the air pressure around him. Lieutenant Colonel Yang was stunned. He didn't expect that his ability could be used in this way, and he immediately did it. The high-speed whirlwind wrapped around Fang Qirong's body. Fang Qirong was originally ill, and soon under the dual effects of low pressure and high gravity, his eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. Lieutenant Colonel Yang rushed forward and was about to take the man away. However, when he grabbed the man's collar, whoosh, his hand was empty. The whole living person disappeared in his hand. A stone fell beside him. Lieutenant Colonel Yang, what? Mu Gui, the other party has the ability of space transfer. Lieutenant Colonel Yang has not figured out the relationship between them. Mu Gui said, Lieutenant Colonel Yang, please go pick up Fan Fangyan. Let someone keep an eye on the city wall. And wake up Bo Ming by the way. Lieutenant Colonel Yang, what about you? Mu Gui looked at the tide of insects and rats crawling outside the cave entrance and said calmly, I'll guard here for a while. At this time, the team on the inside of the wall also gathered. Mostly armed soldiers without superpowers. And some policemen, because he said it too naturally, as if he was saying, I'll wait for someone here for a while. Lieutenant Colonel Yang couldn't help but feel relieved, and turned around without hesitation. The wind lifted him up. He turned around and looked down. And then he realized that the person who said he didn't want to stand on the front line was standing at the front of the crowd, guarding the gap that the enemy had penetrated, facing the monster tide. His ability is not a strong combat ability. He is not a soldier, nor a policeman. But he stood there, As a matter of course, Lieutenant Colonel Yang grabbed the collar of his chest, feeling an inexplicable emotion in his chest. It was just that the battle situation was tense, and he forced himself to get rid of distracting thoughts. At the same time, in midair, Lieutenant Colonel Yang spotted a drone following Mu Gui for monitoring and assisting communication. He didn't think much and hurried to pick up Fan Fangyan. Only she could block the wide-open hole again. Mu Gui temporarily withdrew his ability. The watch kept reminding. Sure enough, strengthening things other than people also has a price. It cannot be used on a large scale. He didn't want to get into a difficult fight. If he just defended the cave entrance for a short time, even he could do it. Anyway, wait a while. Lieutenant Colonel Yang should come back with Fan Fangyan. It's still 2 hours before dawn. They have to hold on for at least this time. As long as... Boom! 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 It's a sound completely different from the hammer of the giant outside. It was the sound of breaking the wall that they had just heard. Fuck. Mu Gui cursed in a low voice. I don't know what method the invisible enemy has to make Fang Qirong regain consciousness directly. He waved his hand. All the big cockroaches blocking the hole were pressed to the ground and could not move. No matter how many gathered, they could only stay in the gravity zone of the hole and directly filled the hole. Their ability to withstand pressure is indeed strong, but it does not mean that they have enough physical strength to resist gravity. Bang, bang, bang. Some people fired their guns. Mu Gui reminded, don't shoot yet. That's a strong gravity area. The high pressure crushed the insects in the gravity area, like crushing freshly baked cookies. Everyone around was dumbfounded by this scene. Mu Gui took out his communicator. Jean Mo. Stop the opening temporarily. Got it. Jean Mo stood on the wall and saw the situation below. He immediately called back his little blacks. They quickly transformed and became smaller and soft black balls. After plugging the opening, they instantly became hard and even grew spikes, which pierced the insects and rats rushing up. Mu Gui waited for a while, and the gap on his side was finally filled with black. Jean Mo's voice came. I'm afraid it won't last too long. The guy just now was attacking my little black patch. His ability is better than mine. Lieutenant Colonel Yang came down with Fan Fangyan. Mu Gui reported the mark point to Jean Mo. Withdraw this one first. Sister Fan is here. Lieutenant Colonel Yang said, I have asked someone to wake up Feng Boming. He looked at the situation and said fiercely, it really doesn't work. We can only kill Fang Qirong. We can't risk the entire base. Fan Fangyan hurriedly began to repair the wall. Her physical strength was not a joke. Mu Gui's eyes flickered several times, and he said to the communicator, Jean Mo, do you have any remaining strength? The guy who used lava. Knock him out first, and then wrap him with your Xiao Hei. Jean Mo, got it. I'll try it. Jean Mo turned off the communicator and ran. Xiao Hei turned into a flying bird. He stepped on its back and squatted down. The flying bird spread its wings and flew to the east wall following the sound. As expected, I saw the person who had been causing trouble. Jean Mo moved his finger downward, and a shadow in the corner of the wall changed into a human shape. He knocked Fang Qirong unconscious with a hammer, but controlled the strength so as not to hurt him too much. Then, it turned into a soft black ball and wrapped the whole person. Jean Mo, uncle. I succeeded. Mu Gui, did it disappear again? Jean Mo observed for a while. No. The person who was wrapped in his darkness could actually be unaffected by the ability to move in space. Mu Gui was just trying to save his life, but he didn't expect it to work. Then Jean Mo noticed that the giant rats, with their blood-red eyes, were tearing at the black patches that he had used to block the gaps. And they were actually causing damage, with black debris slowly falling off. On the contrary, the harder it is, the easier it is to be damaged. Uncle! It's troublesome. Even if this person didn't destroy it, my black patch might not last long. The black patches that blocked the gaps could no longer be deformed at will. Otherwise, they would be easily penetrated. The hole was not too small, and there were more than a dozen of them. Jean Mo wanted to continue replenishing, but he had reached his limit. His ability was not strong enough to pry more darkness for his own use. This time he really reached his limit. Jean Mo remembered what Mu Gui said to him during training. To try his limit. He had never reached his limit, but the limit did exist. Jean Mo had also driven the little blacks to fight for several hours before. His head had been aching since the beginning, and even when he stood up, his eyes went dark for a moment. His physical and mental strength were greatly exhausted. But he looked at the huge battlefield. The endless tide of insects and rats. How should they fight next? Fire! Bang, 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 bang. The artillery fire began to bombard again. However, it was different from the light of the artillery fire. A beam of light as bright as the sun suddenly appeared in his vision. He was closer to darkness. And the opposite of his ability. It was light. Dawn was nearly 2 hours away. Feng Boming woke up and brought a light thousands of times brighter than dawn to this world in advance. Feng Boming took a steady step forward, looking at the endless waves of insects and rats, without a trace of fear in his eyes. In the air, white and golden balls of light appeared. Each one was like a small sun. Dozens, hundreds, thousands, cutting through the air and tearing through the darkness, shooting to the ground. What you told me before. How can I become so strong in the future? After returning home and seeing his parents, his desire to become stronger became clearer. Now that he has such an ability, he needs to rely on it to protect his family. When Mugui came to Feng Boming to guide him in training, Feng Boming first said this. Mugui smiled and said, "You just lack a little confidence and some training." Feng Boming blinked. Me? Lack of confidence? This is something that no one has ever said to him since he was a child. In the eyes of everyone around him, he is confident and cheerful. Mugui changed his expression. Well, it seems a bit inaccurate to say this. It should be said that he lacks understanding of his own abilities. Feng Boming, why do you say that? Mugui, do you believe that you can blow up a mountain at will? Feng Boming. Mugui, look. You don't believe it. Right? But in fact, it can be done. Feng Boming, then I give it a try? After Mugui said this, Feng Boming would really believe it. This is also Feng Boming. Mugui, it's too noisy, so I can't give it to you. Feng Boming scratched his head awkwardly. Feng Boming, I've been practicing the training you taught me along the way. He learned to control the intensity of light, to concentrate the energy of light, and to make swords with light. But he still couldn't learn to deform light. Like Jin Mo's ability, to deform it at will. He couldn't do it no matter what. Mugui said to him, that means you're going in the wrong direction. Don't dwell on it. Change your path. In fact, he had never seen Feng Boming use similar abilities in the future. Feng Boming radiated a white light, covering his entire body. And soon, his entire figure disappeared. After a while, he appeared again. This can be done. All Feng Boming did was to change the light refracted on his body. So to others he seemed invisible or disappeared. But in fact, he was still standing there. Mugui, you can already do such a delicate operation, which means that the next thing is not difficult for you. Mugui prepared a prop for him. 4 fences with rebounding materials, and a round steel ball in the middle of the fence. Feng Boing, use this to train? How to train? Mugui, you haven't played billiards before, but you have seen it, right? Feng Boing nodded. Understanding the method, he said. A small light appeared from his fingertips, which was already condensed and hit the steel ball. The steel ball was hit by the power of the light, rolled to the edge of the fence, and bounced in another direction. Mugui, continue. Feng Boming could only follow the moving steel balls and hit them with light balls again and again. Mugui looked at him for a while and raised her lips. Aren't you tired of coming one by one like this? Feng Boming then condensed several light balls at once and attacked the steel balls. The steel balls continued to move, each time in a different direction, and at different speeds. Although there were more light balls, Feng Boming only needed to hit the steel balls one by one, and the interval between hits was much shorter. He could also hit the steel balls with multiple balls at the same time, and even control the direction of the steel balls. Feng Boming exhaled. This is still simple. Mugui added 2 more steel balls. At this moment, the trajectory of the 3 steel balls colliding and alternating became more complicated, and Feng Boming needed to use 3 light balls to hit the steel balls moving in different directions at the same time. Feng Boming was sweating profusely after practicing for a while. There were more steel balls, and he had to control 3 light balls to hit 3 steel balls moving in different directions at the same time. His eyes could not see at all, let alone accurately control them to hit. His movements became messy, and his accuracy dropped a lot. Mugui brought a basket of steel balls over. You can add more as needed. The same with the fence. If you feel this is not enough, just make it bigger. Feng Boming. Feng Boming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mugui raised his hands. What's wrong? Can't do it? Feng Boming said frankly, well, even if it's difficult, I have to do it. I want to see how far I can go. Mugui took out another empty can. Use your light to hit him. Control the energy, and don't shoot through. As he said this, he threw the can up. Feng Boming threw a ball of light subconsciously. Pa! Duh! It fell to the ground. The two stared at the empty can on the ground. Mugui said speechlessly, you have to keep hitting it, so that it won't fall to the ground. Feng Boming smiled awkwardly, picked up the can and threw it again. This time he hit it twice. Mugui said, don't just hit it once and it's over. If you hit it once and it dissipates, and then condenses for the next time, the time in between will be wasted, and it will fall sooner or later. Don't prepare too many. Feng Boming, that's two. Mugui moved his fingers, and the path of his fingertips drew a Mobius strip, tried to manipulate the light to change its direction. Although he had said before that the rays of light were straight, but in Feng Boming's hands, the light could turn. Feng Boming stretched out his fingers, and let the light ball change direction gently. The condensed light ball really changed its trajectory as he thought, and did not shoot out like a ray. Feng Boming tried it for the third time. Its movements became much more flexible. It was like playing badminton or table tennis. It was just more difficult. It was not hitting the ball with a flat surface, but hitting an irregular object with the ball. It kept hitting the empty can to keep it in the air. Mugui, once you are familiar with it, you can add more. The can and your light. Slowly add one by one. The height can also be increased. Feng Boming smiled. It feels like a game. The difficulty keeps increasing. Mugui, games are fun only when they are challenging. Right? Chapter 43. One move to kill. Fuck. Why are there so many? After killing them all, a lot more appear. Qing Jian finally got annoyed. His fear gradually became numb after staring at the terrifying swarm of cockroaches and rats for a long time. Those things are now the same as pixels of the same color to him. Song Jianxing didn't have to make a move. He looked at the three people and asked, are you all okay? Qing Jian, I'm fine. Unlike other VG level abilities, other abilities at least have a basic consumption of physical and mental strength, and his ability consumption is almost zero. But after being highly focused all night, he was somewhat tired. There were some bloodshot on the whites of his eyes, and he just rubbed them gently. Yihui smiled and said, it's no problem for me to hold on for 3 days. Yin Siji was a little out of breath. His physical strength was not as good as Yihui's, although he had also done basic training this month. One night was probably the limit. But Qing Jian saw that he should still have most of his physical strength left. He seemed to have some strength left even though he was breathing heavily. Although Yin Siji knew that his physical strength was not as good as others, he learned to conserve his physical strength well. I can still hold on. Yihui, this is not a solution. Let's start with the giant rats. It seems that the reproduction rate of rats is slightly slower than that of cockroaches. Qing Jian, shouldn't we deal with the faster ones first? Yihui, because there are too many cockroaches. We can't deal with them all at once. Rats can. He looked at the giant and cat that looked even darker in the night, and his eyes curved. They are still trying to buy us time, so we have to speed up. Yin Siji stood up and changed his face. He stretched out his hand and wiped the sword, and the long sword turned from black to red. They were above the target rat group. Yin Yin jumped down with the sword. The blood sword pierced the back of the giant rat, and the bright red blood spurted out and hovered in the air strangely. Song Jianxing jumped down immediately after him, and after the pause time, dozens of giant rats around Yin Yin fell in a pool of blood, and Song Jianxing himself stood in the helicopter cabin holding the sheathed sword as if he had never gone down. The pool of blood rolled, boiling as if injected with life. The blood of the dead giant rats turned into countless long and tough blades that pierced into the warm bodies of the surrounding compatriots, spurting out more blood. The blood that flowed out of their bodies became the knives that stabbed their companions to death. Yin Yin stood in the middle. The blood sword in his hand greedily absorbed the blood, becoming more and more scarlet. Yihui stood on the ground on the other side, in the rolling rat tide, while easily strangling the giant rats approaching him, and exploring hundreds of eggs hidden in caves and under the water from puddles and land. The countless threads on his fingertips hooked out the eggs one by one. Each egg contained dozens of fresh mouse fetuses. Qing Jian just pointed out that there were high-fertility mother fetuses here. There was no need to identify them. Just kill them all. The puddle was dyed blood red. This trace of blood was also attracted by Yan Yan's blood sword. Yi Hui licked his lips and whispered, amazing ability. On the other side, when their eyes had already gotten used to the darkness, a bright light suddenly appeared from the other side of the city wall. Is it Feng Boming? Like an angel falling. Yi Hui somehow remembered Mugui's words at this moment. They did fulfill their promise. Fought and decided the winner. However, he did not win. This was the first time he lost in a simple physical duel with someone. He did not feel humiliated. Just novel. Mugui himself also felt magical, with surprise in his smile. From the short fight, he could see a lot of information. Mugui's combat experience was far superior to his, with at least more than 10 years of combat experience. And he had been through life and death. But his body could not keep up with experience alone. If he had trained his body for a longer time, he should not have won by a narrow margin of 1.5 moves. But an overwhelming victory. Yi Hui smiled and asked him, have you thought about your request? Mugui replied with the same smile, I have thought about it. Yi Hui stared at Mugui. During the battle, he also discovered something. Mugui's fighting moves. It was very similar to his. Even some subtle quirks were the same. Of course, there were also some characteristics of Mugui himself, probably related to his own fighting experience. But Yi Hui was very familiar with the basics of those moves and routines. That was what he had learned since he was a child. And he would never admit his mistake. What is it? What would you ask for? Mugui, I. Feng Boming. Yen Suji. Please accept the three of us as your disciples. Yi Hui. Mugui's smile is very pretty. Gentle but not sinister. This is the first time Yi Hui saw the cunning of Mugui's age in his eyes. Hey! Yi Hui! Why are you distracted at this time? Come up! Yi Hui looked up and saw Qing Jian yelling at him. He raised his hand, and the silk thread was wrapped around the rope ladder, pulling his body up. In a flash, the place where he was standing just now was submerged by the tide of insects and rats. What were you thinking about just now? Qing Jian said speechlessly. Yi Hui touched his chin. I thought of something cute, and my attention was distracted. Sorry. Song Jianxing asked Qing Jian. There are no more now. Right? There are still some giant rats, but there are very few. Among the remaining ones, the highly fertile individuals are gone. Some of them ran to the wall and gradually turned into ash in the light. Yi Hui took out the communicator. Mugui. Are you there? Help me again. Yan Mingsu joined them on Mugui's side, and they passed the remaining target markers to Yi Hui together. Yi Hui did not hang up immediately, and asked, how are you guys doing? Ah, Miss Fan. What should I do? She fainted and her blood pressure is low. She just patched 2 holes. Mugui's voice came. It should be hypoglycemia. Give her an injection of glucose solution to let her recover first. Yi Hui, it seems that the situation is very bad. Yi Hui did not continue to listen. He said to the other 4 people, every time we kill a target, their burden will be reduced by 1 point, and the growth rate of numbers will also decrease. Yin Yin said with blood dripping from his hand, no one here has fallen yet. Yi Hui smiled. It seems that we have to fight for our lives. Jin Mo shook his teeth and said to the communication device, I have a big problem here. My Xiaohei is shrinking. It's too bright. Feng Boming was using his ability to kill the enemy, and Lei Chen joined again. This caused Jin Mayuan's ability from the night to weaken, and the black that was originally enough to block the hole was evaporating. Gu Shu came to the corner of the wall. I will record her ability and continue her work. Mugui immediately handed Fan Fanyan to him. Thank you. Although Gu Shu had to bear the cost of using his own ability, he did not have to bear the cost of making metal. Gu Shu only needed to contact a person to record his ability. He held Fan Fanyan's hand, and soon there was an extra page in his collection book. He ran to the nearest hole and tried to fill the metal wall. However, he found a huge problem. Too slow. His speed of making metal was far slower than Fan Fanyan's original speed. It turned out that consumption and ability were proportional. In fact, his residual power when using thunder and lightning was not as good as Lei Chen himself. But he just happened to use the celestial phenomenon, so it looked similar. Mugui put her arm around his shoulders and tried to strengthen his current ability. In the end, he found that he could only strengthen his own ability, but not the ability he was using to burn others. Gu Shu shook his head. No. It will take several hours to repair a hole. Seeing that the feasibility was low, he decisively retracted his ability. As soon as he retracted his ability, he knelt on 1 foot on the ground. Mugui helped him sit down. This time, the price was his right calf. Gushu, I'm fine. What should I do next? Now they still have 7 or 8 holes left. Jean Mo's voice in the communicator was urgent. It will soon be unsustainable. The remaining small black ones he had were only a thin layer, and they would be broken through by insects and rats in about a few minutes. At the same time, it was unknown whether the enemy hiding somewhere would make another trick. Lieutenant Colonel Yang changed the channel. Hui, how are you guys doing? How long will it take? Hui said briefly, half an hour at the fastest. Lieutenant Colonel Yang immediately ordered several teams to guard each hole. Their team should be able to hold it for half an hour. Plus several people with special abilities coming down from above to guard each broken hole. Mugui's heart was beating heavily, and his chest was aching. An ominous premonition climbed up his neck from his back, strangling his throat like a poisonous snake. There are some details that he overlooked, but they are crucial. Feng Boming clenched his fists. Let us take action. They are too weak. Yin Yin held a black sword and said expressionlessly, since you helped Soji, I can take action. Lei Chen said coldly, I am here too. Hui smiled and said, I can't just watch my apprentice in trouble. But can you summon all of us at once? It seems that 2 of the remaining 4 people are about to speak, but they are interrupted by one of them. Yen Xinxiu, no. You absolutely cannot do it. Mugui turned his eyes and looked at Yen Xinxiu. Yen Xinxiu's face was no longer as gentle as before. He just looked at Mugui quietly. The price is too high. However, after saying this, he briefly raised a bitter arc at the corner of his mouth. But the price is nothing to you. He added, he is looking for you. In order to force you to take action. He will do anything. As soon as you take action and use your ability, he will find you. Absolutely. He can't get what he wants. In fact, he has begun to doubt him. Mugui did not respond to his words, but asked, do you know how the space ability user just now managed to transfer Fang Qirong away? Yen Xinxiu shook his head. He doesn't have a fixed person around him. He just uses whatever he finds. Yen Xinxiu couldn't know when he found someone. Mugui quickly recalled all the details after the battle began. Finally, the memory freezes on the fallen stone. Mugui said to Lieutenant Colonel Yang, did Fang Qirong drop a stone when he was teleported for the first time? Lieutenant Colonel Yang was stunned for a moment. That's right. What's wrong with this? Mugui's eyes were shrouded in a shadow. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a displacement-type spatial movement ability. A high school girl with 2 scorpion tail braids stood on the top of a ruin outside the base. She kept turning the chess pieces between her slender and flexible fingers, facing the holographic map model of the base and the live broadcast image in front of her. She yawned lazily. When is it? The tall woman with short curly chestnut hair standing next to her looked at her watch and said calmly, wait for orders. The girl with scorpion tail braids pretended to be obedient and said, okay. At this moment, a message bar popped out of the watch. Take action. She turned to the girl. The small mark at the corner of her eye was like a butterfly that wanted to spread its wings and fly. It was also like a hot ember after the fire burned out. The corner of the girl with scorpion tail braids raised strangely. Okay. She threw the king chess in her hand. Checkmate. Chapter 44. Cannot retreat. When a person faces a desperate situation, what is the first thing he thinks of? Escape. This is the will of the living being to survive. And defying such instinctive will, standing in front of danger, eager to defeat the desperate situation. This is also a will to survive. Offense is the best defense. However, the reason why the desperate situation is a desperate situation, it is because the desperate situation cannot be easily defeated by weak humans. This is a contradictory proposition. In the previous life, from the beginning of this disaster, Mugui has been facing such a desperate situation. A disaster that could not be resisted by human power. It fell on their heads without any preparation. He had no power at that time. The wall was broken. The tide of insects and rats instantly engulfed the street community full of humans. He could only flee with the crowd to the east, in the direction where the wall had not been built yet. He did not have time to go home and reunite with Feng Boming's parents. Feng Boming was originally on the front line. When he saw the wall broken, he ignored the obstruction and ran home. But he only saw his parents being torn to pieces by giant rats, and the remaining limbs were eaten clean by the insect swarm. Just a little bit. He could have saved them. If it weren't for Yensiji, he would have died on the spot in the tide of insects and rats. At that time, Mugui was running away. Like all ordinary people without abilities, He just ran away desperately. He had superpowers, but he couldn't use them. His original body was very weak. The training time was extremely short. On the first day of his escape, his feet were worn out and bled. On the second day, his feet were almost useless. It was Yang Xuanxiu who sacrificed himself to cover the rear. And it was Feng Boming and Yan Ciji who took him. And Qing Jian, Yi Hui and others who escorted him all the way. That he could barely survive. Compared with ordinary people, he only has a powerful friend with superpowers and a special ability that cannot be used. This is the biggest reason why he survived and lived to the end. The number of people is just decreasing. From millions at the beginning, to hundreds of thousands, and then to tens of thousands. On the way, many people stopped to seek refuge at other bases, and some were rejected by those bases. In the end, only a few thousand people arrived in the capital. At that time, Mu Gui simply accepted the protection of others. He was powerless. Apart from doing some basic auxiliary work, he could not do anything. He continued in this state for a long time. He has always been a useless guy. The strong cannot protect the weak, and the weak cannot protect themselves. That was the situation at that time. But this time, it was different. Based on the information he provided, they made sufficient preparations in advance. I don't know what huge price his original ability can be used. And another enhanced ability. The situation has improved a lot. Although there are still unexpected situations. However, this is commonplace for him. In his previous life, he had been dealing with such desperate situations all his life. He could not use his supernatural powers for a lifetime. But he still survived again and again. No one is more familiar with it than him. So, when the entire city wall disappeared, and only a chess piece fell to the ground instead, everyone's mind went blank. Their thoughts were like old computers, facing a situation beyond the computing limit. And they crashed. The only one who moved. Only Mugui. Gray. He called his name softly. Yin Qinxiu told him, if you want to take action anyway, then call their names. The real names they admit from the bottom of their hearts. And then, they will help you. As he took a step, Mugui's feet stepped out a circle of gray compass array patterns flashing black and red light. In one of the directions. From the floating illusion state to the toes landing. Yi Hui 10 years later stood in front of him. There were still many people stationed on the city wall. The electromagnetic gun was connected to the city wall, and was taken away together. But the people were not. As the city wall disappeared, they fell down with it. Most of them were ordinary people without abilities. Falling from a height of 100 meters. They had no choice but to die. Ah! Ah! The weightlessness made them scream subconsciously. Even in the face of such a situation, Yi Hui still had a smile on his lips. He gently raised his hand upwards. All the people who fell from the city wall, and were about to fall to the ground seemed to be hung by something invisible. The wall spanned dozens of kilometers. And there were thousands of people stationed on it. Not one was left behind. He was caught by his silk thread, pulled over, and landed steadily on the ground behind them. At this moment, Lieutenant Colonel Yang, who was closest to the original wall, had a pale face in an instant. His fists clenched at his side, and his shoulders trembled. What to do? How could this happen? The wall of the base was gone. So many people. Are they going to die? How can he protect so many people? Think quickly. He couldn't think of anything. He desperately understood only this one fact. This base will be destroyed. This is what I foresee. He should never think of what Mugui had said to him at this time. It's too late. The prophecy came true. They still couldn't change the ending of destruction. When people are desperate, they will subconsciously grab anything they can grab around them. Which is the last straw. There is a Mugui standing next to Lieutenant Colonel Yang. He looked at Mugui, but he only saw a calm face. He was stunned. Why? There was indeed no extra emotion on that face. There was no panic, fear, or anger. It was like a frozen lake in winter, silent and cold. Mugui, who had such a face, spoke, Lieutenant Colonel Yang. Now, please ask everyone to retreat. Mugui's voice was clear and heavy. Lieutenant Colonel Yang's hands immediately stopped shaking and opened. Lieutenant Colonel Yang raised the communicator and shouted at the top of his voice. Everyone listen. Retreat immediately. Those who landed safely. Those who had been stationed at the foot of the city wall, even if their legs were weak for a moment, ran desperately as if awakened from a dream when they heard the order. The truck picked up some people and also accelerated to the rear. Lieutenant Colonel Yang dialed the channel of the command center, notified all the people in the base to immediately follow the main force to evacuate eastward. He closed his eyes slightly. He knew that this was absolutely impossible to accomplish, especially within a few minutes of life and death speed. Bang! The ground beneath their feet shook violently. The tide of insects and rats rushing towards the base was pressed hard outside the remaining traces of the city wall. On that line, a semicircular high-gravity area was constructed, but that was a very large range. Thanks to this, the tide of insects and rats failed to cross that line in the first place. By time for everyone to escape. Hualalalalo. But their pace of advancement will not stop. They just pile up in terrifying numbers. Lieutenant Colonel Yang understood. He wanted to guard this place alone, until everyone evacuated. He rolled his throat, but found his mouth dry. In the flow of everyone retreating to the rear, only one person went against this direction. Step forward. Mugui's voice sounded again, phone booming. Lei Chen. Yen Siji. Lieutenant Colonel Yang finally realized it at this time. Why did Hui, who was supposed to kill the target on the helicopter, suddenly appear on the city wall and save everyone immediately? Then, the name that Mugui called out, and three solid backs landed together. They came from nothing. They appeared out of thin air. Lieutenant Colonel Yang once again forgot how to think correctly. Hui used silk thread to quickly drag Jean Mo, Feng Bo Ming, Lei Chen and others back. Mugui said without turning his head, Lei Chen. Take him to the right. Lei Chen did not respond, but directly pulled up the younger version of himself, who looked terrified because of the weightlessness at high altitude, turned into a flash of lightning, and disappeared on the spot. Siji. Go to the left. Yen Siji nodded gently. Hui did not need him to mention it, and directly tied Yen Siji's body with puppet silk and threw him over. Feng Boming's tone was as hard as frost. I'll stay here. He would not allow him to refuse. Hui smiled and said, then I'll go to the front. Mugui nodded gently. After everything was arranged, Mugui looked at Lieutenant Colonel Yang, who smiled faintly. Lieutenant Colonel, I need you to stay here. It's just not possible to take action now. There are still people on the helicopter. Hui has also passed. The hurricane cannot rise now. If I can't hold on, I'll trouble you. Lieutenant Colonel Yang felt a shock. When Mugui said these words, the tone seemed to ask him how the weather was today and whether he had eaten. It was just so ordinary. He couldn't say anything to respond to him. Mugui had already seen the answer from his face. He turned back and looked at the place not far away where the metal wall disappeared, and the wall, made of insects and rats, had begun to accumulate. He knew very well that in this situation, panic would only make the situation worse, and could not reverse the situation. Someone must remain absolutely calm. He was used to that person being himself. If possible, he wanted to solve all this easily. According to his idea, all he had prepared could slowly eliminate the tide of insects and rats within 1 to 2 days without causing casualties. However, plans can never keep up with changes. This is also commonplace. This idea has not changed until this moment. He has always been very careful in his preparations. He could have just stood by and watched those powerful people fight against the enemy. He would not stand up unless it was absolutely necessary. But this time it was not because he was powerless. It was because when all the strong people stood in their positions and fought hard, the situation was still forced into a desperate situation. At least he can stand up. From now on, he can't take another step back. Mugui simply thought about how to clean up the things in front of him as quickly as possible. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. It was very light. Not Lieutenant Colonel Yang. Mugui turned around and saw a completely unexpected person. Hi! Angio, whose snow-white face had lost its healthy rosiness, still had a clear and bright look in his eyes, smiled and greeted him. The situation doesn't seem good. Mugui was silent. Lieutenant Colonel Yang, Miss Angio, what are you doing here? Quickly retreat with him. Angio waved her hand. I'm here to help. She was wearing a loose hospital gown and seemed to have been near here a few minutes ago. Her face was not very good. She looked very weak, and her belly was no longer so bloated. Angio saw the question in Mugui's eyes, and she stopped talking nonsense, raised her hand, extended an index finger, and pointed at Mugui. Did you see it? There was nothing on her finger, but Mugui soon saw a small disc on her index finger. The white disc was slowly rotating with her index finger as the center point. This was originally transparent, And you can see the white color because I made the light in this range also retrograde. Mugue opened his mouth. You mean? Ingio raised the arc of his lips. This is the inspiration I got from the shield ability. I have been trying to make the retrograde ability into a specific range during this period. At first, it became a small circle that fits on the finger, and then a larger eggshell, which can cover a larger area, as long as it can bypass the light and air flow and prevent the two from going backwards. It will be perfect. Ingio stretched out his hand to him. I said, I'm here to help you. If she was not sure, she would not come to hold them back. Along the way, she could not help them much, but they were the ones who helped her all the time. She was a person who calculated very clearly. Although she never told them, she remembered it all. They are a team. Teams need to help each other. Her ability can play a role. She will definitely come to help. She came here to watch for a while, and it took her a short time to grasp the situation. She judged that Mugue needed help, so she came. Mugue did not take her hand immediately, but asked, How is your health? Ingio smiled more deeply. It was born yesterday, by cesarean section. The child is very healthy, and is kept in a life support incubator. You must believe in modern medicine. I'm asking you. I slept for a while, and used Xiao Ai's magical plants to heal the cut. I replenished my nutrition. I was a little short of blood, and I will recover soon. Ingio changed the subject. Stop talking nonsense. Hand. Mugue then stopped hesitating and held her hand. A hand that was much stronger than expected. Ingio was the only one in their team who had not received special guidance from him in the past month. However, she did not give up training. She also explored another use for her ability. The vast white barrier expanded from Ingio's raised right hand. It replaced the original function of the city wall. Only the western half was enough. Mugue withdrew to the gravity zone. The cockroaches and mice in that line regained their mobility and wanted to squeeze forward, but they ran into the reversal wall. The reversal wall turned from white to transparent. The tide began to flow backward. Although the reverse flow distance was only a few meters, they could not move forward. Ingio's ability range was originally very large. The stronger the ability, the higher the efficiency of strengthening. It must be much easier than strengthening gravity over a large area. They should be able to hold on longer. Mugue said, Thank you. Ingio, why are you thanking me? By the way, just when she was about to say something, she saw Feng Bo Ming standing in front of Mugue and Feng Bo Ming kneeling on the ground behind her. Panting, immediately forgot what she wanted to say. She said in surprise, Huh? Two Xiaomings? Chapter 45 Price Options. What should a person do when he sees himself 10 years later? Feng Boming only felt that the face was very strange. He thought, Ah, that's my face. Do I look like this? He couldn't help but feel confused. Feng Boming stood up slowly. The sky was already showing the moonlight, and the light was dim. He knew that Mugue's ability had a future self that he knew, but he was not like Qing Jian. He could not see him, so there was no sense of reality, until him stood in front of him. He actually felt unfamiliar with his own face, which he had never expected. The man who looked 10 years older than him, and looked like a twin of him, glanced at him sideways and commented, Too weak. Feng Boming. He bit his lower lip. He was not convinced. In fact, in the past month, he believed that he had never slacked off in training, and the effect of killing mutant creatures before was also obvious. And he should not be said like this. What's more, this person has his own face. However, the next moment, he heard him say, How should you use your ability? Watch carefully. Feng Boming walked forward a dozen steps and stopped. There was a transparent wall of reversal in front of his toes. Ingio reminded, It will also reverse direction if you touch it from the inside. She still looked back and forth between the two of them with magical eyes. She asked Mugue softly, Is this your ability? Mugue nodded briefly. Seeing that he didn't want to say more, Ingio didn't continue to explore. Feng Boming just stood there, without taking his hands out of his pockets. He glanced at the insects and rats that were waving their limbs and trying to move forward but were blocked by the wall of inversion. The hatred in his eyes was strong and deep. This was an expression that Feng Boming would never see on his face now. His cheeks were tense because he was gritting his teeth. The scene of his parents' death repeatedly left marks in his mind, which was the regret engraved in his bones and blood. But, this time, it was Mugue who brought him back to his hometown 10 years ago. He knew very well why Mugue did this. There were some things he needed to say to Mugue after the battle was over. Now, he wanted to help Mugue and himself rewrite this regret. His past could not be changed. But the future of Feng Boming in this world could be changed. Feng Boming closed his eyes once, opened them again, and felt that his whole body and mind were in a relaxed posture. He felt that he was in an unprecedented state. Feng Boming heard that sentence. He stared at him intently. He looked at his future self after 10 years. He looked at him calmly walking forward. He looked at that moment. The light rain fell from the sky. From a microscopic perspective, each drop of the slender light accurately penetrated the body of the insects and mice, burning through the body and then turning in a direction to attack the next target. However, the people behind could only see the dense and thick quiet white light in front of the wall of reversal. Like a sudden light mist, it spread silently only in the place where the insects and mice stayed. It seemed much smaller than his movement, but the killing efficiency was thousands of times higher than his. Feng Boming's body gradually stiffened. Because he was closest, he could see the most clearly. It was because he had experienced the same training in the past month. He could understand it best. This kind of thing happened in front of him. Even if he knew the method, he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it now. He said he was weak, and he was not lying, because he had the absolute strength that could look down on him. 10 years of difference can be so big. Once the sky starts to get light, it gets brighter at an alarming speed. Mugue looked at Feng Boming. Can you still hold on? Feng Boming nodded silently and walked forward. No matter how violently his heart fluctuated, he should do what he should do now. The two Feng Bomings looked at each other, raised their hands, and worked together to push the thousands of feet of light on the ground, which was far better than the meager light in the sky. Forward and to both sides. It seemed to complement this side. There was a loud roar of thunder and lightning from the right. And from the left, there was a faint black residue, and ash floating in the wind. The girl with scorpion-tailed braids nimbly stepped down from the ruins. Is this all right? The woman with short chestnut hair looked at the information on the watch. Evacuate. Well, he seems to have found someone. Our mission is completed. The girl twisted the thin braid on her chest with her fingers. I thought I could play for a while. It's really boring. And I'm still waiting here for so long. The woman said, Feng Qing. You will have time to play in the future. But not now. Sister Xia. I know. Let's meet up with him now. The girl with scorpion tail Feng Qing snapped her fingers. Only 2 pawns were left where the 2 disappeared. Yi Hui stepped on the rope ladder and looked down. That's it. Qing Jian turned on the communicator. I'll check with Mugue. Song Jiansheng looked out of the cabin. I don't know if it's my illusion. The wall seems to be farther away than before. But we didn't distance ourselves. Pilot Wang Wan said, It's not an illusion. A few minutes ago, the command sent a message saying that the entire wall has been moved outside the base. Yen Cixi, what about Mugue and the others? Yi Hui narrowed his eyes. Our offensive seems to be stronger. Wang Wan, the public evacuation has been notified. And the front line has not yet sent a critical warning. Which means that the front line has not been broken. Qing Jian has already connected to the communication. Mugue. We have solved it here. Please confirm one last time to see if there is anything missing. Mugue, received. He held Ing Jiu's hand with his left hand, and gently placed his right hand on Yan Mengsu's shoulder. After a while, Yan Mengsu's voice came from it. All targets are temporarily cleared. Mugue, you guys come back now. And speed up to clean up all the remaining ones. Wang Wan nodded, and turned the direction of the helicopter. On the way back, Yi Hui saw a person in the air, and frowned in confusion. Qing Jian also saw it. Hey! Isn't that you? Yi Hui in the air seemed to have seen him sticking his head out of the helicopter cabin. And a playful smile appeared on his lips. Qing Jian, the smile is exactly the same. It must be you. Yen Cixi, in the air? So he can fly? Yi Hui took advantage of the short time when the helicopter flew over to carefully observe Yi Hui in the air. It turned out that the clothes were controlled by puppet silk and hung in the air, looking like floating in the air. Yi Hui laughed. Why didn't I think of this? It can be used. His puppet silk cannot control his body, but it can control clothes. However, he said, I am here. The one over there is older. Qing Jian suddenly couldn't help but blurt out, Ah! All 3 looked over. What's wrong? Qing Jian broke out in a cold sweat. He knew how Yi Hui came. When he saw Yi Hui and Lei Chen before, he remembered that these 2 people were also among the ghosts behind Mugue. Could it be? Woo woo woo. The helicopter propellers hummed. Ingjio saw them approaching and pulled the inversion wall down a distance. Without the high wall, the helicopter landed directly in the open space. As soon as Ihui landed, he walked towards Mugue with a smile. It seems that even if we don't come, you will soon be able to solve it. Just now, looking down from the helicopter, the number of insects and rats was visibly decreasing, and the people standing on the front line seemed to be intact. Then, he saw two Feng Boming, one slightly younger, the other slightly more mature, and he immediately fell into an indescribable silence. Lieutenant Colonel Yang saw their helicopter also landed, and immediately stepped forward. A small whirlwind rose in his palm. He stretched out his arm and gently threw it forward. Ingjio waved his hand to open a passage for him. The small whirlwind became bigger and bigger as it fell outside, and in just a few blinks it became a hurricane. The tide of insects and rats was swept into the hurricane and flew into the sky. Countless fallen limbs were bounced back by the inversion wall. Then, a flash of lightning flashed and disappeared into the hurricane, which was wrapped in heavy lightning and doubled its violence. It was as if a moving natural disaster was artificially generated. Ihui and Yensiji, who fell from the helicopter, continued to join the attack team. Compared with the number of shocking insects and rats at the beginning, the growth rate of the remaining insects and rats has obviously dropped sharply. Every 10 minutes, Mugue and Yan Mingsu detected once to confirm that no new high reproduction individuals were born. During this time, Mugue and Ingjio maintained the wall of reversal. 1 hour. 2 hours. They stood there all the time. When the darkness in the sky almost faded and the sky was completely bright, the insects and rats had been wiped out by them. But it took longer than expected. Only a few scattered individuals were left. The rising sun could no longer be seen directly. The warm light fell on their bodies. They had a sense of unreality. It's over. This disaster that was enough to destroy the entire base ended at the dawn of the next day. It was shorter than expected. Some unexpected crises occurred. The result was, Lieutenant Colonel Yang looked at the end of the game ahead. His throat was so dry that he could hardly speak normally, because until now, his mind has been in a state of tension. But he still picked up the communicator. The first level alert is temporarily lifted. The evacuation of the people is suspended, and the command center reports the casualties in the battle. His heart couldn't stop trembling. Actually, there was no need to reply. He knew the answer. But for some reason, he needed to hear the answer in person. There was silence in the communicator for a moment. Received. Casualty statistics. Confirmed. 0 deaths. 0 injuries. All those who were still on the first and second lines received the same message. The people present focused their eyes on the same person. Qing Jian had been watching the battle until this moment. He looked at Mugui's back. He and everyone present knew it. It was Mugui who had been standing here all the time. So the front line was not lost. Yan Qinxiu, who was only visible to him, and Mugui, came to Mugui and said to her, "Take back your ability. It's over." Feng Boming turned to look at Mugui and nodded. Mugui's attitude fluctuated slightly with the arrival of Ingjio, but was always calm at other times. Calm but not depressing. It seemed that no matter how dangerous the situation was, the calmness that would not be shaken gave all of them the peace of mind to continue fighting. The same was true at the end. Lieutenant Colonel Yang seemed to hear the words Mugui said. "I want the death toll in this battle to be 0. When he first said this, no one around him completely believed this. Is there any huge battle that will not cause casualties? Especially when facing this real biological disaster. Although they felt that they could fight, at least they had to pay some price. And when the wall disappeared, all of them felt that it was over and fell into despair in an instant. It was Mugui who put this sentence into practice. He clearly said, "It all depends on you." But in such a desperate situation, he was the first to stand in front. He did not step back. This is the fact they saw. What does it mean to ask you for help when you can't hold on? With his ability alone and his team, they can solve this disaster. But on the other hand, without him, his ability, and his team, this base would be defenseless against this unexpected disaster and the accidents that followed. And there would be heavy casualties. Completely ignoring the gazes around her, Mugui exhaled slightly and let go of Ingjio's hand. The temperature of Ingjio's palm had not yet disappeared, but cold sweat remained in her palm. She didn't know whether it was hers or Mugui's, but she could feel that the hand trembled violently the moment it left. The wall of inversion shrank back. Mugui's originally upright body slowly shrank, and he half bent his knees and knelt on the ground. Yin Mingsu was standing behind him. And seeing this situation, he and Ingio supported him together. Who? Different from fear. It was a physiological, spasmodic breathing sound. He lowered his head, and others could not see that his eyes lost focus for a short time. Ingio said anxiously, "Hey, Mugui, what's wrong with you?" Mugui did not hold their hands, but supported her hands on the ground, gnashing her teeth, trembling and panting. Yin Mingsu suddenly caught a glimpse of the eye-catching red warning words on his watch. The red light flashed quietly and urgently. Neural pain level exceeds 132 degrees. Mild body spasms. Risk of respiratory alkalosis. Life-threatening. Please contact emergency services immediately. Yin Mingsu's pupils shrank, and he immediately turned around and said, "Plastic bag. Is there a plastic bag?" Lieutenant Colonel Yan looked around but didn't see any, so he ran to look for it. However, Qing Jian had already arrived at Mugui's side. At first, he was afraid that he would get airsick and vomit, so he stuffed a bag in his pocket in advance. Although he didn't use it in the end, it actually came in handy at this time. Qing Jian handed the plastic bag to Yin Mingsu. Yin Mingsu covered Mugui's mouth and nose, and after a while, his breathing eased. At this time, everyone around him gathered. "Jin Mo, uncle, don't scare me. Gu Shu, why is it like this suddenly? Where are you injured?" Feng Boming, Mugui. Yi Hui frowned, squatted down, pulled up Mugui's hand to feel his pulse, and then stroked his head, neck, and back along his spine in order, lifted his face to observe carefully, and put his hands on his chest and abdomen. There was nothing wrong with his body. Why did he act like he was in severe pain? Qing Jian's face turned very ugly. No one except him and Mugui himself knew. But he had never thought about it, because he thought that Mugui would not do this with his selfish personality. Qing Jian knew it from the first time he identified his ability. Mugui's enhanced ability has a price. Strengthening the human body or strengthening the supernatural power of others means breaking through the limit that this person should have. How can there be no price? But the price of Mugui's ability can be chosen. There are two choices. First, let the person with the enhanced ability bear the physical damage and pain of breaking through the limit. At this time, the damage to the body or nerves is real. The light ones can be recovered through various methods, and the heavy ones are irreversible permanent damage. Second, Mugui himself bears the price on behalf of the other party. But he only needs to bear the mental pain of breaking through the limit. The body will not be damaged in real way, and the mental pain will not damage his real nerves. He just needs to bear the corresponding pain all the time and must not faint during the period. When strengthening things like gravity and air pressure, he must bear the cost himself. And the same applies. In fact, depending on the degree and scope of the strengthening, it will cost more than strengthening others and their abilities. The time to bear the cost is the same as the time to use the strengthening, depending on the strength of the strengthened ability, the level of strengthening, the number of strengthened abilities, etc. The intensity of the pain will increase cumulatively. Qing Jian knew all of this because it was he who gave this complete appraisal report to Mugui. Therefore, Qing Jian knew that Mugui was currently bearing the price. According to the extent of his abuse of his abilities during this period, he should now be shrouded in unbearable pain. And such pain would last for several hours. He had to bear it. And coma was not allowed. Qing Jian almost gritted his teeth. Why? On what basis? Why would someone who always talks about selfishness, and who would not take action if possible, choose the second option? It doesn't make sense at all. Although Mugui had strengthened AI Boji several times before, the degree was very mild, and the other party was a child, so it was reasonable for him to bear it himself. But what about now? Mugui actually didn't need to bear all this himself. He didn't have the obligation to do so. He could let others bear these, and he should do so. Suddenly, Qing Jian recalled what Mugui said to him. You have to keep the price of this ability a secret for me. At that time, Qing Jian thought that Mugui would definitely choose the first one, and he didn't tell others in order to prevent others from resisting and refusing to accept his strengthening. But what was the result? He actually wanted to bear all the costs by himself. The person who received the enhancement did not have to pay any price. As for Mugui himself, as long as he survived the mental pain during that period, there would be no real damage. The best of both worlds. This idiot's thinking is probably like this. Qing Jian completely understood. Then he got angry. But anger can't solve any problems. Mugui seemed to adapt, raised his hand, and said, I'm fine. Don't be nervous. I just relaxed for a moment. My legs went weak. And then my anxiety attack occurred. A bad excuse. He didn't look like someone with anxiety at all. He simply sat cross-legged on the ground. He took a long breath, patted his chest, and seemed to have really recovered a little. His expression was as relaxed and normal as ever. The people around him also breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little relieved when they saw this scene. Only Qing Jian gritted his teeth and said, This is... What the hell? It's okay. This kind of severe pain will last for at least 2 hours. Because he has been using his ability for such a long time. Mugui looked at him and warned him with his eyes not to speak. Qing Jian bit his lips and snorted, turning his face away. But his fists still clenched involuntarily. He wanted to scold Mugui. Why was he so stubborn? But under the current circumstances, this was impossible. He also promised him not to tell anyone. So a lot of anger was stuck in his chest with nowhere to vent. Hui noticed their subtle movements and realized that they were hiding something. But he didn't ask directly. Yanmingsu raised his wrist. What about this? Mugui blinked at the scary number. Is it broken? Yanmingsu. Does this sentence seem familiar? This sentence is sincere. Mugui is innocent. He really thinks it's no big deal. He really hasn't felt such pain for a long time. It came suddenly, and he was not used to it. So he reacted like that for a while. But after getting used to it, it was much better. He realized that he was just scaring himself. And the pain was catastrophic. Compared with his previous body, the pain threshold of this body was obviously much higher. So it was really nothing. In terms of the level of pain, it was moderate pain at most. As for this watch, it was probably detected based on his direct nerve reaction. But the watch could not measure his pain threshold. So in fact, his physical pain was much lower than this value, which was indeed much better than before. The pain level seemed terrible, but he was fine. And he didn't lie. The surroundings fell into silence. Mugui looked at their distrustful eyes and said casually, I can't help you if you don't believe me. He stood up, patted the dust off his body, and said, Feng Boming, Lei Chen, Gray, Yan Siji, come back. Qing Jian and Mugui both heard Yan Xinxiu's faint voice, but you shouldn't take back your ability at this time. Mugui was stunned. His back felt cold, and he had an inexplicable premonition. But it was too late. Feng Boming, who was closest to them, floated up and disappeared from everyone's sight. Mugui's feet, which had just stood firm, suddenly stumbled a few steps, as the 4 wandering souls behind him returned to their positions. Mugui raised his fist to his mouth and couldn't help coughing twice. He opened his eyes. His pupils shrank, and he saw blood all over his hands. His own blood. Mugui! Mugui! Uncle! Chapter 46 Qixia Wei Ming. Feng Bo Ming. Come back. Feng Bo Ming heard Mugui's call for him to go back. He had no right to resist. He was only a part of his ability. Even if he didn't want to help, he had to act under Mugui's order. This was the most obvious feeling of this battle. Of course, this time, he volunteered. Mugui would not force people who were unwilling to help to come out. And he was also very grateful for everything Mugui had done for him, his family, and his hometown. Along the way, Mugui showed the attitude of a friend. Even if they were not, they had already established a friendship in their interactions. However, this was only for the 20-year-old Feng Boming in reality. Mugui did not seem to want to say more to him, to talk about those lost memories. He did not have much feeling. He did not even remember anything about Mugui. He thought it was just like that, until he closed his eyes and fell into the memories he had lost. April 1st, 2060. Later, it was called April Fool's Day, which was called the Festival of Disaster. As the name suggests, fate seemed to have played a trick on the people of the world. That was the beginning of an unprecedented catastrophe. The day of the birth of disaster. On that day, Feng Boming just went to classroom 305 of Building 11 as usual to attend the public class he had chosen. For most students, public classes are just a way to earn necessary credits. This class also mixed students from different colleges. There were several students sleeping at the back of the classroom. And there were also a few couples flirting, as well as some who used textbooks as a cover to write other homework, or play games with card terminals. Feng Boming really liked the classic book that was explained in this class. so he listened attentively, although he still watched the video most of the time. The teacher was just supervising discipline. At this moment, the teacher felt bored and had just returned to the office. Occasionally, he would look out the window. In early April, it was warmer than in previous years. Near noon, in the intoxicating sunshine, the wind blew like catkins into the sky. The scenery outside was like a hazy, dreamy veil. I caught a glimpse of someone taking a child to fly a kite on the playground in a corner. Fong Boing thought as he spun a pen. Maybe he could buy something to eat and take a walk later. He looked at the small electronic screen on the wall. 10:50. The get out of class was almost over. The video screen in front of the classroom disappeared with a click. Instead, a whole warning interface with black text and red background appeared. What? What the hell? What happened? What word? Something went wrong? Virus? Shall I call the teacher? The unexpected incident that broke the peace made the bored students excited. However, before they could carefully read what was written on it, the alarm sounded on the radio. A familiar yet strange alarm. 6 seconds. Then faded. Stopped for 6 seconds. And sounded again. With this as a cycle. And entered a loop broadcast. Air raid alarm. Fong Boing heard a soft voice in his ear. He turned around. After hearing this sentence, he turned his eyes to the other side, aiming at the person who said this. A student who should be the same age as him, with ordinary and delicate features, but nothing memorable. His clothes were faded and old, and he didn't look fashionable. He looked a little tired, as if he hadn't gotten enough sleep, but his black hair and face were well groomed. When he said it, Fong Boing realized what the alarm was. It was an alarm that would only sound on major anniversaries. People living in a peaceful world have almost forgotten its original purpose. He didn't stop, but looked at the words that appeared on the screen and read them out quickly. Attention! It's not an air raid by another country. An unknown celestial body suddenly appeared within the Earth's gravitational field. There are many. It's small. Please seek shelter in nearby civil air defense facilities immediately if you hear the air raid alarm. The estimated time of falling to the ground is less than 10 minutes. If there are no civil air defense facilities nearby, please seek shelter in an open area nearby. What do these words mean? Unknown celestial body? Is it an April Fool's Day prank? Who dares to touch the school system just for a prank? And this broadcast? This alarm? If it's a joke, it's too much. Right? Will you get scolded? Drill? Should we go out symbolically? Let's see what's going on for a while. I think most people on the internet have heard this sound. Is the situation serious? Are you kidding? Who would believe it? I don't know about celestial bodies. A meteorite falling from the sky. Ha ha ha. The originally sleepy class was suddenly injected with some new excitement. And the students in the classroom became agitated and discussed loudly. Open space. Among the crowd, only that student murmured and stood up suddenly. Fong Boing couldn't help but stand up. He ran to the window. Fong Boing was one step behind him and followed him to the window. Their actions also attracted other students. Few people followed him to the window. Maybe it's true? As soon as someone finished speaking, a huge flaming light spot was reflected in Fong Boing's eyes. It rapidly expanded in his pupils. He held his breath. Is that right? Others were still observing with interest. The classmate sitting next to him was the first to come to the window and the fastest to leave the window. It's too late to run. Jumping off the building is impossible. Going down from the 3rd floor will definitely kill you, he muttered to himself. Fong Boing's mind went blank. His thoughts couldn't keep up with the situation. But he followed his footsteps unconsciously. He followed him out of the classroom. Fong Boing shouted at him, "Hey! What do you want to do? What did you just say?" As if his throat was suddenly strangled. He couldn't speak. The classmate opened the fire cabinet and took out the fire axe. He picked up the axe and turned around. The courage in his eyes shocked Fong Boing's heart, and he couldn't squeeze out a word. There were 2 axes in the fire cabinet. He saw Fong Boing beside him and gave him one. "Follow me." Fong Boing was confused. But instead of thinking about the meaning of this matter, he chose to believe it first. And he just did it. The classmate walked into the classroom with an axe in hand. The people in the classroom were now focusing on the window. Is this true? It's really a meteorite. Run! Run! What are you still standing there for? They panicked and rushed to the classroom door. But they saw a man holding an axe blocking the door. Fong Boing was standing behind him. holding an axe. Their hurried steps stopped for a moment. "What?" he said coldly. "It's too late to run. Squat under the table." Then he raised the axe, tried his best, gritted his teeth, and chopped off the legs of a desk connected to the ground. Bang! Continue with another one. The other students didn't seem to be particularly stupid. At least, they had received earthquake drills. Even if it was just a formality. Some of them squatted at the foot of the wall, and some squatted under the table. Fong Boming followed his example, and chopped off the legs of the other two desks. After chopping them off, his hands were also in great pain. The desk was quite long, and fixed to the ground. The two people chopped it off completely, and separated it from the ground with axes from both sides. He lifted the desk with one hand, and Fong Boming with the other, and curled up in the corner of the wall by the door. The desk just leaned against the top of their heads. Fong Boming was pressed down by a hand. Fong Boming realized that he was being hugged tightly by the person next to him. The voice suddenly disappeared in his ears. After the violent feeling of weightlessness, Fong Boming's consciousness was shrouded in darkness. He woke up in severe pain all over his body. Fong Boming moved his fingers, and slowly opened his eyes. He was soaked in sweat. If he hadn't been able to clearly feel that his lips were not moving, he would have thought that the sound came from himself. In front of him was the classmate who had just protected him. He still had his eyes tightly closed, lying on the ground. The shrill sound and distorted facial features left no doubt that he was experiencing inhumane pain. Fong Boming gritted his teeth. In the triangular prism space formed by the tilted table and the rubble, his body could not move. The person in front of him was also unable to move. He could only stretch out his arm. He barely touched and held the other person's hand. The hand was also hot, like a red-hot charcoal. Fong Boming pressed it tightly and did not let go. His vision was distorted irresistibly, like frosted glass. He gradually could not see anything clearly. He lost consciousness again. When he woke up again, he felt much more relaxed all over, and no longer felt as painful as if his bones were melting. But he was still stunned, because his eyes met a pair of clean, pure black eyes. The other person stared at him straight, and he also stood there in a daze. After a long while, Fong Boming heard him say, "Hand." Fong Boming lowered his head. His hand was still holding the other person's fist, and he quickly let go. "I'm sorry." Fong Boming saw him say expressionlessly and emotionlessly, "It's okay." The silence lasted for a short while. Unbearable. In the small space, they could hear each other's breathing. Fong Boming didn't want to let it go on like this, so he took the initiative to ask, "Are you injured?" The other party looked at him again. "No." Fong Boming, "But I saw that you were in pain just now." He paused and said, "That's not an injury. I don't know what it is." Then he asked back, "What about you?" Fong Boming felt every part of his body and smiled. "That's good. I'm fine too." It was a miracle that neither of them was injured in such a big commotion. At least their bodies and limbs were not crushed under the cement. Fong Boming smiled and said, "My name is Fong Boming. Fong for Kai Feng, Bo for shallow, and Ming for bright. Mu Gui." Which two words? Fong Boming blinked. Mu for shepherding. Wang Gui Gui. Mu Gui's expression did not change much. Fong Boming, "Thanks to your timely response, we survived." "But what happened?" Mu Gui, "It's written on the screen." Fong Boming, "Are you talking about the meteorite?" Mu Gui, "An unknown celestial body." Fong Boming, "Are you talking about an unknown celestial body that hit us?" Mu Gui, "Similar." Fong Boming, "Really?" He really could not have dreamed that one day he would be hit by a meteorite. Fong Boming turned his head, raised his hand, and pushed it gently. And it felt very solid. He gave up quickly and sighed. "It seems that we can only wait for rescue here." They were now lying face to face, with a good quality table on their backs, supporting the remaining wall. There was basically no room for the body and legs to move, and not much room for the hands and head to move. Mugui was also observing, but his hands touched some gaps. There was a gap the size of a few fingers on the side wall. He used his fingers to peel off the gravel on the gap to make it a little bigger. Fong Boming asked, "What are you doing?" Mugui, "Make sure there is air circulation and see what's going on outside." Fong Boming followed his example. Mugui looked out through the cracks in the wall. He blinked hard and found that his vision was indeed clearer than before. But he couldn't figure out why this happened. so he focused on observing the situation outside. The corridor outside the wall had collapsed, and the flower bed behind the teaching building could be clearly seen through the cracks. Mu Gui's pupils shrank. Feng Boming looked away with a pale face, his expression shaking violently. Corpses, corpses, corpses. Broken bodies were scattered all over the ground. A group of students were running away screaming, and some people were trapped in the rubble of the building, stretching out their bloody hands to ask for help. There was a pool of bloody mud on the ground with clothes, hair, bones, and the like still in it. It looked like a person had exploded from the inside out. Mu Gui did not look away like Feng Boming did. After watching for a while, he saw a fly flying over, landing on the edge of the bloody mud, moving its thin legs and feet, and began to suck blood. Mu Gui's body froze. The reason why he could see it so carefully and clearly was because the fly was as big as an adult wild dog. Mu Gui suspected that he was hallucinating, and said to Feng Boming, "Take another look." Feng Boming didn't really want to see it, but he tried again after hearing his serious tone. He then gasped, "What is that? A fly? Why is it so big? Is my vision blurry? Didn't I hit my head?" He had never seen such a big fly in real life. "Mu Gui, I saw the same thing as you." He pinched his hand, and it hurt. He said, "We are not dreaming. So there must be a huge change outside." Feng Boming felt his throat was dry and swallowed his saliva. "What do you mean?" Mu Gui continued to watch for a while, and put forward his own guess. "The creatures have mutated. The plants have grown wildly, and many animals have become larger and started to attack the people around them." Feng Boming also watched for a while. His face was blue and purple. Attack is really a euphemism. Those mutated animals chewed people as snacks. Feng Boming felt dizzy. He couldn't believe this was reality. This wasn't real. They were just in class, living an ordinary daily life. Why did it suddenly become like this? 3 days? No. At most 1 day. Without water? We can't survive a day. We have to find a way to save ourselves. Feng Boming looked at Mu Gui. Mu Gui didn't ask why like him, but started to figure out what to do. There was only calmness on the ordinary and featureless face. Feng Boming's trembling heart began to slow down. Feng Boming said, "Maybe there will be a fire brigade or..." Mu Gui stated the facts lightly, looking at the situation. "It is probably impossible to come. And it is too late." Feng Boming looked at those eyes intently. Just now, he felt that Mu Gui was particularly calm. No. It was more like numbness than calmness. Feng Boming had no time to think and said to him, "We have to go out. Go out together. Even if no one can come to save us. Don't give up hope." Facing his overly eager eyes, Mu Gui's eyes slowly turned and nodded gently, as if in agreement. Feng Boming thought of his series of actions just now. If he hadn't had the desire to survive, he wouldn't have reacted so quickly. Feng Boming said, "Let's think about how to get out together." Chapter 47. Mu Gui did not respond to Feng Boming's words, but turned to the small gap in the wall. He reached out and pulled out a small piece of concrete from the gap on the other side, and knocked on the edge of the gap a few times. However, although there was a gap, the wall was much thicker than they imagined. It didn't move much after a light knock. After hard knocking, the paint and concrete fragments on the outside peeled off a little, and then stopped expanding. There were bricks inside, but the concrete block in his hand was broken a little. Feng Boming watched his movements. "Do you want to knock open this crack? I'll help too." Mu Gui stopped him and put down the concrete block in his hand. "It can't be knocked open. With our strength and no tools. Don't waste your energy. Find other ways." Feng Boming pondered for a while, but the more he thought about it, the more terrifying he felt. He couldn't think of how to save himself in such a situation. After all, he was just an ordinary student. He had never encountered such danger. Until this moment, he realized how lucky it was for a person to live to the age of 20 without any disasters and in good health. Mu Gui was still looking outside through the gap. Feng Boming asked him, "What are you looking at?" Mu Gui, "Anything. To see if anyone is coming, or how to ask for help." However, soon, they heard a voice outside. "Ah! No! Monster! Don't eat me! Help!" The screams were shrill and continuous. Feng Boming felt a chill in his heart. He and Mu Gui both saw the outside through the gap, especially the many people gathered at the back. The screams turned from the front of the teaching building to the back. It should not be very far away from them. A man to several stories high came into his sight. The two large sickles in front of the mantis were stained with blood and flesh, and it held several people in its mouth, chewing and swallowing them. Soon it lay on the ground and continued to prey on humans who entered its hunting range. Compared to its previous size, these prey are too small now. It needs to eat a lot. Feng Boming remembered this scene. He was powerless. They couldn't protect themselves now, and couldn't even get out of here. If this monster stepped into this ruin, they would die. Human life is so fragile. Feng Boming stared at the movement outside. Don't come over. Don't come over. Don't eat anymore. Run away. Please. Live. He just kept repeating these words in his mind. Anyway, no one could convey his words. After the mantis ate the people here, it went in the direction of the fleeing crowd. After the mantis left, there was a big wildcat running around. Its fur was bald and ugly, and it was covered with shocking electric currents. It was so fast that only a trace of its afterimage could be seen when it came. Mugue watched it playing with the human under its hands, and after listening to the screams, it twisted off the opponent's limbs and head, and then moved on to the next one. It was obviously full, and he had no way of calculating how much prey was needed to fill the stomach of such a huge creature. Although the wild cat was running around, its footsteps were very light, and it once landed on the ruins above their heads. The ruins only shook slightly. Even so, they still felt frightened. Feng Boming saw that Mugue did not look away in fear. He continued to observe. It seemed that this look was seeking a chance of life that he didn't know whether it would exist or not. From noon to dusk, during this period, he alternated with Feng Boming. However, he only got bad news. Until 6 o'clock in the evening, no police car or fire truck entered the campus. No one had the energy to save others. Those who could escape had escaped. Several helicopters roared through the sky. They knew that they were not coming to pick them up. But every time they passed by, they would hold a glimmer of hope. Sometimes they also heard the cries for help from people who were in the ruins like them. But gradually there was no sound. Probably, they were the only two people left alive in this ruin. After a while, blood seeped in from the cracks around them. Feng Boming turned his head and faced the wall. Out of sight. Out of mind. The sky gradually darkened. The night lights on the campus were on as usual. The campus, which should have been full of people, was left with only corpses and wandering monsters. Feng Boming felt it. Because of the previous pain, their bodies had sweated a lot. They had not taken in water for more than 7 hours, and their bodies would soon become dehydrated. If they didn't escape within a day, they would die here. And as time passed, their hope of escaping became increasingly slim. And the weather in April was still a little cold, and there were only 2 of them in this small space. Feng Boming said to Mugue, "Hand." Mugue was still looking outside. "What?" Feng Boming held his hand. Mugue looked at him with a little surprise. Feng Boming's lips were covered with dust, and were already dry and peeling. But he still smiled and said, "Your hands are a little cold. I am naturally hot, so I can share some of my warmth with you." Mugue was stunned. Holding his hand was indeed very warm. Unlike him, his hands and feet were naturally cold. When the cold touches the hot, the heat becomes more obvious. Fortunately, there are 2 people. Feng Boming thought. Feng Boming said gently in a slow voice, "If you are afraid, just hold my hand. I heard that body temperature can give people some courage. It is not just body temperature, but the body temperature of a person. And the fact that this person will reach out to support him will give people courage." Mugue's eyes were fixed on him. Her pupils were dark and scary. Scared? No. Feng Boming thought again in a daze. Was he really scared? Feng Boming looked at Mugue's other hand on the ground. His 5 fingers unconsciously scratched the ground, leaving some white marks. And his fingertips were trembling. And they were already red. And if they continued, they might drip blood. Feng Boming held his other hand, and held both of his hands tightly in his palms. It is precisely because of times like this that you need to calm down. Otherwise, even if you see the clues to survival, you can't use them well. Feng Boming thought. He should not be afraid, but angry. This is the trembling of anger. He is angry for those who died like grass. Mugue seemed to agree with his words. He took a deep breath and exhaled. The trembling of his body stopped. After a while, he looked at Feng Boming and said, "Body heat is not a good thing. It means that your body dissipates heat quickly, consumes energy quickly, and can support it for a shorter time." Feng Boming laughed. "Indeed?" Mugue turned his eyes to the outside again. climbing the wall with one hand and holding Feng Boming with the other hand. Feng Boming, what did you find? The lights in another teaching building came on. It seemed that some students stayed in the teaching building and waited until now to come out. Mugue vaguely saw the silhouette of people through the window. He quickly confirmed it. Those people came out from the door below the teaching building. The big mantis and the big wildcat were gone. They were the largest mutant creatures in the school that Mugue had seen so far. Although many other creatures had also grown larger, they were not of this size, and did not move very fast. Under the towering trees, under the light of the small street lamps, a group of students were holding sticks, brooms and other things. Trembling, but united, Mugue was about to speak, but suddenly stopped. Go away! The leading girl among the students swung her fist at the beetles that were gathering towards them, and her fist wind brought a flame. Real flame. Even if the insects have grown bigger, they are still afraid of fire by nature. This drove away many of them. The big wild dog that was trying to approach them also ran away. Go! Mugue opened his eyes wide. Just now, he was stunned for a while because of this surprising fact. But he quickly reacted and shouted to the gap. There is someone here. Help! His voice was torn. The other party seemed to have heard it too. It was so loud that it was impossible not to hear it. However, they turned their heads. Mugue and the others were pressed under the rubble. It was difficult for them to find the location of Mugue and Feng Boming by sound. Several students looked at each other, shook their heads, and then they ran all the way out. Feng Boming hurriedly asked, "Did anyone pass by?" Mugue's expression did not change. This was his guess. They probably heard it and left. Shouting out was just a try. At this time, they could not risk saving others. This was not a wise choice for them. Feng Boming smiled bitterly. Mugue, but I just saw a phenomenon. Feng Boming, what? Mugue, if organisms mutate, humans may also mutate. He told Feng Boming what he had just seen. If I'm not mistaken, just now a girl had fire on her fist. And more than once, she used this to drive away other creatures. Feng Boming, superpower. Mugue, it should be similar, Mugue said, looking at Feng Boming's golden hair and bright eyes, which seemed to emit a faint light even in this dim and cramped space. Mugue suddenly said, maybe you have it too. Feng Boming was stunned. Me? Then he asked, what supernatural power? Mugue, I don't know. Feng Boming smiled bitterly. Of course I don't know. And they didn't know how to verify it. They had never encountered such a magical fact. The lights outside flickered a few times. The lights in the classroom. The lights of the street lamps. And the moonlight could not shine in here through the small gap. Feng Boming and Mugue were both a little weak. They just held hands and persisted. As the night deepened, Feng Boming was in the pitch-black darkness, and he could hardly see Mugue when he looked up. He murmured with confused eyes, I don't know how my parents are doing. I hope they can live well. He had just tried to contact her several times with his watch, but failed, and his watch ran out of power quickly. Mugue was not using a watch, but an old-fashioned smartphone, which was thrown away during the evasion and was not on her. Mugue, speak less. Save your energy. Feng Boming smiled. It's too dark. I can hardly see you. Mugue said briefly, hands? Yes. Their hands were still connected. Feng Boming thought, if there was no one left by his side, he might go crazy after 10 hours. Feng Boming can still laugh now, because there is Mugue by his side. Feng Boming, it's so dark. If there is a candle, or a small light. Mugue, are you sleepy? Let's sleep for a while. Feng Boming was still murmuring, it would be nice if there was light. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a ball of light suddenly appeared between the two of them. It illuminated the faces of the two people. Mugue and Feng Boming were both refreshed. They opened their eyes wide. The small ball of light floated between the two of them. The light was soft and bright, ethereal, and it seemed that it would disappear if you were not careful. This is light. It's really light. Mugue and Feng Boming held their breath, fearing that their breath would blow away the light. However, there were no candles or lights around them, and the lights on the watches could not be turned on. Mugue and Feng Boming were stunned for a moment, and then they shouted at the same time, superpower. Mugue finally smiled slightly, and he whispered, your superpower is light. Feng Boming still couldn't believe it. He stretched out his hand to hold the ball of light. The ball of light gently fell into his palm. With a warm feeling, and it was like the soft hair of a dandelion. As light as nothing. How can light have weight? Even such a weak light can warm people's hearts and bring them great joy and hope. Feng Boming licked his dry lips. Is this really created by me? Feng Boming smiled. This way, we won't be afraid of the dark. Mugui said, we have a chance to go out. Feng Boming looked up at him. But what can light do? Mugui pursed her lips. Of course this kind of light can't do it. But laser can. Feng Boming? He blinked. Are you serious? Mugui had a blank expression. If you can't do it, we're dead. He was just trying his best. Now at least there was some hope of getting out. Feng Boming, okay. I'll try. He said it with blind confidence. Then he stopped, but I don't know how to do it. His mind was completely blank. You must be kidding. How could a normal college student use superpowers directly? Mugui pondered for a moment and tried. Think about how it's done in games, animations, and novels? He added, didn't you just say light? And then light appeared? Try concentrating again? Feng Boming did it easily. A small ball of light appeared on his fingertips. Mugui took his hand and asked, can it be condensed? High-energy laser should be higher than this temperature. Feng Boming also succeeded. As if he could do whatever he said. Mugui, you are amazing. Feng Boming couldn't help laughing as he watched Mugui's expressionless but sincere praise for him. You are the one. I didn't have any ideas at all. But you thought of it so quickly. Mugui had no time to praise him. He picked up the concrete block and drew a semicircle on the wall. It's about this size. People can get out? Feng Boming first tried to cut a broken block with a laser condensed on his fingertips. Then he looked at the semicircle, looked at the remaining height of the broken wall through the gap, and drew a circle on it again, to avoid getting stuck. It's okay to make it bigger to bear the weight. The wall itself is very thick. Mugui looked at the circle he drew, which was much rounder than hers, and fell into a brief silence. Feng Boming smiled, although I studied fashion design. I took an architectural model design course because of my hobby. Mugui, okay. Let's start. Feng Boming stretched out his 5 fingers. Without trembling or stiffening. He took a breath, and his fingertips touched the line he drew. Swish, swish, swish. The laser on his fingertips penetrated the wall and the bricks inside. And the brick and stone debris flew towards them. Mugui covered her mouth and nose and lay on the ground. Feng Boming also pulled back his other hand and covered his mouth and nose. The energy of the laser is very strong, and it is easier to cut with than with a saw. The semicircle was cut off smoothly. After Feng Boming finished cutting, he looked at Mugui and nodded, and stretched out his hand to push. The cold night air poured in. Tears came out of Feng Boming's eyes. He had never missed the air outside so much. Feng Boming said to Mugui, you get out first. Mugui nodded, bent his body, and slowly crawled out of the hole. He stepped on the slightly more stable debris of the ruins, and stretched out his hand to Feng Boming. Feng Boming also got out, holding his hand. The two stood on a concrete slab with protruding steel bars, looking down at the piled-up debris and wandering monsters. They faced each other with determined eyes. Let's go down slowly. The pile of ruins was not too high, but it was still 5 or 6 meters high. If you were not careful, you might still fall and get hurt. They had finally escaped from the most difficult situation, and could not fail here. They held each other's hands and took every step carefully, and finally stepped on flat ground. Several huge beetles flew over their heads. Several more gathered in front of them. Mugui asked Feng Boming, how do those people in the game use lasers to fight? Feng Boming smiled and said, I'll try the laser gun. If it doesn't work, we'll run away immediately. After that, he stretched out his hand and blasted away several bugs in front of him. Mugui, you have a strong ability. Feng Boming, this is lucky. Let's go! After clearing the surrounding threats, Mugui did not move immediately. He stood there and said, where are you going? Feng Boming then remembered that they could not go back to the dormitory. The world had changed drastically, and there were monsters everywhere. Feng Boming did not hesitate much. I want to go home. I want to go to my parents. Mugui looked at him steadily. Where is your home? Feng Boming. Jincheng? Mugui, how are you going to get there? Feng Boming was silent again. Mugui continued, it's too far. Looking at the situation, I guess the railways and planes can't operate normally. And the buses are probably stopped. Whether the highway can be opened is another matter. In addition, Even if there is a car, I can't drive it. Can you? The driverless car probably won't work. Feng Boming opened his mouth. He was surprised that Mugui had figured out the situation in an instant, and panicked about how to get back. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of a way. So he said directly, if there are no means of transportation, I will walk back. Anyway, I must go home. Mugui replied softly. Feng Boming asked him, Mugui, what about you? Where are your family members? Mugui, I am alone. Feng Boming was stunned. And then he realized that the alone he said meant that he had no parents or any other relatives. Really none? Mugui nodded calmly. No. Feng Boming did not continue to ask. He directly stretched out his hand to Mugui. I want to go back to my home. Do you want to go with me? I will have a companion on the road. Mugui looked at his hand, and did not stretch out his hand immediately. Feng Boming clearly saw the answer from his eyes. He wanted to go with him. He just didn't understand why he hesitated. Mugui, I don't have any ability at the moment. I may just be a drag. So do you want to take me with you? Feng Boming was stunned. Then laughed. What? Are you worried about this? It doesn't matter if you don't have superpowers. I do. People with superpowers should help those without superpowers. And you can also help me in other places. We should help each other. For him. This is a matter of course. Mugui, how long have we known each other? You want to trust a stranger who you have known for less than half a day? Feng Boming nodded without hesitation. Well, I will trust you 100%. Otherwise how can two people go on together? Feng Boming no longer waited for him to hold his hand, but took the initiative to hold his hand. Besides, if you hadn't helped me, I would have been trapped to death in that place. You can't say you don't have the ability. And the ability is more than just supernatural powers. I need your help. The journey will be long. If you don't mind my talking too much, just go with me. Also, we have known each other for 12 hours. We are already friends, not strangers. For the first time, Mugui's face, which was not used to making vivid expressions, showed a look of bewilderment. Chapter 48 confirmed. The memory that followed was blurred. He wanted to continue watching, but the picture was broken. The memory of the encounter clearly emerged, and it seemed that from a certain point, this person disappeared from his life again. He remembered that he later walked with Yen Ciji, but when he thought about it carefully, he suddenly didn't know why he saved him and walked with him. For the first time, he truly captured the sense of disharmony of the memory of a missing location. Why did he forget? You don't remember me? Mugui once said to him. He didn't take it seriously, because he thought he didn't know him from the beginning. Even though there was evidence that Mugui did know them, he still didn't believe it. There was no such person in his memory from beginning to end. But what Mugui said was true. He thought that a very important person was missing from his complete memory. Feng Boming opened his eyes. He thought that he had more to say to Mugui. Now that his ability had been used up, he returned to Mugui's side. However, what he saw was Mugui vomiting blood. Mugui? Mugui! Uncle! Qing Jian, Feng Boying, and Jin Mo were the first to react and cried out in disbelief. Lieutenant Colonel Yang immediately shouted into the communicator, "Send the nearest ambulance. One person is injured." Mugui was stunned for a moment as he looked at the glaring blood on his hand. Then, he slowly opened his palm and said helplessly, "Here comes this trick." The pain continued, and every inch of flesh and blood in the body seemed to be boiling. No, it was more like a stream of magma running through the meridians. If vomiting blood, the internal organs are probably damaged. The lungs or the stomach. Cough, cough, cough. This was simply force majeure. Mugui coughed violently again, spurting out more blood. This time not only in the mouth, but also in the nasal cavity, even the ears, and the inside of the eye sockets. Winding bloodstains flowed out. Jin Mo shouted particularly loudly, "Uncle!" bleeding from all 7 orifices. Mugui didn't have the energy to reply. "Got it. Stop talking. His condition is not good. Of course he knows it best." The ominous premonition came true. He originally thought that no matter how high the price was, he could hold on a little. But he didn't expect this. What a top ability. It's useless. It's just a waste. There are so many conditions. And the price is so high. If he hadn't really run out of options, he would never use it. Yen Xinxiu answered his doubts at this time, and again, he won't die at this level. If all 7 are used, and the ability is used at full strength for more than 10 days, and the ability is used up, and there is no strong healing ability to extend the life. Then he will die in this situation. His expression seemed helpless and distressed. Mugue, cough cough cough. Shit! He didn't know whether he was vomiting blood because of anger, or because of the cost of his ability. Qingjian, is what he said true? How did he know? Mugue wanted to say it. But how did he know that he would know this? But he couldn't speak in his current situation. His throat felt like a burning charcoal was stuffed into it. And he couldn't make any sound. Mugue gritted his teeth. However, if it only stopped there, the situation would still be good. Although the situation was already very bad. It could be even worse. Tick 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 tick. Yihui saw blood dripping from Mugue's cuffs and trouser legs. He directly grabbed Mugue's hand and pulled up his sleeves. Then everyone saw the golden red cracks on his arm that looked like they were burned by magma. Opening up, bleeding, and tearing open shocking wounds. This was the first time Yihui had seen such a situation. And he was stunned. Everyone around was stunned. Yihui, excuse me. He tore open his collar. And sure enough, the same broken wounds appeared on his neck and body. He squatted down and lifted his trouser legs. And the same situation was seen. Yihui frowned and judged, if this continues, he will lose too much blood. At this moment, a stretcher was quickly transported in by a machine from the back. Yihui directly carried Mugue up. Mugue was lying there, his body covered with hideous wounds and blood. And the black clothes he was wearing were constantly oozing blood, which was shocking. He coughed for a while, and then began to gasp again. The doctor pulled out a bandage and bandaged his neck directly, because the crack also appeared on his neck. Qingjian's face was still angry. Hey! Mugue! Don't die! Jean Mo was completely panicked. Uncle! Hang on! Feng Boming was extremely anxious. Mugue! You are so seriously injured. Is this also the price of ability? What should I do? What should I do? Gushu worriedly said, You look so scary. Are you okay? Hey! 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 Don't close your eyes. Yihui frowned. At this rate of blood loss and scar increase, it will probably be serious soon. Mugue is now like a piece of overburned and cracked clay, with cracks all over her body. Yin Siji's face turned pale, and he couldn't say a word, but he still followed them to send Mugue. Lieutenant Colonel Yang said to the communicator. The command center contacted the team to ensure the passage and contacted the hospital. There are injured people who need emergency treatment. A group of people ran along with the stretcher, shouting as they ran. Mugue originally thought it was fine, but now he felt a little embarrassed and wanted to die. The senses of his body soon overwhelmed this embarrassment. He was now in more than one place. But every inch of his bones, skin, and organs from the inside out were in pain. His skin was cracked inch by inch, and his bones and muscles seemed to be dissolved. However, this feeling gradually became numb. Serious but not fatal. His experience told him so. He had traveled between life and death countless times, and he had been injured countless times. He knew which degree of injury was fatal and which was not. Even if he was reluctant, he knew it clearly. He still hates pain. He is still afraid of pain, but he is used to it. If he can avoid it, he doesn't want to. But compared with what he endured in his previous life, this kind of physical pain is bearable. Physical pain may be the most insignificant pain in the world. Thinking of this, he relaxed a little, and honestly let his whole body and mind endure this pain. For him, it's really nothing. Mugue looked at the shouting people around him, alive and well, without any injuries, and felt inexplicably relieved. He wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and nose. He whispered, You did a great job. Jean Mo, uncle. Don't say last words. Don't set a flag. Qingjian, shut your mouth. When you recover, you will have time to talk. Feng Boming, please, don't be stubborn. If it hurts, it will be better if you shout it out. Yin Sizi's eyes were glued to him, as if he was begging, and it was unbearable to look at him. Yihui, these few words that can be said may be a last breath. Mugue? He knows that Yihui can see that his injury is not fatal, so he is now having fun in the chaos. Yihui frowned. You are the most seriously injured here. No, you are the only one injured. And it is a serious injury. Excessive blood loss is indeed fatal, and the bacteria grow very quickly. If the wound is left alone, there may be various complications. Don't take it lightly. Jean Mo suddenly said, Let Baiji come over. His ability can help him. Qingjian, Doesn't that still require the use of his ability? Mugui tilted his head and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ahem. No. This is good. This way I can recover faster. He knew that his injury would not heal in a short time. If this can make them feel at ease, he is also happy to do so. Feng Boming, don't talk for now. Hui, if there is an injury inside, it is better to spit out the blood than swallow it. Jin Mo, then uncle. Spit it out quickly. Mugui. He rolled his eyes. Feeling burnt out. Whatever. He lay on the stretcher and let them do whatever they wanted. But he soon remembered the enemy, who was secretly obstructing them, and was about to speak. Yin Xinxiu interrupted him. That person will not attack the base again for the time being. You should focus on healing your wounds first. Even if he continues to do something, you must heal your wounds before you have the strength to deal with him. Right? Mugui looked straight into his eyes, which were filled with sincere concern and heartache without reservation. And even he himself could not judge whether it was acting. As if she agreed with what he said. Mugui opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. Mugui tried to adjust her breathing. And even the act of breathing could affect the pain nerves in various parts of her chest. At this time, the benefits of a high pain threshold came out. If it were his original body before, he would definitely not be able to bear the pain of the two abilities combined. Now he can bear it. At least it can make him suffer less. He looked up and saw the 8 ghosts following him. The eyes of 4 of them looked at him with obvious changes. Mugui noticed it almost at first sight. He was too familiar with them. But there was no way to ask now. When getting on the ambulance, Mugui said to Lieutenant Colonel Yang, Lieutenant Colonel Yang, Staff Officer Yin, you have to stay. What they had to do if they stayed. Mugui probably didn't need to remind them. Lieutenant Colonel Yang didn't try to get on the ambulance again, but saluted him solemnly with Yin Mingsu. On the other side, Jin Mo didn't forget to take Fang Qirong and Fan Fanyan, who was exhausted and unconscious, into the car. The ambulance slammed its door shut and sped off to the hospital. In the ambulance, the doctor tried to temporarily glue the wound, but failed because the cracks in the wound were expanding at any time. Cracks were spreading all over his body, including his face. According to his current condition, being covered in bruises was a real and non-exaggerated description. All the first aid measures he took were like a drop in the bucket. Blood soaked his whole body. How could this happen? The doctor yelled in anger. Instead, Mugui was calmly comforting the others. When they arrived at the hospital, Aibuji was also sent there. He burst into tears when he saw Mugui. Brother Mu. Don't die. You won't die. Mugui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mugui was covered in blood and holding his hand, which didn't seem good. Let such a young child see this. Baiji, don't be sad. Your ability can help me. The two of them created many plants that heal wounds with their combined abilities. The jade aloe vera used before was very effective in treating external injuries. Although the effect was not particularly strong, it was much faster than general surgical treatment. The cost of strengthening was almost gentle in terms of cooperation with the AI bow branch. And it did not last long. It was just that the internal injuries were very serious, and Mugui was bleeding all the time. It made people wonder if he would die from excessive blood loss. The hospital was more professional in this regard, and at least the situation was under control. The wounds on Mugui's body stopped expanding at a certain point in time, but the serious injury remained the same. It was just that their treatment was interrupted only halfway through. Mugui fainted at a certain moment, which meant that the duration of the cost of strengthening his ability had ended, and he could finally faint. When Mugui woke up again, he saw a mass lying beside him, and found it was Aibuji. His hair was soft and slightly curled. His face was full of fatigue, and he was sleeping. His eyes were red, and his brows were furrowed, as if he was haunted by a nightmare. He crawled on the edge of his bed, holding his quilt tightly. Mugui stretched out his hand, and tried to touch his head, but found that his hand was wrapped into a white bandage monster. He lowered his head and touched his face, and found that his whole body was wrapped like a mummy. Mugui pulled the corner of his mouth and untied the bandage wrapped around his hand, which took a lot of effort. His hand was already intact, with only faint marks left, and there was no trace of so many hideous cracks before. Mugui looked at Aibuji, and saw a small and cute lily of the valley suddenly appearing on his head. He couldn't help but smile. Is it done? Hui walked in and said with a smile, this kid is really capable. It took him so long to mend you. It sounded like he was mending a rag. When Mugui fainted, AI Boji was shocked and cried even harder. He thought Mugue was dead. Later, he found out that he was not dead. So he continued to treat his external injuries. In this way, during his fainting period, there was still a group of people taking care of his body. Qing Jian, Jin Imo, Feng Boming, Yan Siji, Gu Shu. They all fell asleep exhausted on other beds in this room. Song Jiansheng and Ingjiu also came in at this time. And they both lowered their voices. Hey, the sleeping beauty finally woke up? Ingjiu smiled and handed him some light food. Mugue, don't you want to rest for a while? Ingjiu, I'm in much better shape than you are now. You should worry more about yourself. It really looks like there's no problem. The weakness after giving birth is no longer visible on her rosy face. It's hard to believe that this is someone who just gave birth less than 2 days ago. Mugue asked Ingjiu to gently hold AI Buji and sleep in another bed. It seems that she is not very comfortable sleeping in his bed. Song Jianxing asked softly, Do you want me to wake them up? Mugue made a gesture to silence. They are all very tired. Let them sleep enough. Yihui pressed the button beside the bed to call the doctor. Then a few minutes later, the best medical team in the entire hospital stood in front of him. A dozen pairs of eyes stared at him quietly. Mugue? Not really. They watched him remove the bandages on his upper body and calves with the help of the nurse, and saw the signs of complete recovery on his body. The medical equipment beside the bed was turned on, and a full body scan was performed on him. After finding no abnormalities, they withdrew in a group and left quietly. Mugue watched them finally leave and breathed a sigh of relief. So I said it's alright. Why bother doing this? Yihui smiled. It's still necessary to confirm it. Chapter 49. Become famous in one battle. Where is Lei Chen? Mugue didn't see him here, so he asked Yihui. Yihui peeled an apple and handed it to him, saying he went to recharge the base. Qing Jian, Jin Imo, Feng Bo Ming, Yan Soji, Gu Shu and others woke up one by one. Jin Imo moved first, rubbed his eyes, and saw Mugue sitting on the bed after removing the bandage. Uncle, you woke up. Why didn't you call me? He jumped up and ran to the bed. Why is the bandage gone? Mugue pointed in the direction of AI Buji and asked him to lower his voice. Jin Imo quickly covered his mouth. Mugue, the doctor told me to take it off. It's already healed. Why are you tying me up like a mummy? Qing Jian, what do you mean it's already healed? What the hell is that wound of yours? Even if you smear the magical plants of children all over your body, it still takes a long time to heal. And your internal injuries are also extremely serious. I really don't know how you survived. You slept for 28 hours. And the bandages were changed twice in the middle. Mugue was stunned. So long. He glanced at his watch. And it was indeed so long. Yin Yan sneered. What else? You want to be alive and kicking right away after such a serious injury? Mugue looked at the needle on his arm and the nutrient solution hanging on it. How long will this last? Yihui smiled. The doctor has the final say. Mugue, I hate injections. After saying that, he pulled out the needle. Anyway, my digestive system was checked just now and it's intact. I'll just eat to supplement my nutrition. Gu Shu, you have to listen to the doctor. He didn't expect that someone who usually looks so stable and reliable could be as willful as a child in some places. Mugue ate for a while and looked up at them. Did you eat well? None of them answered. Yihui said for them. We ate some emergency food and we are watching over you. Mugue, that won't do. You should go to the cafeteria now to have a good hot meal and take a shower. Qing Jian touched his chin. This is a bit difficult. Jin Imo, the hospital cafeteria is separated for employees and patients. But there are a lot of people. Mugue, so what if there are a lot of people? Yin Yan was shocked. It's annoying. Gu Shu, you can go to the temporary military camp to eat. But it's far away. And it takes a lot of time to go back and forth. Yihui raised his mouth. You fell asleep. I don't know what happened. Let's talk about this first. Looking at the increasingly strange expressions of these people, Mugue slowly frowned. He had a vague, ominous premonition. Yihui spoke with a teasing smile on his lips. First, let's start with the conclusion. You become a hero. Mugue opened his mouth and blurted out, What nonsense? Yihui, haha. The reaction is more interesting than I thought. Qing Jian also held back his laughter. Congratulations. You became famous in one battle. Now you are the hero who saved this base. Jin Imo blinked. Uncle is indeed such a person. It seems that he doesn't like to be a hero. Yin, who likes it? That's why there are all these troubles. Is it really good to have so much attention? Gushu, but this is also true? Didn't he really save this base? Angel pointed his finger. What are you saying there? You are the same. Mugue held his forehead. What is going on? Someone come and explain it to me. He just woke up and felt a headache again. It was Ihui again. He took out the card-shaped terminal, placed it on the small table in front of his knees, and gently clicked the round button in the center. The white light flashed and the screen floated. First, watch this video. The video was accelerated. There was no sound, but the image was very clear. Mugue looked at it and said, "Is this surveillance?" Yes. This video clearly recorded the scene of their battle, mainly focusing on him and Lieutenant Colonel Yang, probably shot by a drone. Mugue, what's wrong with this? Ihui smiled and said, "Don't worry. Watch it first." Mugue soon saw himself falling down, standing up, and then vomiting blood and being sent away for emergency treatment. From the perspective of others, it was really miserable. Mugue finished watching the video in silence and began to wonder if they were playing a prank. Ihui, did you finish watching it? Mugue, yeah. I can't guess. Just say it. Ihui handed over a watch. Mugue, what are you giving me this for? Ihui, it's already unlocked. Open it and find the message box. Mugue followed his instructions and pulled out the information. Dozens of pieces of information overlapped in front of him, and he captured some fragmentary information from them. And he could confirm that this was an ordinary person's private watch. Do you see the link bar? Generally, the links of the jump pages are now more fancy, in order to attract people to click in, or let people clearly know where the thing is. Sometimes even a three-dimensional animation will be made. It is a very old-fashioned way to put a URL there like this. Mugue clicked in. It showed a suspended live broadcast room. What appeared was a big red cross and a band reminder logo. Mugue frowned. Wait, is it not? Ihui, right. Mugue. Ihui admired his shocked face and said, the surveillance camera image you just saw was accidentally sent out by a terminal in the command center as a live link at a certain time during the battle. And it was sent to the watches of people in the entire base, except the military and government, because they sent crisis warning information directly from the command center. And only the command center had this authority. The information control center had been merged into the command center. Mugue's shock was not fake at all. How could he have expected such a thing? No wonder. When they first started fighting, the people stayed at home, and occasionally some came out to see the situation. Even though the public security team controlled the roads, they should not have cooperated so quietly without any noise. And when they were preparing for an emergency evacuation later, the evacuation was so quick and smooth. Mugue, ridiculous. How could such a thing happen? Were they hit by a virus? Or hackers? I asked Wang Dongqing to watch over it. But where is he? Ihui said. You are blaming the wrong person. He was the first to discover the incident and rushed to the command center to check. He found out which terminal had an error. After a preliminary check, the terminal recorded all the processes very clearly. It was basically the staff's mistake. But he didn't have a particularly clear impression of the error. He looked very panicked. From what I observed, he didn't seem to be acting. He was just an ordinary staff member of the command center. He might have made a mistake in a panic, but it was not intentional. Mugue looked at Ihui's expression and knew that he didn't believe that this was just a simple mistake. No one checked the public network? Mugue asked. The public network of the base is controlled. Everyone knows that who would talk about something that obviously violates the rules on the public network. Besides, everyone has their own private group. And the spread is very fast. The link source of the live broadcast is very stable, and they don't need to look for it elsewhere. Anyone with a watch can see it. At that time, all official teams focused on the battle. Before the battle started, all private connections were forcibly disconnected. Even their families might not be able to contact them. If Wang Dongqing's smart electronic pet hadn't been illegally connected to the private network, he probably wouldn't have noticed this. But the entire battle has been broadcasted. The public network is terribly quiet. The private network must have exploded long ago. Mugue hugged her head. Fuck. It seems that he was the one who asked Wang Dongqing to secretly record the video and wanted to make Lieutenant Colonel Yan a hero. What is this? A boomerang? Look at what was captured in this surveillance. Lieutenant Colonel Yang's superpowers were completely overshadowed by the brilliance of a group of powerful superpowers. It was counterproductive. Qing Jian said, "There are a lot of people outside this hospital. We probably can't get out without taking a military vehicle. Jean Mo, when you are discharged from the hospital, we can stay in the temporary military camp for a while." "Right?" Yin Yin sat there with his hands folded and his legs crossed. "I don't understand what those people want to do. Is it fun to block the door?" Although Mugue really hates standing in front of people and hates to be entangled in public opinion, he is more concerned about the enemy, who is secretly making trouble. Mugue looked towards where Yan Xinxiu was standing, and Yan Xinxiu nodded to him. It seemed to confirm his idea. Mugue asked Yihui again, "Did Wang Dongqing find any other clues?" "Yihui, you want to ask him if he found any external intrusion, right?" "No. He and the technicians over there carefully checked all terminal systems, and there was no trace of any external intervention during that period, unless the other party is a hacker with much higher technical ability than them. They confirmed many times that the live broadcast source they found was indeed sent from the command center." Yihui suddenly said, "An insider." Mugue, "No. Except for Wang Dongqing. Basically everyone there has worked there for a long time before the disaster. Wang Dongqing is the one who noticed this abnormality. He has never lied during the journey with us. He is a trustworthy person." Yihui pondered, looking for other possibilities. But Mugue already had the answer. Mugue said, "Someone told me that there is a person with brainwashing ability." Yan Xinxiu's mouth slightly raised when she heard this. Yihui thought for a moment and nodded, "Indeed. If it is brainwashing, even if it is someone who has worked there for a long time, he can do something, and no one will notice it. This way, the clue is broken. Even if we stare at the person whose brainwashing is done by the ability, it is probably not very useful." Qing Jian, "You mean the one who pried the wall away?" Mugue, "Oh, that wall. Jean Mo, don't worry. Fan Fangyan will deform the metal wall and move it over as soon as she wakes up. After all, deformation does not require so much physical strength. Mugue, it's really too much for her. He meant that before. She forced him to run around to repair the wall." When he said this, everyone in the ward looked at him strangely. After all, he was the one who was most reluctant in the entire base. Does he have the right to say this? Mugue closed his eyes speechlessly. What a headache. Yihui continued, "It is estimated that the guy who moved the wall is a replacement space ability user. He exchanged the position of the entire wall and the chess piece. Then the person with brainwashing ability must be the one behind him. Fang Qirong and someone in the command center were also brainwashed by him. I just don't know if there are other people." He sorted out the relationship between them in 2 or 3 sentences. Yan Xinxiu said, "As far as I know, there are only people who have been brainwashed by him around him, and no collaborators. But it is possible that this time is not the case. Yihui, I just don't know what his purpose is." Mugue remembered that Yan Xinxiu once said that the person's target was himself. Why is it me? The answer is clear. He has only one thing that others want, an EX-level ability. But the other party is a brainwasher, not a superpower who plunders others' abilities. So is he trying to control him? Thinking of this, Mugue asked Yihui, "How is Fang Qirong?" "Yihui, do you want to confirm whether he is really brainwashed?" The answer is certain. After he woke up, he kept talking about destroying the wall. It is obviously a symptom of brainwashing. Hypnotic suggestion stimulation cannot wake him up. Mugue, brainwashing caused by superpowers must be removed by psychic-type users with higher mental power. Others are useless. Yihui smiled, "You know that?" Qing Jian suddenly became alert. Yihui didn't know that Mugue was from 20 years later. Yihui chuckled, "Oh, yes. It's a prophecy." In fact, the ability Mugue showed on the battlefield was definitely not a prophecy. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that. Yihui stared at him for a while, and suddenly said, 8 people. What? Qing Jian and Mugue both looked up at him. Yihui restrained his smile. He made this conclusion based on his own observations. The compass-like formation that suddenly appeared under Mugue's feet was his real ability. And the 4 people who appeared were all powerful superpowers around him. He had also considered whether to copy them and strengthen them. He could also see another point. Mugue had more than one superpower. He asked Yimingsu about this. After showing reliable documents, the other party gave him a positive answer. One is EX level, and the other is VG level. One is enhanced, and the other is this. But the age of the 4 people who suddenly appeared is inconsistent with the real people. And their personalities are also inconsistent. 10 years. At least. He summoned them 10 years later. After the ability was used, they disappeared again. This is probably the ability, combined with what he knew about the future. Before, he showed such a familiarity with me and showed no concealment. Yihui asked, "You didn't come from the future, did you? And you brought 8 people with you? But it seems that except Qin Jian and yourself, none of us can see those 8 people." Qin Jian can see because his ability is identification, which is reasonable. As for whether it is a person, it is still questionable, although it is an outrageous inference. But it is almost the truth. Not only Mugui fell silent, but other people who knew the inside story also fell silent. Angio. Wow. Gu Shu wow. Song Jianshin. Yihui got the answer and laughed again, ha 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 ha. Before getting confirmation, I was still doubting my own speculation. But I didn't expect it to be true. This is so interesting. Mugui smiled helplessly. I know I can't hide it from you. Yihui is the only one among the people he knows who can judge such a fact by observation and reasoning alone. Yihui smiled and nodded. Well, it's me. Jin Mo opened his eyes and asked him, how did you see it? If his uncle hadn't told us his ability, I wouldn't have seen it at all. Until now. Only Qin Jian can hear them talking and see them. Their attitudes show that Mugui had told these people about his ability before coming to the base. But it seems that some people don't know about his coming from the future. Yihui bit his fingers and put them on his chin and said, people's sight has regularity and characteristics. Even if they are in a daze, their sight will occasionally drift to a place where there is no one. But their eyes are focused. They are looking at something. But there is nothing there. So I can only come to this conclusion. There is something that others can't see. But they can see. Qin Jian was also surprised. Just like that? Is what he said true? How does he know? Yihui said. Qin Jian was stunned. This was what he said before. This sentence is very strange. Obviously no one is talking to you or Mugui. So it can only be that there are some beings around Mugui who are talking. From your sight, it can be judged that there are at least 8 people. Yihui said calmly. Although Mugui does not often look at those 8 beings, it can be seen that he consciously avoids looking at them. But Qin Jian would never hide or deliberately change his natural movements. After a long time, it was easy to find out. Adding the 4 people that Mugui summoned and called back, he was basically sure. No matter how you look at it, there are at least 8 people. No. Can you say people? Qin Jian was stunned. He actually noticed and remembered it under that situation. One of them told you about the existence of the brainwasher. After the war, he talked to Lieutenant Colonel Yang and learned a lot about the situation. Fang Qirong's situation didn't seem to be what Mugui had predicted. But when he said he wanted to kill Fang Qirong, Mugui stopped him immediately. This means that he also got the news temporarily. Mugui smiled with interest. What else? Yihui, let me think about it. I have some basis for speculation in the previous part. But the latter part is basically my guess. Tell me. 10 years old. Is it 10 years later? Or Yihui paused. 10 years later. We are all dead. He was referring to the people who appeared beside Mugui. The others, especially the 4 who were summoned, all showed surprised expressions. The smile on Mugui's lips froze unnaturally for a moment. He naturally did not miss this moment. Yihui laughed. It seems to be the latter. Mugui neither admitted nor denied it. He obviously did not want to reply to this. Yihui continued, I heard from Lieutenant Colonel Yang that you came to pick me up before. And you took the initiative. At that time, I noticed that you were very nervous about the surrounding situation. But I asked the team members to investigate later. There was no lurking person. You yourself seemed to be unsure. Did one of them tell you? The target is me? Why? Your information is a little inconsistent. Those 8 are not all friendly forces? Chapter 50. The enemy is hidden. It's amazing. No matter how many times Mugui would be impressed by Yihui's observation. One of them is the enemy. Yin Xinxiu did not show any anger, but just accepted the title obediently. Qin Jian was very surprised. This was the first time that Mugui called this man enemy so clearly. Although he knew that Mugui hated him, he didn't expect it to be so serious. What happened between them? He also provided a lot of useful information. Yihui stroked his chin and asked, but do you believe what he said? Mugui, I don't believe it. But some of what he said has been proven to be true. Sometimes, Even if he can't believe it, he must act according to Yan Xinxiu's words. He knows his character well. And there is. I will never let him out. Yan Xinxiu smiled. No. Although it may take a long time, I will make you willingly call my name and use my ability. This is necessary. Mu Gui thought. This is impossible. How could he let a murderer come out to help him? Qing Jian looked back and forth, feeling that there was a lot of tension between the three people. Although we might not be able to see the ghost. Jin Imo sat back in the chair, holding his face. It's boring if only you can see it. Yi Hui, then. In addition to that enemy, there are 3 more people who can be called out to help. It depends on whether they are willing. Mu Gui looked over and his face was much relieved. Qing Jian also looked at them. 1 man and 2 women, who never spoke. They just kept silent and looked at Mu Gui with strange eyes. Mu Gui, let's stop here with my story. Even I still don't know many things. You have such insight. Why don't you analyze the enemy hiding in the dark? Yi Hui spread his hands. Too little information. And I think the entry point is you. He smiled and said, there is a future me among the people you can summon. Why don't you ask him? So Mu Gui asked, what do you think? Yi Hui raised his eyebrows. In my memory, there is no impression of people with brainwashing ability. Although Qing Jian launched a popular identification project at that time. If the other party is a brainwashing ability user, it is also very easy to avoid it. But I have never heard of such a person causing trouble. At least I didn't hear it before I died. From what happened now, the other party does not seem to be a person with a normal moral bottom line. So we can boldly guess that his original ability was limited and could not be used multiple times. But now, he can use it multiple times without any scruples. Also, according to him, that person, like you, has probably retained his memories before his return? Qing Jian's eyes widened even more, and his mouth opened wide. Mu Gui nodded. It is indeed possible. Yi Hui looked at Yan Xinxiu. Although I don't know what happened to you. From what I can see, he has no intention of harming you. Mu Gui was unmoved. That only proves that his acting skills are so good that he can deceive your eyes. Yan Xinxiu smiled. Then I am really amazing. Mu Gui had met many enemies before. Enemies are also divided into different levels. The lowest level is the kind of guy who relies on his supernatural powers to be arrogant, indulges his desires to hurt others, and has no real hard power. Commonly known as cannon fodder. He likes such guys because it is easy to deal with. The next level is the bad guy who is relatively strong and better at judging the situation. As long as this kind of guy is not extremely vicious, he can be used well. The higher level is the antisocial element, who has no moral bottom line, is not afraid of death, abuses others in various ways, and only enjoys destruction. Those who survive this kind of people often had some tricky abilities, such as Shidusher-san, who was very difficult to deal with. This type of person would be very troublesome if he escaped. And it would be even more troublesome if he was allowed to grow into a big force. However, knowing where the other party was in advance would make it easier to control him. The last type was the one he hated the most, and the most difficult to deal with. Hostile people wearing camouflage masks. They disguised themselves as normal people in the crowd, patiently forbearing, and then stabbed everyone in the back at the critical moment. This often becomes a fatal injury. They are extremely strong, intelligent, scheming, dormant for a long time, and will not act without 100% certainty. No one knows their purpose. But once they act, it is earth-shattering. Their methods are ruthless and decisive, directly cutting off everyone's retreat. When they come to their senses, they have everything under control. Mu Gui remembers 2 such people. Yan Xinxiu is the best among them. If it weren't for the end of the world, he would probably have reached the point of covering the sky with one hand. He is the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. However, except for Mu Gui himself, none of the people and ghosts present knew how terrifying he was. If they knew, they would not say that he could be trusted. However, according to their current analysis, the hidden enemy who suddenly appeared was also from the same group. And even Yan Xinxiu didn't know that much about him. The current situation is that the enemy's target is him. And they successfully discovered him through a strategy and aimed at him. And he didn't even know the enemy's name or purpose. He was in the open, and the enemy was in the dark. This was a huge disadvantage. Yi Hui looked at Mu Gui's expression and smiled. Don't worry so much. To put it in a better light, at least we know the enemy's ability, and the fact that the enemy is targeting you and me. Mu Gui couldn't think of a conclusion, and decided to put it aside for the time being. He turned to Ingjio and said, since you don't want to go to the cafeteria, can you ask a few medical staff to pack some food for us and send it up? Ingjio nodded and went out. Feng Boming lowered his head and looked at his palm. Are we too weak? So you are so reluctant to use your ability? Mugui prefers him to say this directly. Mugui looked at them. Jin Mo bit his lips. Yen Yen frowned. And seemed to have the same idea. Mugui smiled and said, before I used this ability, I didn't know its cost. Qing Jian told me that he couldn't see some information. Qing Jian heard this and stared at him, and looked at him carefully for a while. Ah! Now I can see it. Mugui, only the parts that are already known will appear. Right? Qing Jian. Yes. The price is that the body needs to bear the same amount of damage as the strength of the use. The time and degree of the damage are positively correlated with the strength, number and time of the summoned object. The damage can be cured. That's what it says. This is the conclusion they can draw based on their previous observations. Mugui did not comfort them, but said, if possible, I don't want to use this ability of mine. If you become stronger, you can protect me and others. Then I don't need to use it. Right? He smiled naturally. The three of them were stunned for a moment. And then their expressions relaxed a lot. Qing Jian sneered, you are worthy of it. Jin Mo, then uncle. You will not have the opportunity to use your ability in the future. Yen Yen, then don't stand at the forefront like this. Feng Boying was about to say something, but Mugui stretched out his hand to stop him. Bo Ming. Wait a while. After you finish eating, you can go home. Feng Boying was stunned, but I have contacted my parents. They are all fine. Nothing is wrong. Mugui, no. You have to stay at home. You have to be with your parents. Feng Boming's face turned pale. He had been thinking about other things before. But at this moment, Feng Boming suddenly realized that all good things must come to an end. You are different. We will leave in a while. And our final destination is not Jincheng, but Beijing. You are going to stay in Jincheng. Mugui announced this to him almost coldly. Feng Boming lowered his head, and the trembling in his pupils could not be concealed. They helped each other along the way and came here. They also experienced battles together and cultivated deep feelings. But he had to say goodbye to these friends? Isn't this too cruel? Qing Jian, your tone is too bad. Isn't it? He turned his head to comfort Feng Boming. Don't listen to his terrible words. We will not see each other forever. We will come back to see you when we have time. And we are still in contact. He suddenly remembered that most of the bases now seem to have no contact with the outside world. And it is very difficult to establish this contact. He couldn't continue for a moment. Feng Boying clenched his hands. Yihui said, the purpose of our coming here is to contact the base. But the capital has not found a convenient real-time communication method yet. Almost all bases in the country are currently isolated from each other. And it is extremely difficult to reconnect these bases. Mugui, when more superpowers are identified, we may be able to find a suitable means of communication. Qing Jian, me? Mugui smiled, yes. You have to work hard. Qing Jian. He clenched his fists with wide noodles in his heart. This guy just likes to order him around. Feng Boming said weakly, I need to think about it. Mugui, don't make a decision that you will regret. Go back and have a good talk with your parents. Nothing can replace family. He has a pair of ordinary parents who love him. He can't lose them again. Feng Boming looked up at him with a wrong look. But Mugui was unmoved. At this time, Ai Buji, who was sleeping soundly, also woke up. Brother Mu. After he got up, he threw himself into Mugui's arms. Mugui touched his head and swept away the petals and leaves on it. Did you sleep well? Are you sleepy? Then he started crying again. I had several nightmares. I dreamed that you died. Mugui wiped his tears. Look. I'm alive and well now. Thanks to your ability. Aiabushi repeatedly confirmed with him. Really? Are you still in pain? Mugui shook his head. The wounds have healed and it doesn't hurt. Aibushi's tears fell. If only I could fight. Then you wouldn't have to fight. Brother Mu. Mugui chuckled. You have your own battlefield. And what you did saved me. Didn't it? Besides, his ability is not suitable for fighting. And different abilities should be used in appropriate places. Which is very important. Aibushi, but you are still injured. Even if you can heal, you are still injured. His words, with a tearful tone, silenced everyone around him. Mugui was stunned. And after a while, she gently stroked his cheek. It's okay. It's nothing, he said. I'm sorry for making you worry. He said you? Aibuji shook his head with tears in his eyes. Why do you want to apologize? Don't get hurt so badly next time. Okay? Mugue never made a promise that he couldn't keep. No. Everyone will get hurt when they live in this world. Not just me. But you too. But he also said, but I also hate getting hurt. So I will pay attention to it in the future. You too. Okay? Aibuji pursed his lips, obviously not liking this answer. His eyes were not only sad and distressed, but also slightly angry. He wanted to say something, but looking at Mugue's expression, he didn't say it after all. Qin Jian complained in his heart. This guy should at least tell a white lie. Ingjiu came in with a few people at this time. Let's eat first. Chapter 51 Crowd Perspective. They were eating and chatting when Jean Mo's watch suddenly sent a message. Ah, it's Brother Wang, Jean Mo said. He looked at the message, which was a video. It was sent in their private contact group, so the others also received it. They just informed Wang Dongqing that Mugue had woken up. Wang Dongqing. Look at these. It took me some time to get them into the group. Real-time video recording. He recorded some historical messages in certain groups. Mugue also clicked in to see. Random name 1. Hello. Did you see the live link in the mailbox? Number 2. Did you receive it too? Number 3. I have a large family. I asked everyone one by one, and it seems that everyone received it. Is the source of the message official? The previous warning information was also sent by the official. Number 4. My house is close to the wall. I went out to take a look. It seems to be the surveillance camera of the military drone. The one in military uniform should be the leader of the army. Right? Or the commander? Number 5. Why did the military send this to everyone? Is it related to the previous warning information? Number 6. Then, they should also send an instruction notice. Right? For example, pay attention to the live link or something. There is no text here? Number 7. Now the camera has moved. The wall is like this. We can't go up, so we can't see it. Is this a cannon? Number 8. This is an electromagnetic cannon. But why is it so small? Number 2. The railway in the city is completely controlled. And I also saw tanks being sent out. Is there going to be a war? Who are you fighting? Number 4. I also saw garbage trucks being sent out. Are these things related? Number 9. I don't know. But the area around the base is under strict martial law these days. And ordinary people can't get closer to the wall. A lot of soldiers are guarding the foot of the wall. And the large number of survivors, who came in about half a month ago, have not continued to come in. Except for the tanks. The door is completely locked. Number 10. How come it's like a prison? Number 11. Is this something you can say? Number 12. Do you want freedom or safety? If you don't stay in this base, you will be eaten by monsters outside. Number 10. Yes. Yes. It's safer inside the prison. I admit it. Number 13. Wow. Sniper rifles and machine guns are set up. What exactly are they preparing to fight? Number 14. So-and-so country? That's not right. Aren't other countries also busy with their own affairs? Do they have the time to attack us? And this is close to the inland. Number 15. Of course they are fighting against mutants. They probably detected mutants coming. Judging from the way they are responding, it may be a strong guy. Number 16. Some mutants approached the wall before. It's normal. They will be solved soon. Right? Number 17. Really? If it can be solved so easily, why send those early warning messages? Number 18. We said similar messages before, such as be prepared for mutant attacks and hide in air raid shelters. I remember it was birds. Number 19. That was before the wall was completed. Right? At that time, in addition to the ones in the air, there were also occasional incidents of mutants invading the city and attacking people. Number 18. It's a pity that there is no sound. It would be better if there was sound. Number 19. If you hear it, it will be a disclosure of military secrets. Number 20. No one asked? Who is that pink-haired guy? The army doesn't allow people to dye their hair. Right? Number 21. I remember that some people with special abilities would be recruited for training. I guess they were called to help. Number 22. I also want special abilities. My childhood friend awakened a high-speed special ability. It really depends on fate. This. Number 20. But it seems that the man has been chatting with the top military officials. They are quite familiar with each other. Number 23. In this world, powerful people with special abilities are the most needed. If an ordinary person has a powerful special ability, he will probably be able to soar to the sky. Number 24. I heard from my friend, who has special abilities, that special abilities seem to be graded. Before, special abilities were summoned to the military for a test. That was to determine the level of special abilities. He lined up in a room, sat for a while, and came out with a paper report about his special abilities. It wrote detailed information about his special abilities. I don't know how they detected it. By the way, he has a P-level ability, but not all the levels are listed. Number 25. Some people have already guessed it. And after preliminary verification with some psychics, it seems to be the cut level of diamonds. And the P level is the lowest level, which means very poor. Number 26. Some abilities are no different from having them. For example, my ability is only to charge my watch battery. I have to wait 24 hours after using it up. It's useless. I might as well charge it with a charging cable. Number 27. It's pretty good to have it. Others can't even envy it. The probability of awakening abilities is quite low. Number 4. Another person is here. Number 6. Why are there high school students? Can anyone go up there? Or I can go over and ask if I can go up there and have a look. Number 10. It's more lax than I thought. Number 11. Another person with golden hair, to be honest. She's pretty. Number 28. Damn. I just cooked a meal. Why are there so many messages in this group? Number 29. There are so many people. None of them are wearing military uniforms. Probably all of them are foreign aides. Number 23. The thickness of the wall is wider than I thought. You can even put tents and beds on it. Number 25. Can ordinary cars drive on it? Number 26. It took several months to build this. Number 30. I really want to see what will happen. It has been late for so long. Number 31. Do you still remember the live broadcast of a certain anchor at the beginning of the disaster? Number 32. Nightingale? Those who have seen it will probably never forget it. Number 31. At that time, many people thought she was playing an April Fool's Day prank and didn't take it seriously. Number 22. I don't know where she is now. I guess she is dead? Number 31. I think today's incident may be more serious than expected. Number 22. Even so, there is nothing we can do? If we want to escape, the wall is there, and we have no way to escape. Number 32. Let's just watch and wait for the situation to change, and then act flexibly. We have to keep an eye on this live broadcast. Number 21. It's a pity that there is no real-time barrage. Otherwise it should be very interesting. Number 33. I searched and no one posted any news on the official website, or posted any link to this live broadcast. Number 28. Who dares? Number 26. If something happens, the authorities should notify us in time. Right? We have to trust them. Number 33. The authorities don't notify us of everything. For example, today's incident. Although there was an early warning, no one told us what to do. Number 34. The situation has changed. Look at their expressions and actions. Number 5. Has it started? Number 15. WTF. WTF. Did you hear the broadcast? Number 7. I heard it. Number 21. +1. Number 12. +1. Number 27. +1. Number 35. Who knows what the level 1 biological disaster response state is? Number 31. Sure enough, something big is going to happen. I thought it was a powerful mutant creature, but it turned out to be a group of insects and rats. Number 3. Those who are not at home yet, go home now. Number 10. What should I do about this? Number 34. If it is the same as in the game, are we doomed? Can they hold on? Number 26. What should we do? Just wait and see. If they can't hold on, we'll all die together. We can't escape even if we run. Number 35. The camera has moved to the front. Number 36. Help. What's that? Cockroaches? Aw? No way. Number 36. Why are there rats? They are the two things I hate the most. Number 35. Damn. This is too big. Number 36. Aw. Why don't they shoot yet? Wait for them to crawl over. There are more and more of them. Number 37. What do the people above them do? Fire. So many weapons. Are they just for show? Number 12. Wow wow WOC. Number 38. That's awesome. Right? Number 23. Is that a lightning-type psychic? So awesome? Number 35. It's so exciting that I almost fainted. Number 36. It turns out they buried bombs there. And the lightning caused a chain explosion. It's so awesome, wow wow wow. Number 37. Sorry. 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 I just spoke too loudly. The superpowers are really the bosses. Number 39. It looks like we can get rid of these bugs and rats soon. Number 2. No. The number is increasing? How come it suddenly increased so much? Number 2. At this rate, it will only be a matter of time before the entire base is surrounded. Number 39. Another person came out. Is he also Raiden? Number 36. So cool. Number 40. Go ahead. Kill all these bugs and rats. Number 41. Why are there still so many? Number 42. Those people up there didn't move at all. Number 43. Sooner or later, they'll start firing, You see? They started just after I said that. Number 44. It seems like the helicopter sent a few people out. I wonder what they did. Escape? Number 40. You're stupid. Who's escaping and running into a pile of monsters? Number 56. That's potatoes? Number 36. Ha 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 ha. They're not using this as bait. Are they? Maybe the garbage from before is also like that. Number 24. But it looks so big. Number 62. Most of the mutant plants are big. Number 45. What are those black things? Number 48. It feels like watching a movie. Number 49. I think I have played a similar game. Number 50. They went down. Number 50. They moved so fast. What happened? Number 52. Oh my god. There is a hole in the wall. Number 56. Damn. Won't all the bugs come in? Number 49. You guys stay here. I'm going to run to the east. Number 56. Why are you running? There are restrictions outside. How can you run? Number 49. You won't let us run. Are we going to die here? Number 57. Wait. Look. He's blocking it. The pink-haired one. Number 28. What did he do? Didn't he stay on top and not move? I thought he was just a secretary. Number 39. It was Lieutenant Colonel Yang who did it. There was wind. Look. He fainted. Number 55. Damn. How come it disappeared again? Hashtag 89. I'm by the city wall. My house is on a high floor, and I can look out from my window. The wall is broken here. Number 84. Same here? Number 72. The whole city wall has been taken away. The notice has come. Let's run. Number 78. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Number 125. Has the battle line not collapsed yet? Number 148. Why did the team stop? Number 131. Why don't you move? Hashtag 79. The live broadcast is still working. It has not crashed yet. Hashtag 45. Not a mouse or a bug came. Number 48. Why can they stay there all the time? Aren't they afraid of death? Hashtag 57. Is it possible? Maybe we don't have to run away. Number 110. It will be broken soon anyway. Are you stupid? Why don't you leave? If everyone pushes together, it will move. Why do you have to do this? Obey orders obediently. Wait to be eaten by rats and bugs? Number 36. Why are you saying such outrageous things? Do those people deserve to be sacrificed? They stayed there to protect this base and block the tide of rats and bugs. Number 31. Yeah. Can't you say something nice? Number 111. If you have the ability, you can take their place, so you won't feel bad. Right? Number 76. Don't pay attention to this mad dog barking. Number 51. There's nothing we can do about it. We can only evacuate as soon as possible. Number 41. Some people were arranged to hide in air raid shelters and basements temporarily. But there were too many people, and they couldn't escape. Number 99. Our only hope now is that they can destroy all these things. Number 96. But the order is not disrupted. I always feel that the sound of this broadcast has a calming feeling, and it makes people less angry and afraid. Number 82. I still choose to believe them. They will definitely be able to eliminate the insect and rat tide. Number 46. How many hours? Number 258. 3 or 4 hours. At least. Hashtag 296. Great. Number 374. They are real heroes. Number 367. It seems that we really don't need to escape. Number 266. Not a single one was missed. Number 351. My tear glands are not so developed, but now I am holding my sister's head and crying. I don't know why. Number 333. If I also have superpowers, I can help them a little bit. Number 349. It seems that the army is still recruiting. I plan to sign up. Number 349. I don't want to wait here helplessly anymore. Number 36. It seems that there are not many left. The crisis is over. Number 28. What's his ability? I seem to see several identical people, but they disappeared too quickly. I didn't see them clearly. Number 312. I have recorded the great battle. After it's over, I must watch it hundreds of times. Number 300. The man with golden hair has the ability of light. Right? How come there are two identical people? Number 37. It should be the ability of clones. To copy one person with the ability into two people with the ability to use. Is it the same with the lightning before? Number 184. The people on the helicopter are back. And the lieutenant colonel's wind ability is also very useful. So strong. They are all so strong. Number 273, of course. The ability of people who can fight on the front line must be so strong. Number 20, thanks to them, we don't have to run away anymore. Number 11, hey, what happened to him? The pink-haired one. Number 11, why did he fall down? Number 20, the radio said that the response was over and the number of casualties was 0. Is that true? Number 214, a miracle. Number 258, no. It seems to have become one. The man was carried away on a stretcher. Number 375, it was strangled. Number 322, the man looked seriously injured. Will he die? Number 496, how can such a large-scale and long-term use of power be without cost? Number 36, Why are you cursing someone to death? Number 211, it's not okay for him to die. If there is another wave like the one just now, we will really be finished. Number 73, I hope he doesn't die. The base depends on them to protect it. Number 461, do you know how the wall disappeared? It's obviously not done by mutants. Right? It must be man-made. Right? Number 770, do we want to go back? The official said we can go back. Number 217, let's see what happens. Official news, from now on. The Level 1 Biological Disaster Response status has been officially lifted, and the Level 2 Combat Readiness Alert status has been entered. The casualty statistics show that the death toll is 0, and the number of seriously injured is 1. Number 492, congratulations on everyone surviving. Number 12, he is the only one injured. Is that outrageous? Number 223, go back. Go back. Why are you squatting here for nothing? Number 12, the nearest hospital seems to be quite close to my home. I will go to see him later. I hope he is okay. Number 683, I am hospitalized in this hospital. I was busy running out, and now I have to run back again. Chapter 52 Free Choice. After reading this part of the message record screen recording, this is still normal. There are several similar ones. Some groups have begun to heroize them. Some people have even gained a group of fans and started to dig up their information to find out who they are. Some people began to speculate about their abilities. After reading it, most people smiled. Only Mugui's face darkened. GMO, isn't it quite interesting? Mugui said word by word, but it's really meaningful. If he is not the person in the mouth of the masses, but a part of the masses. Jin Jian asked curiously, others want reputation. Why do you hate being famous so much? Mugui said, how much is reputation worth in this world? What can they give me? When people call someone a hero, their implication is very clear. You are a hero. You come to save me. You have to protect me. And heroes must save lives first. They must suffer in their hearts and minds. Work hard. And leave after the work is done. Hiding their identity and reputation. The hidden meaning they did not say out loud is, you protect me. You save me. But I cannot pay you. Not pay the price. Because I am so weak. I cannot give you anything. Because this is what a hero should do. What? Heroes do not need to be paid. Do not need to eat. Do not need to rest. Before being shaped into a hero by the masses. Have they asked whether they are willing? Before being a hero, you must first be a person. Right? Some people even see heroes as life-saving straws. If you don't come to save me, My tragedy is your fault. And in the eyes of most people, heroes must win. Not just one victory, but victory every time. If you fail and cause people to suffer heavy losses, then it is not the fault of the disaster. People have a specific object to blame. That is, the hero. A profession that is not included in the law. Only obligations. No rights. Who the hell wants to be a hero? In other words, he did all this mainly to protect some people he wanted to protect. Some people who had protected him before. And he didn't want these people to die. As for the others, it was just by the way. He did it because he could do it. But he definitely didn't want to be someone's savior. That was too much for him. He had tasted that. He never wanted to bear heavy responsibilities again. From the beginning. Those people shouldn't pin their hopes on others. He really hates this trend. The people he wants to save are those who hope to save themselves and others through their own strength. Lieutenant Colonel Yang needs to bear the responsibility of maintaining and building this entire base. This is the profession he identifies with and chooses. His life's work. And it is also recognized by the country and the people. At the same time, he enjoys responsibilities, obligations and rights. He is different. He has not taken an oath. He is just an ordinary person, and does not have such a strong sense of responsibility for the masses. He only cares about people he identifies with, and does what he can. This is what he has always done. He doesn't want to be such a person. He just wants to do whatever he wants. It's his business to save or not save. And he shouldn't be criticized by others. Ihui raised the corner of his lips. It's really worthless. But Mugui's behavior at this time is a bit like saying he wants to make a plate of dumplings, but making a whole table of Manchu-Han banquet. What else can he do to save people so desperately? Is it just for profit? Of course it's impossible. Mugui should know best that ordinary people can't give him anything. Mugui's expression was blatantly disgusted. He really hated this. It was as if he was saying, saving you is my business. What does it have to do with you? It was an interesting contradiction. Mugui, but we won't stay in this base forever. And we don't need to care about what these people say. It has nothing to do with me. The plan to make Lieutenant Colonel Yang a hero of the base was ruined. But as the actual person in charge of the base, he still had many opportunities to show his abilities. Although Mugui was very reluctant to become a target himself, he still achieved a similar effect in the end. A base needs such a strong military force to guard it. Or it needs to make everyone think that it is so. So that the base can be stable. Both externally and internally. Faced with such a huge disaster, the people's sense of security plummeted. And chaos would also breed. Shinto Shursen once destroyed this base from the inside with similar means. But that was also the story of the newly born Jincheng base, after it was destroyed by the insect and rat tide. First of all, the internal stability must be achieved. And then we can concentrate our strength to deal with the disaster of world destruction. Stabilizing one more base can also preserve more manpower. Many large bases like this across the country have become chaotic due to various reasons. They spent a long time to solve these messy unrests. And they didn't solve them at all. And the doomsday just hit them. Mugui felt overwhelmed when he thought of those things. It's a long way to create the peaceful environment that is suitable for enjoying retirement life. Mugui glanced at everyone in the room. On the one hand, he thought there was really hope this time. On the other hand, he couldn't help but worry. So much combat power had been mobilized just to solve this incident. How should he deal with the next one? He just wanted to solve the problem easily instead of fighting so hard. No matter what. Even if it's not easy now. As long as he can become easy, it will be fine. Sure enough, the preparations were not sufficient. Ihui looked at Mugui's frequently changing expressions, but couldn't guess what he was thinking. He just felt that his thoughts were too heavy, and he was almost exhausted. He reached out and patted his shoulder. Don't take everything on yourself. Tell your friends. Phone bombing, yeah. At least we can help now. GMO, we will become stronger. You only need to use your brain in the future. And leave the fighting to us. Mugui blurted out. It would be even better if I could leave the brain to you. Qing Jian was speechless. You. Phone bombing. GMO. Yen. Yihui. Ha ha ha. Angio couldn't help laughing. It seems that I worried for nothing. Mugui curled his lips slightly. He really wanted to do this. However, he was the only one who came back with the information. He had to be the pusher himself. Of course, the actual execution had to be done by others. The more powerful psychics standing on his side, the better. A group fight would be the best. As he thought about it, his thoughts drifted to another side. After quickly sorting out his thoughts and roughly sketching out his ideal blueprint, he smiled. It seems very feasible. He is full of expectations and confidence in the future again. Jin Mo, uncle. Are you in good spirits? Why are you laughing again suddenly? It's scary. Qing Jin, same. Sometimes Mugui's thinking is too jumpy. And there is a huge information gap between him and them. It is really difficult for a mortal like him to keep up. Mugui ignored their words and asked, except Bo Ming. I want to ask what you think. At this point, two people walked in from the door. They were Lieutenant Colonel Yang Shuangshu and Staff Officer Yin Mingsu. As soon as they came in, they saluted straight to the group of people. They were not to their superiors, but full of respect. Mugui smiled and said, Please don't be so polite. Lieutenant Colonel, why don't you go to rest after your work? Why do you come here? There are too many people here. He said this, but in fact, he had been waiting for them to come. Yihui smiled but said nothing. Lieutenant Colonel Yang pulled a stool to sit on. Jin Mo, Qing Jian, Gu Shu, Song Jianshan and others instantly straightened their bodies and sat upright like students in the classroom. As soon as Lieutenant Colonel Yang sat down, he said, Thanks to you, this base was saved. This is all I can give you now. I am really ashamed. If any of you are willing to stay, you will definitely get better treatment in the future. I promise. This set of moves was really expected. Mugui smiled and interrupted him. We agreed before that we can choose by ourselves. No inducement or coercion. Lieutenant Colonel Yang sighed. You thought of this when you came to negotiate with me. Right? Mugui thought. If it wasn't for this condition, who would perform so hard? Mugui, I guessed a little bit. And I just happened to ask. So let's clarify it all at once, so that we can have a direction in the future. Lieutenant Colonel Yang's expression was still calm, but both he and Yin Mingsu's eyes revealed a warm look. After seeing the abilities of these superpowers, how could they let them go? And the center of this group of people was obviously Mugui. So they spoke to Mugui first. But Mugui obviously gave them the right to choose and fully respected their own wishes. They looked at each other for a few times, and obviously did not hesitate. But the first one to speak was Ai Buji. He took a bite of the apple he picked from his head. I want to go with Brother Mugui. Mugui asked him, Didn't you find your brother here? Ai Buji nodded repeatedly, Yes. I want to follow my brother. And I also want to ask about my brother and my parents on the way. Lieutenant Colonel Yang felt a little pity. With his ability, the base would never be afraid of food shortage. Jin Mo, of course I will follow my uncle. Qing Jian, my parents are in Beijing. Yin Yin, go to Beijing. Lieutenant Colonel Yang felt the pain. None of the superpowers who were already in the base stayed. He cast his hopeful eyes on others. Feng Bo Ming. I will go back and ask my parents first. There is hope. Lieutenant Colonel Yang, okay. There is no rush to talk slowly. Since my parents are at the base, the possibility of leaving is extremely low. Gu Shu, I'm going to Beijing. I heard from Mugui that I can get more information there. I still want to go home. Lieutenant Colonel Yang asked curiously, Where is your home? Can't you just go home? Gu Shu, another world. Yi Hui and Lieutenant Colonel Yang and Yin Mingsu? Others are already used to it. Gu Shu stopped explaining and turned to Song Jiansheng. Song, what about you? Where is your big family? Song Jianshen, if you want to go to the capital, I will go with you. My family has always supported me to go out and make a living. And I have my sister and uncle at home who can protect the whole family. So I feel relieved. Qing Jian wanted to ask why it wasn't his father, but thought it was a bit rude and didn't ask. Gu Shu and Song Jianxing extended their fists and bumped them, then smiled at each other. In fact, they had known each other for a short time, but they had a tacit understanding as if they had known each other for many years. Lieutenant Colonel Yang said regretfully, Well, you have all decided. I won't force it. He turned to Ingjiu. Ingjiu just gave birth to a baby, so she won't rush to travel. Right? I'm going to Beijing. I plan to give the child to her father to raise. If not, she can stay here. I'll see if anyone wants to adopt her. Yin Mingsu couldn't help asking, Is the child your own? Don't you want her? Ingjiu, it was an accidental birth. Don't you want her? Why should I? She thought for a while, but it's also troublesome to take her to Beijing. If I didn't want to ask the child's father if he wanted to raise her, I wouldn't consider taking her there. She turned to Mugui. Should I take care of the child? Or should I not? Mugue asked back. Why do you want to give the child to his father to raise? Ingio thought for a while. One reason is that he has a certain responsibility for the birth of this child. Although I decided to give birth to her, he should also have the right to choose the decision of raising her. I want to respect his wishes. If he doesn't want to raise her, I will find a family to adopt this child. She looked at her companions again. A newborn baby may be very troublesome. Are you willing to travel with me and this child? Because it would definitely annoy her companions. She had to ask. Depending on the situation, she might leave the child here. After all, her companions had a higher priority than the child. Of course. They agreed unanimously. Mugue, you can do whatever you want. But you have to take us to see the child. You haven't seen it yourself. Right? She went to rest after giving birth to the child. And then went to the front line to fight after a while. Ingio said disdainfully. A purple-red baby with a face like a shriveled old man is so ugly. What's so good about it? And now in the incubator. Those who are born prematurely can only see the simulated image. Mugue said, then we have to wait until he is actually born before we can set off. Ingio, does that slow down your schedule? Mugue, no. All of us need to rest for a month. How can we set off right away after experiencing a war? Ingio smiled and nodded. Lieutenant Colonel Yang and Yen Mingsu looked at this scene and probably had the same thought in their minds. They really have a very close relationship. They are honest and trust each other. Among the group, only Feng Boming lowered his head and clenched his fists with a struggling expression. Mugue then contacted Lei Chen and Wang Dongqing on the watch. And both responded immediately. Lei Chen, if I go with you, don't I still have to pay you back? Mugue, I feel relieved that you have a good memory. Wang Dongqing, take me away. The capital must be safer. Right? Are you going to settle there? Mugue, I have such a plan. And, this time, it's all thanks to you. Wang Dongqing, ahaha. Stop it. I thought you would scold me. Those people almost blamed me. Fortunately, there is Ruby. I will go to see you after I finish my work here. Lieutenant Colonel Yang didn't know how many times he sighed. Mugue was planning to take everyone away. Although it was a pity. He also witnessed that he really couldn't pry away the corner. Although their goals were different, their destinations were the same. Chapter 53 Worry Leads to Confusion. At this time, Yi Hui suddenly clapped his hands. Okay. Everyone has almost finished eating now. Right? You go first. Mugue. You will be discharged from the hospital after another checkup. And we will meet at the camp then. Qin Jian packed up the lunch box and found that he was asking people to leave. So he pulled Jin Imo up and said, Let's go. Mugue wiped Ai Buji's mouth with a tissue and handed him to Ingio. Song Jianxing pulled Gushu up. And Yin Yin followed behind them. Yin Mingsu pulled up the curtain beside the bed. Closed the door. And after confirming that the surveillance had been transferred to another place, he stood guard at the door. Yi Hui said, Okay. Now there are only 3 of us here. Can you tell me? What do you want to do in Beijing? Or, what will happen in Beijing? Mugue went to Jincheng with a purpose. And the purpose has been achieved. Then he went to Beijing. And it should be that something will happen in the future. Mugue smiled with his mouth and eyebrows. No. It's true that I want to settle down in Beijing. After everything is over, I will live there. Lieutenant Colonel Yang, after everything is over? Mugue, there should be someone I want to find in Beijing. I still need to go there to complete some things and tell some people the key information. Yi Hui asked with a smile, Can't you tell me now? Mugue raised the corners of his lips and made a silent gesture. No. Yang Shuangshu asked, Is it related to you asking me for Staff Officer Yin? Mugue sent him a message before, saying that he hoped Yen Mingsu would go to Beijing with him. Yi Hui, it just so happens that we need to exchange liaisons. Staff Officer Yen should be the person who knows the situation of this base best after Lieutenant Colonel Yang. He is the best candidate. You want to take her away? Let me guess. Is it because of her ability? Mugue nodded, yes. I need to use her ability to cooperate with me to do something. Yen Mingsu at the door raised his head slightly. Lieutenant Colonel Yang smiled and said, She went there just for contact this time. And she must be returned to me later. Yi Hui, of course. Then he looked at Mugue and asked with a smile, You should have some understanding of my identity. Right? I will report your information truthfully. Mugue waved his hand indifferently. It doesn't matter. This is your job. Mugue did know a little about Yi Hui's hidden profession. But not much. when he followed him before. He had guessed that he was MS's man based on some clues. But he never confirmed it. Lieutenant Colonel Yang thought about it and asked, "Your ability?" He now knew that Mugui's ability was definitely not prophecy. Mugui smiled, "Sorry. I lied because I thought you would be most likely to believe me if I said that." Even though he lied to them. And he lied from the beginning. Lieutenant Colonel Yang inexplicably didn't feel any anger. "Mugui, but I do know that there is a real prophet. I went to the capital to find her. This is a great help to know the future." Yi Hui found two key pieces of information from his words. Mugui had seen a prophet before. But he didn't know where the prophet was at this time. Yi Hui asked, "Is he in the capital?" Mugui, "No." This was another unexpected answer. Yi Hui said, "The search area will be very large." "Right?" Mugui, "I think so." Yi Hui saw the entire chessboard from Mugui's eyes. And the situation in the next few years was in his eyes. Yi Hui smiled even more, reliable. Mugui pretended not to know. "What are you talking about?" "Yi Hui, but you have to pay attention. The situation is always changing rapidly." Mugui, "Of course." Although the critical situation this time was unexpected. There was no casualty after all. Which meant that it had not completely exceeded his expectations. And he was still confident that he could control it. Lieutenant Colonel Yang. "What are you talking about?" "Yi Hui, it's okay. It doesn't matter if Lieutenant Colonel Yang doesn't understand." "Lieutenant Colonel Yang, by the way. The thing I talked about last time. Yi Hui, I will report your demands. As for whether there is a way to apply for it, I can't be sure. The communication remains unchanged. If you want to know the result, you must at least wait until your liaison returns." Lieutenant Colonel Yang sighed, "Okay." After he said this word, he couldn't help but reveal part of his thoughts. In this situation, what procedures are still required? We should be flexible and change according to the actual situation. Mugui guessed what they were talking about. It is estimated that Lieutenant Colonel Yang wanted Yi Hui to go to the capital to apply for the right to use the weapons depot for their base. Especially the strategic weapons. After all, it is absolutely impossible to properly guard a large base with the current combat power. If there is another crisis like this insect and rat tide, it will be difficult to defend. Mugui said, "After all, not everyone is like Lieutenant Colonel Yang. I think it is necessary to be cautious." Lieutenant Colonel Yang looked at him in surprise. "Of course. I'm not a leader. And I don't make decisions. So I don't have much say. See what it means above. And I think the combat power of people with special abilities is better than weapons." Lieutenant Colonel Yang also agreed with him. Lieutenant Colonel Yang couldn't help but say, "Sometimes I really doubt that you came from the Genius Academy." "No. He is just an ordinary person with rich experience." Mugui pointed to Yi Hui. "This one here is the real genius." "Yi Hui, you are too modest." "He is not modest at all." Mugui suddenly remembered something. "Are there any clues?" "Yi Hui, are you referring to the invisible enemy? We marked the place where the wall was moved and searched along the wall. But still found no traces. It was all ruins. Too messy. And it was unlikely to leave any clues." Mugui only gave a glimmer of hope. "Yeah." He added, "We still have to take 2 people away." Lieutenant Colonel Yang asked, "Who?" "Mugui, Shintushir-san and Fong Qirong." Yi Hui seemed to be thinking about something. He understood Fong Qirong. Maybe there would be a powerful psychic who could help him get rid of his brainwashing. Who was Shintushir-san? Mugui seemed not to say anything. Yi Hui was just getting more and more interested in his affairs. Often, with his strong insight and detailed personal information, he could see everything about a person. However, Mugui was like an infinitely entangled mystery. The more he explored, the more unsolved mysteries he would find. "Yi Hui, it's no problem to bring 2 more people. But Fong Qirong's brainwashing is a bit troublesome. Shintushir-san, you mentioned, doesn't have this problem. Right? Mugui, although his brain is not normal, he can still take care of himself. As for Fong Qirong, there is no need to worry. Don't you have the ability?" Yi Hui smiled. "That's right." Yi Hui looked at the time. "Then you can rest alone for a while. There are team members outside who will take you back to the temporary camp later. Lieutenant Colonel Yang, if you need anything, just call someone. The base will provide you with everything that can be satisfied." Mugui nodded to them. He was the only one in the ward. It was not a luxurious VIP ward. But all other beds were cleared out, leaving only him alone. All medical resources were given priority, which was indeed top treatment under the circumstances. Mugue listened to the footsteps going away, raised his head, and whispered, "You four. You had something to say to me just now. You can say it now." Feng Boming, Yen Siji, Lei Chen, Yihui were all silent. Mugue frowned. What happened to these four? They were not such people. Mugue, if you have something to say, just say it quickly. Don't hide it. Feng Boming was the first to speak. He said what he wanted to say. Thank you, and I'm sorry. Mugue was stunned. Even he didn't guess this development. Then he looked into Feng Boming's eyes. There was a hint of familiarity in his mature eyes. Feng Boming said, I remembered something about you. Mugue's face changed. Feng Boming thought he would be a little happy. Or miss her. Or at least indifferent. But Mugue was angry. He lost his smile. You remembered? About my memory? He repeated it in a cold and heavy voice. Feng Boming hesitated for a moment and nodded. Mugue turned to the other four people. You too? Although the other three people had different expressions. They all nodded. Feng Boming saw that his hands were clenched tightly, and the protruding knuckles of his hands were glaringly white. However, he seemed to realize that his emotions were out of control soon. So he let go of her hand. His expression returned to indifference, and asked, How much do you remember? Tell me separately. Looking at their appearance, it shouldn't be all. Feng Boming looked at his current face, which slightly overlapped with the person in his memory. What the young version of Yin Yin said was indeed right. He didn't like to laugh so much before. At least when they first met. Mugue was not like that just now. Strange people stay away. Which is his most prominent external aura. He remembered a very small thing again. When he entered the classroom, he sat next to him. And he and Mugue smiled. At that time, Mugue just glanced at him, ignored him, and continued to do his homework. His attitude was not good. Anyway, even with his own enthusiasm for making friends, he did not try to talk to him again until the disaster happened. After all, it was just a public class. Even halfway through the class, he had forgotten the existence of this person next to him and what his face looked like. But now, he vividly remembered the two of them walking out of the ruins hand in hand. He used to look like that on the outside, but he was actually a person with rich emotions on the inside. A few hours of life and death together made him understand this. During the time when Mugue was unconscious, he thought about it many times. What would he do if Mugue was not there? After thinking about thousands of possibilities, he finally came to the conclusion that he would die. He would become a cold corpse alone under the ruins. No. First of all, at the moment the seed fell, it was unlikely that he would survive. Just like the blood seeping out of the broken pieces. And if Mugue was alone, he might have survived. Although they were only in contact for a short time. It can be seen from that time that he had a strong will to survive, and would take positive actions and never give up hope. Even without his superpowers, he would eventually find a way to get out and survive. For some reason, he believed this more firmly than Mugue himself. Mugue had said this to the young Feng Boming. He said he saved him. Wrong. The truth should be the other way around. He was the one who was saved. He could clearly remember his state of mind at that time. So he was very sure. He was too dependent on Mugue at that time. Fortunately, Mugue was there. Fortunately, he chose to go with him. He was sincerely grateful for this. It was because of Mugue that he could suppress his fear and act properly. He was the one who needed courage. He regarded Mugue as a life-saving straw and held on tightly. So he said thank you. Not only for Feng Boming in this life, but also for his parents. Also for the favor of him saving him. So he said sorry again. Although he forgot these because of force majeure. He didn't believe him. Obviously, he was the person he trusted the most. His guilt and regret. They must have experienced more things. Mugue must still remember all the stories between them. What would he think when facing these former friends, who had lost their memories, and spoke coldly to him? At this time, he realized why Mugue didn't like to talk to them. At this time, Mugue said lightly, Bo Ming, don't blame yourself for this. It's not your fault. Nor yours. If you really want to say it, it's me. He still hated his own ability more. Despite this, he still chose to use this ability. Just because they didn't remember him. Which was a good thing. But he never expected that using them would mean restoring their memories of him. So disgusting. That familiar feeling of nausea rose up his throat again. His body was not feeling unwell. It was psychogenic. Yihui said at this time, You don't want to restore our memories of you. Why? Mugue did not answer his question. Ihui, it can be seen that you care about the 7 of us very much. It should not be that you have done anything to us. Otherwise you would not have contacted them so early and led them out of trouble. The they here naturally refers to the 4 younger versions of themselves. Ihui, we can't seem to remember the cause of our death. Is it because of this? He was just recalling this. Mugue remained silent. He was thinking that he must prepare as many backup plans as possible for himself in the future and cannot use this ability again. One is physically, and the other is mentally. Both are a bit unbearable. Mugue took a deep breath and asked, what did you remember? Being angry is fine. But the price and conditions of abilities still need to be understood clearly. And this anger is not directed at them, but at himself. Feng Boming was the first to speak, in S University. Building 11. We will go together. Mugue, until where? Until we get out? Mugue thought. Not much. He looked at Yinsuji. Yinsuji pursed his lips. The 2 years you spent in the welfare home. All of them. Mugue was stunned for a moment. So long? But Yinsuji was indeed adopted 2 years after you passed away. Yinsuji hesitated to speak, and looked at Mugue with a look of resentment. Mugue stretched out his hand to his temple. Ihui smiled and said, in this Jincheng base. We first met here, and it hasn't changed. You are really my apprentice. It was a different script from this life. He was a student who was really powerless at that time, and it was quite interesting to teach him. Mugue didn't want to reminisce with him. How many days? Ihui thought for a moment. More than a month. When we fled to Jiangling City? I remember Leichen was there at that time? Leichen nodded. From then on, I joined your team. Ihui, it almost ended at that time. Leichen, my memory this time lasted about a month. Probably not yet to the capital. In his previous life, Lei Chen did not come to Jincheng from Jiangling City in advance. So he naturally stayed there until the insect and rat tide broke out. People fled and came to Jiangling City. Some people chose to stay, and he chose to go north with them to the capital. Mugue thought about it. The length of the memory fragments they recovered was irregular. But there was a time point for recovery, which was their first meeting. What if the next time they remembered them one by one in order? No. There will be no next time. Mugue rejected this plan in his heart. Ihui seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and smiled. What if we want to recover our memories? Before Mugue opened his mouth, Yinsuji spoke. No. I would rather not recover my memory than want him to be so seriously injured. It was rare for him to say such resolute words with this personality. Leichen, this price is indeed very troublesome. Both your price and mine are too high. Feng Boming was in a dilemma. He wanted to restore his memory, but he didn't want Mugue to be injured so seriously again. But if he had a choice, he hoped that Mugue would not be injured. Ihui saw it most clearly. This is called being too concerned. He is also my apprentice. But look at what he has done along the way. Think about what will happen later. How could he not use our abilities? Mugue looked at Ihui helplessly. Chapter 54. Once a raw stone. Ihui continued, the cost is easy to solve. Just find a superpower who can heal wounds quickly. I remember there is such a person in Beijing. If you control the speed of use, there will be no big problem. At least you will not die from serious injuries. It is indeed what Gray would say. Mugue thought that he also knew the superpower with healing ability and often asked her for treatment. But her superpower cost a lot, so she could not use it this time. However, the capital city does have the opportunity to find some healing-type superpowers. And what Ihui said is also the solution he thought of. But the biggest problem is... Ihui, the biggest problem is our memory. Mugue. Ihui raised his lips. If there is no such condition, you will use us appropriately. Right? You actually don't care about being injured or not. This is what you care about most. The other ghosts looked at him. If they were to speak the truth, they would definitely want to recover their memories. But they didn't want Mugue to get hurt. Mugue didn't want them to continue recovering their memories. This was a dilemma. But the final decision was on Mugue's side. He was the power user. He had the final say. Mugue still said, I won't use it unless it's necessary. This time, in order to protect themselves and their relatives in this life, it was necessary. Ihui, the situation is often not what you want. Mugue, then I will try to make it what I want. Ihui, okay. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. You have to understand that we are not afraid of the price of restoring our memories. When you use us, Don't feel guilty. You can be cruel to yourself but not to others. After all, we are all dead. We are just ghosts summoned by your ability. Even if they don't remember the moment of death, they clearly know that they are dead. Feng Boming also said, will there be things that are more unbearable than those I remember? What are you worried about? Why don't you tell me? Mugui didn't answer. Yes, there are. Think carefully about these people. Nothing about them was good when they were alive. Now that they have become ghosts, they still let him use them. Although it sounds a bit hypocritical. Sometimes he feels sorry for them. Let's talk about it next time when we encounter such a situation. Let him judge it at that time. Mugui chose to give up thinking for the time being. He likes to prepare for those things that are known to have not happened. And he usually ignores the unknown things that have not happened. Because there is no solution to worrying in advance. Well, it seems familiar. And there are more and more things that need to be solved. Mugui pinched his eyebrows. Yen Cixi said, then how did he know? He is different from us. And he has retained your memory. He pointed to Yen Xinqiu. Mugui, how can I be sure that he really remembers me and is not acting? Yi Hui, I have to say this objectively. If he acts, there should be no one in the country who can act better than him. He has always stood on Yen Xinqiu's side. Although he doesn't know him. Mugui put down his hand and said lightly, maybe? Yen Xinqiu smiled and said, I have no accomplishments in acting. Seeing that Mugui had no intention of responding, Yen Xinqiu suddenly said, before going to the capital, you have to go to Shijing. Mugui's pupil shrank. Yi Hui, looking for that guy? At this time, are you trying to stop him? Feng Boming and Yen Cixi both had an impression and looked surprised. Yi Hui looked at Yen Xinqiu. Oh? You could always guess what he's thinking. It seemed like he was appreciating her. Yen Xinqiu remained calm, still looking at Mugui's face, and said, I just know. Mugui knew that Yen Xinqiu was waiting for him to ask. This made him very annoyed. In fact, it's not impossible to guess. Because going north to Beijing will also pass by Shijing. There is an unofficial base in Shijing. It will become one of the major bases that will be a headache for the official in the future. Mugui, this is not a difficult guess. And it can't prove anything. Yen Xinqiu said, he will take action. He also wants to control the power in Shijing. Provided that the power structure over there continues as it is. He, the hidden enemy. Mugui did not look away. Yen Xinqiu, I don't know his name, but I remember his appearance. As long as you. Mugui raised his hand to stop him. For a moment, he was really crazy to believe that he would reveal the key information. This ghost was still trying to make him let him out. This is impossible. Yen Xinqiu raised his eyebrows and didn't continue. Yi Hui, what about your ability? You can always tell me about it. Right? Yen Xinqiu shook his head. I can't tell you. If I tell you, he will be even more afraid to let me out. Besides, even if I tell him, he won't believe it. Right? Yi Hui looked at Mugui with interest. Mugui. Yen Xinqiu smiled faintly and said, I hope to gain your trust completely before telling you the truth. His expression showed that he was determined to win. Mugui finally turned his face away. Too lazy to confront him. Yi Hui, then you have to find a time to tell him. Here, of course, is the younger version of Yi Hui. He has to tell him that he plans to go to Shijing on the way. And what will happen there? Mugui, of course I will tell you this. But not now. Lei Chen, I found that your catchphrase is very similar to someone's. Not now. It's not the right time yet. Wait and see. You will know later, and so on. Yi Hui, who? Everyone turned their eyes to Yi Hui. Yi Hui. Mugui. Mugui rested for a while. And after being discharged from the hospital, he went to the temporary military camp to meet up with his companions. They made an appointment to visit Ingjiu's child. The nanny told them that it was a baby girl. Many people actually saw the life support chamber for the first time. If the embryo is cultivated from a successfully fertilized egg, it will be cultivated in the artificial uterus. If it is a premature fetus, it will be cultivated in the life support chamber. The nanny introduced them, and even called up the numerical screen. Here are external imaging, bone imaging, heartbeat, pulse, intestinal peristalsis. Everything is in good numerical values. The nanny looked at a group of men with blank eyes, and couldn't help but guess who was the father of the child. Excluding the very young high school student. The others all looked pretty good, but everyone looked very young. Ingjiu folded his hands, and sat aside to check the information. Mugui asked, how many days will it take? The Nani looked at the estimated time, at least 20 days, and at most 30 days. Mugui nodded and calculated the time. It should be in time. After Jean Imo and the others saw Ingio's baby girl, they went to the nursery to see other children. There were also some babies who had been born and were temporarily placed in cradles or sterile cabins. When they came back, Ingio and Mugui were sitting together picking out the necessary items they needed to bring. Qin Jian went over and asked Ingio, have you named her? Ingio, let's name her after the person who raised her. Jean Imo, then you have to call her something during the trip. Right? Ingio thought for a moment, then call her Mimi. Jean Imo, ha 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 ha. Do you think she's a kitten? Ingio pouted, isn't it almost the same? What do you guys think she should be called? Mugui, you decide. Ingio suddenly remembered the name he gave a cat a long time ago. So he said Xiaojio. A capital number. Jio. Qin Jian laughed. Isn't this the same name as yours? Ingio, I don't have a nickname. Anyway, she is a piece of flesh that fell from my body. Whatever. Jean Imo, it's also quite fun. Mugui, what's the origin of this name? Ingio, there is a pancake and pastry shop near my hometown. They have a cat. But they didn't give it a name. So I named her this. She gave birth to many babies every year. But she was always lively and energetic. When I left there, she just died of old age. Mugui, a healthy life without any illness or disaster. And a natural death is a good omen. Ingio, yes. I envy the cat sometimes. Especially when she sits on the cardboard box at the door of the store to bask in the sun. Squinting her eyes. She looks very comfortable. Jean Imo, I'm curious. If you fall in love with Xiaojio along the way, will you raise her? Ingio laughed. You have never taken care of a child. Right? This is absolutely impossible. You'd better stop me from strangling this child to death halfway. Jean Imo, aw? Qin Jian, does it seem like you've taken care of a child before? Ingio, I'm the annoying kid. And I've seen some people taking care of kids nearby. It's terrible. People will become mentally weak. Jean Imo, I can let my little one you. My little black one is getting better at some complicated movements now. He pointed to his own shadow on the ground. And a black bead flew down from his hand. A pure black round head slowly emerged from the shadow. With two cute white bead eyes. And quickly retracted for fear of scaring others. Ingio smiled and accepted his kindness. You are so reliable. I will take care of you when the time comes. After picking up the things, Ingio asked Mugui, can I join the training now? Mugui thought for a while, and said to her, go to Gray and ask him about the training plan. Practice according to his plan. There is probably no difference between what I say and what he says. You have no foundation. You must start from the most basic. It will be boring and a bit difficult. Ingio rolled up his sleeves. I have already given birth to a child. What else is there to be afraid of? Mugui looked at her and smiled. As for him, during the next period of time, he basically lay in bed and slept until dawn. 8. Did some basic physical training. Went to see other people's training. Chatted. And went back to bed at night. And so on. For him, this is really the greatest happiness. Ihue caught him and said, leave them all to me. You have nothing to do. Mugui smiled. You are better at teaching than me. And you are happy teaching. Aren't you? Ihue looked at Qin Jian. Jean Imo. Feng Bo Ming. Yen Soji. Lei Chen. Gu Shu. Song Jiansheng. Ingio and others lying on the ground in front of him. And smiled slightly. It is worth training. Mugui saw Ai Boji's small body running and stretching on the side. Ihue said, this child also came to me and said he wanted to become stronger. You know what, such a young child can be trained. So I asked him to increase his physical strength first. He seems a little weak. Mugui, I leave it all to you. Mugui had personally received instruction from Ihue. He was the most capable instructor among all the people he knew. He felt relieved to have him teach them. Ihue, what about you? Are you interested in joining the team? Mugui crossed his arms. No. Ihue smiled. I didn't even say what team it was. Mugui smiled but didn't smile. I won't join any team. And I suggest that if you don't want to work yourself to death, don't join. Ihue shrugged. Then I can't refuse. It's an order from above. He put his arm around his shoulders. And you can choose not to join just because you say so? They are looking for someone over there. Even if I don't recommend you, they will find you. If you still want to use the same trick as Lieutenant Colonel Young, it won't work. Mugue raised the corner of his lips. I have my own way. Don't bother. Yihui floated beside him, observing the scene thoughtfully. He compared the part he remembered with the present again. The first time he really saw him was during Qin Jian's ability appraisal survey. He and Qin Jian took a helicopter from Beijing to Jincheng. And the first thing Qin Jian did was the same as what Mugue did now. There, the only time Qin Jian stood up from his seat in shock was because of Mugue. He didn't know the reason at that time. But now he knows. It was because of Mugue's only EX-level ability that could be seen. Qin Jian told him when he came out. This person must be brought back to Beijing in good condition. He looked at Mugue, who had an ordinary appearance, a weak physique, and a weak aura, and felt a little strange. He was not surprised why Qin Jian treated him specially. He guessed it was because of his special ability. He was surprised why this person looked so weak. But his eyes looked so determined. Not like the eyes of students of the same age in peacetime. The second time was in the training ground. At that time, because Feng Boming and Yan Siji had excellent supernatural powers, he specially guided them in training. At that time, they were far inferior to this life, and were really inexperienced laymen. The person the two brought was Mugue, although Mugue was reluctant at that time. When he asked him, "You probably don't have offensive abilities. Do you want to follow me to train physical skills? It will probably be very hard. If you don't want to, it's not too late to quit now." Mugue didn't agree immediately, but just looked at him with those overly calm eyes. And after a long time, he said, "Let's start." However, he could see that Mugue just wanted to have more power to protect himself at that time. So he was happy to help him. After the initial training, Mugue was indeed a complete layman at that time. He was not completely without any basics, and seemed to have experience in physical labor. But he had not received any professional training guidance. But he persisted, and persisted longer than the other two. His eyes were not the eyes of completing training, but more like the eyes of someone who had traveled through mountains and rivers for many years, stepped on thorns, passed through hardships, and faced the cliff with his back. He was extremely insecure, but full of the will to desperately want to survive, which was more obvious on the road of escape in the later period. He was like a sponge. No matter what he taught him, he could absorb it perfectly and digest it quickly. It was not about physical strength or physical skills. These two things require years of training and practical experience to accumulate. Even geniuses cannot achieve it overnight. However, he only taught him for more than half a month at the beginning. He had already learned from him how to observe others. He did not teach him this, nor did he want to teach him. One day he asked Mugue, "Where did you learn this?" Mugue said calmly, "From you." Mugue saw his habit of observing others all the time, and all kinds of disguise and anti-tracking skills. Even if he didn't teach him, he learned them from him. He saw his bright expression reflected in Mugue's clear black eyes. "Do you want to be my apprentice?" Mugue was silent for a moment and said, "I thought the three of us were already your students. Generally, if this guy doesn't refuse immediately, there is a chance. These two are still different. How about it? If you become my apprentice, I will teach you all my skills." Mugue, "So there is no such thing now. Do you think this is interesting?" "Of course it is interesting. Just tell me directly. Reject or accept?" Mugue said directly, "Master." He couldn't help laughing at that time. "Huh? What? Can you call me again?" Mugue wiped the sweat off his face expressionlessly. "Gray. I'm rested. Let's continue." Yihui recalled this part and couldn't help but smile. At that time, he was still a little green, cute and full of potential rookie. A precious rough stone worth polishing. Now, Yihui looked at the finished version of Mugue, who even changed his face to a good-looking Mugue, and felt a little pity. But on the other hand, he was also very curious. How did Mugue change from what he was back then to what he is now? This is also the main reason why he wants to retrieve his memory about him. If I put myself in his shoes and speculate according to my own thinking at that time, I would definitely take him into my team and make him a member of my team. So far, it is normal. Wait. In this case? The more Yihui thought about it, the worse it felt. Finally, he frowned grimly, thought of a possibility with a high probability, and finally came to a conclusion. Maybe he did something very sorry to Mugue. Chapter 55, The Beginning of the Paradise. October 3rd, 2060. Jincheng Base First Airport. Captain Chen Yiwen led the Baizé Special Forces team members to line up next to the helicopter. Yi Hui, Yan Mingsu, Mu Gui were beside them. Jin Mo, Yan Siji, Lei Chen, Gu Shu, Wang Dongqing, Ai Buji, and Ingjiu, who was holding a child, stood behind them. There were also two people who were restrained by the team members, Fang Qirong and Shintu Shirsan. Fang Qirong's restraint was stricter, while Shintu Shirsan's restraint was simpler. Chen Yiwen and his team saluted Lieutenant Colonel Yang Shuangxiu. Thank you for the assistance of the base. You have worked hard during this period. You too. Have you got all the equipment and supplies? Gu Shu said on the side. They are all in my book. Chen Yiwen smiled. Yes. This makes storage and transportation much more convenient. Lieutenant Colonel Yang, then I wish you a safe journey. He glanced over and stopped at one person. Yan Mingsu smiled and nodded at him. Lieutenant Colonel Yang. I will return as scheduled. Yang Shuangxiu looked at her. Be careful and cooperate with the work. Lieutenant Colonel Yang was accompanied by a member of the Baizé team who served as a liaison officer. Lieutenant Colonel Yang moved his gaze to Mugui. Is there one person who hasn't come yet? Mugui looked past him and looked not far away. It seems that he has arrived. At the other end of the line of sight, Song Jianxing came over with a large bag of luggage. He should have been the only one who had not arrived. But another person walked out behind him. Feng Boming also walked into the sight of everyone, pushing a suitcase. Most people were surprised. Only Mugui frowned. The two of them approached and stood in front of the crowd. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Song Jianxing spoke. I came a little late, and I ran into Bo Ming on the way. So we came together. Mugui looked at Feng Bo Ming. Have you talked to your parents? Feng Bo Ming nodded. The night before they were notified that they were leaving. He finally made up his mind and talked to his parents about this matter. Feng Xiufeng asked back after listening. What do you think? Feng Boming couldn't say it out loud. He had no choice. He wanted to follow them to Beijing. But he was worried about his parents who stayed in this base. If anything happened, what would he do without them? Su Jinyu saw his thoughts and said, We have guessed that your friend predicted the disaster that would happen in this base. So he prevented it. Right? Feng Xiufeng continued her words. Then this base is safe now. And there are many powerful superpowers and reliable troops stationed in this base. And the wall is back. Su Jinyu, since your friend can leave now, he believes that this base will not face the crisis like the previous period. They must have more important things to do when they leave here. Because of you, we are taken care of by the army and the government. We don't have to worry about life and safety. What are you still worried about? Feng Xiufeng, although we also want to know if it will be dangerous for you to go to Beijing. You have so many powerful partners around you. And you have grown up and have your own way to go. I think you don't need to force yourself to stay for us. Feng Boming shook his head. It's not forced. I am. Su Jinyu smiled gently. You care about your friends very much. If you don't keep up with them this time, you may never catch up with them again. Right? Feng Boming nodded with tears in his eyes. He really couldn't give up on either side. Feng Xiaofeng said, Go ahead. You want to go with him, don't you? Feng Boming, but... Su Jinyu, we are safe here. Don't worry about it. Just do whatever you want. Your father and I both mean this. Feng Xiufeng saw that Feng Boming was still in a dilemma. And sighed, how about this? You go to Beijing with your friends to check out the situation and complete important tasks. If the environment there is good, you can find a way to bring us over. And our family will settle down in the base in Beijing in the future. Feng Boming was stunned. Is this okay? Su Jinyu also smiled and agreed. Feng Xiufeng smiled and patted his shoulder. That's a Beijing household registration, which can't be bought with money now. Of course, I am happy to do so. It depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Although Jincheng is the hometown where they grew up, the circle of friends they have here is very small and shallow. In addition, their work is now arranged by unified transfer. The most important person to them is Feng Boming, so they naturally follow him. Su Jinyu, if you don't go this time, you will definitely regret it. We want you to stay with us, but we don't want you to regret it even more. You are our child, and you are an independent person. You have to go out and walk around, even in such a world. Feng Boming looked at the two people's expectant and encouraging eyes, and finally made up his mind. The two people finally put forward a condition for him. Feng Boming smiled and said to Mugui, My parents want me to go home safely to pick them up. They said they want to live in Beijing with me, and asked me to go there first to see the situation. Mugui's brows slowly relaxed and he said, okay. This base is safe. Unless such a terrible disaster wave happens again. But even if it happens again, this base should have a way to deal with it. And he has taught them how to do it. His lesson will not be in vain. As for the enemy hiding in the dark, the other party's target is not this base or Feng Boming but himself. He should also have a way to find him. So it's good. When everyone is here, they will set off immediately. Before leaving, Mugui said to Lieutenant Colonel Yang, you don't need to announce our departure. Lieutenant Colonel Yang nodded, thank you. The people in the base don't know much about these superpowers, who help the base resist difficulties. They only know that they are very strong and live in the base. In other words, as long as they are still in this base, people will feel at ease. Therefore, they must not know that they have left. Mugui smiled lightly, turned around and boarded the helicopter. Thank you for your care during this period. I'll leave this base to you. This is obviously what he should do. But he said, please. Lieutenant Colonel Yang was stunned for a moment, staring at the two helicopters flying into the sky. He suddenly had a premonition that their next journey might cause even greater waves. However, he sincerely believed that no matter how big the storm was, they could get through it safely like this time. Taowaiyuan Hope Middle School is located in a remote mountain village southwest of Shijing City. This school, which was donated in the 1930s, has a history of about 30 years. The population of the village has decreased, and the number of students is decreasing. Now, the disaster has come before the school closed down. Since the disaster began in April, those who could escape home have fled home, staying at home, relying on the fields and grain in the village to survive the first few months. The nearby small villages and towns united and helped each other to survive. After that, some people successfully escaped to the city. Some successfully entered the base. And some missed the opportunity and were refused entry by the large base. They returned without success. And the number of people in most air raid shelters was also in a critical situation. These people have nowhere to go, so they can only find a place to stay temporarily. This middle school at a remote village is such a place. The middle-aged man looked out the window at the usual campus scenery, and the thick pink and purple mist across the wall, as if there was an invisible wall separating the inside and outside of the campus. The inside was a hidden paradise, and the outside was the dark world. However, he knew that this was definitely not the real paradise. The black and white hair was no longer meticulously groomed, but was a little messy. His face was engraved with traces of hard work, poverty and age. And the man wearing faded transparent frame glasses showed a bitter smile. And his overly thin cheeks were left with indelible fatigue and dejection. He has worked in this school for more than 20 years. Since graduation, he has decided to devote his entire career to this small campus in his hometown. He goes from home to school, and then back home every day on weekdays. Sometimes he even spends his weekends in the park near the school and home. He is a person who seeks stability and leisure, so he does not think this is boring, but is content with such a predictable life. His colleagues and neighbors all say that he is an overly honest man with a very good temper. When he was young, such a temper and introverted personality really made it difficult for him to get along in society. So he returned to his hometown. People in the small village lived a slow life. The environment that had not changed for decades made him feel comfortable from the bottom of his heart. Even so, he really loved his work. He liked to get along with lively children. Although he could not get angry when he was bullied by naughty children, he still believed from beginning to end that there were no children who could not be taught. Only teachers who could not teach. He was also distressed because he could not teach students well. He was always diligent in teaching and education, pursuing excellence. After more than 20 years, he also accumulated a lot of experience. He believed that the children were generally close to him, although they would forget him sooner or later. He was also satisfied with having guided them for a period of time. His parents had passed away peacefully, and he did not often contact relatives. He was not married, had no children, and was alone. The most precious thing that he could not let go of was the students in the school. He thought that such a life would continue until he retired. An unprecedented disaster has come. On the day of the disaster, he and all the teachers began to evacuate the students immediately. Fortunately, the alien objects did not hit the teaching building, which bought them time to escape. He returned home and hid for a while, and also followed the crowd to the city. In the end, He was unable to catch up with the time to enter, and was rejected by the unofficial base. He risked his life to find a few more air raid shelters, but was finally told that there was no room for people. He was like a floating duckweed without a fixed route, and could not stay anywhere. He thought he was still an insignificant part of this society, but he didn't expect that he had been living in a small village for too long, and had long been out of tune with this rapidly developing modern society. After many twists and turns, he finally returned to the school, where he had worked for more than 20 years. He felt the long-lost peace sitting in the classroom. At that time, he felt that even dying here would be a good choice. However, more and more people came. Teacher, teacher, my parents are sobbing. Teacher, I can't find my grandparents. What should I do? Did they abandon me? They had already run away when I got home. How could they do this? They only left a note and ran away. They didn't let us in anywhere. We survived with great difficulty. Why? Where are the police? Where are the soldiers? Teacher, they will come to save us. Right? When some children came back to the campus to ask for his help, he softened his heart again. Yes, at least he had to cheer up. At least these children were still there, and they needed to live well. Qianji was overwhelmed with emotions and hugged the crying children tightly. Yes, they will come to save us. First of all, we have to live together and wait for them to save us. This is the beginning of everything. Chapter 56 Campus Home. Originally, a teacher like them, and a few students would not live for too long. The school is close to mountains, forests, and fields. Many mutant snakes, insects, and livestock crawl out of the surrounding area and often pass by the school. However, to his surprise, these students gradually awakened their abilities during their time at school. July 2060. Boom! Ah! Qianji was arranging flower pots, and was about to move them to another place. Unexpectedly, a student's cry came from the vegetable garden next door. The pot in his hand was smashed to the ground, and he turned around and ran over immediately. Hui's. Lingling. What happened? Qianji ran over and saw Peng Hui's. The boy with glasses fell to the ground. His clothes and body were pressed by a pile of bricks, and his body was covered with cement debris. The petite girl with short hair opened her mouth and stretched out her hand to help him. But he stopped her. Lingling. Stop. I don't want to die yet. Fortunately, it was only an old and broken low wall that collapsed, which did not cause much damage to him. Peng Hui's lifted the bricks, climbed up, and shook off the debris on his body. Tong Lingling had to withdraw her hand. She also looked at her palm in surprise and said, Fuck. Qianji didn't know what was going on. So she ran to them and looked at their bodies carefully. How are you? Are you okay? Peng Hui stood up. He was unexpectedly tall. About 1.7 meters tall. Probably no one would think that he was a 13-year-old student in the first grade of junior high school. Right? Peng Hui pushed his glasses. Don't touch the teacher. Teacher Ju. Don't touch her. Be careful that she breaks your hand. She is too strong and can directly push down the wall. This low wall used to be a partition wall for the flower bed of a farmer's house. Now it has been drawn into the school and has become a partition wall for the school's vegetable garden. It is dispensable, and no one has cleaned it. The cement outside the bricks is almost peeling off, although it has been in disrepair for many years. The wall made of cement and red bricks cannot be collapsed by a single push. Tong Lingling is petite, less than 1.6 meters tall. But she is also a junior high school student. She opened her round eyes wide. This is a supernatural power. When she looked at Qianji with her bright eyes, he was still in a state of confusion. But seeing that the two students were fine, he habitually smiled back. Tong Lingling was so excited that she wanted to hug him. However, at this moment, Peng Hui's body flashed. Tong Lingling missed, and Qianji disappeared in front of her. Ah! Tong Lingling fell to the ground and supported her body with both hands. But at the same time, a deep palm print appeared on the cement floor. Qianji, who was directly carried away by Peng Hui's, fell into a short state of dizziness. Peng Hui's loosened his collar and looked at his legs in shock. Tong Lingling stood up and said angrily, Hey! Hui Zhe! What are you doing? She turned her head and was surprised to see the two standing on the opposite side of the playground. Far away. Ah! Peng Huize realized it quickly. He bent his knees, put his hands on his knees, and raised his head. I may also have superpowers. He originally wanted to rescue teacher Ju from the clutches of the powerful witch. But their bodies flew up directly and ran hundreds of meters away in a second. In Qianju, what? He was about to ask. What do you mean? Peng Huai's left a sentence. I'll try again. The figure disappeared directly on the spot. Then, the two of them saw that there was an unclear shadow on the playground. Just like a special effect in a movie. In just 3 seconds, Peng Huai's returned to In Qianju and asked him without blushing or panting, Teacher, guess how many laps I ran? In Qianju opened her mouth wide. Peng Huai's laughed. 6 laps. 1 lap is 400 meters. And he ran 6 laps in 3 seconds, which is several times the speed of sound. Peng Huai's continued excitedly, I'd never run so fast before. In Qianju thought that this was the first time he saw this calm boy with such an expression. Tong Lingling stamped her feet, and another hole appeared on the ground. She yelled, Hey! Peng Huai's. What are you doing? In Qianju finally came to his senses. He pressed Peng Huai's shoulders and said, Teacher is very happy to know that you have superpowers. But calm down first. Let's go back and tell the others about this news and study it together. Peng Huai smiled and nodded. And he instantly returned to Tong Lingling with In Qianju in his hand. Tong Lingling suddenly saw 2 people in front of her, and took a step back. I was so scared. Then she subconsciously hit him with her hand. Why are you running so fast? Peng Huai quickly pulled the person away again for more than 10 meters, and said with lingering fear, Strong girl. You are really very strong this time. Be careful. It will really kill people. Tong Lingling pouted, took back her hand, and looked at In Qianju aggrievedly. In Qianju patted his chest and said helplessly, Oh, you 2 little guys. The teacher's heart can't take it. You can't control your abilities now. Be careful. But I'm glad you're all okay. Let's go back to the classroom first. The 2 nodded and followed him back to the classroom. In the next few days, they studied how to control their abilities. Both students were smart children. After several attempts, they were able to control the strength or speed independently. In Qianju was happy for them, and their efficiency in organizing things was much higher. Most importantly, the 2 used this ability to deal with mutant animals. Occasionally, there would be insects, rats, snakes, and the like that strayed into the campus. Before, they would hide in the classroom, lock the doors and windows tightly, and wait for them to go away. Fortunately, they might not be very interested in these things that fill their teeth, so they managed to escape a few times. But the things they planted in the vegetable garden were destroyed several times, which was a pity. So they later planned to grow vegetables on the roof of the teaching building. But there is also the risk of bird attacks on the roof. Although there are still some rapeseeds left in the warehouse for scientific experiments, there are not many left. They have to use them sparingly, and it takes a long time to grow vegetables. The reserve food they collected can't support them for long. At this time, the 2 people have superpowers, which is like a blessing from heaven. Although In Qianju was very opposed at first, he couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the students. Peng Huai used his ability to run fast to successfully collect some precious food and supplies in the nearby community streets. Tong Lingling used her ability to stab a mouse that sneaked in. Although her aim was not very accurate, her great strength and the iron rod thrown from a distance still killed it. Ah! We have meat to eat today. In Qianju was still cautious. It contains bacteria and parasites. But if it is roasted at high temperature, it should be edible. It must be handled properly. However, the bloody smell and fragrance emitted by handling this thing will still attract other mutant animals. Isn't it too dangerous? Tong Lingling raised her arm. Come and I'll kill one. Peng Huai, where do you get your confidence from? Do you think that if you can kill this one, you can kill all mutant animals? At this time, another boy raised his hand. He was a very handsome and clean-looking boy. He said, I think I have the ability too. What? Almost all of these children blossomed during this period of time. Chong Ruing awakened the ability of the barrier. He can set up a barrier with a small range, which only allows specific creatures or things to pass through. The maximum range is probably this middle school. Thanks to this ability, they spent the mealtime peacefully. However, in the process of using their abilities, they also found that their abilities had a price and conditions. If Chong Ruing wanted to maintain his ability, he had to stay in the center of the barrier and stay awake. Once he lost consciousness or fell asleep, the barrier would disappear and lose all its function. Tong Lingling and Peng Huai's abilities consumed their physical strength extremely. They were growing children. and every time they ate, they were not enough for them to consume. The two of them quickly became thin and weak, and even had several serious illnesses. They barely survived the illness, with the help of the medicine in the medical room. Yin Qianju looked at these children and became anxious. Finally, they gathered together, discussed it, and started to hunt actively. They used the school playground as a hunting ground, put roasted meat or raw meat with a strong smell of blood there, and attracted other mutants to come closer. Then they took the opportunity to hunt them. They put part of the meat they hunted into the big refrigerator in the school cafeteria, and dried part of it into bacon for backup. The electricity to maintain these electrical appliances depended on the solar panels on the top floor of the school taken back from the electrical appliance store by Peng Huai's, and the water was collected by the big bucket on the rooftop to collect rainwater from the sky, as well as the natural stream spring water on the mountainside. During that time, their lives were indeed better. The classroom was used as a dormitory, and everyone slept on the floor in the same large classroom. Excrement was regularly poured into the disposal pit outside, or directly used as fertilizer for vegetables, and they went to the cafeteria to eat. Chang Ruoying used his ability to maintain the barrier for a while, and the others took a full rest for a while, and then took over from him. Tom Lingling and Peng Huai's, who were more suitable for fighting, were responsible for the vigilance during this period. The other three, Yin Qianju, and the two sisters Luo Gui and Luo Ju were responsible for handling other things, such as food processing. Yin Qianju sighed one night. You are all so young, and it has only been a short time, but you have grown so reliable. What would the teacher do without you? After spending this time with him, he found that they were really very well-behaved and strong children. The oldest was only 15 years old, and the youngest was only 11 years old. He, an adult in his 40s, seemed to be the most useless one. He said he wanted to protect them, but he was always protected by them. Peng Huai's moved his seat and moved closer to him. But if the teacher hadn't taken us in at the beginning, we might not have survived until our abilities were awakened. Tong Lingling squeezed in between the two of them forcefully, and without the teacher's guidance, how can we use our abilities well? Not to mention uniting together. We didn't know each other at the beginning. Yin Qianju smiled and rubbed her head. He looked at these children of different ages, different classes, and even some who didn't come from the same school. They really didn't know each other at the beginning, and they were not students in the class he was originally responsible for. They came to this school by chance, united together, and lived well until now. It's really not easy. Yin Qianju took off the glasses he had worn for more than 20 years and rubbed his blurry eyes. Luo Gui took out a faded cloth and handed it to him. Teacher Ju, did you cry? Yin Qianju wiped his eyes with his sleeves and forced a smile. Teacher, I'm fine. I'm happy. They have the ability to live independently. Even if he is not around, they can live well. So he is really happy. Luo Ju's small and soft hand held his rough big hand, and the temperature of that hand warmed his heart. Teacher, we all have to live well together. Someone will definitely come to save us. This is the same as what he said to them. Only then did he have time to check his heart. He was afraid. He liked stability and comfort, hated changes, was afraid of turbulence, and had nowhere to go. If it weren't for these children, maybe he would have jumped from the high building without any regrets like the neighbor's aunt. It was these children who taught him that people should live well, and they should not give up hope of life even in the most difficult environment. No matter how old they are, they can support each other, become each other's strength, and live strongly. He was the only adult among these children, but his courage, tenacity, determination, and hope were weaker than these children. He learned a lot from them and gradually regained his confidence to live. For the first time in his life, he realized how precious ordinary life and life are. They saved him, both physically and mentally. He once again swore in his heart that no matter what happened, he would give everything for these children, even his life, and he would do everything to protect them. This should be his lifelong duty and mission. Originally, under such circumstances, they were confident that they could hold out for a few months or even a year. But unexpected situations always come unexpectedly. Early September. It was the season when large areas of sweet osmanthus flowers bloomed in the experimental fields near their village. Every year, they could smell the fragrance of sweet osmanthus flowers floating from a kilometer away in the school. Sweet osmanthus flowers were also planted in their school. Every time when the sweet osmanthus flowers bloomed, some students could be seen shaking the trees, shaking the ground full of fallen flowers. and then being scolded by passing teachers. In Qianju usually doesn't like to scold students so rudely. He usually picks osmanthus flowers with students, and tells them that they can take some home to make osmanthus candy for their parents or dry them to make sachets. In this way, students are very happy, and will run away because their hands are full of bugs. But this year is a little strange. The osmanthus flowers in the school are not blooming. But they are very big, and may not be blooming yet. However, there is a faint fragrance of osmanthus outside. In Qianju, Tom Lingling and Peng Hui's, who woke up, went to find Chang Ruiying together. When they left the classroom, they saw the thick pink and purple fog outside the school. What the hell? Smoke bombs? How is that possible? With so much fog, how many smoke bombs would be needed? Who has the time to do this? This is the first time I've seen fog of this color. Is it a chemical product? The sky, the earth, and all directions were shrouded in this unusual fog. The wailing of people and the fierce roars of various creatures were heard in the thick fog, which was creepy. Chang Ruiying, who was supposed to be on duty, shook his head with dark circles under his eyes. I can't let that fog in. It's very dangerous. In Qianju squinted his eyes and looked outside. The fog was so thick that he couldn't see anything. He stayed with Chang Ruiying for a while, supported his knocking head, and said softly, "You can't hold on like this. Let's all go in and seal the classroom to prevent the fog from coming in. You need to have a good rest first." Tom Lingling, Peng Hui's, Luo Gui, and Luo Ju all went in to prepare. Finally, Chang Ruiying couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. In Qianju hugged him and ran into the classroom. As soon as the barrier disappeared, thick fog filled the school, penetrating every room except the classroom they were in. They changed to a new classroom, which was originally a dance practice room with a toilet built in. They sealed all the doors and windows with tape in advance. And after In Qianju came in, they sealed the cracks in the door that he came in through. Chang Ruiying was taking the time to sleep. Others observed the situation through the window. But once the window was covered by thick fog, nothing could be seen clearly. Their range of activities was reduced to such a small space, and the atmosphere instantly became oppressive. The younger Luo Ju hid in the arms of her sister Luo Gui and shivered. Tom Lingling paced back and forth and seemed very irritable. Peng Hui said to her, "Reduce physical exertion and metabolism. In short, don't walk anymore." Tom Lingling sat down on the spot. "I can't calm down. It's annoying." Peng Hui said expressionlessly, "It's even more annoying to see you walking around." Boom! The huge roar lifted them up. What? They all jumped up. It seemed as if something had knocked down the building. And it seemed very close. In Qianju leaned on the window. This time he could see clearly, because something had knocked over, bringing about a movement, and temporarily part of the thick fog had thinned out. Boom, 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 boom. Bricks and stones flew everywhere. In Qianju looked at the scene in shock. Covering his mouth, a huge snake crashed into the teaching building next door, directly knocking down the 5-story building. The sharp blood-red vertical pupil shot out from the thick fog. When he accidentally met it, he felt his heart and liver break. The kind of nightmare where the brain is directly evaporated. Peng Hui's, "What should we do? Will it hit us?" Tom Lingling gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "If it hits me, I will throw it away." The magical thing is that he was suddenly not afraid after hearing their voices. In Qianju asked them to come over and move the tables and chairs. He asked them to squat under the tables. Chairs and chairs piled up on the walls of the classroom. "Teacher, keep an eye on the situation. If it hits us, we will run away." He paused and continued, "If it doesn't work, we can only wake up Ruiying by force and let him hold on for a while." He finally said, "Hold hands and protect each other." Tom Lingling held one hand of the sleeping Chang Ruiying, and then held Peng Hui's hand. Peng Hui's held Luo Gui's hand. Luo Gui held Luo Ju, and Luo Ju held Chang Ruiying's other hand, and they nodded at him. In Qianju stared at the mad giant snake outside the window. The spotted snake was not like a hunter who waited quietly for prey as usual, but shook its head and tail crazily as if it was stimulated by something. It was probably related to the pink and purple mist. Many of its large scales fell off, which seemed to be caused by its reckless rush along the way. However, even though it was bleeding from a head injury, it seemed to be unaware of it. Fortunately, it went crazy here for a while, and then rushed away quickly, running to cause trouble elsewhere. In Qianju watched it completely disappear. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he knew that they could not completely let go of their worries now. This was the case with snakes. But what about other creatures? His heart beat wildly, as if it was about to burst through his throat. And it was a little painful. He realized once again, human power is so weak. When disaster strikes, they have no means to protect themselves, and can only pray that danger will not come. However, at this moment, he has made up his mind that if he wants to hurt these students, he must first swallow his body. He opened his arms and hugged the 5 children tightly, always paying attention to the movement outside. A few hours later, although there were sounds of creatures passing by, this classroom was still safe. They all broke out in cold sweat, and after replenishing some water, Chong Ruiying woke up. "In Qianju, you should get enough sleep first." Chong Ruiying took a few breaths and said, "The air here is not enough. We have to change to a bigger room." In Qianju also felt that this depression was not only psychological, but also physical. A dance studio was sealed, and the air inside was not enough for them to exchange for too long. In Qianju was still worried about his body. "Are you still okay?" Chong Ruiying called Luo Ju. Luo Ju came over and put her little hand on Chong Ruiying's temple. Her ability is to stimulate nerves, but not too much. Just enough to refresh him. Chong Ruiying laughed. "It's like drinking coffee. And staying up all night is not a problem." In Qianju knew that this was a joke he made to ease the atmosphere. Luo Ju's ability can refresh him temporarily, but then he will accumulate more heavy fatigue. He is the one who needs adequate rest the most. In Qianju touched his cheek distressfully. "Thank you for your hard work." Chong Ruiying smiled gently. "In order to survive, teacher, we all have to work hard." In Qianju nodded solemnly. Chong Ruiying sat cross-legged, clasped his hands together, and prayed devoutly. With him as the center, an invisible barrier unfolded. Although Tong Lingling laughed at his posture of sitting and praying at first, it was because of his ability that they survived to this day. After seeing this posture many times, it also felt particularly sacred. The thick fog dissipated when the barrier passed. Thanks to this pink and purple thick fog, the boundary of the barrier could be seen more clearly than before, and it expanded in a semicircle. Chapter 57, leading people into the house. As soon as the barrier was opened, the thick fog was squeezed out, and Peng Huai's quickly ran through the entire school. In just 1 minute, he came back, panting. "The auditorium is fine, but the cafeteria is buried." In Qianju finally realized that the destroyed teaching building was next to the cafeteria, and the food they prepared was in the cafeteria's storage room. In Qianju quickly asked Tong Lingling to go and see if you can rescue the food and refrigerator. If you can, move it to the auditorium first. If not, come back first. Tong Lingling hugged Peng Huai's, and the two of them left. About half an hour later, In Qianju began to wonder if something had happened to them, and they came back. Tong Lingling said, "The refrigerator was broken, but we took out everything inside and put it in the auditorium first." She picked up everyone's luggage and said, "Now we can go together." In Qianju said to Chong Ruiying, "Let Huai's pick you up in the end, and you can wait here for a while." Chong Ruiying nodded. They quickly ran to the auditorium. Because the auditorium had good sound insulation and was spacious, they didn't need to take many measures. They just locked the high windows and the door, and sealed the gap of the back door. That was enough. Tong Lingling stood on the stairs and looked at the stage, muttering, "Is this place so big?" She originally hated entering this auditorium the most, because when she came here, she basically gave lectures or listened to open classes, some special things, and most of the time, she listened to the school leaders talking nonsense, and sat here for half a day. Obviously, a large part of colleges and universities have already recorded or taught intelligently, but most primary and secondary schools still mainly use traditional teaching, and they are not even allowed to bring smartwatches. But even that boring school life now seems very precious. In the past, this auditorium was packed with people every time he entered. He always felt that this auditorium was too small, and many people could not sit and had to stand at the back. Now, there are only a few of them standing in this auditorium, which seems particularly empty and lonely. Everything was ready at this time. Peng Huai said to In Qianju, "I'll go get Ruiying." In Qianju, "Okay, go ahead." However, a minute later, he came back alone. Peng Huai frowned and stood in front of In Qianju. "Why did you come back alone? Did Ruiying have any problems?" Yin Qianju pressed his shoulders in panic. Peng Huai's frowned and hesitated for a while, and said, he said it seemed like someone was coming in. Yin Qianju was stunned. What do you mean? It seems that some survivors have fled to this school. They are wandering around the school wall, thinking about coming in. Ruying asked me to ask the teacher whether to let them in. Yin Qianju didn't think too much. He asked, how many people are there? Peng Huai's. Quite a lot. About 10. All adults. Yin Qianju, well, they are probably forced to flee by this fog. If you can help them, help them. Maybe they know the origin of this fog? Peng Huai's opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but seeing Yin Qianju's expression, he closed it again. He nodded to Yin Qianju, and went back to tell Chang Ruiying about it. Chang Ruiying said, it should be fine. They seem to be incapable. Since the teacher said so, I will let them in. Peng Huai's, the teacher is just too kind. Remember to be careful. You may need to protect us at that time. Don't tell the teacher about this. Chang Ruiying nodded, I know. He changed the conditions for entering the barrier to allow humans to enter normally. Soon, he sensed that those people stepped over the barrier and walked into the campus. Because of the barrier protection, there was no thick fog inside the campus. Peng Huai's could see them from the classroom window. There were men and women, a group of adults holding sticks. He counted, and there were 12 people. Among them, he forgot the short-haired woman at a glance. Peng Huai said happily, it's Teacher Ran. The dean of Taoyuan Hope Middle School was younger than Yin Qianju, 36 years old. A workaholic, and often had a fierce attitude. But he was efficient and cared about his students. Ranzi was holding a man, with a mixed feeling on her face. She slowly walked to the front of the teaching building and saw the destroyed building. Her pupil shrank. She took a breath and shook her head. I don't know why the fog can't get in here, but at least we can stay here for a while. The man next to her, who was about the same age as her, said. He clenched the metal baseball bat in his hand. I'll go see if there's anything left in the infirmary here. Ranzi handed the man on the rack to someone else and walked over. Teacher Zhong. I'll go with you. I know where it is. She sighed, because she knew where it was. She knew that the infirmary was probably destroyed, but they had to look for it. Zhong Jianyong said. Yes. I forgot. You said you were a teacher in this school. Let's go. The others sat down to rest. They didn't dare to go directly into the teaching building. But at this moment, a man walked out from the side of the teaching building. A man with black and white hair, transparent and faded glasses, wearing an old sweater jacket and thin wide-leg pants, walked out. He was followed by several junior high school students and waved at them. Come over here. Ranzi recognized him and ran over with a happy face. Teacher Ju. Zhong Jianyong also followed. Do you know each other? Ranzi introduced. Teacher Yin Qianju. Also a teacher in our school. A very nice person. Probably hiding here with her students. Yin Qianju nodded and smiled at them. My students and I have moved to the auditorium. There is more space over there. You can come over too. Zhong Jianyong then ran back to inform them. Ranzi looked at Tong Lingling and Peng Huai's. Her eyes suddenly reddened. She squatted down and hugged them. You are all alive. The two students seemed a little overwhelmed. They had never seen the teacher who was usually so fierce show such an emotional side. Peng Huai's, thanks to Teacher Ju. We are all fine. Ranzi wiped her tears and stood up, touching their heads. It's great. It's great. The faces of the two children seemed to relax a little. Yin Qianju, let's talk about it first. So they followed Yin Qianju into the auditorium of the single-family building. Peng Huai's, teacher. I'll take Ruiying over. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Zhong Jianyong was shocked. What? The others also widened their eyes in fear. Yin Qianju hurriedly said, don't be afraid. This child has awakened his superpowers, and has become very fast. The other child he went to pick up can set up a barrier. Ranzi, is this also the reason why the fog outside can't come in? Yin Qianju nodded, yes. Soon, Peng Huai's came back holding Chang Ruiying. The barrier is invalid. Close the door. Yin Qianju and the other three students immediately ran to close the door of the outer hall. The door of the outer hall did not leave much gap, so the spreading fog could not get in. As they said, as soon as the barrier disappeared, the pink and purple fog rolled into the campus. Yin Qianju, just in case, let's all go into the inner hall and sort out the situation. Luo Ju and Luo Gui were waiting for them inside. They were startled to see that there were more people than expected. and hid behind the pillars. Soon, Luo Gui saw Ran Zi and ran over. Teacher Ran. Ran Zi was her class teacher. Ran Zi, oh my god. Why are you two sisters here? Where are your parents? Luo Gui said angrily. They ran away with their brother. When I got home, they were not there. So they left a note for the two of us. We can't contact them without a watch. Luo Ju is her sister. Only 11 years old. In the 5th grade. When the disaster happened, the first thing she thought of was to pick her up from the elementary school next door. As a result, when the two of them got home, their parents had already run away. Ranzi comforted her. Don't be sad. Maybe they are still waiting for you at the base or somewhere else. Luo Gui said, I'm not sad. Why should I be sad for people like them? I'm just angry. Luo Ju held her sister's hand. Her eyes were red. Ranzi wiped her eyes. Oh, don't cry. Don't cry. She was full of bitterness. And she couldn't hold it back at all when she saw such a child. Luo Gui saw the people behind them. Is anyone injured? Peng Huai's was about to stop her. Luo Gui ran over. There were 3 long scratches on the man's foot, which seemed to be scratched by the claws of some animal. Ranzi said to Yin Qianju, we want to find the infirmary to see if there is anything that can help with treatment. Yin Qianju, the infirmary has probably collapsed. But we have moved out everything inside, including medical alcohol and the like. The wound on the man's leg was already very serious, and part of the flesh was obviously rotten and festering, and even white maggots could be seen. Even if it is disinfected, it is estimated that it will not be able to heal slowly. Luo Gui took out a small syringe and a blood draw tube from her pocket. She handed these 2 things to Ranzi and said, use my blood. Ranzi was confused. What? Yin Qianju. This. Luo Gui said frankly, my blood can heal his wound. Ranzi, is this true? Yin Qianju nodded, but said to Luo Gui, are you okay? Luo Gui shook his head. It won't take much of my blood. This child is really too kind. Before, she accidentally cut her finger while cutting meat, and a drop of blood dripped into the meat, and the scratch on the raw meat healed. That's why she discovered her special ability. After that, when Tong Lingling and Peng Huai's were injured, she also healed them. Yin Qianju still chose to respect her wishes. He took the alcohol from Ranzi and drew a small tube of blood for her. Finally, he took out a band-aid from his pocket and put it on her. Don't be careless with a small wound. Luo Gui couldn't help but smile when he saw the cute panda-patterned band-aid. Yin Qianju went over and used a syringe to drip all the blood she had drawn into the wound on the injured man's leg. After cleaning it, of course, the man was a little hesitant at first, but when he saw his wound close and heal, he smiled with joy. Thank you, Teacher Ju. Yin Qianju smiled faintly. You should thank Xiao Gui. The man walked to Luo Gui's side. Thank you so much, little friend. Thanks to you, I can survive. Luo Gui touched his nose. Nothing. Just a little effort. Peng Huai's pouted on the side. Tong Lingling, what are you doing? Do you want to be praised too? Peng Huai's, shut up. Idiot. Tong Lingling, ha! You're asking for a beating. Chapter 58 Human or Monster. After healing the wounded, Yin Qianju first found a preparation room behind the stage, spread a quilt on the sofa, and asked Chang Ruing to lie down first. You have a good rest. Don't worry about anything else. Chang Ruing nodded, and fell asleep as soon as he touched the quilt. Perhaps because of the frequent use of his abilities, which consumed his spirit, he always didn't get enough sleep these 2 days. Luo Ju squatted beside him to watch over him, and could wake him up directly when something happened. Yin Qianju carefully closed the door and went out. There were more people all of a sudden. They were originally 6 people. 1 teacher and 5 students, plus the 12 adults who just came. There was an unknown fog outside. The situation was very bad. On the stage, Yin Qianju went over and sat in a circle with Ranzi, Zhong Jianyong and others. Peng Huai said to Tong Lingling over there, hey, super strength girl, pull down that big curtain. Tong Lingling, why should I do this? Peng Huai sneered, that's why your IQ is not as good as mine. Tong Lingling squeezed out a few words with her fists clenched. I have a good temper and won't argue with you. Otherwise you will die. If I punch you, you will really die. Literally. You will die. Peng Huai's dodged a few times and said calmly, that requires you to be able to hit me. Stop talking nonsense and pull it down. These curtains are stage curtains. The material is relatively thick and can be used as quilts for those people. They fled in such a hurry that they probably didn't bring anything with them. He explained this to Tong Lingling. Tong Lingling, why didn't you tell me earlier? You are so thoughtful. Not as cold-blooded as I thought. Peng Hui's took off his glasses and pinched his brows. Who do you think I am? I am just being cautious. Yin Qianju smiled and turned back. I am Zhong Jianyong from the 8th high school in the city. The biology teacher of the senior class. Ran Zi. The head teacher of the 2nd and 3rd grade class of Taohui Yuan Hope Middle School, but now there is no use. I am. They introduced themselves. My name is Yin Qianju. And I am also a teacher in this school. Yin Qianju paused and asked, we haven't been out of this school for a while. So we don't know what happened outside. Where did that strange fog come from? How did it come? Do you know? Ran Zi said slowly with a complicated expression. We originally entered the survivor base in the city. That base was not established by the official army or police, but was established spontaneously by some people. And the leader was also a superpower. We don't have superpowers, so we can survive in there. But the situation is not very good. Yin Qianju also showed a helpless look. After all, they don't even have the admission qualifications. Ran Zi, later we heard that the base didn't allow people to enter. And we were a little surprised. It seems that people can't leave easily either. Except for those with superpowers who occasionally go out hunting. People inside basically can't leave. Yin Qianju, then how did you get out now? Zhong Jianyong continued, it's this fog. Suddenly one day it appeared. The base is not airtight. Most people and mutant animals went crazy after breathing in the mist. People were mad with red eyes and attacked those close to them. Mutated animals lost their minds and rushed around, breaking the wall that everyone had built. That's why we were able to get out. I suspect this thing may have some neurotoxin. They took out the masks they had worn on their faces when they first entered the campus. The masks that were originally used to defend against the epidemic were just taken by this group of people. So they were able to come in unscathed. After they came in, they immediately took off their masks. Because there was no fog on campus. Ran Zi, at present, it should not enter the body through skin contact. Otherwise we would all be in trouble. But we still have to be careful to prevent it from sticking to our clothes. So when they came in, they all wore coats. And after entering the hall, they took off all the coats and threw them aside. Yin Qianju, so you don't know the source of this thing? Zhong Jianyong thought for a moment and said, I guess it might be caused by mutated plants. But I don't know what kind of plants they are. After a plant mutates, anything is possible. Some plants are very toxic. Yin Qianju, then is it possible to dispel this fog? If this fog continues like this, they won't be able to go out hunting. They won't be able to get water. And they will have to worry about crazy mutant creatures rushing over from time to time. Sooner or later, they will be finished. The group of people fell into silence. They knew nothing about this fog. They didn't know where it came from. And they didn't know how to disperse it. Because the area was too large. It was a miracle that they were able to survive and hide in this school. Yin Qianju pressed his temple. In short, let's observe first. With nothing to do, they could only observe. But at least at this time, everyone was a little optimistic about the current situation. Hope will not come by itself. Hope will not grow with the passage of time. Yin Qianju stood in the outer hall, and could only see the unchanging pink and purple mist outside the glass door. Yin Qianju felt a little dizzy, and his eyes went dark from time to time. He was also a little dirty. His hair and face were not well taken care of, and his beard was growing, which made him look even more messed up. Ran Zi reached out and helped him. Teacher Ju, are you okay? Yin Qianju waved his hand to indicate that he could still stand. His throat was dry and burning, and his stomach seemed to have survived the hunger and was numb. He looked calm, but in fact, his heart was already like being scalded in a frying pan. He didn't care about himself. These children, no matter what, they had to find a way to keep these children alive. The fog rose, and after taking in those people, they moved into the auditorium. They put out all the food that they had rescued from the refrigerator in the cafeteria, and dried the ones that could be air-dried first to prevent them from spoiling. They had previously stored dozens of barrels of water to prevent contamination, and they had kept them in their residence. And they were also moved to the auditorium. In the auditorium, they found several more water dispensers and several boxes of expired bottled water in the warehouse. It looked like a lot, but that was all they had in stock. The water plant responsible for supplying water to the school had gone on strike, and the school had been completely cut off from water. So they had no water to replenish. Chong Ruiying and Peng Huais had tried to go to the mountainside to see, but the streams and springs had also deposited pink powder. They didn't have the tools to completely filter it, so no one dared to drink it. With the curtain as bedding, everyone slept on the stage of the auditorium. It was still warm without wind in the auditorium, and they would open the barrier every once in a while to let in some air. They made an extreme plan to save water and food. The food was eaten first. They lasted for more than 20 days. In the early days, they tried to move to other places together, but they encountered a large group of crazy mutant animals on the way and were almost swallowed by them. They hurriedly turned back and did not get any useful supplies. Different directions, different locations. Tried once, twice, 3 times, and then they had no strength to try again. They even tried to hunt crazy mutant animals, but the meat they got quickly rotted. In this environment, they had no means to dry or preserve it, but they could at least survive for a while by relying on the boilers they had collected earlier and the fresh meat cooked and roasted by chopping trees on campus. Gradually, they could no longer hunt. The people and mutant creatures around them seemed to have disappeared, and only rotting corpses could be seen outside. There were no edible live animals in the largest area they could go. They found that they could not go anywhere unless they walked out of the thick fog. But the coverage of this thick fog was dozens of kilometers. Peng Huais wanted to try to run out to see what was going on, but it was too late. He had no strength left, and he couldn't run in the fog with a mask on, because the breathing exchange required for his high-speed running was also terrifying. In order to avoid losing consciousness while running out, Yin Qianju stopped him from doing so. They ran out of food completely in mid-September, and at the end of September, drinking water was also exhausted, and each person could only take a small sip of water every day. In order to reduce energy consumption, most people just lay down. However, this made most people feel very depressed. The more they couldn't move, the more hungry and thirsty they felt. They couldn't do anything, as if they were waiting to die. Ranzi said to Yin Qianju, "I'm sorry. Originally, these foods were given to 6 people. Especially 5 of them were children, which could sustain them for at least 2 months. Maybe they could find a way out. But because of the arrival of so many adults, they divided the food and lost their last chance of survival." Yin Qianju's face was already very thin. He shook his head slowly. It's not that no one guessed this result, but the children still chose to share the food. Even if they knew this, they would do it, because they are people with conscience. Even if they are going to die, they will starve to death with conscience. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the hall. Yin Qianju hurried back, but after running 2 steps, his eyes went dark, and he barely stood firm by holding the door frame. He ran out of food earlier than the children, because he saved all his food and gave it to the children bit by bit. He survived until now with his willpower. However, before he saw the scene in front of him, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Teacher Tachibana. One of them was so thirsty that he drank the spring water with pink powder on it. They used the spring water for experiments, and no one would touch it unless they had to. However, now someone risked his life to prove that this thing was indeed not drinkable. After the man drank the water, his thirst was quenched temporarily. But after a few minutes, his eyes began to turn red, as if he had seen hallucinations. He danced and muttered a mess of sentences. Finally, he put his hands on his face and scratched until his skin was scratched. When others tried to stop him, he waved his limbs and almost hurt his companions. Later, everyone worked together to tie him to a pillar. He struggled for a while, getting more and more crazy, roaring loudly for a while, and then started to bang his head against the wall. When everyone came to their senses, he had already killed himself. This was the first person to die. 2 days later, they woke up and found that a person had disappeared, the one who was on guard that day. After asking around, no one knew where he went, so they all guessed that he must have walked into the fog by himself. With the first person, there will be a second and a third. In this way, there were only 12 people left out of the 18, 5 of whom were children. Luo Ju lay in Yin Qianju's arms, occasionally opening his eyelids. "Teacher, are we all going to die?" The lips that should have been soft and smooth were now covered with dry skin. They drank all the water in the toilet tank. There was no water in this place. They were out of water. Yin Qianju fainted once before, and finally woke up under the stimulation of Luo Ju's ability. He didn't dare to fall asleep again. He was afraid that he would never wake up again. What about these children? Tong Lingling and Peng Huai sat on the ground against the wall, both squinting their eyes, and only faint breathing sounds came out of their mouths. They no longer had the energy to argue. Chang Ruing lay beside him, covered with a blanket. Yin Qianju had to reach out from time to time to confirm his breathing before he could feel at ease. Ranzi leaned against the wall and sat beside them. She seemed to have completely lost hope of living. She whispered, "If no one comes to save us, we will die." Her hands trembled without her will. Yin Qianju had a severe headache and suddenly felt panic. He forced himself to be alert and looked around. Xiao Gui. He couldn't find Luo Gui. She was gone. Ranzi heard his voice and noticed this. Then she looked around and found that another person was missing. Zhong Jianyong was also gone. Yin Qianju took a few deep breaths, trying to force herself to be strong. As they got along, Yin Qianju gradually discovered Zhong Jianyong. He had behaved well before, honestly cooperating with others, and actively cooperating with them to find a way out. However, once he found that he was about to reach a dead end, he turned hostile. He once took a few other people with him, regardless of the equal distribution, saying that adults should eat more, and it doesn't matter if children eat less, and snatch their share. This happened in a few days, when the food was almost finished. Yin Qianju and Ranzi, 2 or 3 people who didn't like him and the students, used their supernatural powers to take the food back. In the end, they couldn't do anything to each other. Zhong Jianyong also begged for mercy from them, as if he had admitted defeat, saying that he was too hungry and was temporarily possessed by a ghost, and didn't do anything afterwards. They were so upset that they ignored him. They didn't take back his share either. It was just a little anyway, so they treated it as their last charity. He thought that in this situation, everyone was starving to death and had no energy or effort to do anything. The 2 of them disappeared at this moment. Yin Qianju handed Luo Ju to Ranzi. "I'll go find her." Luo Ju grabbed his sleeve with her little hand. "I will go too, sister." Ranzi nodded weakly, held Luo Ju in his arms, and lowered his head. Yin Qianju touched Luo Ju's face and said softly in a hoarse voice, "Teacher must bring your sister back. Don't fall asleep. Okay? Wait for the teacher to come back." Luo Ju looked at him and blinked slowly, stretched out his finger, and gently touched his forehead. It seemed that a slight electric current flowed through his body. Yin Qianju clenched his fist, dug his nails into his palm, and propped himself up. He was still panicking. His hands and feet were shaking, and he didn't drink a drop of water. But cold sweat kept coming out. If only there was water. If only there was food. Then his students could all survive. He had prayed like this countless times, but he also knew that it was useless. Water and food, hopefully, would not fall from the sky. Then he thought, if they were destined to die in this situation, even if they were to die, they could not die at the hands of others. Yin Qianju knew that when people were in desperate situations, they would do some extreme things, but he had never considered it, because according to his normal thinking, a normal person would not do something unnecessary in this situation. Since they all have to die, why bother others? So, although he doubted, he still had a naive fantasy that the man would not do this. Luo Gui just fell asleep in a corner. Yin Qianju walked through every corner of the building with this thought in mind. He heard some sounds behind the stage. The sound came from the foot of a hidden staircase leading to the rooftop where sundries were stored. Thump! 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 Heavy, like the sound of a knife chopping on a chopping board. Yin Qianju's stomach had been empty for many days, and it had probably shrunk. But he suddenly felt like vomiting. But no acid rushed into his throat, and he couldn't vomit anything when he opened his mouth, because there was really nothing. Yin Qianju dragged his legs and walked towards the place where the sound came from. The thumping sound disappeared. Instead, there was a strange whoosh, hiss. It was like the sound of a venomous snake spitting out its tongue. His panic intensified, and he was trembling with fear with every step he took. Finally, Yin Qianju walked around the door panels and other debris and saw Luo Gui lying there. Her hair was loose. Her eyes were closed. Her brows were relaxed, and she looked as quiet as if she was asleep. Yin Qianju widened his eyes, and just as he was about to let go of his hanging heart, he saw a person next to him raise his head. It was a person, but he couldn't tell it was a person. He clearly saw that it was a monster with a mouth full of blood. Chapter 59 Bloody Fragrance Action. Yin Qianju heard the beating of his heart, like a hammer hitting his chest again and again. The edge of his vision seemed to be covered with a layer of blood-red mist. He squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "What are you doing?" Zhong Jianyong saw him, and licked his lips in confusion. Then, he raised a tender and white broken arm in his hand. And he showed an obsessed expression. "Her blood is really fragrant, and can quench my thirst. I really can't stand the thirst and hunger. Do you want to have a sip? At least it can last for a while." Yin Qianju's eyes went dark for a moment. He slammed his fist against the wall, forcing himself not to fall down. Startled by the sound, Zhong Jianyong seemed to realize what he was doing. He wiped his lips with his sleeve and explained in a panic, "This is emergency evacuation. Evacuation. You should have heard of the cave voting cannibalism case. There is nothing we can do about it." "Right. There is nothing we can do about it. At least everyone can survive if we sacrifice one person. Let's go find other people, so that others can survive." Yin Qianju looked at Luo Gui, who was lying there unconscious. He knew before that Luo Gui's blood had a strange aroma. But even if she volunteered to use her own blood to treat others, no one would think of drinking her blood. Because everyone is human, and has a bottom line as a human. Yin Qianju clenched his trembling teeth tightly, and the red in his vision seemed to intensify. His head was burning, like he had a fever, hot and cold. Normally, it was not surprising that he fainted now. Miraculously, his mind became clearer than before. Is this a last gasp? Yin Qianju saw the hair falling on the girl's mouth fluttering gently, which was proof that she was still breathing. She's still alive. She can still be saved. This was all he could think about. He turned to Zhong Jianyong, and he saw that his eyes had also turned red. He slowly said, "You are right. Can you give me the child? I'll take her to others, so that we can all live together." Zhong Jianyong's mind seemed to be unclear. He nodded and stood there stupidly. Yin Qianju took a step and tried to walk over. He saw the girl's purple and broken body and bloody broken arms. He felt something warm flowing in his eyes. That shouldn't be tears. Tears wouldn't be so sticky and hot. That should be his blood. Every step he took seemed to take all his life strength. It doesn't matter. As long as he's still alive. There's still hope. Must survive. Just as he was about to pick her up, the humanoid beast next to him grabbed his hand. He opened his eyes wide and showed a panicked but crazy smile. "Only the two of us know about this matter. Don't tell others. Okay? This way we have a greater chance of survival." Yin Qianju didn't know how he did it. But when he came to his senses, Zhong Jianyong's head had been smashed into the wall. He picked up the kitchen knife at hand and chopped his neck. Half of the kitchen knife was embedded in the wall, and the other half was stuck in his neck. Half of his neck was cut open. Blood gushed out of Zhong Jianyong's throat, and there was a choking sound like spitting phlegm. His eyes were wide open. His eyeballs were about to pop out of his eye sockets, and his tongue was stretched out long, like an evil ghost from hell. He seemed to be wondering why he would die. Why the man in front of him would kill him. He would die. But the few minutes before death would be unusually painful and long. Yin Qianju didn't give him more eyes. He squatted down, tore open his trouser legs, rolled up the cloth into a rope, walked over, and stabbed it hard on the upper side of Luo Gui's arm. Broken bones and flesh were scattered on the ground. It took many times of chopping the arm with a kitchen knife to break the bone. Was she asleep or awake at that time? Why couldn't she scream? The cloth covering her mouth fell beside her. Yin Qianju picked up the broken limb, gently put it on Luo Gui's arm and knees, as if holding a fragile glass vessel, and turned around. Just now, his brain was in a sharp pain, as if it was pierced by steel bars. Suddenly, the pain was gone. His body was full of strength. The final reward of adrenaline. His hallucination. He thought he should have the strength to do something he had to do. At that moment, he clearly realized that the world he once believed in had collapsed. He hugged the girl. The footprints were stained with blood. The blood would not stop flowing. The wound would not heal, because her blood could heal others, but not herself. Of course, he knew that even if she was still alive, he had no chance of saving her. In this situation, if they could wait for someone to save them, they would have waited long ago. No one would come to save them, and they could not escape. The only way waiting for them was death. But he still took her away. Yin Qianju walked steadily towards the hall step by step. He was thinking about many things. Luo Ju once said that her sister used to be afraid of needles and blood draws. Just like her. But later she could even do it herself. Just to treat other people's wounds. For such a child. Her only fault is probably being too naive. Kind and selfless. Chang Ruing always exhausts her energy to open the barrier for everyone. Peng Huai runs around for everyone. Tong Lingling stands in front of the monster. And they fight together. Although Luo Ju is the youngest. She will cry when she meets familiar people. But she never makes trouble. And will reach out to help them at critical moments. They are all children. They are all superpowered. They did everything for them. On the other hand, what about the adults and the incapable ones? They are protected by them and drag them down. Yin Qianju carried the person into the hall. Those who had not yet fainted focused their attention on him. Renzi raised her head. Her eyes wide open. What happened? Then she immediately hugged Luo Ju to stop her from seeing. But her clothes were wet on her chest. So she had seen it. Yin Qianju did not look at the children. He looked around. Among the adults. Except Zhong Jianyong and himself. There were only 5 people left. He held Luo Gui in his arms. And said slowly with an expressionless face, Zhong Jianyong said that if we eat this person's blood, we can survive. This is an emergency measure. And no one will blame you. She just died not long ago. And her blood is still warm. Do you want it? Jianyong. Strong and brave. A person born with a beautiful name. Finally grew up to be a beast that is not worthy of being a human. He just thought it was ridiculous. So he slowly raised the corners of his mouth after he finished speaking. Renzi's voice broke because he was too strong. You are crazy. What are you talking about? Yin Qianju glanced at her and turned to the other 4 people calmly. The first thing they did was to hesitate. Then, they swallowed the saliva that could no longer be secreted. Then they were eager. Except for Renzi. The 4 people might have some pity and hesitation in their eyes. But their biological instinct for life overcame the conscience of social people. They might be thinking that since they were already dead, it would be a waste to rot like this. It would be better to let others survive. So that it would not be a waste to sacrifice a person in vain. Maybe some people would think that her sacrifice was noble, and they would thank her in their future lives. Yin Qianju confirmed the answer from everyone's face. And he gently put Luo Ju on the ground. Renzi hugged Luo Ju tightly. His lips were bitten and bleeding. Tears were streaming down his face. And he looked at him with hatred. As if he was a madman. Yin Qianju thought. Teacher Renzi. It would be great if you were not a powerless person. Then you wouldn't have to die. He wouldn't have to do it. However, when he was thinking this, Renzi's eyes changed. What's that sound? She murmured. Then she covered her ears with both hands. It's so noisy. What's that sound? She then pretended to vomit. But nothing came out. Her nasal cavity seemed to be soaked in blood. And the strong smell of rust was sticky and disgusting. Her eyes suddenly became able to see the tiniest dust particles and the smallest lines on the ground. Her ears were filled with various sounds. Heartbeats. Breathing. Approaching footsteps. Dripping blood. The sound of clothes rubbing. The sound of hair touching. And the sound of a dying person not far away. She was about to be driven crazy by all this. Yin Qianju looked at the scene and smiled. It seems that you don't have to die. That's great. That's great. Tom Lingling looked at Yin Qianju. Her eyes covered with tears, but still with hope. Teacher Ju. Are you lying to us? Are you kidding us? Peng Huai's pulled up the corners of his mouth. And his smile was uglier than crying, of course. Do you still need to ask? Yin Qianju smiled at them gently. Yes. You guys be good and close your eyes. Okay. It was over very quickly. Tom Lingling and Peng Huai did not close their eyes. This was the first time they had rebelled against their teacher in such a long time. Because they did not believe that the teacher they had relied on for so long was a devil. They wanted to see the truth with their own eyes, and hear the truth. Yin Qianju did not force them anymore, but walked towards the 4 people. He squatted down and asked them, Does your answer still not change? One of the people closest to him, with a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, said, You first. Yin Qianju didn't finish listening to his answer. He already had the answer in his mind. He stretched out his hand, and the cloth in his hand, and pressed the other person to the ground. He covered the other person's mouth and nose with his palms. Woo woo woo. The other person stared and struggled desperately. But he was too weak to resist. He suffocated. His eyes rolled up. And he fell into shock. Yin Qianju let go of his hand and showed a little sadness. But then he turned to another person. Of course, the others saw what he did and tried to escape even if they had to crawl. Crazy! Crazy! Help! In Qianju grabbed the man's ankle and said gently, adults without ability should not live in this world. They will only become dirty and ugly. But don't worry. I will come to see you off after you leave. This is a matter that has been decided. No one can be spared. He is the last one. He has been thinking about it just now. If possible, I really want to live in a world like the peach blossom spring. Self-sufficient, happy, friendly, and live a peaceful life. He wanted the children to live in a clean world. A world without so much pain and ugliness. And these adults from outside are the culprits of polluting the environment. If these adults without superpowers are eliminated, will the world be cleaner? He could only think so. You see, the children with superpowers are protecting the adults without powers. The adults without powers are not grateful, but instead think of repaying kindness with enmity, eating up the children who saved them. Isn't this original sin? Shouldn't he die? Fortunately, Teacher Ranzi is an adult who is capable, kind, and loves children. She can protect these children. He can rest assured to hand the children to her. As for the future, he has no future. There is no need to think about it anymore. He is also a dirty and incompetent adult. An adult who is incapable of protecting children, and is the one who deserves to die the most. In order to eliminate the others, he died last. They all deserve to be buried with that child. Right. In Qianju's hand reached out to the second person indifferently. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly sounded, stop. The clear voice was mixed with frost and snow, which was cold anger. Chapter 60 Pink and Purple Gillen. Because they were riding a large military helicopter. It took only 2 hours to fly from Jincheng to Shijing. Although they encountered attacks from mutant birds on the way, it was nothing for the two cabins full of superpowers. They set off and landed on the same day. Jean Imo couldn't help but say to Mugui, Uncle, can you fly a helicopter? If we get one at the beginning, it will only take a few hours to go to Jincheng. Mugui hasn't replied to him yet. Qingjian, that sounds easy. But how can an ordinary person fly a helicopter? He asked Mugui curiously, can you fly a helicopter? Mugui smiled. What do you think? Qingjian, I feel like I can. Jinma, it looks like I can. Mugui, Yihui, we're going to land soon. Be careful of your tongue. However, when they flew over and passed the mountain, they saw a large area of pink mist covering the ground for dozens of kilometers below. Feng Boming said, What is that? Mugui recalled relevant information from that time. He looked at the mist and thought for a moment, and said, it should be a cluster mutation. Yihui asked, what is the cluster mutation of? He had also heard Mugui explain this term. Mugui shook his head. The government kept too few records about this matter at that time. It was just that according to the information obtained by the informant, there was a pink and purple mist covering most of the towns in Shijing. The mist carried a toxin that interfered with the nerves, causing creatures and humans to lose their minds and fall into chaos. Later, the people there speculated that some kind of creature had mutated in a cluster. When they arrived in Shijing, the strange fog had already dissipated. It was dealt with by the local leaders. It seemed that the whole place was set on fire, so nothing was left. The driver Wang Wan said, I will avoid this fog, but I will land a little closer. Be prepared. Yihui nodded and looked at Gushu, gas mask. Gushu spread out his hand, and the collection book appeared in his palm. He turned to the page where the gas mask was placed, and his other hand gently stroked the top, and the big black bag fell in front of him. Mugui passed the gas mask that Yihui handed over to the people who were about to go down. Dong Qing, Bai Ji, Ingjiu, Gushu, Jiansheng, Lei Chen. You stay in the plane first. Gray, Jin Imo, Qingjian, Bo Ming, So Ji. We all go down, Mugui said, looking at Ingjiu's arms. And Xiao Jiu stays here too. Lei Chen needs to charge this electric helicopter. After all, it has been flying at high speed for more than 2 hours. Gushu and Song Jiansheng are also capable of fighting, so they can be used just in case. Yihui continued his words. I will talk to the people on the other plane later. They have to stay here too. Mugui nodded. He thought so too. After all, if anything happened to them, the Special Forces team on the other plane could still support them. Generally speaking, their arrangements were agreed by others, although Mugui had not yet said what they were going to do. They were already used to his way of doing things. At this time, Wang Dongqing raised his hand, with some hesitation and uneasiness on his face. Well, I wonder if I can go with you this time. Mugue looked at him, somewhat surprised. After all, Wang Dongqing would be very self-aware and step back when encountering some dangerous situations. He asked, "Did you find anything?" Wang Dongqing took out a card-type terminal and opened it to show them. Just when I approached here, I accidentally connected to the network here. Although it was disconnected immediately, it seems that there are still some areas here where the signal can be used. I saw some news. Mugue and Ihue watched together. It was a public network of a preliminarily formed base, which seemed to be used only for issuing some notifications and daily tasks. It also mentioned the pink-purple fog. From the information, they moved the base to the east after the fog started, and also, reluctantly, abandoned a group of crazy people who failed to escape from the fog. For Mugue, this was a foreseeable situation. He asked Wang Dongqing, "What's wrong with this?" He just didn't know what made Wang Dongqing worried. Wang Dongqing was thinking, his eyes flickering, as if he was thinking about how to express it. 2 helicopters were flying over a large area of fog in the southwest and heading east. At this time, Ruby in his arms stood up. His eyes were shining, and several screens appeared in front of them. It seemed to be a satellite cloud map, but there were many red dots on it. The screens were stacked one by one. The red dots became more and more numerous and denser. Mugue looked at it, and suddenly realized that these red dots were people. Wang Dongqing said, "This is the historical data left in the satellite map server in this area. It is intermittent, and the data in some areas may not be complete." He patted the ruby in his hand. Ruby played the overlay faster, and it seemed to skip a large part. The originally static pictures were quickly superimposed like an animation. Mugue looked at it, and guessed that the place where the red dots gathered should be the location of the original base. Then, fog was generated. Wang Dongqing pointed to a place. "This is where the fog is generated." Mugue asked, "What is here?" Wang Dongqing enlarged one of the screens. "It is a new experimental field built 5 years ago, planted with osmanthus, covering an area of 100 acres. This is not the point. After they go down, they will know the true face of the cluster mutation. At this time, the remaining red dots have been separated from the pink mist. The disappearance of the red dots means death." Mugue realized that this red dot was not a signal mark from his personal watch, but a simplified human thermal mark. Because of the influence of ambient temperature and other high-energy heat objects, it is very difficult to extract the human thermal mark. And when and how did he obtain the data from the satellite map? Some things are not public. The radar scan data at the current time is available. He just asked the pilot to take a look. But the past is rare. He couldn't help but look sideways. Wang Dongqing didn't understand his thoughts, and pointed to a small group of red dots in the pink mist. "There should be people alive here." In this picture, the red dots in the pink and purple mist have almost disappeared, with only a few scattered ones. There are still 6 dots where Wang Dongqing pointed. "Where is this?" Wang Dongqing zoomed in and read out the name, Taoyuan Hope Middle School. He had a memory of this place name. Looking at the image, it seemed that there were 6 people staying in this school. Mugue also saw several red dots closer to these 6 dots, which seemed to be approaching them. He asked, "Is this the last picture?" Wang Dongqing nodded. "After this, there is no record." Mugue guessed that there were some signals left in this place before because the terrain here is relatively high and close to the mountains, so the impact of heavy rain is slightly weaker. He said to Wang Dongqing, "Well done." Wang Dongqing smiled shyly. Mugue thought that Wang Dongqing probably wanted to go because he thought his ability could help save people. In fact, he did provide a lot of useful information. So he said, "If you are not afraid of danger, come with us to take a look." Wang Dongqing nodded repeatedly. "Okay." So he also put on a gas mask. As they were talking, the helicopter had found an open place to land. After getting off the helicopter one after another, they could see thick fog floating on the other side of the road. The fog was still spreading with the wind, but it would be blown away because the edges were too thin. However, the large-scale fog could not be completely dispersed by the wind, as if it was locked in place by an invisible cover. They were going to walk into that place. Ihui and Captain Shin gave a few instructions and walked back to Mugue. He said, "Okay, let's go." Mugue said to everyone, "Be sure to wear a gas mask. This kind of fog contains neurotoxins, which can induce madness if inhaled. Qin Jian knocked on the gas mask. What if that thing can invade the body through the skin? Mugui, no. This is also later information. When they approached the fog, they looked at the edge of the new base in Shijing from above. The base was basically completely closed and no longer accommodated survivors. There were no high walls, but there were high-voltage power grids and several iron fences. It seemed difficult to get in. Mugui, but to be safe, pull up the gaps in the clothes. Everyone else followed suit. They were already wearing very tight clothes. And this time they covered their ears, necks, wrists, ankles, etc. Fully armed. Qin Jian said, the base is not very far away. Aren't they afraid that the fog will drift over there again? There is nowhere to go on the east side. Further east is the mountainous area. The only thing left is to go northeast. There are few resources there. And with so many people, it will probably take a long time to move over there. Anyway, the fog is here, and there is probably no risk of spreading for the time being. Mugui said a few words casually. Feng Boming, is it a situation where fighting is needed? Except for Qin Jian. All the people Mugui brought are good at fighting. So he guessed this way. Mugui narrowed his eyes slightly. It would be best if the problem can be solved without fighting. It's just that this time is earlier than he calculated. And I hope it will be in time. If everything goes well, it will reduce a lot of trouble for future operations. Okay. Let's go in. They can't use helicopters to fly in. And they can't find a suitable means of transportation at hand for the time being. So they can only line up and walk in the thick fog. Compared with the usual dense fog, the visibility in this fog dropped directly to less than 5 meters. They followed Wang Dongqing, who was holding a map and had a good grasp of the direction. They walked for 30 minutes and came across the osmanthus forest, the source of the fog. The neatly arranged, mechanized and mass-planted osmanthus forests are now more than 10 meters high. The flower clusters on them hang down like wisteria. The shape of the small flowers is the same as that of ordinary osmanthus, but the color has changed to light pink. It is not just one tree, but all the osmanthus trees in this 100-acre osmanthus forest are like this. They had never seen pink osmanthus and were stunned for a moment. Nemo asked, why would the osmanthus forest mutate in clusters? It makes sense that one plant mutated like this. And these were not bred by one plant. Mugui observed for a while and made a judgment. The mutation of plants and animals is a little different. Animals generally reproduce at a high speed through individuals. Although plants also have this, it is not much. Plants generally affect each other. Maybe only one plant mutates at the beginning. But if there is a medium that can affect other plants, and at the same time, the conditions for the same species of plants to cluster together are met, cluster mutation is likely to occur. But the probability is relatively low. In this case, it probably depends on pollen and fragrance. Most of the large-scale biological disasters he had seen were caused by cluster mutations, most of which were more threatening than individuals. Pollen and fragrance are harmful to humans, but perhaps they are the medium that causes mutations for other osmanthus trees of the same species. The convergent evolution of plants has also accelerated under the influence of the disaster environment. Mugui pondered for a moment. There is another possibility. This possibility may cause all osmanthus trees in the same area to mutate in the same direction at the same time. Nemo, what is it? Mugui led his men to continue walking around the osmanthus forest. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just by moving around the edge, he saw at least 6 seed pits in the forest. They should have fallen here in a relatively dense manner. Mugui kept this matter in mind. We walked up to him at this time. You know this middle school. Saving these people coincides with the purpose of your trip. Right? Mugui nodded. He had a clear goal on this trip. To find that man. However, he did not have a very clear understanding of the whole thing. In his previous life, he came to Shijing with Yihui not at this time, but in the second year, 2061. At that time, a man had already controlled the power of the entire Shijing. But what bothered them most was that the other party was a paranoid lunatic who would not listen to anyone. He killed all the adults in Shijing without superpowers and kidnapped all the minors. If there were outsiders entering, he would kill anyone without superpowers if he saw one. And if there were children without superpowers, he would take them away without any reason. This is Shijing under his rule. They had gone to negotiate, but they had no way to deal with him. In the end, the negotiations broke down. Yihui judged that he was a dangerous person. After returning, the authorities issued a formal wanted order. Shijing Base was in existence that the authorities needed to eliminate at that time. Yihui couldn't do anything to him at that time because he had a very tricky ability. At this time, Yihui asked him, "You said you were going to Shijing to find someone. Can you tell me now?" His name. Yihui was sure that Mugui knew the name and appearance of that person. Mugui was silent for a moment. Yin Qianju. He was originally an ordinary junior high school teacher. Chapter 61 Real Illusion. Mugui once wondered why a teacher who had worked diligently in his hometown for more than 20 years would suddenly have such a transformation. He wanted to understand the transformation process of this person in order to achieve better negotiation results. He found people who escaped from the local area. They told him a name. Taowei Yuan Hope Middle School. He walked out of this place. Right. It was about this time. What happened in this place? They didn't know. The only ones who knew the truth were the students who followed Yin Qianju at the time. But those students. Mugui said to everyone, "Let's go to this middle school to see what's going on." Because he didn't know what happened there. He could only act according to circumstances. He was also thinking about whether to cut down the osmanthus forest first to facilitate the follow-up. But it was too time-consuming. So he gave up. At this moment, Mugui turned around and suddenly found that everyone around him had disappeared. The person disappeared. And so did the voice. Mugui closed his eyes slightly. When he opened his eyes, the pink-purple mist and the osmanthus forest also disappeared from his sight. The surrounding environment had completely changed. The gas mask on his face had disappeared at some point. Mugui clenched his fists, and his joints turned pale. Illusion. He quickly recalled the previous situation. It was estimated that the moment they stepped into the range of the powder mist, they entered the illusion. This was not caused by the clustered mutation of the powder mist in Gillen. It was a superpower. A superpower hiding in the dark. He was careless. Before going in, he should have checked with Yen Mingsu for some superpowers nearby. No. Perhaps. The illusion had already taken effect from the moment they got off the plane. He was still aware that he was in an illusion, which meant that his superpower level suppression was still effective, or the other party's mental strength was not above his. Then it should not be difficult for him to break through this illusion. He was just more worried about others. Except for Qing Jian, whose ability was quite special. The others did not have spiritual abilities, and their spiritual power was not very high. Mugui did not move in the illusion. Suddenly, he was kicked on the back of his knee, and his legs softened, and he knelt on the ground. He felt that he was soaked. Cold raindrops slid down his cheeks. The drizzle soon turned into heavy rain. His sight was on the ground, and on the cracked asphalt ground. The blood was washed away by the rain. He just stared at the scene blankly. A pair of hands suddenly lifted his chin. He saw Yihui's face. In contrast to his usual bored and annoying smile, the smile on his lips was gentle and warm. He whispered to Mugui, "Mugui, if I can't go back, the next captain will be you." Mugui heard his own voice coming out of his open mouth. "I don't want it." Yihui's smile deepened. "But I can only give it to you. Just treat it as my last request. Are you going to reject me even so?" "I don't want it." He just helplessly and stubbornly repeated this sentence. Mugui seemed to have returned to that day. His breath was choked. No other words could be said. "Take good care of those children. And take good care of yourself. I will take it as your promise. Don't regret it." Mugui was very angry. "This is your responsibility. Why do you throw it to me? Have you considered my feelings? I want to quit my job soon. Why do you threaten me to continue working?" Yihui's hand pressed on a certain part of his carotid artery. After a few seconds, his eyes went dark and he passed out. Then, he rolled to the ground. Because someone was cushioning his flesh. He didn't get hurt too much. Mugui raised his head. Feng Boming's body blocked his view. Mugui stared at his face. There were many wounds on his face. Mugui couldn't help but reach out to wipe the blood off him. Feng Boming originally had his arms around him. Before Mugui's hand touched him, he stood up, with several transparent light walls behind him. Mugui's hand stopped in midair. A black and red tentacle-like thing touched the light wall, and it easily and silently dissipated the light wall like a cannibal. The light spot was absorbed into it, and it only took a breath to penetrate all the light walls and pierce Feng Boming's chest. Mugui's pupils contracted. Feng Boming's hands burst out with strong golden light, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. His hands held the thing in front of his chest, as if he was trying his best to stop it from going any further. Feng Boming bit his blood-stained lower lip lightly and frowned as he looked in front of him. There was a Mugui in front of him. So, he must not let go. That look was as firm and gentle as before. Until it faded. Mugui looked at him and stretched out her hand blankly. The next moment, a sword shadow passed by. The thing behind Feng Boming was cut off. His body was supported by someone. It was Yen Siji. Yen Siji gently put Feng Boming, who was out of focus and fainted, on the ground. He looked at Mugui, and his deep and melancholy eyes contained a resolute will. Mugui guessed what he wanted to do and opened her mouth to stop him. TSK. Yen Siji thrust the sword in his hand into his chest, hitting his heart. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but pulled out the sword without hesitation. The sword soaked with his blood, and blood climbed up fine lines, as if blood vessels had grown. And the lines gathered at one point, and a small gem appeared on the hilt. At the same time, blood-colored thorn vines grew from the gem, entwined around the arm holding the sword, and the thorns pierced into the flesh. He stood in front of him. Fight with the sword of death. The figure of the monster was blocked outside the sword shadow until he was bathed in the morning light rising from the sea level. Like a statue, standing with a sword, and never moved again. He was alive, and the surroundings were dead, with a clear boundary. Mugui hadn't felt this for a long time. Really a long time. Memories, with all kinds of emotions, swept him away like surging waves. Then, one scene after another. No matter how much he resisted, they kept coming. The huge dragon's body was cut open. The pistol, the fine blood foam splashing on the wall. The dismembered body fragments set in a box. The withered flowers beside the bed. And the long mechanical sound symbolizing the heart stopped beating. After all this was over, a compass formation appeared under his feet. Everyone turned into ghosts and stood around him. They stretched out their hands at the same time, grabbed his neck, and questioned him. Why? Only you survived? The light in Mugui's eyes disappeared, and he thought expressionlessly. How long has it been? I haven't been so angry before. He laughed. He was very angry, but he could only laugh. The scene was about to change again. Mugui stretched out his hand without hesitation to the empty space around him, grabbed and grasped. The scene around him suddenly shattered. He didn't need to do anything special. He wouldn't hurt himself or others. This illusion was not threatening to him at all. Oh! He heard a voice. He turned his head and looked at the person who made the sound, but saw an unexpected person. Wang Dongqing was holding a needleless syringe against his neck. Mugui raised his hand quickly, and Wang Dongqing nimbly jumped back 2 steps and raised his hands. Under the transparent gas mask, Wang Dongqing showed a bright smile that he had never seen before. He grinned and said, I really didn't expect you to wake up on your own. Mugui's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Seeing that Mugui was about to chop him off in the next second, Wang Dongqing smiled and said, Stop! Friendly. Ruby on his shoulder had bright eyes, and a screen appeared in front of Mugui. The blue sign was their current location, and the green man was their companion. Not far away, a point was marked with a danger sign. Wang Dongqing pointed at the danger sign. There is a person here. Then he pointed around, raising his head. Yen Yen, holding a sword in his hand, looked at Mugui and said, It's an illusion. Siji is trapped. But I can get out. He switched his personality so he could break free from the illusion. This is something only he can do. Looking at the others, Feng Boming was kneeling on the ground. His face was sad. His head was hanging and tears were flowing. I don't know what scene he saw. Qingjin had dull eyes, stretched out his arms, and walked towards Jin Imo beside him. Jin Imo waved his hands blankly. There were several human-shaped Xiaohe around him, who seemed to be on guard against something. If Qingjin got closer, he might be attacked by them. Yihui looked fine, but the light in his eyes and the smile on his lips disappeared, and he slowly raised his hand. Yihui is the most dangerous person here. If he loses his mind and starts to fight, they will all die. Mugui glanced at Wang Dongqing. Wang Dongqing's eyes curved and he shook the syringe in his hand. Anesthetic and adrenaline. He probably relied on this to stay awake. Injecting an appropriate amount of anesthetic can make the body lose consciousness and prevent it from doing things that hurt others or oneself. A certain amount of adrenaline can make people conscious. Ruby jumped onto Yihui and was thrown away. He jumped up from the ground and ran back to Wang Dongqing, saying in a sweet boy's voice, Injection. I can't do it. Wang Dongqing shrugged, looked at Mugui and smiled, please. Mugui didn't comment. He raised the corner of his lips. That was a smile of anger. He pressed his palm down. With him as the center, a large area of pink mist suddenly sank to the ground. To put it bluntly, the pink mist is just fine particles floating in the air. And it will also be affected by the increase of air pressure and gravity. The people around him, except himself, Wang Dongqing, and Yan Yan, all fell to the ground and could not move. Yi Hui seemed to be fighting against gravity and pressure, and half knelt on the ground with difficulty. Wang Dongqing just took a step to rescue others and fell directly to the ground. Huh? He blinked his eyes with his face turned sideways. Soon his body became lighter, and the gravity on his body disappeared. Mugui looked down at him. Wang Dongqing jumped up, patted his body, and smiled without temper. It turns out to be range gravity. It's not targeting an individual. Mugui ignored him and said, Lei Chen. The formation under his feet unfolded, and Lei Chen landed beside him. Wang Dongqing could only see a flash of lightning that was unclear in shape flashing past a few people. After a few seconds, he returned to his position, still holding a person in his hand. Lei Chen threw the person to the ground in front of Mugui and disappeared on the spot. Wang Dongqing quickly understood that Lei Chen summoned by Mugui had reached the pinnacle of control over lightning. He used extremely small electric currents to quickly paralyze the bodies of those who were in the illusion, and then turned himself into lightning and caught the people at the speed of light. As Lei Chen disappeared, a fresh bloodstain appeared on Mugui's face. He didn't care about this at all, squatted down, and pulled up the person at his feet. It was a middle-aged man with a hard-to-remember appearance, wearing a worn-out yellowed white shirt and black trousers. It was the superpower who created the illusion. Wait. He was about to speak. Bang! Mugui punched him in the face. Several teeth flew out. Wang Dongqing was holding Ruby, watching the show with sparkling eyes. Bang! 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 3 punches. 1 punch to the abdomen, another punch to the face, and 1 punch to the chin. Not only that, Yin Siji and Wang Dongqing looked at Mugui and smiled as they beat the man to their heart's content, until the man fell to the ground dying. Yin Yin thought. He was really angry. Mugui kicked the man out after beating him. Bang! A slight sound of breaking through the air was heard. The man's head was pierced by a bullet flying from a distance. None of the 3 had time to react. Yin Yin wanted to run in that direction, but Mugui reached out to stop him and shook his head. Silencing? Yin Yin was thinking this. Then he saw the man on the ground turned into a wooden puppet carved in the shape of a human. Yin Yin couldn't help but sneer. It's also an illusion. Wang Dongqing, then why are you still fighting? Doesn't your hand hurt? Why fight? If it was a real person, he wouldn't dare to fight. If the other party was brainwashed, it would be even more so. It was because he knew it was fake that he would fight. Mugui sneered. If it is connected to the opponent's spirit, then it is worth it. Anyway, he couldn't catch the main body directly. According to his experience, this kind of puppet replacing the psychic usually requires the psychic to separate his spirit and attach it to it. And hitting the puppet can also cause some mental damage to the opponent. If he guessed wrong, it would be good to be a free punching bag. There is no other reason. Mainly to vent. He replaced the puppet with the mastermind. Beating this puppet is equivalent to beating the opponent. He was angry and out of control. He wanted to find something to beat him up. He felt much better after beating him up. He couldn't just hold it in. And he had to do something to bury those nasty memories. Otherwise, he suspected his mind would turn into a mess. Facts have proved that this method works every time. Although it's a pity that he didn't beat the real person. At least the effect is significant. And he has been forced to calm down. Moreover, even if he can't find him now, he will find him sooner or later. Wait. It will be soon. Then the old and new hatreds will be settled together. This is not the end. We can't let it go so easily. The rage in his chest was only temporarily suppressed by him. How could his anger be eliminated so easily? He had a plan in mind and was not in a hurry. However, the other party's intention was already obvious. He wanted to delay them. Mugui said, let's wake up the people first and rush over immediately. Delay time and let the chaos in Xijing return to its original track. Although he didn't know the other party's ultimate goal. The direct goal should be this. Yin Xinqiu also nodded to this. So he couldn't let him get what he wanted. Mugui looked at Wang Dongqing. I'll settle accounts with you after these things are resolved. Regarding him, Mugui really didn't expect that a person could act around him for so long. and neither he nor Ihui noticed it at all. Should he say that his eyes were too sharp when picking people? Or that he was too confident and misjudged? If it weren't for the fact that he had no ill intentions and helped, Mugui should have knocked him out and restrained him now. Wang Dongqing knew this clearly. His smile was no longer as shy and docile as before, but revealed a childlike cunning and naughty. Don't worry, I'm on your side. Chapter 62 Colorful Falling Flowers. Mugui first tried the dose that Wang Dongqing gave them. It was not a rescue dose, but it was controlled very accurately. It could wake people up, but it would not cause too many side effects. Mugui directly injected adrenaline into Jin Imo, Qing Jian, Feng Boying, and Yi Hui, and the four of them woke up one by one. After waking up, after a brief feeling of accelerated heartbeat and dizziness, their rationality finally returned to their eyes. Jin Imo felt like vomiting, and he covered his mouth and asked, I feel so bad. Uncle, what are you doing? Mugui, there are psychics lying in ambush. You are in an illusion. Yi Hui, I didn't notice it either. How did you find out? You three seem to be fine? Yin Yin said, I changed my personality and came out. Qing Jian, I seem to have seen you. Although he has the ability to identify, he is still half-tricked. Wang Dongqing held up the syringe and said, I rely on this. And Ruby. He touched Ruby's head on his shoulder. Yi Hui smiled and said, adrenaline? Maybe they were injected too. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to wake up so quickly. But how could an ordinary person prepare such a thing? And this thing is not easy to get. He didn't notice that Wang Dongqing hit it so deeply. Wang Dongqing smiled and nodded. Yi Hui noticed that his smile was slightly different from usual. He looked at Mugui. Mugui glanced at them. Are you all okay? They all shook their heads. They were just briefly in the illusion, and had not caused any substantial damage. It's just that Feng Boming and Qing Jian looked a little ugly when they recalled the contents of the illusion. At this time, he had removed the gravity zone, and the fog continued to surround them. Everyone put on their gas masks again. When they fell into the illusion, the gas masks fell to the ground at some point. But they didn't fall far away. It was probably taken off by themselves. Mugui, the superpower has already escaped. There is no way to chase him for the time being. Our top priority now is to go to that school. We have to speed up. Yi Hui, wait a minute. Mugui, what? Before he put on the mask, Yi Hui took out a band-aid from his pocket and put it on his face. Mugui? Jin Imo, yeah. Uncle, how did you get hurt? Did you get hurt when you fought that guy? Qing Jian, isn't it the price of your ability? Feng Boming, don't hide it from us. Is it dangerous? Mugui touched the band-aid on his face. Not caring much and not tearing it off. Nothing. Yi Hui said, there is disinfectant on it. Mugui nodded. Jin Imo looked at the cute little flower on the band-aid. Gray. Why do you carry this with you? Because Mugui always called him Gray. Jin Imo was used to calling him that. And Yi Hui didn't correct him. Yi Hui, I was visiting the children at the base, and one of the little boys gave it to me. I put it in my pocket and forgot to take it out. I have more than this. There are many more. Those children should be orphans who lost their parents due to the disaster. They are raised in the welfare home at the base, and Yi Hui occasionally visits them. At this time, Wang Dongqing pointed out the direction they were going. Mugui, let's go! They quickened their pace, and in just 20 minutes they passed through the thick fog and ruins, bypassed several streets and alleys, and saw the old school sign, Tailway Yuan Hope Middle School. The campus was also shrouded in thick fog, and they could only see the words clearly when they stood in front of the sign. Mugui and the others stopped around. Mugui turned to Wang Dongqing. Ruby should have the ability to scan the surrounding environment over a large area. Find someone for me. Wang Dongqing raised his eyebrows. Mugui had already guessed that he was able to find the enemy's superpowers just now, because his electronic pet had a large-scale environmental scanning function. He smiled and ordered Ruby, see where the people are? Although the latest watches also have similar functions. The range is not large after all. Northeast direction. The two-story auditorium building behind the teaching building. Ruby completed the environmental scan in just a few seconds and opened her mouth to speak. Jin Imo, wow. So Ruby said voices like this? It was the first time they heard Ruby speak, because Wang Dongqing had never let him speak before. Because of this, they originally regarded it as a mascot. But he could do much more than they thought. Ruby raised her furry head. Yes. I chose the voice myself. She looked proud and ready to be praised. Jin Mo. Is the personality setting a cocky kid? Wang Dongqing pulled hard at the fur cover that he carefully groomed every day. Our Ruby's voice is the cutest. He still looked like he was addicted to his electronic pet. Ruby used her claws to move his hand. Okay. Let's get down to business first. Mugue said, be alert. We're going there now. The campus was not big, and they saw the target auditorium after walking a few steps. Ruby, there are 12 people in the building. 11 of them are in the main hall, and 1 is behind the stairs in the outer hall. Preliminary judgment is that they are dead, and their body temperature is lower than normal human body temperature. Ihue, it was sealed, so the fog didn't get in. It's a smart move. But in this situation, too many people is not a good thing. It's easy to run out of water and food. It's not easy for these people to survive until now. The fog has been there for more than a month. Mugue slightly used her enhanced ability to clear the fog at the door, and they closed the door again after entering. The main hall door was pushed open. They stepped over the threshold. However, at this time, they saw a gray-haired man covering another man's mouth. Behind him, a woman was holding a child. The moment they came in, she had already looked up at them. Her eyes were red and swollen. Tears were streaming, and her whites were full of red bloodshot. There was also a girl, half of her body soaked in blood, lying unconscious on the ground. 2 children, a boy and a girl, were sitting against the wall. One of them was sleeping on the ground, and only the back of the other child was seen. For adult men, one was unconscious. Another was being pinched by the ankle and was dragged back in horror, and the other 2 were desperately crawling to other places to escape. Mugue looked at the man with a calm face but crazy eyes. He knew at a glance that he was the person he was looking for. Stop! In Qianju's 2 knees suddenly fell to the ground. His limbs were frozen. One by one, his fingers loosened from the man's ankles unnaturally. His body seemed no longer controlled by his own will. Ihui raised his hand and pointed it at him. The 3 men seemed to have seen a savior, and they squeezed out a voice from their throats and shouted, "Help!" In Qianju only had his eyes to move freely, and he just looked at them quietly. Mugue felt that the look was very familiar. He had seen such eyes in the mirror before. Those were eyes on the verge of collapse. Mugue quickly scanned the whole situation. He pointed at the girl with broken limbs on the ground, and the children around her. He put away his anger when he came, and said in a steady tone, "Now, I can save them. But you have to promise me anything unconditionally. If you don't agree, watch them die. I will only give you 3 seconds to think." Ihui smiled. The judgment was accurate. This was a test, he thought, whether the other party agreed or not. Mugue would save people. He saw that these children would not die immediately. So, he made an attempt. This was to test what kind of person Yin Shinji was. Is he a pure lunatic? Or, Mugue did not give him extra time. He said 3. Yin Shinji did not wait for him to say the second word. I agree. At least he could speak. He looked at him with his eyes. There was no trust in him. He just said the answer like a conditioned reflex. Now, as long as the child is saved, he will make a deal with the devil. I promise you. No matter what you ask me to do. Mugue took out a glass bottle from his pocket, which contained a transparent and sticky liquid. He took 2 steps towards the girl with the broken limbs, and Ihui followed closely behind him. But they suddenly stopped. Whoosh! It was obviously a closed space. There was no wind coming in, but they felt the wind. The wind with the sweet fragrance of flowers and plants brushed past their faces, gently ruffling their hair. It was like a gentle and warm spring breeze. A few pink peach petals floated past their feet. A snow-white hole appeared behind the man. The hole collapsed inwards, with blurred edges. It seemed like a hole leading to another world. They realized at the same time that the wind carrying the peach petals came from there. In Shinji was still kneeling on the ground, his eyes following the direction of Mugue. Without blinking, his eyes seemed to say, "If you can't save people, you will die too." Qing Jian looked at the man intently over Jin Mo and Yen Siji's shoulders. The description suddenly increased a lot. Name, Yin Qianju. Ability name, Taoyuan Realm, VG level. Sequence, 1 sequence. 1 sequence means that it is not the beginning of the disaster, but the supernatural power that was born later. That is, now. They witnessed the process of this person awakening his supernatural power with their own eyes. Mugue's steps only paused for a moment. He walked calmly to Luo Gui's side and knelt down. He saw the girl's broken arm resting on her abdomen. Mu Gui frowned. It was an arm that was chopped off alive. There were traces of teeth on it. Fortunately, the integrity of the broken arm was good, and it was also together with the body. He picked up the broken arm, put it on the upper arm, and pieced the broken ends together. The bones and flesh were all broken, and it couldn't be said to be perfectly sealed, but it can be treated. Mu Gui opened the bottle, poured the transparent juice into the wound. This is the juice extracted from the jade aloe of AI Boji. He played with the researchers for a while before leaving Jincheng base. It was at that time that he came up with this thing. It was still a bit troublesome to use the jade aloe plant directly, so they thought about whether they could extract and preserve its juice. Since they were not clear about the structure and source of the plants created by the superpowers, they could only extract the juice. The treatment effect was not discounted, and the juice was difficult to oxidize and mold, so it could be preserved for a long time. However, to put it bluntly, the healing ability of this thing is not particularly strong. It can heal shallow external injuries quickly, but it has little effect on deep and excessive wounds, poisoning, and this type of broken arms. However, this is not a problem. The quality is not high, but the quantity makes up for it. Mu Gui used up the ones he brought with him, and asked Jin Emo and Qin Jian to bring the ones they had in reserve. About 10 bottles were used. The broken limb was sewn back well. Finally, Mu Gui wiped the blood off the girl and pinched her arm. The bones and flesh had grown back. He breathed a sigh of relief. It would be impossible to grow new hand bones, forearms and palms from the broken arm with these juices. But fortunately, the broken arm was preserved. Then he looked at the girl's physical condition. Dehydration, malnutrition, anemia. Mu Gui looked at the children and the woman in front. They were all in the same condition, but they didn't bring water and food here. Mu Gui turned around. We have water and food. Yin Qianju saw that he really cured Luo Gui, and the madness in his eyes seemed to fade. Mu Gui, we have to get out of here first. Otherwise they won't be able to hold on. Yin Qianju looked at them, and didn't say anything for a while. Mu Gui winked at Yi Hui. Yi Hui nodded and retracted the puppet thread that controlled Yin Qianju's body. Yin Qianju felt his body free from the restraints, and slowly stood up. The white hole behind him did not disappear, and a lot of petals accumulated at his feet. As soon as Yin Qianju stood up, the 3 men around him, who were still able to move, screamed, "Don't let him go. He will kill us. This man is a murderer. He killed the man over there. He also said he was going to eat this girl. Catch him." Yin Yin walked towards the unconscious man and checked him. Although he was in a temporary shock, he was not dead yet. Wang Dongqing, Ruby, go and give him an injection. Ruby nimbly jumped to the man lying on the ground, showed her claws, and accurately pierced the carotid artery. The man trembled all over, and after a while, he resumed breathing, first rapidly, then slowly. Ruby scanned and opened her mouth, out of shock. No danger to life. After saying that, he ran back to Wang Dongqing's shoulder. Mu Gui, first of all, you can't kill them first. This was said to Yin Qianju. Yin Qianju's eyes changed, and finally nodded gently. Before, he had lost all hope, but he didn't expect someone to come. In any case, if these children can be saved, he can do anything. Mu Gui said to others, take the people with you. We will go out first. Mu Gui turned around and walked towards the woman. The other party subconsciously tightened her arms. Mu Gui calmly extended his hand to her. Now you can only trust us. Ran Zi's chest was heaving, but he still had Luo Ju in his arms. He looked at Luo Ju on the ground. The sensitive 5 senses awakened by the supernatural power made it impossible for her to calm down for a while. Night sweats, tremors, panic, convulsions, and distraction. She had all these symptoms. Mu Gui stretched out his hand and pressed a spot on her neck with appropriate force. After a few seconds, she fainted. Mu Gui picked her up along with the child in her arms. Jin Emo approached Peng Huai's, raised his hand, and put him on his shoulder. Can you hold on? Let's go out. Peng Huai's glanced at Yin Qianju and nodded weakly. Although Yin Yan's expression was very cold, he still went over and picked up Tong Lingling horizontally, and the girl could only let him do whatever he wanted. Yin Qianju walked towards Luo Gui on the ground step by step. He carefully helped her up, let her head lean on his arms, picked her up, and murmured in a soft voice, Xiao Gui, you can survive. Hearing this voice, Mu Gui paused, but he soon realized that the voice was not calling him, and couldn't help but laugh at himself. Ah! My body! Why did it move by itself? They had no strength in their bodies, but their limbs moved without permission, walking like puppets. As for the one who fainted, his body floated up, as if he was hung by something. Ihuilu moved the 5 fingers of his right hand and said casually, I'm sorry. I'm wronged you. After all, we are all adults. We can still walk if you hold us a little. While using his ability, he picked up Chan Roying, who was lying on the ground. Feng Boming took Luo Ju away from Mugui's arms. Ranzi had fainted, so naturally she couldn't hold the child. Luo Ju curled up and fainted at some point. It was probably because she was too weak and couldn't hold on any longer. Looking at the girl's frowning eyes, her lips pursed tightly, and her face covered with tears, Feng Boming showed a distressed look and said, Let's go! Chapter 63. Tensions are high. They were about to go out, but they ran into a big problem. When they didn't bring the wounded, it would take a while to get here even if they walked quickly. Mugue tried to strengthen the air pressure and gravity. Strengthening the air pressure partially couldn't clear the fog very well. The wounded couldn't protect themselves well. The masks they brought before were no longer usable, and Mugue and his team didn't bring any extra gas masks. Strengthening gravity could clear a short distance, but it would take too long to walk slowly. It was estimated that several of these people would die when they got out, but there seemed to be no better way at the moment. Mugue was about to use her ability, but was stopped by someone's action. Wang Dongqing stood up and took out a fist-sized metal ball from his pocket. With a slight twist, the upper part of the silver-white metal ball opened, revealing a propeller that looked like a small dragonfly. The lower part also opened, and the lid of the hemisphere was lifted up. There were 4 miniature wheel-shaped propellers inside. The propellers started to rotate, sending the metal ball out. Jean Mo, wow! What is this? Wang Dongqing smiled at their different looks. Communication tool. I wrote down the coordinates of the helicopter. As long as no one intercepts it, this thing can reach there. I'll ask them to pick us up. Qing Jian also changed his opinion of him a little, and asked curiously, how do you have so many magical things? Adrenaline. This is also good. I've never seen him take it out before. Wang Dongqing smiled simply. I prepared all of them in advance and always carry them with me, just in case. Aren't they used now? It seemed like he had said it, but in fact, he hadn't really answered his question. Mugue often used this trick. Mugue looked at him, and indeed, he couldn't tell from the surface that he was acting. And Qing Jian didn't look unusual either. If Wang Dongqing had lied, Qing Jian would have been the first to see it. However, they didn't have time to talk about this now. They had to save people. The little thing flew fast, and within a few minutes, they heard the rumbling sound of the helicopter's large propeller overhead. One of the 2 planes parked there came directly to pick up the people. Mission accomplished. The little metal ball flew back to Wang Dongqing first, landed on his finger, and made a lively and lovely sound. Thank you for your hard work, little dragonfly. You should take a rest first. Wang Dongqing called a little metal ball affectionately, collected it, and put it back in his pocket. Yihui smiled and said, Little dragonfly is so cute. Wang Dongqing, isn't it? The helicopter landed on the open space outside the campus. Chen Yuan led the team members, as well as Lei Chen. They all wore gas masks and came down one by one. He didn't need to listen to their detailed explanation. He understood everything after a quick look. He immediately organized people to take the injured to the helicopter. Their team members basically knew some first aid knowledge. After waking up these weak people, they began to feed them water little by little. Some people wanted to drink more at once, but their mouths were clamped, so they could only drink slowly. Water was the most urgent thing to replenish. The helicopter didn't come in at first because it was covered by fog and couldn't accurately identify the terrain and the situation. With the accurate coordinates this time, they came directly and took off smoothly. The thick fog had no effect on the helicopter. The helicopter jumped out of the fog and flew out of the place quickly after rolling up a small flying vortex. Yin Mingsu and the others were waiting at another helicopter. Angio also came over. What happened? Mugue carried the people down. The lives are saved for the time being, but these people need to recover slowly. Why don't we go to the base here for a while? Yin Qianju spoke up. Indifferently, they won't let us in. If the people at the base hadn't refused to accept them, they wouldn't have ended up here. And the ones who refused to let them in weren't the superpowers, but ordinary people without abilities. They just wanted to protect their fighting power, not share their food. Mugue smiled. Then take over this base, and see who won't let us in. Most people around were stunned. Ihui, that's right. We came here to contact the base. And those who don't cooperate can only be recruited. Now that the bases are scattered, the most urgent task is to regroup and establish a unified contact network. Otherwise, if they are scattered, even if the government wants to start work, it will be impossible. This is the primary task they were given when they came out. Aibuji approached him. Brother. Mugue called him over. Lychees or grapes are fine. Give them sugar. They haven't eaten for a long time. Aibuji smiled. Every time Mugue asked him to do something, he was happy. This made him feel useful. Not a burden to the team. He took out the seed box from his backpack. It was a jewelry box originally used to hold earrings. He marked different seeds on each grid for his convenience. As for the types of seeds, the researchers at Jinqing Base gave him a lot of them, and he couldn't use them up for a long time. He quickly found the seeds of both. He placed the seeds on the ground and gently moved his fingers on the small seeds. Green light fell. After a while, the lychee seeds quickly grew into a lychee tree, rooted in the soil, and the grape seeds grew into a thick grapevine. Because there was no climbing frame, it could only crawl on the ground. Just like watching a time-lapse video. Jinmo couldn't help but admire every time he watched it. Have you become stronger? Aibuji smiled shyly. After the plant grew up, the fruits also ripened and hung down heavily. Jinmo, Qingjian and others picked some fruits, crushed them in cups and bowls, and fed some to those weak people. Tong Lingling tasted the sugar that she hadn't consumed for a long time. Her eyes were dry, but tears seemed to come out. That was the happiness of surviving a disaster. Peng Huai stretched out his hand to Ranzi. Teacher, you eat too. Ranzi's condition is a little better now, but her sensitive taste makes it difficult for her to swallow even candy. She shook her head slightly and continued to drink water. Even the clean water she usually drinks tasted like disinfectant and metal. She swallowed it while resisting the pain in her throat. The taste was no less than torture. In Qianju looked at the two children's condition getting better, and turned to Aibuji with an especially gentle look. Thank you. Aibuji shook her head and whispered, I'm glad I can help. He looked at his older brothers and sisters, who were only slightly older than him, and Luo Ju, who was about the same age and still in a coma, and murmured, Shenqian, please. You must survive. I will find you. When he thought that his brother might suffer the same fate, he was extremely anxious. He did not think about how to find him. He just thought that he must keep looking, and must find him no matter what. Mugui looked at Chan Ruoying, who had not woken up yet, and Luo Gui and Luo Ju, who were in a coma, thinking that they still had to go to the base to recuperate. Maybe there were still available medical facilities in the base. Ihui looked at the condition of the three children. They need intravenous glucose. It's a pity that they didn't bring these things. Mugui, let's go. They packed up and boarded the helicopter. The four people refused to be on the same plane with In Qianju. The one who was almost strangled to death by In Qianju was emotional and cursed. Teacher Zhong didn't come back because of you. You killed him. Killed that girl. And you want to kill us? You want to eat human flesh and drink human blood. You are simply a beast. He forgot his previous acquiescence and heartwarming attitude towards In Qianju's question. He even scolded them. Why let this ogre live? Let him starve to death. In Qianju just raised the corner of his mouth slightly when he heard it. Looking at his expression, the man screamed and ran away. Captain Chen Yiwen asked them, what happened? Depending on the situation, he may have to restrain the person. Mugui looked at In Qianju. You tell me yourself? Peng Huai's pushed away the support of a team member, walked in front of In Qianju, and opened his arms. The teacher did nothing wrong. He just wanted to protect us. After this short period of time, he also thought clearly. The teacher who only wanted to protect them could not be an ogre. But he killed a real ogre. So Luo Gui is alive now. He said that on purpose. It was to test whether those people were the same kind of people. Tong Lingling also stood beside them and held In Qianju's hand. I believe in the teacher too. Their teacher has never changed, and will always love and protect them. In Qianju gently patted their shoulders and whispered, it's okay. He looked at Mugui and others. I did kill someone. That person wanted to eat my students, so I killed him. I don't think I did anything wrong. And I also wanted to kill those people because they hesitated when I asked them if they wanted to eat people. So I think they deserve to die. I will be responsible for what I have done. It has nothing to do with these students. They are just victims. His frank attitude stunned Captain Chen. They had seen many murderers, but none of them had such a calm and firm look as his, as if it was natural for him to do this. Mugue smiled faintly and said, "Just watch him for now. At least, we know that he cherishes these students." Chen Yuan frowned. "When you said that just now, you are not worthy of being a teacher. Come to our side first." Yin Qianju nodded obediently. "It doesn't matter if you handcuff me, but I must see my students. I have to see that they are safe. Otherwise I don't know what I will do." What he said was a threatening word. When they walked out of the school, the white hole behind him was retracted, and he took back his ability, which meant that he could use his own supernatural power. Chen Yuan didn't know what his supernatural power was at this time, and he laughed angrily. "Who carries handcuffs with them in this world? If you do something to hurt people again, I'll feed you a bullet." What he said was also very ordinary. However, as soon as he said it, Peng Huai's and Tong Lingling looked at him with hostility at the same time, like two little wolves protecting their master. At this time, after a short rest, the people were put on the helicopter again. Before getting on the plane, Mugue said to Yin Qianju, "By the way, I knew about your affairs. Actually, I only knew a little." Yin Qianju stared at him. Mugue smiled kindly and said, "I am here to save you." It may be that he came to kill him, but in the end, he saved people. He couldn't waste this favor. Does what you said before still count? Promise him anything unconditionally. It was a completely unequal contract, but he agreed. First of all, let him not kill those people. Yin Qianju nodded. "Forget it." Peng Huai's interrupted. "He is threatening us with our lives. What will you do if he keeps asking you to do things for him and orders you around like a slave? It's too unfair. Teacher, you can't agree to him anymore." Mugue smiled teasingly. "It's like this. I plan to make your teacher do whatever I want him to do. But what can you do? Peng Huai's, you? But he is so weak now that he can hardly use his abilities." Yin Qianju said softly to Peng Huai's, "Huai's, this is the promise made by the teacher, and the teacher will keep it. And it is a fact that they saved you. And he also saved Luo Gue." "Don't say that." He said so, but he would not completely believe them, and he had to let the children stay under his nose to feel at ease. Mugue knew that this man had changed. His values were reshaped in the collapsed world. The diligent old ox and the gardener who watered the flowers in the past no longer exist. He was still a step too late, and the man had become the person he had seen before. Mugue never regretted things that had passed and could not be changed, since the other party's current mental state could not be easily reversed. He only needed to let the other party follow the track he had customized, and the result would be the same. His paranoid temperament could be used well. He was paranoid, but adhered to his own principles. This was him. Mugue's mouth continued to rise, and she said to him, "When we get to the base and settle down a little, I will tell you what you need to do." Yin Qianju looked at his face and nodded silently. The two helicopters flew over the high fences and electric fences, found a wide main road, and prepared to land at the intersection. The pilot looked at the situation. "Wow. The road is lined with people welcoming us. It's so lively." As he said, there were already a lot of people surrounding the place where they were going to land. Yihui looked at the situation below. Almost everyone was holding a gun. Some were aiming directly at the helicopter, and there were even a few strong ones carrying rocket launchers on the roof of a nearby low building. Yan Mingsu said, "There are only 4 or 5 people with superpowers. All of them are F level. Wait a minute. It seems that one of them is G level." She saw a trace of green flame smoke floating out of the crowd. Mugue looked at the person on the display and felt that he looked familiar, but couldn't remember it for a while. The helicopter landed. Click, click, click. Dozens of machine guns were pointed at the open cabin. Mugue, Yihui, and Chen Yuan walked in front. Ing Jiu handed Xiao Jiu to a team member and quietly followed them, silently activating his ability. The G-level psychic walked out of the crowd. Mugue looked at his face carefully and recognized him. He was the one who escaped from the base in Xijing. He finally worked in Beijing and was recruited into the government. He was his colleague and was responsible for weapons manufacturing. Qing Jian whispered in his ear, "Superpowers are weapons arsenals, and can transform the bodies of living things into weapons." Mugue already knew at this time that this person's name was Wen Shufeng, because his ability was quite famous. He could transform not only the bodies of mutant animals, but also human bodies into weapons. So he was also the person in charge of the disposal of the bodies. If a staff member unfortunately died and a relatively complete body was sent back, after his relatives signed a consent agreement, he could transform it into a weapon. Of course, the disposal right of the weapon was also in the hands of his relatives. If there were no relatives, it would still remain in the government's arsenal. In addition, some major casualties were also handled in this way. The reason for this is that the weapons produced by his superpowers have a certain probability of mutation and some special functions. If the body is a superpower, the probability is even higher. In this country, civilians basically cannot get these banned weapons, and they can only be made by his superpowers. Some of the things Mugue knew about the Shijing base also came from this person. Before Mugue and Ihui set off, when Shufeng learned that they were going to the Shijing base and came to talk to them about the things there, when Shufeng was the one who provided weapons to these people, he walked ahead of them. He was wearing a beige sportswear. His short hair seemed a little wet. His lips were a little pale, and his hands were behind his back. The crowd divided a path for him, and he seemed to have the style of a leader. He was the only one without a weapon. He looked at Mugue and others and asked, "Who are you?" Chen Yuan glanced around. "Military." This was not an unexpected answer. Bai Zai's team all wore combat uniforms. When Shufeng looked at his outfit, and had already guessed it, his eyes flickered and he coughed twice. "Put down your weapons first. We are here to rescue you." As soon as he spoke, the people around him put down their weapons. But it was obvious that the look they gave Mugue and others was not trusting. They had long passed the period of waiting for others to rescue them, and they all took up weapons to defend their own base. When Shufeng said, "I will take you to see Gao Jianing. He is the person in charge here. To put it bluntly, he is the leader of this base." Yihui smiled and said, "Thank you for your help." When Shufeng nodded gently and turned to lead them away, Mugue saw a few people walking in groups of 3 or 4 on the street. Even the teenagers had guns in their hands. They didn't smile at all and were even more alert when they saw strangers. He ignored their hostile eyes and looked around the base. Compared to the Jincheng base and the high wall, the safety factor of this Shijing base is not high. The crudely made fence can easily let wild animals in, and the sky is even more defenseless. Giant birds may drop from the sky, so the patrolling people are on edge. Of course, it was not only the attacks of mutant creatures that could come at any time that made them unable to relax. He only heard the name Gao Jianing from when Shufeng later, and maybe there was a slight record of it in the relevant documents of Shijing base. When Shufeng told him at that time that Gao Jianing was easily killed by Yin Qianju. As for why he was killed, he did not say, because he was only afraid of Yin Qianju at that time, and had long forgotten Gao Jianing. But from his words, we can know something. Before Yin Qianju went there, this base was already under high pressure, so he always wanted to escape, but he never got out. As for why he went to the capital later, he did say that. When Shufeng watched Yin Qianju slaughter the powerless people in the entire base, he could not do anything. To put it bluntly, he was just a person who provided weapons. Yin Qianju let him go because he had superpowers, and just asked them, stay or leave. At that time, all the superpowers except when Shufeng chose to stay, and they didn't dare not stay. When Shufeng himself was stimulated by those scenes and collapsed. When he thought about it later, he felt that he was crazy at that time to dare to ask, if I want to leave, will you let me go? Stop pretending. What's the difference between you and that guy? No, they are different. At least Gao Jianing would not kill so many people without any expression. He said this to Mugue and others later. His psychological defenses had long been destroyed under the high pressure of the two. When he said these words, he thought he would not survive. But Yin Qianju just whispered, if you want to leave, leave, but never come back. He ran away like a lost soul. And he really escaped. He didn't chase him. He was probably the only one who walked out of the Shijing base alive at that time. He also received a long period of psychological treatment at the base in Beijing before he was able to join the company smoothly and provide them with certain information later. Mugue thought of this part. During this period, when Shufeng had taken them to a bar. This bar was hidden in the underground third floor of an inconspicuous hotel. At first glance, it was a secret place where some special rich people liked to gather. When Shufeng didn't deliberately hide his route, there were people guarding the way with weapons. When they saw him coming, they nodded as if they were saluting. Judging from their looks, they must respect him very much. Passing by the ping-pong table, gambling table, game area, and wine rack. They saw several separate salon areas. In front of the salon area was a small platform with steel pipes. And against the wall were 3 or 4 human-shaped dartboards, with holes pierced by darts. There was only one person sitting in the salon area. He was wearing a thin shirt that was almost dark red and black trousers. He had 2 buttons unbuttoned on his collar, and wore no decorations. He looked clean and fresh. Probably not even 40 years old. His bone structure was very pleasing. He was not very good looking. But he was the kind of man that would not make people feel disgusted. He also had good muscles. And it was obvious that he exercised regularly. He leaned back, playing with darts in his hands, and looked like a rich young man who was not conspicuous. There were 2 people dressed exquisitely beside him. A man and a woman. The man was in a suit, and the woman was in a dress. They were dressed exquisitely from head to toe, but not fancy. Their expressions and eyes were well controlled. They would never move even if a group of people came over. Gao Jianing stood up immediately when he saw Wen Shufeng coming over, and walked over with a friendly smile to hug Wen Shufeng. I was wondering why you were in such a hurry to go out. It turns out you brought so many guests to me. Mu Gui asked Yan Mingsu, Lei Chen, Ing Jiu, the pilot and several team members to take Ran Zi, Ai Buji, Xiao Jiu and other children to guard the helicopter. Shintu Shirsan and Fang Qirong stayed in the helicopter and did not let them out. So they were the ones who came. And there were quite a few of them. As for Yin Qianju, although he was worried about the children and wanted to stay with them, he was still forced to come over by them. Mugui still needed him to do something. Chen Yuan took the lead and said, We are from Beijing and want to rest in this base temporarily. Also, we need to discuss the base contact matters. His way of speaking has always been like this, getting straight to the point. Gao Jianing smiled and did not reply to him, but said to Wen Shufeng, It seems that the guests who came this time are extraordinary. Wen Shufeng opened and closed his lips quickly, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Now even Feng Boming and Ji Nemo could feel the tense atmosphere in the air and couldn't speak freely. Yi Hui and Mugui looked at each other. They both had the same feeling that talking nicely didn't seem to work with this person. Then, they saw the smile in each other's eyes. Qin Jian stared at Gao Jianing for a while. His pupils shrank slightly, but in such a small space. If he spoke, he might be heard by the other party. So he secretly typed text on his watch behind him. Such close information transmission was still possible. Gao Jianing took his hand away, turned around and took a small silver knife for cutting oranges from the dining table in front of the sofa. Facing the target, raised his hand, and said slowly, Let's talk? It's okay. His hand moved slightly. The small silver knife suddenly disappeared from his hand. Shoo. A faint sound sounded. It was like the sound of stabbing something. Tick. Tick tick tick. A sound lighter than that fell to the ground. It was like the sound of water drops falling. Where did his knife go? This was the first thought of most people. At this time, Gao Jianing slowly shifted his sight from the empty target to a person. So others also shifted their sight. Mugui slowly raised his left hand and casually pulled out the silver knife that pierced his palm. Facing Gao Jianing's smile, he couldn't help laughing. Chapter 64 Mental Misophobia. Ji Nemo shouted in disbelief, Uncle. Others couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Qin Jian's information emerged from his watch at this moment. The opponent's ability is aiming. No range. Ignore distance and defense. The weapon shot in the hand hits the target directly. With absoluteness. Mugui glanced down at the dial and thought. He seemed to know how this person offended Yin Qianju. It is estimated that when Yin Qianju brought the students to this place, they were also brought to Gao Jianing. And Gao Jianing chose the same approach as now. It is likely that one of the students was injured because of him, which led to Yin Qianju's direct killing. To be honest, it is understandable to give others a warning. This way, we can better control the initiative. This ability has an absolute special attribute, which can be regarded as a relatively special ability. Moreover, there are many powerful people with special abilities in this base. It is more or less a skill to be able to control all these people. This is also the source of Gao Jianing's confidence. The premise is that he didn't hit a hard board. Ask yourself, if Gao Jianing didn't attack him first, but touched anyone around him, he wouldn't let him go easily. But Gao Jianing was lucky that he was chosen. He was more tolerant and generous about this, and could ignore this minor injury. Gao Jianing was ready to smile with a confident smile. But he froze, with the corners of his mouth raised halfway. Not awkward. Because he saw Mugui's smile. Although his palm was pierced by the blade and blood was dripping. He did not scream. He did not even frown. He saw Mugui personally pull out the silver knife and smiled at him. Randomly select a person from the incoming team as a target. And stab the weapon he threw into the target he aimed at. This is the fastest way to inform the other party of your strength. Which is very convenient. Gao Jianing used this trick, and it worked every time. Sometimes it was a dart. Sometimes a knife. And sometimes a gun. Anyway, he chose whichever one he wanted. Depending on his mood. He had seen tough guys who stared at him without saying a word even after being stabbed. And he had also seen weaklings who cried and knelt on the ground after being slightly injured. Of course, the most common ones were those who were shocked and furious. He actually appreciated the former more. Because this way, he could have another strong general under his command. And taming a wild horse would give people a strong sense of accomplishment. Wouldn't it? But this pink-haired man behaved like this. It was the first time he had seen him behave like this. The smile on Gao Jianing's face completely disappeared. He had a hunch that this person was very dangerous. Yin Yin was already holding the blood sword in his hand. And his cold voice echoed in the space, looking for death. Song Jianqing's sword was also unsheathed. He didn't react just now, and frowned at him. This time he would never allow the other party to succeed. Mugui gently pressed Yin Yan's shoulder with his right hand. Don't be anxious. If he was anxious, the other party might die. And there would be some use. Mugui looked at Gao Jianing and smiled. You can kill us all at the beginning. I guess few of us here can react. The premise is that he must be able to kill all of them at the same time. Killing only one person with a headshot is not enough. This is a skill suitable for sneak attacks. But it is a pity to use it to show off his skills by killing a chicken to scare the monkey. However, it also proves that he should be taming them instead of killing them. Then you can spend some time to ask. Gao Jianing's brows slowly tightened. This person? What is he talking about? His other hand behind his back is already holding a gun. No matter which direction the gun is pointed at. The floor or the ceiling. It will eventually fall into their heads. He should have the advantage. Is this guy bluffing? The knife just hit his body. It can be seen that they have no means of physical defense. Even if they do, his ability will ignore the defense and hit the target directly. He said that? Is he trying to delay time? They are all their people outside. Even if they have friendly forces, they will be discovered immediately. Gao Jianing's mind flashed hundreds of possibilities in an instant. None of them would lead to his loss. So he also smiled brightly. I don't want to kill you. It's just a small ceremony to welcome you to join this base. Mugui nodded, not wanting to waste time talking to him, and said lightly, well, so we don't mean to kill you. If you cooperate a little, we won't do anything to you. Gao Jianing. Gao Jianing's brows were locked again. This was the first time he encountered a context that he couldn't answer. The only thing he could think of was how could this person say such arrogant and proud words so naturally after being injured? Was he really not afraid of death, or was he a fool? Ji Nemo looked at the knife wound on Mugui's hand, and didn't have time to complain about how his words took away the villain's lines. Uncle! Blood! Gu Shu had already taken out the bandage from the book. He had sorted his collection into categories. So he found it quickly. He naturally came to Mugui and bandaged his hand. Mugui let him bandage the wound carelessly and said, it's just a minor injury. He found that this level of injury was really only slightly more serious than a mosquito bite. Gao Jianing and Wen Shufeng beside him finally noticed the strangeness of these people. The soldiers did not raise their guns. And the others did not show any fear. They seemed to be more nervous about the fact that Mugui was injured. This was the first time Gao Jianing encountered such a situation that was out of his control. His face sank, and he was about to shoot to give them another warning. His fingers couldn't move. It was as if something was holding them. All his fingers were frozen there. Motionless. When Shufeng noticed the change in his expression and asked cautiously, what's wrong? Gao Jianing turned his eyes to the group of people in front of him and scanned them frantically. He couldn't move. Why? What kind of superpower was it? Who was it? Mugui looked at Yi Hui. I don't think there are any traps or ambushes here. Yi Hui nodded. There is no surveillance or monitoring. Qing Jian also said, there are only 2 people with superpowers here. Mugui then pointed at Wen Shufeng and said, he doesn't need to be controlled. He should cooperate well. Let him notify the people outside not to come in. Otherwise there will be too much trouble. Yi Hui glanced at Wen Shufeng and smiled. Do you know him? Mugui, I know him a little bit. Yihui, that's fine. He chose to believe Mugue. Gao Jianing looked at Wen Shufeng in disbelief. Wen Shufeng was so frightened by his look that he kept saying, I didn't betray you. Mugue said calmly, then betray me now. Wen Shufeng was completely confused and stared blankly. Gao Jianing tried everything but to no avail. Except for his mouth and eyes. There was no part of his body under his control. He shouted, What did you do to me? Wen Shufeng was startled by him. Mugue looked to the side. You guys go out and rest first. The two well-dressed men and women looked at Gao Jianing numbly. However, Gao Jianing was too angry to care about this matter. Soon, the man and woman widened their eyes, and vivid human cracks finally appeared on their picturesque faces. Although it was not out of their own will. Their legs moved, step by step, and walked out of this area with a standard posture. Mugue lay on the sofa where he used to sit, and crossed his legs leisurely and calmly. Sit down. They probably had a long time to chat. They all sat down naturally. Yin Yin still stared at Gao Jianing with a fierce look. Feng Boming sighed and muttered, he got injured just after coming out. Bai Ji might cry again after seeing this. Jean Mo, TSK. Uncle, even if the wound is not big, it will get infected. Why don't you go to the hospital first? Qing Jin, hiss. It still hurts. And the blood is oozing out. Don't you stop the bleeding first? Yihui glanced at him with a gloating look. Mugue ignored their words. Wen Shufeng was dumbfounded. Mugue said to him, you sit down too. Gao Jianing's eyes widened. At this time, even if Wen Shufeng was a beat slower to react, he would have realized that Gao Jianing had been controlled by them in some way. Wen Shufeng sat stiffly on the nearby sofa. Yihui asked him first, is there a place with more complete medical facilities here? Wen Shufeng didn't know why he asked this, but he didn't dare not say. The city center hospital, doctors and other things, as well as medical equipment, are the most complete there. And most of the medical resources are concentrated there. Chen Yiwen immediately asked a member of Bai Zai's team to come forward and open the nearby map on his watch. Point to the location. I'll have someone take the patient there for treatment first. Wen Shufeng subconsciously glanced at Gao Jianing. His expression was ferocious, and he was so scared that he immediately retracted his gaze. Wen Shufeng peeked at the figures around him. They looked young and heroic, but they acted like gangsters, quietly controlling the situation and not allowing them to resist. It was understandable that Gao Jianing had been rampant here for such a long time. Who would have thought that he would be caught off guard and kicked such a piece of iron plate? He must be unbalanced. Although he expected that such a buggy ability would eventually encounter an object of restraint. It was just that the situation was reversed too quickly, and they were all unprepared. However, people are unprepared when accidents happen. Wen Shufeng was threatened by Gao Jianing because his ability was very useful. Gao Jianing had to stay because he saw that his ability was highly compatible with his. He didn't know when he became the second in command of this base. In fact, he was walking on thin ice every day. This group of people didn't look like good people. Whether it was Gao Jianing or these people, what he had to do was the same. That is, to surrender. Wen Shufeng sighed, pointed out the place, and then said, I'll give you the communication device we use. If the people outside don't cooperate, give them the communication device. I'll tell them not to hurt them. Yihui smiled, just as Mugue said. He really cooperated. He said, okay. The team member immediately went out to notify. Well, take them to the hospital. Talk to them nicely, and try to help them. Yes, Mr. Gao's instructions. He is chatting with them inside. You just do it. You must not conflict with them. And try to help them when you get to the hospital. Be careful that Mr. Gao will blame you. And don't move the helicopter. When Shufeng finished talking to the people on the communicator, looked at them and said, that's it. Mugue smiled and said, very good. We don't want to have a conflict either. It would be best if we could save ourselves from the trouble. After arranging the most urgent matters first, they finally turned their attention back to Gao Jianing. Gao Jianing said angrily, I admit defeat today. What do you want to do? They smashed the place right away. But they didn't say their purpose yet. Chen Yuan sneered, when we first came, we were going to talk to you nicely, but you didn't listen. Gao Jianing was stunned for a moment, and finally remembered the words he had forgotten. We are from Beijing, and want to rest in this base temporarily. Also, we need to discuss the base contact matters. Gao Jianing laughed a few times and said viciously, are you kidding me? Qing Jian couldn't help but glance at the 8 ghosts behind Mugue. Several of them were staring at Gao Jianing with cold eyes. He looked at them, and his hair stood up. Mugue said leisurely, "It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. We already know that you are not a suitable partner, so there won't be much for you to do." Mugue looked at Yin Qianju, the person he wanted to talk about cooperation with, and said, "Can you tell me now? What happened in that place?" Yin Qianju has been silent since she came out of there. He still spoke when Mugue asked him, and he briefly summarized the whole thing and the process. He looked like an ordinary teacher with his head down. There was no emotion in his narration. Only when he talked about the part where Zhong Jianyong wanted to eat Luo Gui. He clenched his hands. After hearing his words, the space fell into silence, until Qin Jian spoke up and broke the silence. What he said is true. Yin Qianju glanced at Qin Jian. He didn't need to hide this matter. And he didn't care whether others believed it or not. He just said it. He also said what he had done. He never regretted it. Yin Yan commented calmly, "It sounds damnable." Chen Yuan frowned deeply, but couldn't say anything else. Feng Boming. This should be considered as self-defense. Right? Jin Mo, no. He ate that girl. And if he had to defend himself, it was that girl who should defend himself. This is intentional killing. Qin Jian smiled slightly sarcastically and said, "Intentional killing of a murderer. A cannibal?" Gu Shu was not familiar with their laws, so he kept silent. According to the laws of his original country, this kind of person can be acquitted as long as the jury unanimously agrees to let him go. Mu Gui looked at Yin Qianju and asked, "You want to kill other people? Tell me why." In his previous life, he wanted to understand this person, but failed. This time, he could finally get the answer. Yin Qianju raised her eyes, and under the cracked frame, her weathered eyes were clear, because they are adults without ability. "I can't tolerate them staying with children. They will pollute the children's vision and threaten them." Watching his gaze slowly change from sympathy, his words began to deviate from this sentence, and he himself was completely unaware. Mugue still asked, "Then why don't you want to kill teacher Ranzi?" Yin Qianju smiled very kindly, "Because she has the ability. And in that situation she also chose to protect the child desperately. She can't die. She can protect the child. Whether he has the right to live depends entirely on his own subjective judgment. He didn't consider in his mind that if his judgment was wrong, what would happen? His thinking circuit is now like a terminal system with a bug, going back and forth in a logic chain. Mugue then asked, "What if there are minors without abilities? Will you kill them too?" Yin Qianju shook her head, "No. Children are innocent." Mugue, "But they will eventually grow up to be the adults you call without abilities. What will you do at that time?" Yin Qianju, "The children will awaken their abilities." Mugue, "What if they fail to awaken?" Yin Qianju smiled slightly. "I will find a way to make them awaken. If it still doesn't work, then I will let them leave this world without pain, before they become dirty adults. I will send them off, and let them leave this world cleanly." True. Qin Jian took a breath. Other people's views on him also changed dramatically in this question and answer. Mugue looked at him with an almost pious look. It was almost the same as he guessed. Yin Qianju was originally a gentle, kind, loyal and honest ordinary teacher. He was approachable, kind to others, and did not fight with the world. But later, he thought that non-superpowers were the termites that should be eliminated in the world and the stains that should be wiped out. He would accept all superpowers, especially children with superpowers. He would not allow his companions to betray him, nor would he allow his companions to speak for non-superpowers. He wanted to kill all non-superpowers in the world. He was a typical superpower racist. The transformation started from here. But even later on, he was still a man who adhered to principles. He had his own set of rules. For example, he would kill the psychic who betrayed them, but would not kill Wen Shufeng who wanted to leave that place. For another example, his principle of killing was to let the other party die as quickly and painlessly as possible. He had no habit of torturing people. Also, he would do his best to rescue the psychic, and he would lend a helping hand to anyone who reached out to him without exception. He is merciless to traitors, but he thinks that there is no bad seed in children, and as long as they are taught well, they will definitely be able to return to the right path. A paranoid control freak with mental cleanliness. This is how we evaluated him back then. There are many superpowers who are loyal to him, especially those students who followed him at the beginning. They know what their teacher did, but under the influence of what they saw and heard, they also learned his theory and believe from the bottom of their hearts that this is the truth. Mugue was unhappy with this fact. So, he planned to destroy such a future. Chapter 65 Back on track. Mugue smiled slightly. Jean Mo's mind was jingling. This is, after spending some time together, he can slowly figure out the pattern of Mugue's smile. A smile that really makes people angry. A smile that comforts and encourages. A smile that makes others relax their guard. A smile that is ready to deceive people. Each smile has subtle differences. And now is the time. Mugue said to Yin Qianju, I told you that when we get here, I will tell you what you should do. Now I will tell you. Yin Qianju moved her eyes to his face. Mugue didn't care whether he responded or not. And said, but before that, you must know one thing first. Yin Qianju. Mugue, when you agreed to my request, the contract was established. What contract? The same question appeared not only in Yin Qianju's eyes, but also in the eyes of everyone else. Mugue's rich smile hid some malice. If you break your promise to me, the price is the life of your students. 5 lives in exchange for a solemn promise. You must keep it in mind. Jean Mo. Sure enough, he started to make up lies again. His uncle is good at many things. And he is definitely T0 in deceiving people. He looked so confident that even those who knew the truth almost thought it was true. Yi Hui smiled very happily. Qin Jian held his forehead. Feng Boming and Gu Shu were stunned. And their minds had not yet turned around. Yin Yin turned his face away with his hands behind his back. And seemed to be still angry. Yin Qianju heard the words. Clasped her fingers tightly. Stared at him with burning eyes. And could not suppress the anger and murderous intent. Threatening with his most cherished students is like pulling his weak spot. Mugue waved his hand. I don't want to harm them. If one day they die because of this contract, it's not because of me, but because of you. I save them. And I'm threatening you. On the contrary, as long as you don't violate this contract, they won't die. So, will you? Mugue leaned back calmly and waited patiently for his answer. Yin Qianju's eyes changed frequently. It can be seen that he is also suspicious. Why do you believe it? Mugue then added, you know that we have many capable people here, but you don't know what our abilities are. But I know your ability. You just awakened your ability. No one else can know it except you. But I know it. Just now, your spirit was exploring in your ability space. Now you have almost figured out the situation inside. Right? Yin Qianju's eyes were shaken and could no longer be suppressed. He blurted out, you. Qin Jian looked at Mugue in surprise. What was he talking about? Although he also saw the details of Yin Qianju's ability, he hadn't told Mugue yet. Besides, did he know when he used his spirit to enter? Qin Jian looked at Yin Qianju carefully again. No. He couldn't tell it at all with his ability. Mugue continued his words. Peach Blossom Spring. Stone Spirit. Land God. Peach Blossom Spirit. Radish Spirit. Ginseng Fruit. Rabbit. Words jumped out one by one, and each one hit Yin Qianju's face like a heavy hammer. Qin Jian was stunned. Yin Qianju muttered absent-mindedly. How is it possible? Mugue smiled. What do you think? Yin Qianju. He glanced at the people around Mugue. But he was not Yi Hui. He had no way to extract useful information from the expressions of these people. He still couldn't believe it. Even he only knew these things a few minutes ago. This person said it as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Mugue still had a leisurely attitude. How did he know? Of course. He had been there before. The negotiations were conducted in Yin Qianju's ability space. Qin Jian and the others seemed to have guessed a little, and were no longer surprised. Mugue looked back. Yin Qianju's ability, Taoyuan Realm, was a special ability, belonging to the category of strange objects. He could construct a space of his own. In that space, he was the absolute master. And the ability of Taoyuan Realm was even more special in that it had a complete ecosystem and some magical creatures. They had their own independent consciousness and only obeyed Yin Qianju. This ability space encroaches on the real space and expands. Yin Qianju transferred all his companions into it. They had to enter it when they went there to negotiate. They didn't know how to deal with this space in the end. If Yin Qianju hadn't intended to harm them, they probably wouldn't have been able to get out of it unscathed. Once he closed the passage to the Taoyuan Realm space, they would never find a way to get in again. Yin Qianju originally placed the entrance to Taoyuan Realm in Taoyuan Hope Middle School. They occasionally go out hunting, collecting resources, and rescuing, and they will pass through this passage. However, both entry and exit require the consent of the space owner. They are already self-sufficient in the Taiyuan space, and they have no worries about food and clothing. However, their hunting targets at that time were not limited to mutant creatures. Yin Qianju's goal at that time was indeed to kill all non-superpowered people, and he would never stop at this Shijing. They failed to negotiate, and they wanted him again. And this is the reason. Mu Gui revealed Yin Qianju's trump card, and did not give him too much time to think. His tone was extremely cold and harsh. I'm just telling you this. You have signed a contract with me, and have become my dog. No matter what I want you to do, you must do it for me. You have no right to refuse. Even if I ask you to die, you must do it. Unless you want them to die. Yin Qianju's expression calmed down now. He said, Tell me, what do you want me to do? He didn't think this man would kill him because the cost-effectiveness was too low. Mu Gui nodded to Gu Shu. Gu Shu? But he subconsciously summoned the Book of Supernatural Power Collection. And the pages turned and stopped at a certain page. He looked at Mu Gui, because when Mu Gui asked him to do something, he basically had to use his ability. Mu Gui nodded with relief. Really smart. He understood his intention at once. Jin Mo was sitting next to Gu Shu. He didn't see anything on that page. He stared at Gu Shu with a question mark in his mind. He looked at Gu Shu, who just shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. The two looked at each other with doubts. Mu Gui put his eyes on Yin Qianju again. I want you to be the leader of this Shijing base. Yin Qianju was stunned. What is he talking about? Mu Gui continued. Gao Jianing and Wen Shufeng are all handed over to you, and you can control them. Wen Shufeng froze. Gao Jianing's eyes bulged out even more, but his mouth was sewn shut, and he couldn't make any sound. Yin Qianju. Mu Gui didn't give him the choice to refuse. You must bring all the survivors of Shijing to your space. Manage the order. Build a new base. And let as many people as possible survive. Whether they are superpowered or not. They must be treated equally. Criminals will be dealt with according to the law. You cannot kill a person unless it is punishable by death. With your powerful ability, you should be able to restrain people without killing them. Yin Qianju looked at him with complicated eyes, and said in a dry voice, Do you really think I can do it? It's not a question of whether it can be done. Mu Gui, you have to do it. And then do it. What a domineering request. Yin Qianju pursed his lips bitterly. However, this is not over yet. Mu Gui continued, You also need to gather strength to rescue the survivors who come here as much as possible, regardless of whether they have the ability or not. Whether they are adults or not. You have to manage them, not control them as slaves. Be responsible for their physical and mental health. Unite everyone, and only think about living a good life. Just like you take care of your students. Mu Gui, if you do not do well, or ignore the lives of your students and violate our contract, I will take responsibility and come back to hunt you down. As if stating the facts, the words were light. Yin Qianju's heart was inexplicably touched. This was inconsistent with his previous words. He said he was his dog, but that was not what he asked him to do. Mu Gui added, Of course, you must keep in close contact with the capital and obey the reasonable orders of your superiors. If there are things that need support in the future, you must also actively cooperate. Since such a useful helper has appeared, he must make good use of it. Let him work hard, and squeeze out the last bit of his value. Mu Gui, no one will give you any reward for doing these things. Yin Qianju. I know. Although he didn't want to save non-superpowers or manage them, he was not really unable to do these things. But, are these really the only requirements? Mu Gui, then you should start doing it now. Before we leave, I want to see you get everyone in the Shijing base into your space. Wen Shufeng will help you. He turned to Wen Shufeng. Wen Shufeng had no choice but to agree. Well, I understand. Yin Qianju was silent for a while and asked, You have no relatives or friends with those people. Why do you do this for them? He should know that the requests he made are to help the world in need. Right? In such a doomsday? He wants to save so many people? To stabilize order? To build a base? And give this power to him. A murderer. Mu Gui frowned and asked in confusion, Me? For whom? Yin Qianju. Mu Gui said frankly, You seem to have made a mistake? Everything I do is ultimately for myself. If you behave yourself, I will be closer to my goal. To be honest, I don't care whether you live or die. It's best if you can help me. If you get in the way, I will immediately clean it up. It's that simple. Yin Qianju. It seems that his companions were also speechless about his blatant villain lines. He raised his eyebrows, showing doubts, and then a strange look. He asked, "Then why don't you kill everyone here now? Since you don't want the people here to cause trouble." "This is the safest way." Mugue asked back, "Why should I do such a troublesome thing?" "Inchianju. It's obviously more troublesome to let them live." "Okay." However, this option does not seem to be in his options at all. "Mugue, you will do it all. It is your responsibility to keep most people alive and maintain the order of the base. You have no retirement date. You must keep doing it until you die." This is a terrible thing for him. But it is easy for him to do it for others. He does not need to spend much time and energy, but only needs to check the results. How good. Mugue has no psychological burden for exploiting others. Inchianju laughed. A helpless smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "What if I kill them all? Aren't you afraid of this?" Inchianju didn't need to ask these questions anymore. He gave him the steps to go down and extended his hand to him. The young man in front of him knew that his students were his lifeblood, and used his students' lives to threaten him, asking him to do something to save the world and bring peace to the people, and believed that he would do it and do it well. He kidnapped the original leader of the base and put him next to him, telling him that he had to take on the responsibility of protecting the base. Although they knew that he had killed one person and was thinking about killing other innocent people, not only did they choose to believe what he said, they also gave it to him to do. The inverted and contradictory things made him laugh. Inchianju finally had, and could only have one answer: "Okay. I will do it." The moment he said this, he felt that his derailed world was back on the right track. Chapter 66 Mistletoe. True. Qin Jian saw the result, and nodded slightly to Mugue. Mugue said to Inchianju, "Take them, and Captain Chen to the side to discuss how to build a new base. If necessary, take them to your paradise to have a look." Mugue looked at Chen Yiwen and said, "Captain Chen, thank you for your help." Chen Yiwen nodded and stood up, motioning to sit next to him. Inchianju obediently went over, and his expression had lost a lot of its sharpness at this time. When Shifeng followed them slowly, Gao Jianing was tied up all over, and could only express his dissatisfaction through heavy breathing. He was still controlled by a Huey's puppet thread and walked over, and finally let him go. As soon as he could speak, he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Fuck! Why should I work for you?" His body froze. The cold touch made him dare not speak again. Chen Yiwen's gun was against his temple. "Then you can die. We came here with the power of execution. If we judge that you must die, we can shoot." He seemed to have forgotten who they were, and needed to be reminded. People who only use death to threaten others will also succumb to the threat of death. Gao Jianing's teeth trembled, and he stopped objecting, seeing that he didn't have to worry about the other side. Mugue also stood up and changed his seat, sitting opposite Wang Dongqing. Mugue raised one corner of his lips. "Now, we have plenty of time to talk." Dongqing Wang stroked Ruby's soft fur in his arms, his eyes curved, and a smile on his lips. Of course, he remembered everything since the disaster. From that day on, boring life became interesting. March 31st, 2060. The day before April Fool's Day. Dongqing Wang had just gotten off the treadmill in the afternoon and wiped the sweat off his neck with a towel around his neck, when Ruby knocked on the table with her paws and shouted, "Mistletoe! Come and see! I intercepted an interesting message." Ruby-like eyes projected several layers of holographic screens. Wang Dongqing, "Oh? Is it interesting to you?" As he said this, his expression was still indifferent. He stretched out his hand and gently enlarged the picture and text. It was a series of chat records. An April Fool's Day story. A business transaction. The two parties in the transaction were Rose and Nightingale. Next to it, Nightingale's identity information was also listed in detail, including not only her identity as a host, but also all her real information and all related intelligence. Wang Dongqing sat down on the chair, crossed his legs, looked for a while, slowly narrowed his eyes, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Ruby said, "According to my analysis, there is about a 98.4% probability that this story is fabricated." Wang Dongqing, "Oh? 1.6% authenticity. This ratio is quite high. You calculated that such an outrageous story has such a high probability of being true?" Ruby snorted twice. "If you don't believe it, then read it yourself." After Wang Dongqing finished reading it all, he asked, "The source of the account?" Ruby's ears trembled slightly. This Rose account is the result of transferring several numbers. but it is relatively rough. I found the source of the original information, which is in a residential villa. The current owner is a person named Mugue. After he finished speaking, all the collectible information about Mugue was presented to Wang Dongqing. He only extracted and released the key information. Wang Dongqing leaned forward and clicked the button on the table, and the holographic screen instantly rose and expanded. He poured himself a cup of black tea from the side and took a few sips. He slid his fingers a few times, and after a while, a holographic sphere appeared in front of him. He gently held it and turned it. Enter the monitoring cloud system. Then, Wang Dongqing reported the specific address of Mugue Villa, and Ruby helped him enter the file code of the real-time monitoring video of the villa. Data. Soon, the 10 indoor and outdoor monitoring cameras of the entire villa were clearly arranged in front of him. At this time, there was no one in the monitoring. Not any monitoring. Wang Dongqing opened the historical surveillance records and find the clips where the person appeared recently. As soon as he finished speaking, the video began to play in reverse at an accelerated speed. But it soon stopped, because it was not long since they returned home and left. The first scene that stopped was the surveillance footage at the door. The pink-haired man and the young high school student behind him entered his field of vision. Ruby continued to speak in his ear. I checked the car accident records. The time of the accident was 11 o'clock today. 3 injured people were sent to the second hospital. 2 of them were named Mugue. They had the same name, surname, and age. They were all as university students. One of them has been confirmed dead. This person was discharged from the hospital shortly after waking up. He went out with his guardian's nephew and did not go through the discharge procedures. According to the hospital surveillance at the time, he had a brief contact with the police. The conversation information received by the watch showed that this person seemed to know the deceased Mugue and knew the identity information and password of the other party's watch. But past records showed that the two had no intersection before. Wang Dongqing raised his tone. Oh, and based on their conversation, we can infer that he has lost his memory. But it's a bit strange because his behavior doesn't seem like that of a person who has lost his memory. What's going on? Ruby's soft tail wagged. By the way, the high school student named Jean Mo also lost his memory in a car accident 3 months ago. He was officially diagnosed with amnesia. Wang Dongqing watched Mugue walk into the room, and he caught a glimpse of the stains on his clothes. Wang Dongqing said, retrieve the driving record of the vehicle he was driving, because his license plate number appeared in the previous chat with the police. The driving record video of the car was also put aside after a few seconds. There are forward, inward and rear driving records. Find out the time when the stain on his clothes appeared. It should not be more than 2 days. The video started to play backwards, and immediately found the scene of him re-entering the car a few hours ago. He saw that from that moment on, Mugue switched to manual driving, and the car accident soon followed. Wang Dongqing then turned his attention back to Mugue and Jean Mo in the villa. Their voices also reached his ears. Wang Dongqing looked for a while, and the arc of his mouth became bigger and bigger. He couldn't guess what this person wanted to do, and why he did these things. The more so, the more he wanted to watch. It was really a long time since he saw such people and things that interested him. He said, enter all the monitoring systems of Hongwake Shopping Mall and identify and track the whereabouts of the 2 of them. Ruby, done! This time he tracked them in real time, and he quickly found their location. He watched them eat in a store, and then went to a sports goods store. As he said before, he went shopping. The things he bought were all needed for camping, but they were far more than needed. And he bought more than one person. Combined with the story he released before, the following speculation is very logical. Ruby, 99% of the time, it is possible that they are preparing for the end of the world disaster. Wang Dongqing, write down what he bought. Order one person. Tell them to deliver it to the address I set today, and add the amount until they agree. In addition, you can't choose the same backpack. Just pick one with similar performance and size. Ruby, yes. You can. But do you believe it? Wang Dongqing, whether I believe it or not, making some preparations won't make me lose anything. It's just these things. Ruby, better to be prepared. Wang Dongqing smiled faintly. Yes. Mugue and Jean Mo picked out all the supplies without any hesitation, and soon went to a nearby pharmacy. Wang Dongqing, order one person's portion of everything he bought, and add some extra things. Wang Dongqing thought for a moment, and reported some drug names. including a considerable dose of adrenaline and sleeping pills. Most of them require a doctor's prescription to get, and some are even strictly locked in the laboratory or drug storage room. He has his own channels to obtain these things. Wang Dongqing followed them all the way back home. It may be useful. It is difficult to check after the base station and satellite are destroyed. I am not an encyclopedia, but as long as there is a complete and accurate database, and I can answer most questions. Ruby shook her head. This man is quite foresight. Uncle, if there is no disaster tomorrow as you said, what will you do? Then tomorrow will still be a beautiful, peaceful and boring day. It was dark. Wang Dongqing's eyes were flashing with the blue light of the screen, mixed with a more bizarre light. He felt his heart beat stronger, throbbing and hot. It was an excitement that could not be matched by intense exercise, which injected into his blood. He had a strong premonition that the next days would not be boring. Ruby, retrieve the chat history. The conversations between Mugue and the graduate student of S University were pulled down one by one. Qingjian. The communication between these two people in the past 20 years has been zero. I really don't know why he is looking for him. Dongqing looked at him and murmured. It seems that I have to prepare to go to S University tomorrow. Ruby, you continue to track his whereabouts. I'm going to sleep. Ruby, you just know how to order me around. Even though I don't need to sleep. The things he ordered have been delivered. He packed some necessary equipment while watching him at night. The rest is to conserve energy and have a good sleep. However, lying on the bed, he couldn't sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, Mugue's outstanding face and every word he said could clearly appear in front of him. I couldn't help but ponder the deep meaning of each sentence. And the more I pondered, the more excited I became. Even every inch of that person's subtle expression was played frame by frame. He was like a bored child who found a new toy. He couldn't help but want to play and explore. Wang Dongqing took a deep breath and took the sleeping pills. The next day, Ruby woke him up on time at the time he set. Wang Dongqing quickly packed himself up and sat back at the table. His body was surrounded by a terrifying amount of screen data. Dongqing Wang stretched his body a little. Ruby, what do you want to do? Dongqing Wang's arms moved quickly, and his eyes followed, scanning up and down and left and right. Dongqing Wang asked, what has he done since last night? He threw away most of the fresh food in the refrigerator and bought chocolate, ping-pong balls, string, cans, and tin foil. Ping-pong balls are old-fashioned flammable materials. Dongqing Wang didn't stop to make smoke bombs? Why? Ruby, 61% chance of using it to start a fire. 33% chance of using it for fun or to scare people. What about the remaining 6%? Ruby raised her eyebrows and showed a very human and exaggerated expression. Trigger the smoke alarm. Wang Dongqing, school? After all, they already knew that he was going to S University. Combined with the text content he provided, it should be to let people in the school take shelter in advance. It should be, but he is really doing something troublesome. Ruby pouted. I haven't seen you so excited for a long time. Wang Dongqing couldn't help but smile. Of course. You understand me the best. Ruby stood up and walked around twice, looking at the screen. It's not easy to get into the aerospace agencies of various countries. Do you need my help? Wang Dongqing, it will be ready soon. Wait a moment. Ruby reminded, your code name has not been recorded by the network security departments of various countries. Take it easy. Human nerves are prone to mistakes when they are too excited. Wang Dongqing, have more faith in me. The person who transformed you will not make such a low-level mistake. But he didn't do anything harmful to the world. Nor did he use this technology to disrupt social order. So there was no reason for him to be arrested. Chapter 67 Prying Eyes. As they talked, Jean Imo appeared on the screen. The two of them talked for a while, and then went out. At the same time, Wang Dongqing let out a long sigh and leaned back in his chair. Done. Ding ding ding. The screen unfolded. Those were the real-time data streams from the observation data station of the Foreign Aerospace Agency. Ruby jumped up and took in the screens. Synchronization completed. Wang Dongqing, set up. All the equipment in this room and the safe house will be destroyed in 10 hours. Both data and physical destruction. If I come back within these 10 hours, I will cancel the destruction program. Anyway, all the important data has been copied to the device he took away. So there is no need to feel bad. Wang Dongqing washed his hair yesterday, and today his hair is straight. with bangs falling in front of his forehead. He stretched out his hand to sweep it, and looked in the mirror. He was honest, dull and simple. He took out the modified glasses, and put them on his nose. He hasn't worn glasses for many years, so he is a little uncomfortable, and gently lifted the glasses frame. He tested the performance of the glasses, and after confirming that they were all correct, he carried his backpack, and went out with Ruby in his arms. He took a last look at his room. He had no regrets. Because of his job, he often changed safe houses. There would be no other creatures in the residence. He just confirmed that everything was packed up properly without any omissions. If what the man named Mugue said was true, then in 10 hours, this place would be completely blown up. Ruby raised her head and said, "You are too cautious. You have never been caught. So why do you want to destroy these? Are you afraid of being discovered in the future? The data inside is empty. And who can crack your terminal?" Wang Dongqing smiled and said, "I must leave traces here. Fingerprints, oily skin debris, dust and footprints, and many more. All of which are my personal information. In other places, my information will be covered by others. But not here. This is the first time I have settled here for such a long time. And I must do it well. Otherwise there will be many unnecessary risks." Wang Dongqing stepped out. Outside was a lush forest. This was a rural villa that looked extremely ordinary. There were many such self-built small villas in the empty rural forests. They were scattered and usually uninhabited, so it was difficult to attract attention. There were no trees around the villa. It was separated from the forest by a distance. There was a large circle of ditches and pools around it, connected to the stream. So there was no fear of causing a forest fire if it was blown up. It would only turn the original place into a pile of abandoned demolition sites that can be seen everywhere on the mountain. Wang Dongqing pushed his motorcycle out of the garage and went down the mountain. After arriving in the city, Wang Dongqing found an underground garage in an apartment complex, drove out, and headed for S University. The distance was not very far. In more than an hour, he arrived at S University. During this time, he was also paying attention to Mugui's movements. He arrived at the school before him and waited for a while. He saw Mugui and Jin Mo getting off the car at the gate of S University. Wang Dongqing smiled. He used the cameras on campus to track Mugui. He watched him pick up Qin Jian and Feng Bo Ming one after another, and use the original smoke bomb. Create a fire alarm to evacuate teachers and students. During this period, data streams from domestic and foreign aerospace agencies also confirmed the observation results of extraterrestrial unknown bodies. All countries entered the emergency joint talks process before people around the world realized it. The end of the world had quietly arrived. Ruby, 1.6% has now been converted into 99.9%. Wang Dongqing had an excited smile on his cheeks. Don't you want to speculate and analyze it? He came from the future, or he awakened the prophesied superpowers in advance? Which one do you think is more likely? I think it's the one in front. Ruby. Even the highest level of artificial intelligence will crash occasionally. He is created by modern technology and program logic. He can't analyze things that don't conform to the two. Ruby sat in his arms and swept his ears with her paws, based on her behavior pattern. Do you want to go directly to him? Wang Dongqing unbuckled his seat belt with a cheerful tone and got out of the car, of course. Such an interesting game. Of course you can't just watch. You have to participate yourself. Ruby showed a contemptuous look. He has a strong alertness and anti-reconnaissance ability. How do you gain his trust? Wang Dongqing, I am familiar with this. Otherwise why would I go to the acting department? Although he studied this major in college, the things taught in school could not satisfy him at all. He basically collected various materials at home and abroad and analyzed performance data to learn by himself. When it comes to acting, you naturally have to learn psychology, which is more suitable for self-study. His practical experience, it's not bad. So far, he has taken on some missions to exercise this ability. He has successfully played various roles and perfectly completed the tasks assigned by customers. He is confident that he will not be detected. The stronger the opponent, the more he can stimulate his desire for challenge. The thrill of being detected at any time makes him unable to stop. It's just a pity that although he has had many experiences of being almost detected, he has never been caught completely. Gradually, he felt bored, so he stopped for a while. Now he is back to his old job because he is interested again. Wang Dongqing is looking forward to it, and wondering if Mugui can find out his true identity. That being said, Wang Dongqing is very patient, and is not in a hurry to join their team. He needs to observe the behavior pattern of the current Mugui. By comparing historical information, it can be basically confirmed that the current Mugui and the past Mugui are just two souls in one body. Although science does not explain the soul. However, after eliminating all impossible options, the remaining ones, no matter how impossible, must be the truth. The symptoms of split personality are not like this. His writings describe that the superpowers will only awaken after the disaster, which is very likely to be true. So the possibility of predicting superpowers is also ruled out. Mugui now obviously has another set of memories. Memories from the future. Although this Mugui has strong vigilance and anti-reconnaissance capabilities, he is obviously not very involved in data information. He underestimated the ability of people who wander between 0 and 1. As long as he was wearing the watch and the electrical signal was not completely disconnected, his every move and every word was under Wang Dongqing's surveillance. What surprised Wang Dongqing was that Mugui actually told the three people about his rebirth directly. Ruby commented, "This is a very risky choice." Wang Dongqing, no. It means that he trusts these three people enough to tell them the most important secret. He should know what these three people are like. He knew them before. These are not guesses but speculations based on known intelligence. Wang Dongqing took out his gun and shot a large ant that was approaching. Then got into the car. Ruby, they're out. Mugui drove Jean Mo, Qing Jian, and Feng Boming out of the school in a mess. Ruby, set a tracking route. Wang Dongqing turned the steering wheel and used his other hand to switch the car system from intelligent control to manual control. No. If we follow him like this, we will definitely be discovered. Turn on the radar scanning map and the pre-downloaded satellite map. I want to change to another route. Ruby sat in the passenger seat and raised her paw. I'll help you predict the feasible route. Wang Dongqing, okay. Wang Dongqing followed Mugui and the others into Wanling. 5 hours of high-intensity driving, plus the need to judge and avoid mutant creatures, and not to overlap with Mugui's route. His energy was a bit exhausted. When they came down to rest, Wang Dongqing also found a place to stay. An underground garage of a house. It was not far from Mugui and the others, but it would definitely not enter their sight. Wang Dongqing was still in his car. His car had been specially treated so that it could not be penetrated by bullets, exploded by bombs, or crushed by elephants. He felt relieved. He ate the prepared food and listened to their conversation while drinking water. Mugui revealed a lot of useful information, which made Wang Dongqing more determined to join the team. And he felt that the sooner the better. Mugui did not seem to be someone who could easily trust others. But once his vigilance was dispelled, he would absolutely trust the other party. Wang Dongqing wanted to find a way to gain this trust first. Identify lies? Wang Dongqing murmured. Although he could analyze the other party's facial expressions and body movements with a certain probability, it was not as accurate as supernatural powers. This also added a lot of difficulty to his role. This means that if he wants to join them, he can't lie. In other words, he can't lie about key things. Lying about some insignificant things and obvious jokes can actually increase the authenticity. Wang Dongqing was not afraid of this, but liked it more. He was never afraid of challenging difficult games. Wang Dongqing gradually drew a character for himself in his mind. After learning about their abilities, Wang Dongqing knew that his path was absolutely right, whether he was interested or not. Walking with such a group of people was an absolute guarantee of his life safety. Although he had some confidence, he himself had not awakened his abilities, so he didn't know how long he could last fighting alone. All that was left was to wait for the right time to join the gang. But he couldn't wait too long. The next day, Wang Dongqing had a rough idea of what was going on after he saw Mugui pick up Ingjiu. Wang Dongqing guessed that they would go to the nearest mall to replenish supplies, so he went there in advance. He abandoned the car and the extra supplies, and hid in the nearest pharmacy with only his bag on his back. They came here as he thought. This was the chance encounter he had carefully designed. I'm here to find medicine. After watching him on the monitor for a few days, Mugui himself looked much better than he did on the monitor. His vigilance was also stronger than he thought. It can be seen that although he told the truth, he still had some distrust. However, Mugui was essentially soft-hearted. Wang Dongqing created the image of an ordinary, slightly clever tech geek, which made Mugui feel at ease. Mugui trusted Qing Jian's lie detection ability and his own observation and judgment. Wang Dongqing did not lie to them, had the ability he needed, and showed a positive and sincere attitude of cooperation. He successfully joined the team. In fact, this is not a simple matter. As someone who has studied this subject, he knows best how difficult it is to hide it from a person with excellent observation skills. Acting is a very comprehensive subject, which includes observation, understanding, feeling, imagination, interpretation, expression, etc. And it also mixes psychology and behavior. No matter how fictional the character is, it is essentially from reality. If you want to successfully shape this character, you need to make his expression, behavior, and movements close to real people in reality. As for how to shape it, observation is the first step. Mugui should not be acting this way, but the result is the same. His eyes are sharp and will not miss any flaws in him. It is a completely different feeling to bear this gaze in person and to monitor them from a god's perspective. He rarely got goosebumps all over his body, facing Mugui's fear and hesitation. 1 or 2 points of it were not acting. If you want to really deceive such a person, you must show at least 90% truth, and also deceive yourself. So he relaxed his body and mind in the following days, and lived his life completely as if he were such a person. How would such a person act? How would he speak? How could he slowly gain their trust without appearing to be deliberate? And what kind of people would they tend to let down their guard against? The answers to these questions will be found out soon. Even though he was always performing, Wang Dongqing felt very comfortable when he was with them. Their thinking mode is actually very simple. As long as you don't cause trouble and don't betray, then we are companions. We help each other, respect each other, and don't interfere with each other's private space and the secrets that the person wants to keep. They tacitly accepted such a principle and implemented it properly. The members were all smart people who would never destroy the harmony of the team because of personal emotions. They all knew that cooperation was the way to long-term survival. As Mugui said, he deliberately picked such people. In other words, if betrayal caused trouble or a possible conflict arose, he would kick such people out of the team without hesitation. Wang Dongqing never doubted this. This team has an absolute core that controls the goal of moving forward and the direction of action, and arranges things big and small neatly. They all have the same goal, and they don't need to think too much about what to do, because someone has already told them. So they basically don't need to think. Food and accommodation are sufficient, and the anxiety about survival and safety is basically zero. There are always people to comfort emotional anxiety, and Mugui never ignores this. As a team, it is almost perfect. This is all because of one person, Mugui. Everyone has their own strengths, and Wang Dongqing doesn't think he can do the same thing as Mugui. He is an absolute individualist and hates sharing space with others. Cooperation with others is only temporary. He never reveals his true identity to others. He does not think that there are any humans in the world who can trust their private information except the artificial intelligence he created. The basis for Mugui to do this is his trust and acceptance of people. He adheres to the concept of, if you want others to trust you, you must first give up your trust. This is somewhat similar to phone bombing, but the difference between them is that Mugui is more mature. He is not afraid of being betrayed or not trusted, and at the same time retains the most basic vigilance. He knows what to do in the worst case, and can remain calm. He values feelings, but is not driven by them. This is also due to experience. The more you dig, the more you can see different sides of him. Wang Dongqing has been silently observing Mugui in a corner that others can't notice. In his eyes, Mugui is like an infinite treasure chest. There were endless gorgeous treasures surging inside, tempting him to explore. Before meeting him, he had never thought that he would have such an interest in a person. As time went by, his interest did not fade, but became stronger like fine wine. Mugui did not deliberately hide his past, but was not very willing to talk about it. Wang Dongqing kept watching him, and over time, he noticed one thing. He himself liked to challenge difficult levels, no matter how good his skills were. He did not want to cheat, because the essence of the game was to enjoy the process of challenge. No one can pass a difficult level in the first game. If they can, then there is something wrong with the difficulty design. A good game will not have any problems in design. It balances the strength of the enemy and the friendly characters and creates playability. He often dies several times before he can figure out the tricks, routines, and key points to break the game. In the last game, it is natural and perfect to pass the game. The same is true for Mugui. He said that he was reborn from the future. A person cannot be born like this. Rich experience means more failures. How many failures did he have to go through to act like this? Reality is not like a game. He started over. Mugue seems to be close to his friends. But in fact, he still keeps a proper distance. His true heart has never been open to others. This is a manifestation of fear of re-establishing close relationships. It's just that he hid it very well. Probably even fooled himself. And the fact of fear means scars. The experience of emotional destruction. Psychological shadow. Under that smile, there are heavy memories. Wang Dongqing has a twisted darkness in his heart. If we use a game as an analogy, he is full of interest in digging out Mugue's hidden story. He is eager to open the man's chest and peek into the bloody truth. Chapter 68. Not here. Once he knew Wang Dongqing was pretending. His gentle and shy smile also looked suspicious in Mugue's eyes. Mugue's smile faded a little. Your true identity. Now, can you tell us? After all, we have been together all the way here. Wang Dongqing's eyes deepened, and the curve of his mouth did not move at all. Jean Mo was still unclear about the situation. Uncle, why do you ask this? Feng Boying, Gu Shu, Yan Yan, and Song Jiansheng were also the same. Qing Jian immediately knew his mission at this time. But he was also very surprised. Yi Hui's smile faded, and his eyes were sharp. They were once teammates, but they were more vigilant than the enemy. With Mugue's observation ability, he was able to hide his true identity in this team for so long, and also gain the trust of military and political personnel, including him, without revealing any flaws. It is definitely not simple. The current situation is probably the result of his active exposure of flaws. He has a basic guess, but he has not been able to accurately guess his true identity so far, and it is estimated that Mugue is the same. Wang Dongqing looked at everyone's expressions one by one, and finally fell on Mugue's face. Wang Dongqing opened his mouth. You should have an idea in your mind. Why don't you guess? Mugue's eyes shone coldly. Do I think you have no intention of confessing? Wang Dongqing blinked. His eyebrows slightly curved. Then I won't reveal it on my own initiative. Meaning? If he still wants to keep it secret, they really can't find out. Mugue's heart trembled. If you think about it carefully, what is Wang Dongqing's purpose in approaching them? When did he aim at him? How did he do it? They didn't know all this. At this time, Wang Dongqing put Ruby beside him, folded his right leg over his left leg, took off his glasses and put them beside him. He gently pushed his hair and bangs back, raised his head, and leaned against the sofa. This is a very relaxed posture. It is completely different from his previous slightly restrained sitting posture. Just a few actions like this, the temperament of the same person has changed drastically. Jean Mo and Feng Boming opened their mouths in surprise. Yin Yan's eyes darkened a little. Qing Jian suddenly tensed up, not daring to take his eyes off this person for a moment. But what he saw was still the same as before. Wang Dongqing was a powerless person, and this had never changed. Yi Hui behind Mugue looked at Wang Dongqing like this and thought of someone. He looked down at Mugue and saw the same idea from his expression. Mugue smiled faintly and was about to speak. Wang Dongqing interrupted him. You shouldn't know me. The cybersecurity department doesn't have my information. I've never caused any trouble. Never been arrested. So I don't have a criminal record. Mugue realized that he was talking to Yi Hui. So he looked at him. Yi Hui didn't beat around the bush. What's your code name? Wang Dongqing smiled. I told you I can't find it. You can't do anything if I just give you one. Yi Hui showed an attitude of chatting with him. I heard that you like to use a code name for a long time in your industry. Wang Dongqing tilted his head and raised his eyebrows, saying, many people in this industry have this problem. But it depends on the person. I am different. I am more low-key. They want to show off their skills and prove how powerful they are. So they use a code name to become famous. The purpose is to provoke. Even if you use the same code name, you can't catch me. Such meanings. They attack some key parts to attract more attention. But most of them are arrested. The powerful ones are quickly recruited secretly. So people with a little bit of brains wouldn't do this. Or, if their skills were at a certain level, they wouldn't be afraid of these things. But such geniuses are always a minority. True. Qing Jian watched every word he said, and he couldn't help but lean over to Mugue's ear and asked him, what he said is true. And? What are they talking about? What code name? Why do I get more and more confused the more I listen? Mugue didn't reply to him for the time being, but said to Wang Dongqing, you told us the truth. Wang Dongqing smiled sincerely. Of course. I also know that you have people with identification ability who can identify lies. When I first joined you, you started testing me. Didn't you? Qing Jian thought about it. They have been together for so long. It is normal to know that he has the ability to identify lies. But he quickly came to his senses. Wang Dongqing knew it before joining them. He was shocked. Mugui, you know everything. So you only tell the truth. He doesn't tell lies. Only the truth. But only the part of the truth he chooses. So that they would not be suspicious of him. And he could hide his true identity. There are surveillance cameras and electronic products everywhere in society. So it is normal for a hacker to discover them. Although he did not say it frankly. He also admitted his true identity in disguise. Mugui asked, "Why are you targeting us?" Wang Dongqing stared at Mugui like a snake aiming at its prey. And he smiled slightly. "I am interested in you. That's all." "True." Qing Jian fell into a strange silence. Mugui. Yi Hui, oh? Yin Yin frowned. Jin Mo and Feng Boing and Gu Shu and Song Jiansheng. Wang Dongqing laughed softly twice. You are testing me. And I have to confirm whether you are trustworthy. Acting is just my habit and hobby. And I really don't mean to hurt you. Otherwise, I would have many opportunities to do it along the way. Right? True. What he said was 100% true. But I always felt that there was a hint of ridicule and sarcasm in his tone. Qing Jian was stared at by him. And his hair stood up. Yes, no matter who finds out that the partner, who has been with him for so long has been acting for so long. It will not be particularly comfortable. Mugui, are you sure now? Why don't you continue to pretend? Wang Dongqing heard the question behind his words. And he smiled happily, because you don't like it. Mugui got goosebumps all over his body. It was the first time he met such an incompatible person. Is this considered as like repels like? No. He is different from him. Not the same kind. Wang Dongqing, if I was like this from the beginning, would you accept me into the team? Of course not. Not only Mugui, but others also had the same idea. Wang Dongqing continued, if I didn't confess myself, but you found out, I definitely wouldn't be able to stay in this team. That would be so boring. I still want to continue playing for a while. For example, if he hides his identity, he will find that even if he is confident in his acting skills, and it is feasible for a long time, he can't act for a lifetime. Besides, this team is full of weirdos, and adding me won't be out of place. What do you think? Qing Jian nodded in agreement. Of course, excluding himself. Jin Mo thought. Weirdos. I shouldn't be one of them. Right? Mugui stared at him for a while. During this time, Wang Dongqing obviously observed them and collected information. He had already figured out his temperament. And he knew what kind of person he needed. Mugui smiled and asked, you did the Jincheng-based thing. Right? Qing Jian and the others' faces changed. Wang Dongqing, oh, you finally found out? Mugui thought of it the moment Wang Dongqing took the initiative to reveal his identity. During the time they left the base, they checked the person, who was suspected of being brainwashed many times, and he did not have the same condition as Fang Qirong. But at that time, they could not think of other possibilities, and could only attribute it to the perfect brainwashing ability. Now think about it. Only Wang Dongqing has the ability to do such a thing. With his ability, it is a piece of cake to control these. It's just that he was also used by the enemy. Mugui, no ill intention. When he handed this matter to him, he really didn't realize that this person had such a mind. It's hard to say whether he was malicious or had a bad taste. Wang Dongqing smiled. Are you angry? Wang Dongqing smiled and said, I really just wanted to play a little prank at that time. Although he is low-key, he still has a playful mood occasionally. He just wanted to see Mugui's expression at that time. He also did what Mugui said. But he was a little over the top. However, he did not expect the situation to turn out like that. Seeing that Mugui's smile was about to turn dark blue, he said again, besides, I didn't interrupt immediately because I found something. I think you might be interested? Wang Dongqing took out a card from his pocket and threw it to him. Mugui caught it accurately with 2 fingers. And after clicking it, it was a terminal screen. The information dialogue interface was very simple, with only a few messages. We are here. When will we start? Wait. Take action. Evacuate. There is a certain interval in time, but it coincides with the time when the metal wall disappears. Mugui looked at this short message. Her eyes brightened surprisingly. Others gathered around Mugue and read the message together. Wang Dongqing said, "Open the voice message record." A stereo voice ball appeared in the terminal. And it was a soft noise at first. Click. Female voice A, "I take this." Female voice B, "Yes." "Let's go." Female voice A, "The wall has been broken." "You go." Female voice A, "Oh no! I can't come back." Female voice B, "Then discard it." Female voice A, "When?" Female voice B, "Wait for orders." Female voice A, "Okay." Female voice A, "Okay." Female voice A, "Checkmate." Female voice A, "Is this all right?" Female voice B, "Well, he seems to have found someone. Our mission is complete." Female voice A, "I thought I could play for a while longer. But it's so boring that I have to wait here for so long." Female voice B, "Feng Qing. You will have time to play later. But not now." Female voice A, "Sister Xia." "I know." Female voice B, "We will meet him now." Click. It seems to be the sound of snapping fingers. Male voice, "Well done. Throw the watch away. Come here." Female voice B, "Okay." Female voice A, "Got it." Squeak. 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 The voice recording ends here. 3 different voices appeared in these voices. All of them were voices that Mugue had never heard before. Mugue looked up at Wang Dongqing. Wang Dongqing seemed to have guessed what he was going to say, and said, "They are all new. The records before and after are gone. They were probably destroyed directly after the visit. It seems that you are not the only one who bought so many watches as a backup." Yihue, image. Qing Jian, what? Wang Dongqing, yes. There is a micro camera on the watch that scans the face image and iris. Mugue slid it gently, and it was a 3-dimensional image. When the other party raised the watch to face his face, he could see the face. One is a woman in her 20s with short curly chestnut hair, light brown pupils, a circle of old centipede-like scars on her slender neck, and a butterfly-like birthmark next to her eye. The other is a younger high school girl with a scorpion tail braid, black hair and black eyes, with upturned corners of the eyes, and a charming cat face. The last person to appear in the camera is a back figure, the owner of the only male voice besides the 2 female voices. He seems to be about 1.83 meters tall. But before we can see his true appearance, the image flips, indicating that the 2 people took off their watches and destroyed them on the spot. Yan Xinxiu said in a deep voice, "It's him." He couldn't possibly forget that voice and that figure. If Yan Xinxiu didn't lie to him, then it would be certain that the enemy in the dark they were facing was this person. He slowly raised a smile. Wang Dongqing really brought him a great gift. Wang Dongqing continued, "This communication line is not based on supernatural powers. Otherwise, I would not be able to track it." At that time, the distance between the 2 women and the man was not far. But they were not in Jincheng. There is caution, but not enough. It seems that this person, like you, is not very good at our business. But who can accidentally get a hacker like Mugue? Of course, there is another possibility that they don't care at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't leave messages, voice and facial information. Ruby jumped on his shoulder, and her eyes projected multiple information interfaces. Wang Dongqing's lips curved upward. These 2 women are also very interesting. Feng Qing is a sophomore in Jincheng High School. Her family background is very bad, but she has good academic performance. She is 2 people on social media and offline. She likes to play chess. She participated in amateur competitions and achieved good results. But she didn't continue because of her poor financial situation. Feng Boming was more and more shocked. Could he find such comprehensive personal information just by a facial video? Feng Qing's information interface moved to the back. Next was the woman she called Sister Xia. Unlike Feng Qing's densely packed information interface, her information interface was basically blank. As for the other woman, there was not much personal information. Based on her face, she was about 22 years old, with unknown origin, nationality, and past experience. Yihui, even you can't find it. A modern person, living in a modern society, will definitely come into contact with electronic products. From the moment of birth, photos, birth records, even the optical film in the mother's womb. All of these are recorded in the online database. Wang Dongqing pointed at Yihui and said, for example, "Your confidential files should all be paper. I think the possibility of getting it should be relatively low. But I can also find out your surface identity and past experiences. Yihui exclaimed, "Wow. Amazing." Wang Dongqing shook his head. "This is a very simple thing. But this woman doesn't have it. Do you know what this means?" "Nimo, what does it mean?" Suddenly, it feels like a horror movie. Wang Dongqing, there are several possibilities. First, this woman is a bionic robot made in secret. But if it is a power robot, there should at least be an electrical signal. And I should be able to try to access it. So it is ruled out. Second, this woman is a completely fake identity. She has undergone full-body plastic surgery, including bones. But even so, there will be records. And from the analysis of the image, she has no signs of plastic surgery. So it is unlikely. Third, this woman did not exist on this earth before 2060. His last sentence was very strange. Mugue does not exist? Wang Dongqing's smile deepened. This is the most interesting part. Literally, I tracked this person from the national surveillance system in the past. But there are only records from January 2060 to now. That is to say, before January 2060, this person did not exist. And even after that, there was almost no record of her consumption of daily necessities. She spent most of her time hiding in the mountains, with few surveillance cameras and electronic products. She may have used electronic products, but she did not register any identity information. And there was no way to find any usable information clues from them. I also went to find the historical records of foreign information systems. But I didn't find her, because this woman rarely left information in electronic products. Wang Dongqing could not always pay attention to the increase or decrease of one person in the national surveillance system in the past. So he never noticed such a magical person. It was like someone who appeared in this place out of thin air. Chapter 69 Peach Forest Forever. January 2060. The disaster has not yet begun. If Mugui's return can be said to be based on supernatural powers, then what about this woman? Who is she? Why did she suddenly appear? Why does her previous information not exist in this world? As soon as Wang Dongqing spoke, the others speculated, but they had no clue. Mugui's eyes flickered, dark and unclear. Gu Shu suddenly said, "Is it possible that she came from another world?" Wang Dongqing looked at him and smiled abruptly. "It's possible." He remembered that Gu Shu seemed to always say that his home was in another world. At that time, he didn't take it seriously. But Mugui's appearance was inconsistent with his inner self. Now, combined with this case, no matter how unbelievable it is possible. The past information of Gu Shu's body can also be found. But it is completely opposite to his current personality. One is lively and cheerful, and the other is silent and low-key. There are different ways of traveling through time in some fantasy themes. One is that the soul enters someone else's body, and the other is that the body directly arrives at that place. Wang Dongqing smiled and said, "Maybe this woman came directly from another world in her original body." Qing Jian knocked his head. How could there be such an outrageous thing? Wang Dongqing shrugged and spread his hands. Of course, there is no way to verify this kind of thing. Or you can only ask her in person. I am just guessing, and can't think of other possibilities. Wang Dongqing suddenly had an idea and tried to ask, "Gu Shu, which world are you from?" Gu Shu said frankly, "Lu Ling." Wang Dongqing, "Lu Ling." Ruby searched and found the result. This is a fictional world in a comic book. Wang Dongqing nodded and stopped asking. Well, there are real-life mapping objects. And the possibility of mental disorder caused by stimulation is relatively high. Gu Shu. Sure enough. He still doesn't believe it. He rolled his eyes and snorted, turning his head away. Since they couldn't get any information about this woman, they put it aside for now. Mugue asked, "Where is the man?" He was most concerned about this man. Wang Dongqing basically responded to Mugue's questions. He said, "I searched the voice print for the time being, but didn't find a matching person. In fact, the voice of a person when he was young, during puberty, and in adulthood is very different. In addition, AI voice creation and imitation are rampant nowadays. It is basically impossible to find this person based on voice information alone." Mugue, yeah. But now we have found a clue, which is also progress. In any case, even if Wang Dongqing did not capture this information, he has already thought of a way, and it depends on whether it can be realized. Wang Dongqing's tone instantly returned to the attitude he had with them in the past, and asked Mugue gently, "So am I still useful now?" It seems that he has lowered his posture. But in fact, everyone can see that Wang Dongqing is the one who has the upper hand in this game. Mugui stared at him indifferently. Since you plan to take off the mask, don't put it on again. If you want to gain our trust, you have to face us in your true state. To put it bluntly, stop pretending. Wang Dongqing smiled. That's so unfair. Isn't it? Like a thorn. It accurately pierced his most sensitive part. Wang Dongqing's words mean that you, Mugui, have never shown your true face to your companions. So what qualifications do you have to ask me? Mugui lowered his eyes slightly. You are right. Everyone has the right to keep their own secrets. But at least don't pretend to be someone else when you talk to us. Not only him, but the others would probably feel uncomfortable. Wang Dongqing spread his hands. Of course. I am the same as before. True. Qin Jian looked at him speechlessly. Is it fun to play tricks on us? Wang Dongqing leaned forward. It's fun. I'm waiting for you to expose me. But I can't wait. Mugui's reaction was a little more angry than he expected. But he didn't really get angry. Mugui didn't turn against him directly, which was also due to the fact that he really didn't have any bad intentions towards them along the way, and provided him with useful clues. One thing that became clear during the journey was that for Mugui, sincerity was the best means of communication. So he couldn't keep pretending. Otherwise it would be even more difficult for him to really trust him in the future. After all, his ultimate goal was not to hide Mugui's past for life. He wanted to dig into Mugui's past. But only Mugui knew about it. It was obvious that Mugui valued his friends very much. But he still wouldn't reveal his past to them completely. Since Mugui didn't say anything, he could only find it himself and piece together the fragments of the past from clues. This process itself fascinated him. And he was also very curious about what Mugui wanted to do. The more he got along with her, the more he found that there were so many interesting things about this person. The smile in Wang Dongqing's eyes and eyebrows deepened. Mugui looked at Wang Dongqing and always felt that he was willing to walk into Wang Dongqing's trap. However, after thinking for a while, he gave up the insignificant entanglement. Since it was confirmed that he was a friendly force and had a tendency to cooperate, he only needed to take advantage of his interest in him and let him help more. His real ability was far beyond expectations, which was also a good thing. The deeper the pool is, the better. Mugui then showed a delicate smile again. Wang Dongqing. This is your real name. Wang Dongqing. It's absolutely true. If he said a fake name, Qin Jian would have seen through it from the beginning. Mugui changed his previous coldness and smiled warmly. I hope you will always stand on our side. It's really reliable to have someone like you here. The last few words were deliberately emphasized, and there was a faint smell of gunpowder in his gentle words. Wang Dongqing seemed to not understand and said with a smile, Good birds choose trees to inhabit. I believe in my own judgment. Feng Boming looked around and felt that the two of them had some strange similarities. After Chen Yuan finished talking to Yin Qinju, they planned the actual operation and returned to their side. Chen Yuan was escorted by Yi Hui and brought into his supernatural space by Yin Qinju. When they came out, there were different degrees of admiration on their faces. When Shifeng, who had officially surrendered, and Gao Jianing, who obeyed under pressure, began to order their subordinates to prepare for the relocation. Yin Qinju was nominally their assistant. There are more than 100,000 people in this base in total. Relocation is also a big project. These people will need to build a base in Yin Qinju's supernatural space next. Under Gao Jianing's high-pressure policy, even if there were opinions, they were suppressed by him, and the relocation of the base was decided. During this period, when Shifeng came forward to talk about the safety and convenience of setting up the base in the supernatural space, he believed it himself and took people to see it. Some people gradually cooperated with the relocation work. They rested in the Shijing base for the next few days. The few people who had not eaten for many days recovered slowly after recuperating in the hospital for a period of time. They still had a series of sequelae, but they were no longer in danger of life. October 10th. All the survivors of the original Shijing base entered Yin Qinju's Taoyuan realm space, and all the important materials of the base were transferred in. Jin Emo stood opposite the white vortex and said to Mugui, Uncle, what is it like inside? Have you been in there before? Mugui smiled and nodded, yes. Yin Qinju looked over. Mugui narrowed her eyes and said, why don't we go in together? Peng Hui's and Tong Lingling recovered the fastest and have been discharged from the hospital. Tong Lingling jumped up and shouted, Teacher Ju, I want to go too. Yin Qinju had taken her in there once or twice before, but because the house she lived in was not built yet, she was not allowed to stay there any longer. Peng Huai's came to Yin Qianju's side in the blink of an eye. Aren't you leaving? Mu Gui raised his lips to Yin Qianju. Yin Qianju said to the two students, you two follow the big brother and wait for us outside. He pointed at Yi Hui. Tong Lingling glanced at Yi Hui. Okay. You will take us in later. Yi Hui smiled and said, I have been in. I will not go this time. Leave the child to me first. Peng Huai folded his hands. His face indignant. What? Are we hostages? Yin Qianju touched his head. That's not the case. Wait for us outside. Be good. Peng Huai twisted his mouth, glared at Mu Gui and Yi Hui respectively, and then stood obediently with Tong Lingling. Ying Jiu had already handed his baby to Yan Mingsu, and she stood behind Mu Gui. I'll go too. Ai Bushi tugged at Mu Gui's sleeve. Can I go too? Mu Gui held his little hand. Of course. If you want to go in. Ai Bushi held his hand tightly, showing a happy smile. But he suddenly remembered the wound on Mu Gui's palm, which was pierced by a knife and left only a faint white mark. He pursed his lips again, and tears were about to fall again. Mu Gui saw his expression change and asked, What's wrong? Ai Bushi quickly squeezed back her tears. Nothing. Lei Chen strolled over to them. Qing Jian, you want to go too? Aren't you always going in and out? Lei Chen helped a lot in replenishing the power of the base. Lei Chen, I can go in whenever I want. Qing Jian, yes. Yes. After getting along with this guy for a long time, he knew that this way of speaking was a sign of closeness. So he didn't care much. Jin Mo couldn't wait any longer. Everyone is here. Let's go in. Feng Boming smiled and said, It's a bit like hiking. Mu Gui, well, we'll go out after a walk. Yin Qianju was the first to step into the white cave on the fresh peach petals. Mu Gui followed closely behind, and the others followed in turn. After deciding to move the base, they sent people to cut down the clustered mutated pink osmanthus forest. The pink and purple mist dissipated. Instead, they planted peach trees there. The peach forest has grown with the help of the cypress branches, waiting to bloom in spring. As in the previous life, the entrance to the Peach Blossom Land space is still located in the Peach Blossom Land Hope Middle School. Unlike the previous life, this is no longer a demonic domain that eats people without spitting out bones, but a secret paradise, as the historical legend says. When Yin Qianju came out of the white hole, it was already dark outside. Mu Gui led Ai Bushi out. Ai Bushi's face was flushed, and it was obvious that she had a lot of fun. Others also appeared from the white hole one by one. Jin Mo couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Will there be a chance to come next time? Qing Jian, should? Feng Boming, those things really have intelligence. Why? Wang Dongqing thought, it's not AI. It's amazing. Ruby bit his ear. What? Are you not satisfied that I don't have a real soul? Yin Siji has switched to Renanin, showing a lively and excited expression of a little girl. Can't we stay there for 2 or 3 days? It's really beautiful there. Lei Chen, it's okay. Just SOSO. Gu Shu talked to Song Jiansheng. The house inside will be completed soon. What architectural style do you think it is? Classical architecture, Song Jiansheng said. Tong Lingling and Peng Huai were waiting for them outside. When they saw the teacher coming out, they ran over. Chang Ruiying, Luo Gui, and Luo Ju also went over with them. Teacher, Yin Qianju hugged the 3 of them. Why did you come out? Chang Ruiying, the doctor said I can be discharged from the hospital. Luo Ju, we came to look for you and found that except for the people who accompanied us, everyone else was gone. Luo Gui called out softly. Teacher Ju, we are fine. Yin Qianju looked at her standing there intact, and couldn't help but feel a sour nose. Although he was by her side when she woke up before, she was too weak to say a few words at that time. Chang Ruiying said, the doctor said you were here, so we came. Mu Gui observed the 3 of them, thinking that the girls might have some psychological trauma. But now there is no sign of it. Yi Hui talked to them while waiting outside, and then walked to Mu Gui and whispered to him. Because of the trauma, her memory of the incident before and after is a little vague, and she thought she had a nightmare. Mu Gui nodded and said, That's fine. Yeah. Sometimes, some memories are not so clear, which is a good thing for children. Yin Qianju hugged them gently. Let's follow the teacher to live in the real peach blossom spring in the future. Okay. Tong Lingling smiled. Is the house almost built? We can move in tonight. Peng Huai, of course we have to go in. Everyone is inside. There is no one outside. It's like a ghost town. So scary. Luo Ju had heard some things from Peng Huai's and Ton Lingling before. He clenched his fists and said with sparkling eyes, I want to see a talking rabbit. And a carrot spirit. Chong Ruing, I also want to see what the ginseng fruit is that even Huai's can't catch. Luo Gui, I haven't been in there before. I want to go too. Is there a real peach blossom forest inside? Yin Qianju relaxed her eyebrows. Yes. The peach blossom forest has always been there. Chapter 70 Passing Through Jinong. October 13th. Yin Ciji walked to the piano behind the curtain of the auditorium and opened the lid. The black and white keys were still spotless. His fingers gently swept across the surface of the keys without making any sound. Nowadays, only such remote rural schools still use such old-fashioned pianos. His downcast eyes were filled with complex emotions. Mu Gui stood not far away, looking at Yin Ciji. Those hands were white and slender. They were a pair of hands that played the piano. Now, it is covered with mottled scars. Mu Gui walked slowly to his side, stretched out her hand, and gently pressed on the back of Yin Ciji's hand. Yin Ciji looked up in surprise, and saw Mu Gui smiling gently at him. Want to play together? Yin Ciji was stunned for a moment. He remembered that Mu Gui didn't know how to play the piano. Mu Gui, have you forgotten? Who taught you to play the piano at the beginning? Yin Ciji was stunned. And he said, He wanted to say that it was his adoptive parents. At that time, he was still so young. But his adoptive parents bought him from the human traffickers and implemented the so-called elite education. The main subjects are needless to say. And among the arts of music, chess, calligraphy and painting, there is naturally piano. He is not a genius. But his foster brother is. But his adoptive parents are more strict with him because of this. His multiple personalities were also born at that time. After his foster brother died, his parents were arrested, and he was sent to an orphanage. He should not have touched the piano again. But after coming out of the orphanage again, he still took this path. Why? Yin Ciji watched Mu Gui in front of him gradually overlap with his childhood memories. Being reminded by him, he remembered a very small thing. The welfare home where they were was considered a public welfare facility. Many rich cadres liked to go there to organize activities and take photos. It was said that someone was taking care of him. Therefore, the welfare there was still very good. There was a special team of teachers and a psychological counseling team to look after them. And people often sent things over, although it was not as comfortable as a normal family. And there were occasional small fights between the children. It was harmless. Once, a rich man sent a bunch of gifts. It was said that they were old toys that his daughter didn't want. He wanted to throw them away. But later, he simply donated them to the welfare home as a favor. The teacher at the welfare home let them choose for themselves. The other children were very excited and rushed forward to grab it. Yin Ciji was a little timid and didn't dare to go up. In the end, the teacher took it and gave him a children's piano toy, which was also the kind that could make sounds. There were relatively few keys, only the middle range. It should be an older toy. Now some children use holographic screens to simulate the keys. Yin Ciji got the toy he didn't want the most. But looking at the teacher's gentle and comforting face, he couldn't say no. So he could only say thank you and go to the corner. At this time, Mu Gui came to him. He didn't have a toy in his hand. Yin Ciji handed over his own. Do you want this? Mu Gui took the small piano toy. Don't you want to play it? Don't you know how to play it? I'll teach you. Before Yin Ciji could say anything, Mu Gui looked at the instruction manual and pressed his fingers on the keys. Do do so so la la so fa mi mi re re do. It was Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. A very awkward Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. There was no fingering technique. Just an index finger poking the white keys of the piano. Mu Gui blinked his eyes, as if he was also surprised that he could actually play a complete melody. Well, look how simple. I already know this part. The numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 were drawn on the keys with pencils, so he could play them too. Yin Ciji had already laughed before he realized it. Mu Gui looked at him strangely. Why are you laughing so happily? Yin Ciji laughed so hard that tears came out. He wiped his eyes and reluctantly said, Well, you learned so fast. Come teach me. At that moment, he really forgot how to play the piano before, and his muscle memory seemed to have disappeared. He was no longer the musical prodigy carefully taught by his adoptive parents. He was just like an ordinary child, tinkering with his friends from scratch to play the piano. This is the answer. It was Mu Gui who taught him again. It was at that time that he fell in love with playing the piano again. Yen Suji recalled this part, and smiled to Mugue. Well, come and play it. Yen Suji stretched out his left hand to play chords for him in the bass area, and Mugue played the melody with his right hand in the middle area. It was Twinkle Twinkle Little Star again. This time he played the whole song. Mugue took back his hand, and was silent for a while. I'm done. He was silent for his poor level. Yen Suji clapped his hands gently, looked at him and smiled, with a hint of tears in his eyes. Mugue turned her head and looked at him. I only know this one song. Will you teach me new songs in the future? Yen Suji slowly put his hands on his knees. Yeah. Mugue held his cold fingers in her palm. Don't use your abilities by hurting yourself anymore. And if you want to continue playing the piano, I will accompany you. He knew. He always knew. From meeting him again, he saw that the wound on his hand came from his own ability. In addition to the blood gushing from the monster, he would inevitably encounter this situation. At this time, he would use his own blood. The blood sword belongs to Yin Yin, but he also acquiesced to it. Mugue certainly knew that he always put others first and himself second. He was worried about him, but also respected his choice. So he just told him not to do it, but would not stop him. Yen Suji lowered his head and closed his eyes with a throbbing heart. Except for his other personalities, only Mugue knew what he was thinking. He always helped him at the critical moment. With a non-forceful, gentle and considerate attitude, he unconsciously shook the hands back. It has never changed since he was a child. Are you playing the piano? Just as he was moved, an inappropriate voice broke in, and Jean Mo jumped onto the stage. I was wondering why you came here. Uncle, you can actually play the piano? That was Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, right? Ha ha ha. Why are you so childish? Mugue stood up and said indifferently, I can't help it. I only know this one song. Jean Mo put his hands on his hips. I'll play one too. When he approached, Yen Suji raised his head again, and he stood up and said to Jean Mo, why don't you try? Jean Mo, Brother Yen can play it too? But he remembered the conversation when they first met, and patted his head. Yes. Of course you can. You are a pianist. Because he didn't talk much about his own things along the way, and he mostly let Yin Yin come out. So Jean Mo subconsciously ignored his original professional identity. Yen Suji nodded and smiled. I am a composer. Occasionally, he would participate in piano competitions. Because of the psychological trauma, it took him a long time to dare to sign up. But this time it was also ruined. Just as Jean Mo was about to sit down, he was stopped by someone behind him. Gushu ran in. Ah, I found it. The three of them are here. Qing Jian's loud voice came from the door. Hey, let's go. Stop playing. Jean Mo slammed his 10 fingers on the piano keys. I haven't even started my wonderful performance yet. Gushu approached Jean Mo. Piano? I can play it too. Jean Mo raised his hand, looking eager to try. Come on. Let's go together. At this rate, the two of them probably won't be able to leave for an hour or so. Mugue patted their shoulders. Let's go. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Jean Mo, uncle, you were playing just now. He stood up obediently after saying that. The four of them walked out together. Outside the auditorium, all the companions had packed their bags and were waiting for them. Qing Jian complained. Mugue, didn't you say we should leave now? Where did everyone go? Mugue walked out nonchalantly. Anyway, we won't be able to reach the capital today, so a few minutes late won't matter. Feng Boming noticed something unusual about Yen Suji's face and asked with concern, what's wrong? Yen Suji smiled and said, nothing. Sorry for wasting time. Let's go. He was delayed here for 10 days. But these 10 days were not long. In Qianju really did what Mugue asked him to do, although it was only preliminary. After all, Mugue signed a long-term contract with him. The residential houses in Taoyuan realm were also built, and there were more than 100,000 people living there. This time, both superpowers and non-superpowers were there. They realized the benefits of this place, so they didn't want to go out, and they all planned to live well there. Gao Jianing was controlled by Yin Qianju, and he didn't dare to make any more mistakes. The new order was gradually being rebuilt. Yin Qianju finally set all the children in. He built a small courtyard for them. A courtyard where they lived together, with a small vegetable garden and a pond next to it. Finally, he was the only one left outside the White Cave entrance. Seeing off Mugue and the others, Mugue and Yin Qianju agreed on a way to contact each other. Mugue, if I come here myself or someone I send next time. Yinqianju, I know. I will let Shitu bring your people in. He has memorized the password. Mugue nodded, looked at Yinqianju who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and asked, do you have anything else to say? Yinqianju opened her mouth. If I didn't agree to your request at that time, what would you do? Mugue smiled slightly. I will kill you. Yinqianju didn't hate this answer at all, because he knew that the complete version of this sentence should be, I will kill you, and then save them. Yinqianju knew that he had to say this. Thank you for saving the children, and thank you for saving me. Thank you for saving me, who was almost trapped. Mugue said, as a matter of course. Saving you is also conditional. We each take what we need. If I need anything in the future, you must also help me unconditionally. Yinqianju. The latter sentence should have been said by him. But when it came out of this person's mouth, there was no sense of moral kidnapping, because he had done so much for them. Yinqianju smiled helplessly. Okay. I'll do whatever you say. Mugui's deep and quiet eyes fell behind him, finally. I'll remind you that there are bad kids in this world. Don't be fooled by bad kids. Before Yinqianju could figure out the deep meaning of these words, Mugue had already turned around and led the team away. Around 3 p.m., 2 helicopters were fully loaded again. On the plane, pilot Wang Wan asked them, it's late today, and we can only fly half the distance with a full battery. We need to rest for one night in a place. Where should we go? Mugue checked the national map and measured the distance. Jinnong. Should be reachable? About 2 hours. Yihui said, okay. We will find a place to rest in Jinnong when it gets dark. It's too dangerous for a helicopter to travel at night. Yihui asked him, what's the situation in Jinnong? Mugue pondered for a while and said, the current Jinnong may be a bit chaotic. There are many scattered small bases, but no large base. Jinmo, dividing the territory? Mugue smiled. You can say that. The first time Mugue came to Jinnong was to escape, but they did not dare to stay here for too long because it was too chaotic. They only rested for one night and continued to go north. But at that time, many people also stayed in Jinnong. Although there is no unified large base, most small bases are not afraid of attacks by mutant animals, but mostly compete for prey with each other. Wang Dongqing. That means there are many strong ones. So they refuse to give in to each other. And they were like tigers and dragons. Qingjian worried, will it be more dangerous if we go down to rest for a night? He imagined many fighting scenes of evil forces in his mind. And sometimes people are really more terrifying than monsters. Mugue, let's land in a remote suburb. Well, there may still be people who will grab the plane. Qingjian. Mugue, there are mountains in all directions. It's unnecessary to take a long detour to the city in the west. The farthest place that can be landed and reached at one time is Jinnong. Jinmo waved his hand proudly. Look at our lineup. There is no possibility of losing. They are looking for death if they come to steal the helicopter. Qingjian looked around and put down his heart. That's right. We have survived such a terrible tide of insects and rats. So why should we be afraid of a few people? Ingjiu smiled and said, be careful to set a flag. Jinmo, this is called anti-flag. Who knows if I can pick up a few people here? Mugue sneered. How can I be so lucky all the time? Can you pick someone up just by walking a few steps? Most of them were people he knew before. So it was not considered picking up, because he took the initiative to pick them up. If we really want to say that he picked up, there were only 4 people. Ingjiu, Gu Shu, Song Jiansheng and Ai Buji. The one Jinmo gave at the beginning did not count. And the one Wang Dongqing picked up by himself did not count. Besides, there were already enough people on the plane. And it might be more difficult to add more people. Mugue just laughed at Jinmo's joke. 2.5 hours later, Mugue looked at the 2 people, one big and one small, lying unconscious in the grass, and fell into an indescribable silence.